Hiss. When Tian Xiangnan woke up again, the first thing he felt was a sharp pain at the back of his head. Then came a throbbing headache, accompanied by a strong sense of nausea. Wait, wasn't I suffering from cancer, paralyzed, and died of organ failure in a hospital bed? How did I end up here? Tian Xiangnan quickly sat up. Before him lay a dark alley and the cold, stone-paved ground. What was this place? He stared in disbelief at the familiar surroundings, reaching back to touch the back of his head. Hiss. He couldn't help but inhale sharply through his teeth again. Am I back? Looking at the scene before him, both strange and familiar, Tian Xiangnan's mind swirled with memories. In his previous life, he had controlled 2 streets in the capital city, earning a fortune in rent alone every year. He had lived without purpose, drinking, gambling, chasing women, truly a waste of a life. But none of that wealth had been earned by his own hands. It had all been inherited from his younger sister. All the property, all the money, his sister had transferred it to him shortly before her death. Because of that, a deep sense of regret had haunted him even in his final moments, lying on his deathbed with a terminal illness. Xiangbei. Before exhaling his last breath, he had whispered her name, his voice filled with guilt. Though he had loved his sister deeply in his past life, he had still been a terrible person, doing countless despicable things that had indirectly ruined her life. His younger sister, Tian Xiangbei, had died of illness before she turned 30, and he bore most of the blame. Xiangbei. Thinking of her, Tian Xiangnan quickly got up. Guided by vague memories, he stumbled back to his sewer manhole cover. Clang! He grabbed the handle, moved the heavy cover aside, and without hesitation, jumped down. Splash! His feet landed in rotting sludge. Gritting his teeth against the stench, he squinted in the dim starlight filtering in from above. Soon, his eyes locked onto a small black bundle made of torn cloth. Tian Xiangnan's face lit up. He grabbed the bundle and stuffed it in his coat, then climbed up the rusty iron ladder on the wall, pulling himself out of the hole. Inside the bundle was 300 yuan. In his past life, this very money had completely changed the fate of both him and his sister. This was the money his uncle's family had given him. It was meant for buying a job. But that very night, some old friends had come knocking, luring him into a gambling game. He had gone along, but soon realized they were working together to cheat him. Once he noticed, he made an excuse to leave early. But not long after, he felt someone following him. Realizing something was wrong, he hid the money in a nearby sewer and slipped into an alley. But not far in, someone had thrown a sack over his head and struck him on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. When he woke up, he had checked himself and found his pockets already searched. Whoever had attacked him had clearly been after that money. As for how they had known he had it, Tian Xiangnan only needed a moment's thought to narrow down the suspects. With that in mind, he quickened his pace, heading home. His mother had passed away not long after giving birth to them, having weakened her health. His father had worked at the steel plant, but had died a few months ago in an accident that took 3 workers' lives, his father among them. Back in his youth, Tian Xiangnan had been a low-life thug, beating the disabled, insulting the mute, robbing graves, and picking fights with widows. There was nothing he wouldn't do. He had quite a reputation in the neighborhood, more like a notorious one. The kind of person that even dogs would yelp and run from after getting slapped. Luckily, they lived in a steel plant residential compound, where security was handled by the plant security department. If this had been in the city proper, someone like Tian Xiangnan would have long been sent to a remote labor farm. Though the security officers had punished, scolded, and even detained him, they had still shown some leniency because of his status as a worker's son. After his father's death, the plant had released the compensation money, but Tian had gambled it all away within days. The plant had also offered a job slot to the family out of sympathy. Of course, with Tian's criminal record and bad reputation, he was never considered. That job opportunity had gone to his younger sister, Tian Xiangbei. Unfortunately, just as she was graduating, Tian had sold that job opportunity to his uncle's family for 300 yuan. As a result, the siblings had no choice but to follow the national policy and go to a rural area in a remote province for re-education. Even their home had been taken over by his second uncle's family. They had nowhere to live. Moreover, in his previous life, the 2 siblings had been sent to different locations. After all, with Tian's criminal background, he was always assigned to the harshest, most remote areas. Thanks to him, all the money had been squandered. When it came time for Xiangbei's assignment, she had no funds to bribe officials and was sent to a similarly undesirable location. Back then, the hardships of rural life were unimaginable. Tian was finny, was tall, strong, and used to fighting, so going to the countryside was like a form of rehabilitation. But his sister Xiangbei had always been weak and frail. Though stubborn and strong-willed, the harsh conditions had gradually worn her body down. And for a young female intellectual like her, living alone in the countryside made her vulnerable to local bullies. In his previous life, Xiangbei had nearly been assaulted by a local ruffian. When Tian went to visit her and heard about it, he confronted the man and beat him badly. Though he had broken the man's legs, a group of villagers surrounded him, and he barely escaped with his life. Only after the incident escalated and drew attention from above did the villagers finally back off. Because of that, Xiangbei's reputation was ruined, and Tian was sentenced to 8 years on a labor farm. Later, when college entrance exams resumed, Xiangbei worked hard and got into a university in the capital, finally escaping that place. But years of hardship had taken their toll, and she died not long after graduating. Yet, on her deathbed, she still transferred all her assets to streets in the capital and other properties to her older brother. Unfortunately, at that time, Tian had already been transferred from the farm to prison and never got to see her one last time. After his release, hearing of his sister's tragic life, Tian had knelt at her grave and wept bitterly. Regret consumed him, regret for not following his parents' wishes and protecting his sister. Even on his deathbed, that deep regret had never left him. And now, after closing his eyes and waking up again, everything had returned to the very beginning. Filled with emotion, Tian Xiangnan silently vowed. This time, he would never let his sister suffer the same fate as before. With that thought, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the steel plant residential compound. From a distance, he saw the light on in his home, shadows moving behind the window. Tian Xiangnan hurried forward, heart pounding. Inside the third-floor apartment, a sharp, shrill voice rang out. Xiangbei, the money's already been given to your brother. I've already spoken to Director Liu at the union. All you need to do is sign this agreement. Why are you so stubborn? Do you really think Grandma and Uncle are trying to trick you? I don't care. A calm, clear voice replied, tinged with sorrow. I won't sign until my brother gets back. That good for nothing's always out running around. With that much money in his hands, he won't come back until he's gambled it all away. Just sign it already. Tomorrow your third brother can go report to the factory. The sharp voice grew more aggressive. Tian Xiangnan had just reached the door when he heard these words. He pushed the door open with a bang. The sound startled everyone inside. When they saw it was him, their expressions changed. Brother. The girl sitting alone at the dinner table smiled and hurried forward. But before she could reach him, she wrinkled her nose. Brother, what happened to you? You smell awful. At the same time, the others in the room caught a whiff of the stench coming from Tian Xiangnan and all wore expressions of disgust. Did he fall into a septic tank or something? How can he smell so bad? Tian Xiangnan glanced at the middle-aged woman who was making a face, a cold smile forming on his lips. Without a word, he hurled the filthy, mud-covered cloth bundle straight at her. Ah, you rotten bastard, what are you doing? The woman's clean white blouse was instantly stained black, the stench unbearable. She jumped back, screaming and cursing. You rotten piece of trash. You monster. Chapter 2. The shameless family, mind your filthy mouth, or I shall tear it apart. Upon hearing the woman's vitriolic words, Tian Xiangnan's eyes narrowed, flashing with a fierce glint. The woman recoiled at his piercing gaze, hastily turning to the 3 young men standing beside her. Are you 3 dead inside? Can't you see your mother is being bullied? With her words, the 3 youths, resembling her in appearance, exchanged glances before collectively glaring at Tian Xiangnan. What? Do you wish to confront me? Tian Xiangnan retorted defiantly, his eyes brimming with derision. Haven't you always banded together to fight? When have you not received a beating from me? Come on. I'm in the mood to unleash some pent-up frustration today, so let's see if I can rid you of your shamelessness. As he spoke, Tian Xiangnan rolled up his sleeves, assuming a stance ready for a brawl. Bang! A middle-aged man sitting at the table slammed his hand down, bellowing, Tian Xiangnan, have you grown some audacity? Is it not enough to show off outside? Now you dare to act tough at home? Do you believe I won't send you straight to the security office for 10 or 15 days? Puffed. Tian Xiangnan shot a glance at the stout man, disdain evident on his face, and retorted sarcastically, if it weren't for the presence of a few section heads and 3 deputy section chiefs in the factory, I might have thought the security office was run by Deputy Chief Lin's family. The middle-aged man's face darkened with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tian Xiangnan, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiangnan. The last to speak was a gaunt old woman seated at the table, her face a map of wrinkles, high cheekbones accentuating her downturned lips, and beady eyes filled with contempt. The elderly matron wore an expression of displeasure and disdain. Did we not agree? You would hand over the job to Zhang Wuyou, and later, he would marry Xiangbei. Now that you've accepted the money, what are you causing a ruckus about? What? What nonsense is this? The old woman's statement left both Tian Xiangnan and Tian Xiangbei in utter disbelief. Tian Xiangnan was astonished, regardless of his past or present. He seemed to have never been aware of such matters. The notion that his uncle's third son, Lin Zhangwo, was supposed to marry his sister, Tian Xiangbei, was utterly absurd. Given the acerbic nature of his grandmother and aunt, if his sister were to marry into that family, it would be akin to stepping into a fiery pit. No wonder. Shortly after he returned from the countryside, his sister also followed suit. Was there more to this than met the eye? Brother? At that moment, Tian Xiangbei looked at her brother with a face full of grievance, hoping for a denial from him. While her brother may have been a bit unruly and unorthodox, he had always cared for her deeply since childhood. She was certain of that. If someone suggested her brother would sell his job, she might believe it, given his capricious nature. But to think he would sell her out was something she could not fathom. Indeed, Tian Xiangnan's expression had darkened considerably. His gaze now a fierce glare directed at the elderly woman before him. The elderly matriarch furrowed her brow, exchanging glances with Lin Fugui and Zhang Zihua beside her. The couple incessantly signaled her with their eyes. Clearing her throat lightly, the old woman averted her gaze from Tian Xiangnan before continuing. Perhaps Director Lu merely overlooked mentioning it. Regardless, I shall articulate my thoughts here. Since he will soon depart for the countryside, it is prudent to consider that Xiangbei will require someone to oversee him in the factory. Why not transfer your father's position to your uncle's third son? In due course, we can facilitate the marriage between Zhang Wo and Xiangbei, thereby allowing us to care for him while you can rest assured in the countryside. When the time comes for your departure, I shall provide you with an additional 100 yuan to ensure your comfort while you are away. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He stepped forward and forcefully overturned the table. The teapot and cups shattered, and scalding hot water splashed onto the elderly woman and Lin Fugui, eliciting cries of distress. With bloodshot eyes, Tian Xiangnan glared fiercely at the individuals before him, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash violence upon them. Shameless old hag, I only addressed you as grandma out of respect for my father. Yet you truly believe yourself to be something of significance? What is this? A mere 100 yuan to shove me off to the countryside, while that scoundrel Lin Zhangwo inherits my father's job, our family home, and then marries a wife, pocketing the money meant for my work. How dare you all have such audacious dreams while still awake? He pointed vehemently at the cloth bag on the ground. The money that Director Lu gave lies within that bag. Take it and leave my house at once. If you linger, I shall break your legs, one by one. The old woman, incensed by Tian Xiangnan's harsh words, trembled as she pointed a shaking finger at him. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you raise your hand against me? She leaned forward, feigning bravado. Come on, if you dare, I shall summon security to have you apprehended. Very well, you choose to stay, do you? Tian Xiangnan replied darkly, nodding grimly. Xiangbei, fetch the kitchen knife. Today, I shall bury the entire Lin family within these walls. Yes, Tian Xiangbei responded, swiftly darting into the kitchen and emerging with a knife in hand. Witnessing this, the Lin family was thrown into a panic. Zhang Zihua, disregarding her dignity, bent down to retrieve the cloth bag and rushed outside, wailing, "Help! A murder is about to occur. The Tian family scoundrel is armed with a knife. Do not leave." Oh dear! As Tian Xiangnan received the knife, the remaining individuals in the room were paralyzed with fear, scrambling away in terror. With the elderly matriarch being the swiftest to flee, her small feet pattering as she dashed out. Lin Fugui followed closely behind, accompanied by his 3 sons. The earlier commotion had already disturbed the neighbors, and at the sight of the Lin family's disheveled appearance, laughter erupted among them. Tian Xiangnan emerged wielding a knife, playfully attempting to intimidate them. As the onlookers hurried downstairs, he turned sharply and slammed the door behind him. With the spectacle fading, the neighbors gradually dispersed. Gu Xiangbei swept up the shards of the teapot from the ground and took Tian Xiangnan's kitchen knife, gently advising him, "Let it go, brother. Your little scare will at least keep them subdued for a while." However, Tian Xiangnan's brow remained furrowed, an air of frustration clouding his features. He had initially intended to venture to the countryside alone, leaving Xiangbei at the factory. Yet today's events had revealed his oversight. With a single unmarried woman like Xiangbei, possessing both a job and a home, and lacking any family support, she was an object of considerable desire in this era. The methods available to exploit a solitary woman were numerous and vile, and Tian Xiangnan shuddered at the thought. He could hardly fathom how he would react if she were to encounter such a predicament. Sensing her brother's inner turmoil, Tian Xiangbai smiled softly and said, "Brother, let me accompany you to the countryside." "No," was Tian Xiangnan's immediate response, filled with rejection. Having experienced the harsh realities himself in a previous life, he knew that for individuals with a criminal record, going to the countryside equated to a form of reformation, often grueling and far worse than life on some farms. The toil and hardships were unimaginable, and he could not bear to subject his sister to such a fate. "Brother," Tian Xiangbai pouted, "are you really going to leave me alone at the factory, enduring the whims of the Lin family?" She reminded him, "Let us not forget. We owe them a debt of gratitude. We must acknowledge their claims." This thought further fueled Tian Xiangnan's anger. His grandmother had sought refuge in the countryside and had once been neighbors with the Lin family. Before her passing, she entrusted his father, Tian Xiangbei, to the care of the Lin matriarch, under certain conditions, of course. The entirety of their family's wealth had been bequeathed to the Lins. At that time, Tian Xiangbei was already 15 years old. Years later, during a time of great development, the villagers found work in the factory. With his knowledge, Tian Xiangbei secured a temporary position, eventually becoming a permanent worker until an unfortunate incident altered his fate. Throughout this period, half of his monthly salary of 30 yuan was given to the Lin matriarch. Yet, both Tian Xiangnan and Tian Xiangbei had never partaken of a single meal or sip of water from the Lin family. What lingered most in Tian Xiangnan's memory was the sight of the Lin children, adorned in new clothes and flaunting their treats during the New Year celebrations, while he and his sister, clad in worn garments, could only look on longingly. From that young age, he had understood that the possessions they displayed were funded by their father's hard-earned money. From his childhood, Tian Xiangnan had been embroiled in conflicts with them. Whenever he was bested, he would rise to fight again. This continued until they distanced themselves from his home during the New Year celebrations. Tian Xiangnan understood that his father's actions were a means to repay the years of nurturing. However, from his perspective, he was himself, and the Lin family was distinctly the Lin family. Thus, the Lin family could only be regarded as the nominal grandmother and uncle to him and his sister. Yet, in his absence, this mere nominal relationship could very well suffocate Xiangbei. Noticing Tian Xiangnan's turmoil, Xiangbei gently grasped his hand, her voice soft yet resolute. "Brother, our parents are gone. Now it is just the two of us. Wherever you are is home. If you leave, will this still be my home?" Her words were akin to an invisible force that tightened around Tian Xiangnan's heart, causing him a pain that rendered him nearly breathless, while a wave of bitterness surged in his eyes. Turning to gaze at the unwavering expression on his sister's face, he let out a soft sigh and finally made his decision. He affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile gradually gracing his features. "All right, let us venture to the countryside together." Chapter 3. Preparations before the journey to the countryside. The journey to the countryside, however, was not as simple as merely setting off. First and foremost, Tian Xiangnan needed to ensure that he and his sister were assigned to the same location, allowing them to look out for one another. If they were separated as they had been in a previous life, he might as well take her to the city to become drifters. Furthermore, if they were to leave, arrangements had to be made regarding their father's job and the house. As for the job, a formal employee at the steel plant could expect a transfer value of approximately 3 years' salary, though even a lesser amount would not fall below around 500 yuan. The Lin family's offer of merely 300 was nothing short of brazen exploitation. As such, the Lin family refrained from approaching Tian Xiangnan directly, opting instead for the union's director Lu to relay their intentions, which bore an air of intimidation. The allocation of young intellectuals to the countryside was managed by the factory's union. Regarding the house, though it technically belonged to the factory, the management would not hinder employees from privately transferring ownership. Even if they discovered such dealings, as long as both parties were agreeable, they would turn a blind eye. Naturally, this was contingent on the other party also being an employee of the steel plant, possessing housing rights. Transferring it to outsiders was unequivocally out of the question. For Tian Xiangnan, once they departed, he would not allow the house to be used as a toilet or for breeding dogs or maggots. It would not be left for the Lin family. To expedite these matters, he needed to seek out a capable individual. Suddenly, a name sprang to mind: the deputy director of the factory union, Ma. They were neighbors in the residential compound and were familiar with one another. And Tian Xiangnan's son often played with Ma's son. "Xiangbei, do you have any money left?" After solidifying his resolution, Tian Xiangnan hesitantly inquired. Brother, there is some. But not much, Xiangbei said as he stood up and returned to his room. After a short while, he placed some change and a few tickets on the table in front of him. Tian Xiangnan counted, finding a little over 10 yuan and various daily tickets. Brother, what do you need the money for? Come on, let us go out for a stroll. Without further ado, Tian Xiangnan took his sister's hand, and they stepped out together. Arriving at the factory supply and marketing cooperative, he gritted his teeth and purchased 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 jin of pastries, leaving him with little money. He then led Xiangbei toward a smaller family compound nearby. Brother, are you hoping to leverage connections to get us both assigned to the countryside? Yes, Tian Xiangnan replied, nodding, not surprised that his sister could guess this. His sister had always been intelligent, consistently at the top of her class. And there was no doubt she would excel in university. It was now 1974, and in just over 3 years, the college entrance examination would be reinstated. At that point, they could escape from their impoverished rural life. Moreover, they could take care of their family's work and housing situation to secure some travel funds. Oh, Tian Xiangbei nodded, her big eyes twinkling as she continued. Brother, are you going to find Deputy Director Ma from the labor union? Tian Xiangnan paused, looking at his sister in surprise. You guessed that? Tian Xiangbei pursed her lips, her eyes narrowing with a smile. It's not hard to deduce. Uncle sought help from Director Lin because he is the head of the factory's labor union. Whether it's work, housing, or your assignment to the countryside, it's all in their hands. You have already offended Director Liu, and whether it's my job here or your assignment, we might face difficulties because of that. Fortunately, the labor union is not solely under Director Liu's control. There's also Deputy Director Ma, who does not get along with him, and his son, Ma Xiaoqiang, is quite close to you. Haha, good one, Tian Xiangnan chuckled, playfully ruffling his sister's hair, earning an exaggerated eye roll from her. You should apply that cleverness not just to your studies. It would be beneficial for me in the future. At that moment, Tian Xiangnan smirked and said, the Lin family must have paid a hefty price to have Director Liu intervene on their behalf, as he is notoriously greedy. Now, the Lin family seeks both work and housing, and they are eyeing you. I suspect they will need to part with at least 200 or 300 yuan to persuade Director Liu to act on their behalf. If we transfer both our housing and work to others, the Lin family will end up with nothing, and the money they spent will go to waste. This will at least leave them struggling for a year or so, infuriating that family of scoundrels. Tian Xiangbei couldn't help but laugh at her brother's amusing remarks. The two then visited Deputy Director Ma's residence, and the matter was quickly settled. After all, a stable job along with a house is a significant resource for living. Even merely passing along information could yield substantial favors for Deputy Director Ma. Tian Xiangnan ultimately made but one modest request, that regardless of where they were assigned, he and his sister must be placed together in the countryside. To this small demand, Deputy Director Ma readily acquiesced. As the Deputy Director of the Labor Union, he was confident that such an arrangement could be secured, even in the face of any objections from Director Liu. Thus, merely a day later, on the evening of the 3rd day, Deputy Director Ma, under the guise of a visit, led his family to Tian Xiangnan's home. This family was facilitating job placement for their youngest son, and the house was designated for him, his wife, and their 3 children. All were employees of the steel factory. Known for their straightforward demeanor, the job was transferred to the youngest son for a sum of 500 yuan, with Tian Xiangbei drafting a voluntary transfer letter, which both siblings signed. The transfer fee for the house was set at 200 yuan, with the various furnishings valued at 100, totaling 800 yuan. The family Deputy Director Ma had approached was refreshingly genuine, not only agreeing promptly, but also providing the payment on the spot. Both parties reached an understanding that once the siblings officially relocated to the countryside in a few days, the family could move in directly. Both sides found satisfaction in this outcome. However, under Tian Xiangnan's advisement, all proceedings were conducted discreetly, remaining unannounced. He anticipated the discontent that the Lin family would exhibit upon learning of this arrangement, a thought that brought him a sense of comfort, even if they would not witness it firsthand. Moreover, the young couple's family held mid-level positions within the factory and had little regard for the Lin family. Thus, they were unperturbed by any potential disturbances. After the family departed, Deputy Director Ma lingered for a while longer and informed the siblings of their intended destination. As previously mentioned, due to Tian Xiangnan's background, their options were primarily limited to the vast northwest or northeast. With Deputy Director Ma's assistance, they were assigned to a county near Harbin. Although the northeast is known for its frigid climate, It offers the advantage of a shorter growing season each year. Most importantly, the region is not lacking in grain. With diligence and hard work, the risk of hunger is virtually non-existent. In this era, this alone is sufficient to surpass the majority of regions within the country. The siblings expressed their heartfelt gratitude for this circumstance. The following day, as their departure loomed closer, they naturally prepared extensively. Heeding his brother's counsel, Tian Xiangbai gathered the high school textbooks he needed to review, intending to take them along. It was not an excessive amount. After all, meanwhile, Tian Xiangnan disposed of old clothes and bedding, supplementing some funds to procure 2 sets of warm cotton clothing, along with hats and gloves for each sibling. As for blankets, the Northeast had ample cotton. They could purchase those locally, potentially at a lower price, thus sparing themselves the burden of carrying them along during the journey. Additionally, he spent nearly 50 yuan to acquire a variety of essential medications. For instance, I have stocked up on various medications such as cold remedies, antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and pain relievers, along with the essential snowflake cream, antifreeze clam oil, and frostbite ointment. Once all preparations are complete, the time for rural resettlement will arrive. The Lin family has been surprisingly subdued in recent days, no longer causing trouble. Tian Xiangnan is well aware of their intentions. They are clearly scheming to seize his sister's house and job after his departure. He can only chuckle coldly to himself about it. On the day the educated youth are sent to the countryside, the factory held a fervent farewell party. Nearly 100 young individuals adorned with bright red flowers on their chests boarded a special train amidst the sounds of drums and firecrackers. With the step, they would be dispersed across the vast expanse of the country, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Tian Xiangnan carried a large bundle wrapped in a bedsheet in one hand, while holding his younger sister Tian Xiangbei's smaller package in the other, gradually moving forward with the crowd. At that moment, the siblings heard someone calling out to them from within the throng. Tian Xiangnan looked up to see his aunt, Zhang Zuohua, and the sharp-tongued grandmother, both jostling in the crowd, gazing at them. The 2 women noticed the bright red flower pinned to Tian Xiangbei's chest and questioned her with a hint of surprise. "Xiangbei, what is going on? Are you going to the countryside as well?" Xiangbei nodded vigorously, her face shining with a sweet smile. "Yes, I am going to the countryside with my brother." Upon hearing this, both women revealed expressions of delight, and Aunt Zhang Zuohua eagerly inquired, "Then that means once you leave, your house and job will be ours, right?" "Ha ha. You're such a sensible girl." "Not quite," Tian Xiangbei replied, her expression shifting to one of grievance. "My brother sold the house and job, so I have no choice but to go with him." "What?" Zhang Zuohua felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly collapsing on the spot, though she remained upright. The nearby Grandma Lin could no longer contain herself. Her eyes widened, and she trembled as she pointed at Xiangbei. "You too," before she could finish her sentence. Her eyes rolled back, and her body slumped backward. "Mother, what's wrong?" Zhang Zuohua quickly reached out to support the old woman, only to be pulled down with her, the 2 of them tumbling together. The crowded throng seemed oblivious, trampling over the pair, which elicited Zhang Zuohua's cries of despair. A faint smile lingered at the corners of Tian Xiangbei's mouth as she grasped her brother's arm and approached the train. They exchanged a joyful glance before stepping aboard. Chapter 4. The Lin Siblings. In those days, the green-skinned train was slow and crowded, but fortunately, this was a special train for educated youth, and many passengers disembarked along the way, providing some relief. Upon reaching the capital station, under the guidance of accompanying personnel, the remaining educated youth disembarked and transferred to another train heading northeast. As soon as he entered the carriage, Tian Xiangnan sensed something amiss. In stark contrast to the previously overcrowded green train, the current carriage appears considerably more dilapidated, with many seats in a state of disrepair. Their surfaces adorned with moldy wooden planks. It is likely that it is no better than those metal freight cars destined for remote locations. Fortunately, the carriage is not overly populated. There are perhaps 30 or 40 individuals, leaving ample vacant seats in the spacious compartment. However, as he cast his gaze around, he noticed that the expressions of the passengers were marked by despondency. It seems that their circumstances might mirror his own, each burdened with various tribulations that led them to this fate. Tian Xiangnan guided his sister deeper into the carriage, observing the pessimism and apathy etched on the faces around him, which caused him to inwardly scoff. If these individuals had relinquished their will to live, they would undoubtedly be forsaken by life itself in due course. Upon reaching the middle of the carriage, Tian Xiangnan finally paused. His attention was drawn to a young man and woman seated by the window. The girl, nestled against the glass, wore a faded floral long-sleeve shirt and held a book, engrossed in its pages. The young man, tall and clad in a gray-blue top, occupied the aisle seat, resting with his eyes closed. It seemed the girl sensed Tian Xiangnan's gaze. She closed her book and looked up at him while gently nudging the young man with her elbow. He opened his eyes, first glancing at her, then following her line of sight to Tian Xiangnan, his demeanor tinged with a hint of caution. "Surely, no one is occupying this seat?" Tian Xiangnan inquired, his eyes casually sweeping over the young man's frayed collar. With a brief appraisal of the newcomers, the young man simply nodded, his tone indifferent. "No one is here. You can sit, Xiangbei." Tian Xiangnan urged his sister to take a seat first, then hoisted his larger bundle onto the overhead rack while stowing the smaller one beneath the seat before sitting down himself. "I am Tian Xiangnan, and this is my sister, Tian Xiangbei. We hail from the steel factory compound in Anhui." Upon hearing his introduction, the chilly demeanor of the two across from them seemed to soften somewhat. "I am Lin Xiqing, and this is my sister, Lin Xia, from Shanghai." The young man reciprocated with his introduction, followed by a note of curiosity. "What brings a youth from the steel factory to this place? Surely, you Haven T boarded the wrong train?" Understanding the implication behind his words, Tian Xiangnan feigned embarrassment and chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I was quite the troublemaker at the factory, engaging in all sorts of mischief like stealing, fighting, and gambling. Thus, I was assigned to the Northeast." "Oh, my sister is a good child," he added hastily, as if recalling something important. "With no one at home, I couldn't bear to leave her alone, so I decided to bring her along to the countryside." "Brother," Tian Xiangbei interjected, a hint of discontent in her voice as she glanced at the siblings across from them. What surprised her was the absence of disdain or mockery in their expressions. Instead, both of them broke into smiles. It was a laugh of pure innocence, as if responding naturally to something amusing rather than mocking. "So, does this mean you have inadvertently put your sister in a predicament?" Lin Xia remarked, her lips curving into a smile, her voice imbued with the soft, melodious quality reminiscent of flowing waters from the Jiangnan region. "It cannot be helped. She is willing," Tian Xiangnan replied, casting a playful glance at his sister, which elicited a dramatic eye roll from Xiangbei. "Have you also been allocated to a small county beneath Harbin?" In just a few exchanges, the distance among the four seemed to diminish, prompting Lin Xiqing to inquire. Tian Xiangnan nodded, surveying the other passengers in the carriage before cheerfully exclaiming, "It appears that we are all headed to the same destination, does it not?" Lin Xiqing, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "I truly admire your ability to smile despite being assigned to such a challenging place. What else can one do?" Tian Xiangnan shrugged. "If shedding tears could spare one from going to the countryside, I believe that after the efforts of millions of educated youth, drought would no longer be a threat in our country." Lin Xiqing, perhaps hearing such a peculiar metaphor for the first time, could not help but laugh. "Hey, you two comrades." At that moment, a girl dressed in a women's Zhongshan suit, seated diagonally opposite, interjected, "I advise you both to keep your distance from those two young masters and young ladies to avoid attracting trouble." Upon hearing this, the Lin siblings abruptly ceased their laughter, a hint of embarrassment and discomfort crossing their faces. Tian Xiangnan turned his gaze towards her, deliberately scrutinizing the girl with a sidelong glance, responding without reservation. "And who might you be? Do you live by the seaside?" The girl was momentarily taken aback by his question. Even Tian Xiangbei could not help but ask, "Brother, what do you mean by that? What does living by the seaside have to do with anything?" "Mind your own business," Tian Xiangnan retorted with a mischievous grin, provoking laughter from the other three at their table. After the laughter subsided, Lin Xiqing quietly remarked, "She really does live by the seaside." Tian Xiangnan, "She, like us, is from Shanghai. Our families are quite similar. Our families were once close friends, having known each other since childhood and attended school together. However, after the upheaval, she severed ties with her family and openly distanced herself from them." "Ah, a noble act of familial disloyalty," Tian Xiangnan expressed with astonishment. Yet his gaze towards the girl now bore a hint of disdain. Lin Xiqing nodded, reflecting solemnly, "Indeed, she is a remarkable woman." However, his tone was somewhat ambiguous, leaving listeners uncertain whether it was sarcasm or admiration. "Humph." The girl, seemingly having caught wind of Lin Xiqing's comment, replied with an air of arrogance, "I am unlike those people. I am a progressive youth of the new era, and naturally, I must delineate myself from you. So what? Tian Xiangnan's abrupt question caught the girl off guard. What do you mean? So, as a progressive youth of the new era, why are you sharing the same carriage with us and being assigned to the same place? With a swift and forceful thrust, Tian Xiangnan silenced the girl opposite him, her face contorting as though she had just consumed a dead fly. Ah, I see, he exclaimed suddenly, slapping his thigh in revelation. A person of your discernment must have proactively volunteered to contribute to the most arduous regions for reconstruction and re-education, correct? No wonder you have accompanied us here. Your awareness is truly remarkable. You are indeed a quintessential youth of the new era. I am profoundly impressed. As he spoke, Tian Xiangnan performed a mock salute, his expression one of exaggerated admiration. The girl across from him, incensed, felt her chest heave with indignation, yet words eluded her. Her face shifted through a spectrum of colors reminiscent of a dye shop. Ultimately, she merely huffed in frustration and turned away, suppressing their laughter. Lin Xiqing and his sister were visibly struggling to contain their amusement, their shoulders shaking with barely restrained mirth. Tian Xiangbei, however, was less restrained, bursting into laughter and playfully punching Tian Xiangnan's arm. Brother, you are incorrigible. Tian Xiangnan cast another glance at the girl, crossing his arms with an air of superiority. We are all novices in this venture. Out here, no one will coddle you like your parents do. The girl, seemingly agitated, gathered her belongings and retreated to the rear of the carriage. Observing her departure, Xiangbei sighed softly. Filial piety is of utmost importance. I wonder what thoughts occupy the mind of someone who could abandon their own parents? Never mind her, Tian Xiangnan replied dismissively, glancing away before adding a cautionary note to Xiangbei. Steer clear of such individuals. Their mindset is questionable, and they could very well lead you into trouble. Even Lin Xiqing and his sister, who had been watching from across, nodded in agreement. Lin, do you know where we have been assigned? Tian Xiangnan inquired. With 4 to 5 dozen people being accommodated, it surely cannot be a small locale, can it? Lin Xiqing hesitated for a moment, but Tian's earlier demeanor had won him over. After ensuring no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice. Actually, I did inquire before our arrival. We are headed to a newly established production team in an old mountainous region, formed by merging 4 smaller production teams. Due to the area's remoteness, wolf attacks are common, and wild boars and bears occasionally wreak havoc in the villages. The original smaller teams were too few to defend themselves, resulting in annual casualties, prompting the county to consolidate them into a larger production team. This consolidation not only enhances production capabilities, but also provides better defense against the mountain predators and simplifies management. Consequently, with a production team comprising several hundred individuals, more young intellectuals like us are being assigned. Upon hearing Lin Xiqing's account, Tian Xiangnan felt a sense of assurance, and a broader smile graced his face. It appears that the living conditions of the place he is about to visit are somewhat better than he had anticipated. In comparison to the intricacies of the merged production teams, he harbors greater apprehension regarding the prospect of moving to a village dominated by a single surname. Despite the larger number of individuals and the more convoluted relationships within such production teams, there exists a significant advantage, a lesser degree of exclusivity. Since they have only recently amalgamated, everyone is, in relative terms, considered an outsider. In contrast, the production team bearing a single surname is markedly different, where exclusivity is rampant. It is exceedingly difficult for outsiders, particularly the educated youth, to assimilate in a short period, and they may even face malicious targeting and collective bullying. Much like the place where Xiangbei had previously resided, being oppressed on someone else's turf leaves one feeling utterly powerless. After all, it was there that he had been deceived by the villagers and imprisoned for 8 long years. With his gaze lowered, Tian Xiangnan concealed the shadow of gloom in his eyes and inquired further, "Do you know the specific address? What is the geographical location like?" Lin Xiqing sighed. It seems to be called Mulan County, situated in a very remote mountainous area, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a nearby forest farm. Beyond that, I have no further details, as our local educated youth office merely received the notification without any insight into the actual situation. All right, Tian Xiangnan replied with a smile, though memories of his past began to weigh heavy on his heart, rendering him somewhat despondent and momentarily devoid of conversation. Xiangbei, you sit tight. I'll just step out for a moment. After exchanging a brief greeting with his sister, Tian Xiangnan rose and walked towards the rear of the carriage. He did not rush to the restroom, but instead arrived at the junction between two carriages, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. At that moment, he faintly heard voices, seemingly emanating from the restroom, and they sounded somewhat familiar. The train had just departed, and its speed was not yet brisk. The indistinct voices mingled with the wind as they wafted through the connecting area of the carriages, rendering them somewhat unclear. We've already left the capital. If we don't devise a plan soon, we're truly heading to the northeast. The tone of this voice was somewhat recognizable, akin to that of the earlier self-righteous female educated youth. Instinctively, Tian Xiangnan perked up his ears. Another voice, seemingly attempting to lower its volume, became even more obscure. It's fine. When I inquire about Qingshan, we can disembark together. Subsequently, the two appeared to engage in hushed conversation, rendering their words inaudible. Tian Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, extinguished the cigarette he had just taken 2 puffs from, and then turned back into the carriage. Brother, you're back so soon? Xiangbei asked with a hint of curiosity upon his return. The restroom was occupied. I'll go later, Tian Xiangnan casually replied, glancing at Xiangbei, who was seated. Should we take out some food to eat first? We haven't had anything since morning. Xiangbei shook her head. I'm not hungry. Could you please retrieve a book for me instead? I'd like to read it on the way. Tian Xiangnan bent down to retrieve a small parcel from beneath his seat. Upon opening it, he rummaged through its contents and produced a book titled Lin Hai Shui Yuan, which he handed to Tian Xiangbei. Here, this should alleviate any boredom during the journey. Apart from a few academic texts belonging to Tian Xiangbei, the parcel also contained several novels that he had thoughtfully included. However, there were few domestically produced novels that could be openly read these days. Upon seeing the books in Tian Xiangnan's parcel, Lingzhi's eyes lit up with interest. Just as she was about to speak, her brother gently tugged at her, prompting her to hesitate momentarily before letting out a quiet sigh, her expression tinged with disappointment. Tian Xiangnan remained oblivious to her reaction, focused instead on feigning the act of organizing his parcel, with his peripheral vision directed towards the rear of the carriage. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the restroom. One was the young female intellectual who had spoken to him earlier, while the other, similarly attired in a floral blouse and sporting a high ponytail, bore a round face and large eyes, exuding an air of innocence and charm. Had Tian Xiangnan not overheard her advising the first young woman, his initial impression might have been more favorable. Strangely, he sensed that both women glanced in his direction as they took their seats. The train gradually picked up speed, hurtling towards its next destination. Feeling somewhat bored, Tian Xiangnan decided to engage Tian Xiangbei's brother, Lingzhi, in conversation. Is this all you brought for your rural excursion? He had noticed earlier that the overhead luggage rack was nearly empty, save for 2 small parcels beneath their seats, which appeared too small to contain winter clothing or bedding, likely just a few changes of clothes. Lingzhi offered a wry smile in response to his inquiry. There's not much left at home, and with everything being so chaotic lately, we packed in a rush. We'll have to figure it out once we arrive. As he spoke, his gaze fell, yet he discreetly assessed Tian Xiangnan's expression. You're mistaken if you think that way, Tian Xiangnan replied with a chuckle. It's only early March. While it's springtime here, Harbin might still be enveloped in snow and ice. In your attire, you won't just be uncomfortable upon arrival. You might find yourselves laid up the moment you step off the train. Hearing this, Lingzhi furrowed his brow, realizing the oversight. Indeed, amidst the flurry of family matters and the haste of their departure, he had neglected to consider the regional weather. Have I left you speechless? Tian Xiangnan chuckled with a hint of mischief. Lingzhi, withdrawing his gaze, replied with resigned acceptance. Well, there's nothing to be done now. We'll have to manage once we get there. As the journey continued, the 2 younger sisters immersed themselves in their books, occasionally exchanging quiet insights. Meanwhile, Tian Xiangnan and Lingzhi engaged in a casual conversation to pass the time. From Lingzhi, Tian Xiangnan learned that the stern young woman who had earlier cautioned them was named Gao Man, and her companion was called Wang Fang. Both had been known for their proactive nature in the past. This time, there were 7 or 8 educated youths from Shanghai, apart from the 2 women. The rest were unfamiliar to Lingzhi. As time swiftly passed, night descended upon them, and the sky outside gradually darkened. While engaged in conversation, Tian Xiangnan noticed Lingzhi's gaze frequently drifting towards the rear of the carriage. Xiaoya, I'm going to the back, Lingzhi remarked to his sister, then flashed a smile at Tian Xiangnan and the others before rising to head towards the rear of the carriage. Tian Xiangnan followed his figure with his eyes and suddenly saw Gao Man and Zhang Feng also standing up. The two women, one on each side, crossed paths with the round-faced Wang Feng, who intentionally paused for a moment, slightly delaying Lin Xiqing's steps. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Man slipped into the only restroom at the back of the carriage. Lin Xiqing, upon seeing this, felt somewhat helpless, but since he was already there, he could not return and thus had to wait at the carriage's connection. "You two be careful. I'm going to have a smoke," Tian Xiangnan said, feeling a slight stir in his heart. After advising the two girls, he too rose and walked towards the connection at the rear of the carriage. He gestured with a cigarette towards Lin Xiqing, who shook his head, prompting him to light up. However, just as he was halfway through his smoke, a sudden noise erupted from the restroom, followed by a thud that sounded like something heavy had fallen, as if someone had collapsed inside. Both men were momentarily stunned. "Gao Man," Lin Xiqing called softly, but there was no response. "Gao Man." He raised his voice slightly and instinctively reached out to push the restroom's slightly ajar door. "Don't be hasty," Tian Xiangnan interjected, pressing Lin Xiqing's hand down and glancing through the crack of the door with a hint of levity in his demeanor, which caused Lin Xiqing to raise an eyebrow. Yet, in the next moment, Tian Xiangnan suddenly shouted loudly into the carriage, "Hey, it seems a lady has fainted in the restroom. Could any of the women come help? Us two gentlemen are a bit out of our element here." His voice boomed, echoing throughout the carriage, prompting several young women to instinctively rise, ready to assist. Even the male educated youths, upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's words, wore peculiar expressions, their gazes shifting towards them. With a rustling sound, they heard commotion from the restroom, and a somewhat panicked voice called out, "No need, I'm fine. I'll be out shortly." "Really, no help needed?" Tian Xiangnan deliberately raised his voice again, then unexpectedly pushed the restroom door open. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Gao Man was revealed, flustered, standing in the restroom, her hands still busy fastening the buttons of her collar. Lin Xiqing's gaze lingered on Gao Man, his expression darkening gradually, culminating in a fierce glare directed at her. Gao Man seemed a bit guilty, avoiding Lin Xiqing's gaze and awkwardly squeezing past him. "TSK," Tian Xiangnan scoffed, turning back to continue his smoke. "Thanks, Lao Tian." After Lin Xiqing emerged from the restroom, he gazed sincerely at Tian Xiangnan and inquired, "What? Did you realize something?" A semblance of discomfort adorned his smile. "Who, after all, unbuttons their coat while in the lavatory? Had I ventured in just moments earlier, I would surely have been accosted by her in her undress. This woman is utterly deranged," he could not help but exclaim in frustration. "It seems that Gao Man and the others too have heard of the unpleasantries of our destination. They wish to avoid it and use me as a scapegoat." He turned to Tian Xiangnan. "Were it not for your timely intervention, I would have found myself in Harbin, likely facing accusations of indecency and relegation to some remote farm." Tian Xiangnan chuckled lightly, his gaze towards Lin Xiqing tinged with a hint of admiration. "Old Lin, you are not lacking in wit, yet perhaps due to your upbringing. Despite having encountered various experiences, you remain somewhat unseasoned by the harsh realities of society. Human nature is the most pure, yet simultaneously the most sordid, vicious, and yet capable of great kindness. You may take your time to ponder this." Chapter 6. The train malfunctioned after forcibly feeding Lin Xiqing a bowl of bitter wisdom. The two returned to their seats and recounted the earlier incident to the two young women, leaving them momentarily astounded. "Brother," Lin Xiyu chided Lin Xiqing, her expressive eyes reflecting a mix of indignation and disappointment. "What a state that person has left our family in. She is no longer my dear sister man. You cannot still be blind to Gao Man's true character, can you?" Flustered by his sister's remarks, Lin Xiqing cleared his throat. "I simply didn't react in time, thankfully. Old Tian pulled me back." Tian Xiangnan interjected, "It is indeed not entirely your brother's fault. The woman lacked any sense of decency, throwing caution to the wind. Such behavior leaves one utterly defenseless." He then turned to Xiangbei, cautioning, "You must remember to steer clear of such individuals in the future. Those who are selfish to the utmost will stop at nothing for their own gain." Xiangbei nodded obediently in response, feeling the trepidation that accompanied the thought of a woman willing to use her own integrity to ensnare others. The train journeyed on, halting intermittently, until it finally came to a slow stop after a full day and night. Although no further incidents had transpired during this duration, Tian Xiangnan felt as though his body had nearly disassembled from the relentless jolting. With a piercing screech of the brakes, the group turned their attention to the window. Outside, the scenery could only be described as a winter wonderland, with unmelting snow blanketing the ground and warm breaths escaping their mouths in frothy clouds. Looking at the Lin siblings, they were clad in long sleeves, topped with a sweater and an outer coat, yet their faces still bore a pallor from the cold. The train had halted at a clearing with a cement platform, where a sign read Milan County Train Station. Everyone disembarked, heading towards the train on the opposite platform. The duty officer responsible for sending the educated youth to the countryside called out loudly at the train's door. "Are we changing trains?" Tian Xiangnan stood up, stretched lazily, and took down a large package from the shelf, beckoning to the north and following the crowd off the train. Once he disembarked, the pervasive chill in the air became even more palpable. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, leaving him feeling as though he had received a couple of stinging slaps, rendering his cheeks numb and igniting an impulse to retreat back into the train. Crossing the somewhat weathered concrete platform, he boarded an adjacent train that appeared rather dubious at first glance. The train was indeed unorthodox, composed primarily of flatbed cars, approximately 20 in total, with only one cargo car added in the middle. A total of 40 to 50 educated youths disembarked, jostling to squeeze into the modest black car. While this vehicle might have been sealed during freight transport, it had both front and rear doors ajar when carrying passengers, creating an atmosphere akin to a corridor. Upon witnessing this arrangement, Tian Xiangnan's expression turned somewhat grim. It was already cold enough. If the train were to start moving, the draft within the car would surely be life-threatening. The accompanying educated youth officer, seasoned in such matters, also raised his voice. "Today, we are fortunate to catch the logging station's train back. Otherwise, traversing the treacherous, snowy mountain roads for dozens of miles would indeed cost us dearly. However, once the train started, it would be quite frigid. Those with cotton coats and blankets quickly retrieved them, with the male comrades huddling together and the female comrades squeezing in as well. Otherwise, by the time they reached their destination, they would be frozen stiff." Hearing the officer's call, everyone followed suit. Those wearing cotton coats donned them, while those without pulled out their blankets. Familiar faces huddled together, wrapped in blankets, which was manageable enough. They would at least be spared from frostbite. Yet, when it came to the siblings Lin Xiqing and his sister, they found themselves in a quandary. They had arrived in haste, bringing neither cotton coats nor blankets. They had intended to purchase these items upon arrival, but to their surprise, they were immediately transferred to another train, leaving them no opportunity to acquire necessary supplies. At present, the warmest clothing they wore was already on their bodies. Yet they still shivered uncontrollably, not to mention the even colder journey ahead. At that moment, Gao Man squeezed through the crowd, clutching a yellow floral blanket. "We can spare a blanket here for you. Please use it." "Thank you, but no need," Lin Xiqing replied coolly, pulling his sister to a corner of the carriage beside Tian Xiangnan. Gao Man quickly followed, her tone tinged with urgency. "I know I may have made mistakes in the past, but I will strive to amend them. This time in the countryside, I will correct my attitude, align myself with the hard-working masses, unite and contribute, adding my efforts to rural development. If you doubt my intentions, you may keep an eye on me. Please accept this blanket as a token of my atonement for my previous misdeeds." Tian Xiangnan stood awkwardly to the side, his discomfort palpable as he alternated glances between Gao Man and Lin Xiqing, seemingly trying to decipher the nature of their relationship. Lin Xiqing's expression was as frigid as snow blanketing the ground. "If you continue to meddle, I shall recount your past misdeeds for everyone to judge your character," he warned. Upon hearing this, Gao Man's face drained of color, and she dared not utter another word, retreating with a quilt in her arms, her expression one of deep grievance. Lin Xiqing rubbed his hands together and glanced at the shivering Lin Xiu beside him, his gaze eventually settling on the large parcel belonging to Tian Xiangnan. "Old Tian, does that parcel contain winter garments or blankets? This is a spare coat for me and Xiangbei. You're not considering a scheme against me, are you?" Lin Xiqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as he chuckled lightly. "Given our similar builds, and the fact that Xiangbei and Xiu are of comparable height, why not lend us those 2 sets of coats? Rest assured, I will reimburse you for the cost and tickets, even if it is a bit more. Just name your price." Tian Xiangnan could not help but shake his head, expressing his bemusement. "Ah, truly, you are the epitome of a capitalist heir, radiating an unmistakable scent of copper." As he spoke, he opened his large parcel and retrieved the winter clothing, presenting it to Lin Xiqing with a mischievous grin. However, I must confess, I am allergic to that coppery scent. It becomes addictively appealing to me, which is why I am inherently drawn to gentlemen and ladies like yourselves. Huh. Custom high-end winter coats, a mere 50 yuan per set. Tian Xiangnan's remarks elicited a mix of laughter and exasperation from the Lin siblings. Even Xiangbei could not suppress a facepalm. Fortunately, the four of them were nestled in a corner, their banter escaping the ears of others. Otherwise, Tian Xiangnan would have certainly faced a chorus of reprimands. The two sets of winter clothing he produced were separates, with jackets and trousers that could be easily donned over regular attire, providing ample warmth. He then distributed gloves and hats, ensuring each person received a complete set. These garments, a deep navy blue, harmonized beautifully among the four of them. Once clad in their winter coats, the Lin siblings gradually regained their warmth, their complexions slowly returning to a healthy hue. A long whistle echoed from the train, accompanied by the howling cold wind, as it resumed its journey. Outside, dust descended, and the young intellectuals within the carriage could only hear the chilling wind whistling through, punctuated by occasional murmurs. The dim light in the carriage flickered from a gas lamp swaying under the roof, raising concerns about its potential to fall at any moment. After approximately an hour of travel, a sudden screeching of brakes interrupted the monotony, abruptly halting the train. "Have we arrived?" asked one of the passengers, as the cold weather kept everyone too anxious to sleep. As the train came to a standstill, Tian Xiangnan and his companions, seated in the corner by the door, sensed the cessation, and he rose to peer out the carriage door. As he gazed into the abyss, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, devoid of any flickering lights. "This can't be right," murmured Tian Xiangnan, casting a glance towards the youthful cadre accompanying him. The cadre stepped towards the entrance of the carriage, peering outside for a moment, his face etched with deep perplexity. At that instant, Tian Xiangnan discerned two beams of flashlight illuminating the exterior, gradually making their way from the front of the train towards their direction. "Master, why is the train halted here?" The cadre moved to the front door, calling out to the flashlight's glow. The light flickered in response, and shortly thereafter, two soot-covered workers approached. "The train's boiler is malfunctioning. We can proceed no further," spoke the middle-aged man in a blue work uniform, his expression a portrait of despair. "What?" The cadre appeared utterly dumbfounded. "What shall we do? It's so late. Are we expected to lead the youth back on foot? That's not feasible. We cannot traverse the night." The train worker, alarmed, waved his hands urgently. "Currently, we find ourselves in the midst of Qingshan, over 10 miles away from Qingshan Brigade. If we venture out at night and encounter a pack of wolves, it could spell disaster." Just as if to validate the gravity of his words, a series of distant howls echoed from the left side of the forest, sending shivers down their spines. "Are there really wolves?" The faint howl instilled a pallor in many of the youth's faces. "Brother." Xiangbei couldn't help but clutch Tian Xiangnan's arm, her voice trembling slightly. "Fear not. We are many." Tian Xiangnan reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand before turning to the earlier speaker among the train workers. "What shall we do now?" Upon hearing his query, the two train engineers exchanged glances. The one on the left, who had spoken earlier, suggested, "It is nearly midnight. If we spend the night in the open carriage, the cold will surely pose a threat to our health. I know of a nearby cave where we can take shelter for the night. Oldley can stay here to guard the train. Once the forestry station realizes we Haven T returned on time, they will undoubtedly send someone to rescue us at dawn. But what if those left behind encounter wolves during the night?" The cadre seemed apprehensive about this arrangement. "No need to worry," Oldley, who had been silent until now, interjected. "I shall remain in the locomotive. It is warm inside due to the boiler, and the door and walls are made of thick steel. Not even a pack of wolves, let alone bears or wild boars, could breach it. When morning arrives, I will have old Wu escort you back, joining the rescue team." "Is that so?" The cadre nodded in understanding and inquired further, "How far is this cave? Will it accommodate all of us?" "Rest assured," Master Wu replied with a smile. "The cave is deep and spacious. If it's merely for temporary respite, it can comfortably house over 100 people. Moreover, it was once inhabited, and the interior was quite tidy. Simply lighting 2 small fires within the cave would render the entire space warm and cozy, far superior to the open iron carriage we currently occupied. We had previously taken refuge here on several occasions." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan felt a stir in his heart, but refrained from asking further questions due to the multitude of people around. Once the discussion concluded, Master Wu called out in a loud voice, Everyone gathered their belongings and disembarked from the front of the carriage, taking care to navigate the iron ladder without stumbling. After descending, they assembled at the designated spot and promptly fell into line, for if one were to lag behind in the dark of night amidst the desolate mountains, there would be no means of locating them. Following his call, under the assistance of 2 flashlights, the educated youth descended from the carriage one by one. Standing alongside the railway, Tian Xiangnan was the first to step down, and only upon doing so did he realize that adjacent to their train track, there lay another set of rails. The existence of 2 parallel tracks leading deep into the mountains ignited certain speculations within him. Once everyone had disembarked, Master Wu conferred once more with the youth cadre, assigning the cadre to bring up the rear to monitor the group. He then called out again, "Everyone, stay close to the beam of my flashlight. It is no jest to fall behind in the woods at this hour." After reiterating this caution, Master Wu took the lead, guiding the group along the tracks. The night was dark, and the howling mountain winds rustled the towering trees in the surrounding forest, creating a clamor. At a glance, the swaying, massive shadows loomed like ominous clouds over the hearts of the travelers, inducing a sense of dread. Suddenly, a distant wolf howl pierced the air, prompting startled gasps from the group. "Ha ha," Master Wu chuckled, offering reassurance. "Fear not. Hearing wolves in the mountains is quite normal, yet one rarely encounters them. With our party of several dozen, not even a wolf, let alone a tiger, would dare approach." Observing the growing tension within the group, Tian Xiangnan interjected, "Master Wu, I noticed we are traversing 2 tracks. This suggests that our Qingshan forest farm must be quite expansive, does it not?" "Ah, you are mistaken," Master Wu replied with a laugh. "Our forest farm only opened 2 years ago, and it was the railway that brought it to our region. These tracks were previously used by a military factory in the mountains." "What? There's a military factory in the mountains?" Master Wu's words immediately piqued the interest of the educated youth, alleviating the earlier atmosphere of fear. Tian Xiangnan was somewhat taken aback, yet this revelation validated his earlier conjecture. "Isn't the existence of a military factory supposed to be classified?" "Master Wu, aren't you concerned that the security personnel might come to speak with you?" someone in the group voiced. Master Wu, unperturbed, continued to smile as he replied, "What is there to keep secret? Those classified units were dismantled years ago. Now, only an ordinary armaments factory remains, and I've heard it too will be shut down in a few years. Once you arrive at the Qingshan Brigade, you shall understand. The previous strict requirements have since eased. The families of the armament factory frequently come to the Qingshan Brigade to exchange for some grains and vegetables, and one becomes accustomed to it after witnessing it repeatedly. Now, we are nearing the cave. Everyone should stay close together. There should still be some food left from our last visit, and perhaps we may all enjoy a warm bowl of porridge to warm our bodies." Upon hearing Master Wu's words, Tian Xiangnan could not help but recall the lingering doubts in his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Master Wu, does this imply that you occasionally rest in that cave?" "Indeed," Master Wu replied, his tone seemingly imbued with a subtle change. "This stretch of road possesses a certain malevolence. In the past, the trains from the logging site encountered issues here on several occasions. It was easier when old Huazi was around. If he lent a hand, we could resolve the problem swiftly. However, since old Huazi passed away, if the train breaks down here again, we must wait for the county to send someone to repair it the following day." "Oh, old Huazi is the individual who once resided in the cave," Master Wu elucidated further. "I heard he was once an associate professor at Ha Academy, but after facing some turmoil at home, it seems he lost his wits and secluded himself in this small cave beneath the Qingshan, surviving on hunting and ginseng gathering. He passed away only a few months ago, and it was due to our logging train breaking down here that we were able to attend to his final arrangements." An associate professor living in a cave, surviving through hunting and ginseng gathering? Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness arise within him. The intellectuals he envisioned did not possess the skills necessary to live independently amidst the mountains and forests, did they? Chapter 8. The secret within the woodpile. Just as Master Wu mentioned, after walking a short distance, they encountered a somewhat steep cliffside and illuminated by the flashlight. A dark cave indeed appeared below. Master Wu instructed the youth to wait there while he ventured inside with the flashlight. A few minutes later, a flickering yellow light emanated from within the cave. Master Wu emerged, holding a makeshift torch, and lit an oil lamp nestled within a hollow of the cave wall at the entrance. As the fire illuminated the space, the previously dim cave gradually brightened. Tian Xiangnan observed carefully. The cave was not particularly deep, measuring about 10 meters, allowing for a clear view of another oil lamp flickering at the far end. However, the cave itself was remarkably high and spacious, with an adult barely able to touch the ceiling when reaching up, and wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, exhibiting clear signs of manual excavation. According to Master Wu's earlier account, the so-called associate professor, Old Huazi, had only moved in here in the past 2 years. How could he have accomplished such a significant undertaking independently? Sensing the confusion among Tian Xiangnan and the others, Master Wu casually explained, "This cave has existed for quite some time. It was likely created by people seeking refuge during the previous turmoil. Old Huazi, for reasons unknown, found his way here a couple of years ago and made it his home. However, that individual seemed to be afflicted with some profound mental ailment, perpetually muttering and proclaiming himself a savior, capable of conjuring an endless supply of sustenance. Were it not for his advanced age, he might have been carried away by others." With this, Master Wu beckoned to the other young intellectuals. "Now, let me explain," he began. "On either side, there are woods. Gentlemen on the left, ladies on the right. Let us pair off and venture into the forest to attend to personal matters before we proceed into the cave. For safety's sake, we shall block the cave entrance with a bonfire outside, emerging only when the dawn breaks. Those who do not require to resolve personal issues should first place their belongings inside the cave and then retrieve some dry wood to prepare a fire." "What? We are to go into the woods?" Upon hearing Master Wu's words, the faces of the young female intellectuals revealed expressions of hesitation and anxiety. "There is no need to be nervous," Master Wu reassured them with a smile. "The woods are close by. You ladies may accompany one another. Should anything arise, simply call out. We will hear you from here, and there is no danger." Fortunately, with over a dozen young women present, they conferred quietly among themselves and gradually mustered their courage. Tian Xiangnan turned to his sister. "Xiangbei, you should join them as well. Just shout if you need anything." Xiangbei nodded and, along with lingzhi, joined the group heading towards the woods. The young men similarly ventured into another section of the forest. Tian Xiangnan and lingzhi, having recently resolved their own matters during the train journey, chose to remain behind, carrying their belongings into the cave. As they entered the cave and walked a few paces, Tian Xiangnan noticed a tall, movable wooden barrier still standing on the left side of the cave floor, presumably intended to block the entrance. Further inside, the cave walls bore unevenly carved notches. Some held 2 jars, while others were neatly stacked with firewood, and a few smaller notches displayed oil lamps. At the farthest end of the cave lay a large earthen bed, spacious enough to accommodate 8 or 10 individuals comfortably, accompanied by a rickety wooden table and chairs, all exuding a palpable sense of domesticity. Indeed, what a hidden hermit! Tian Xiangnan chuckled, setting down his bundle and turning back toward the large notch, where he picked up a pile of firewood to carry toward the entrance. Lingzhi followed closely behind, letting out an inexplicable sigh. To see through the tumult of worldly affairs, to distance oneself from earthly disputes, and to dwell in solitude, finding contentment. Perhaps this is not such a bad way to live. Tian Xiangnan set down the firewood and glanced at him with a bemused expression. "Is that so? Old Lin, you possess quite the enlightened disposition, don't you? Very well. When I ascend to leadership, I shall bestow this cave of serenity upon you, allowing you to meditate on Buddhist teachings and aspire for transcendence." "You rascal." Lingzhi was left both amused and exasperated by Tian Xiangnan's jest. "That was merely a metaphor, do you understand?" Of course, Tian Xiangnan understood the metaphor, but he recognized the sensitivity of such discussions and casually shifted the topic. Returning to the notch, he organized the scattered firewood and, just as he was about to lift it, his hand brushed against something soft. Tian Xiangnan felt a surge of curiosity as he pushed aside the several pieces of firewood above, retrieving a small, square package from the pile beneath. The exterior of the package appeared to be encased in the hide of some animal, which he had touched earlier. The contents, judging by their shape, resembled a book or a notebook. What could this be? Lingzhi, who had also taken notice, inquired in a hushed tone. Simultaneously, he cast a wary glance towards the cave entrance, for based on his own experiences, any book or manuscript concealed by someone was bound to bring about some troubles. Without hesitation, Tian Xiangnan unwrapped the animal hide. Inside, the smooth surface of the hide had yellowed and darkened over time, adorned with peculiar symbols and lines. Wrapped within was a blue-covered journal, its cover worn to a faded whiteness. Tian Xiangnan casually crumpled the small piece of hide and tucked it into his pocket before opening the relatively thin blue journal. The first page bore a name, Shenlanting. It appeared to belong to the journal's owner, possibly the same associate professor referred to as Old Huazi. After a brief pause, Tian Xiangnan turned to the next page. The cover stated, Special Work Log 1. He continued to flip through, arriving at the content of the first page. My world has descended into utter darkness, devoid of any brilliance. Therefore, I must find something to occupy my mind, to provide myself with a semblance of purpose, even if it is merely to prove that I still possess thoughts and am not merely a walking corpse. This urgency to engage in some endeavor has led me to embark on an absurd and ludicrous experiment. As Tian Xiangnan turned to the next page, he serendipitously noticed that nearly half a month had elapsed between the dates on the first and second pages, and the contents appeared somewhat perplexing. Why is this so? The results of the experiment have utterly upended my life. Could it be that supernatural forces truly exist? No. I prefer to believe it is merely a concoction of several substances merging into a unique catalyst. That is the most scientific, and indeed the most reasonable explanation. Chapter 9. The wolf has arrived. What is this nonsense, so disjointed? Tian Xiangnan muttered, flipping through this seemingly incoherent experiment log or diary. No wonder people around here said that Old Huazi was mentally unwell. He couldn't even write a proper record. He casually turned to the next page, instinctively checking the date. This time, the timeline was consistent, and the writer's mental state seemed somewhat calmer. The content was no longer so abrupt. The taste of the hastily ripened crops is surprisingly superior to the ordinary, exceeding my expectations. Before me, a glimmer of hope seems to reemerge. I contacted my former colleagues, eager to report my findings. However, upon reaching the next page, he discovered that 2 months had inexplicably elapsed. Damn it, why can no one believe me? Why does everyone perceive me as a madman? No, it is not I who am insane, but rather this world. One day, you will all come to regret your judgments. You undoubtedly will. As Shenlanting leafed through the blue journal, he discovered that the back pages contained dense writing, the ink faded and dry, indicating they were not recent entries. Just as he contemplated turning a few more pages, sharp cries echoed from outside the cave. Help! Wolves! Don't scatter! Return to the cave! A sudden chill gripped Tian Xiangnan's heart as he hastily tucked the journal into his coat, seizing a stout branch and swiftly making his way outside. Lin Xiqing had already dashed ahead of him. There really are wolves. Run! Upon emerging from the cave, Tian Xiangnan heard his younger sister, Tian Xiangbei, calling from the edge of the woods. Everyone, remain calm. Head back to the cave. If you wander into the woods alone, no one will be able to save you. The dim light of the moon illuminated the snowy ground, revealing several indistinct figures stumbling towards them from the right. Xiangbei, Xia, Tian Xiangnan called out anxiously, gripping his makeshift weapon as he approached, with Lin Xiqing closely following. Brother, we're fine, came a response from the crowd. Tian Xiangnan hurried to the front of the group, scanning for the familiar faces of Xiangbei and Lin Xia. Xiangbei, did you really encounter wolves? Under the pale moonlight, the girls appeared somewhat pallid, prompting him to confirm once more. Xiangbei nodded nervously. Yes, we all saw them, and there was more than one. Tian Xiangnan let out a sharp breath, glancing back towards the woods, where, in the indistinct moonlight, he thought he discerned several dark shapes drawing nearer. Let us go back, he urged, feeling the tension rise within him. Without further ado, he grasped Xiangbei's hand and returned to the cave entrance. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the cave's mouth. The male youths, alerted by the commotion, had swiftly returned, likely frightened back by the threat. They clustered anxiously, peering towards the direction of the noise. Seeing them arrive, Master Wu and the youth cadre approached with grave expressions. How is everyone? Is everyone all right? Tian Xiangnan shook his head, surveying the assembly. Should we account for everyone? The youth cadre waved him off. I counted earlier. Everyone is present. Thankfully, no mishaps have occurred. What do you mean thankfully? Gao Man in the crowd could no longer contain herself. We were nearly devoured by wolves. Do you have any idea how perilous it was just now? As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the train driver, Master Wu. What kind of route have you brought us on? Instead of staying in a safe carriage, you led us to this cave, where we encountered wolves and almost lost our lives. What were you thinking? Master Wu opened his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment. Your behavior is truly ungrateful, isn't it? That train car is typically used for transporting goods. Even a rat could slip through the large gaps in the door. Even if we close the door for you, with the mountain wind blowing at night, it's akin to a drafty metal coffin. Wouldn't you freeze to death? I kindly brought you to this cave, not out of obligation, but out of concern for your well-being. I should have just left you in the car to freeze into ice cubes, it seems. Moreover, it was the Qing mountain team that specifically requested our forestry train to transport you back. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to walk back on your own tomorrow. Gao Man, taken aback by Master Wu's scolding, appeared somewhat guilty, her previously reddened face resembling that of a frostbitten person, and her voice gradually diminished. There are dangers with wolves, aren't there? So what if there are wolves? Have they bitten you? Being unjustly criticized left Master Wu feeling rather displeased. And his tone was far from polite. We are in the mountains. The little Qing mountain is merely the periphery. Once you reach the Qing mountain team, you'll encounter countless creatures within the great Qing mountain throughout the year. If you truly fear both wolves and dogs, then you should hastily pack your things and go back. Who indulged you in these bad habits as a reformed, educated youth? Gao Man's expression darkened considerably, and just as she was about to retort, her sleeve was tugged by Zhang Feng beside her. Following her gaze, Gao Man's face turned pale once more. Tian Xiangnan's eyes swept over the approaching shadows in the distance, and he involuntarily tightened his grip on the wooden stick. Master Wu. The educated youth also pulled at Master Wu, pointing towards the darkened area with a trembling voice. There really are wolves. Master Wu glanced back, surveying the surroundings, before turning with evident impatience. Just a few beasts. Look at how frightened you are. Hurry inside the cave. Once I light the fire, they will soon leave. With that, Master Wu ushered the group of educated youths into the cave, arranging the dry wood at the entrance, forming a pile, while leaving a small gap for passage. He then produced a flat iron kettle from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, and poured its contents over the wood pile before retrieving a match. Tian Xiangnan, standing nearby, could distinctly smell the gasoline, and couldn't help but grimace. Boom! The flames surged from the pile, and as the mountain wind swept through the forest, waves of warmth were blown into the cave, gradually warming the interior. Chapter 10. The peculiar woman Tian Xiangnan had initially intended to converse further with Master Wu to glean more information about the Qing mountain team. However, after the long journey, fatigue overcame him, and before he could utter much, he drifted off into a light slumber. When he awoke again, the fire outside had already extinguished, and upon seeing the light outside, Tian Xiangnan couldn't resist rubbing his eyes. As soon as he made a move, the individual leaning beside her, Xiangbei, awakened as well. Let us depart and take a look outside. After dozing against the wall for several hours, coupled with the fatigue from their journey, Tian Xiangnan stretched his limbs, feeling an array of aches throughout his body, realizing he needed to recuperate properly. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, he observed Master Wu leaning against one side, holding a copper smoking pipe, taking leisurely puffs, a look of contentment gracing his face. Tian Xiangnan surveyed the surroundings. The wolves from the previous night had vanished, leaving only the chaotic paw prints in the snow as evidence of their existence. Master Wu, Tian Xiangnan extracted a cigarette from his pocket, politely offering one to him. Upon seeing Wu accept it, he quickly struck a match to light it. When shall we set off? Master Wu chuckled, shaking his head, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before responding. We must wait for the mechanic from the forestry station to arrive. Only after the repairs can we return. Tian Xiangnan seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, expressing surprise. And what about us? As for you, Master Wu replied with a smile. It is likely that someone from your team will come to fetch you shortly. A sense of foreboding arose within Tian Xiangnan. How far is it to Qingshan Brigade from here? Not too far, Master Wu reassured him. Shao Qingshan connects with the Qingshan. You can follow the railway. And after about 10 li, you will reach Qingshan Brigade. 10 li? Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but smile wryly. Traversing 10 li in this snow-covered mountain, even if the path beside the railway is somewhat easier, is certainly no trivial task. As the two conversed, the young intellectuals in the cave gradually began to awaken. Each gathered their belongings and congregated at the entrance, many faces turning grim upon hearing the news. Ah, your transport has arrived, Master Wu remarked, discarding his cigarette butt and gesturing towards a direction down the slope. Tian Xiangnan turned to see a figure slowly approaching from afar, beside the railway outside the forest. The person was clad in a dark red cotton coat, a grayish-yellow scarf, and a sheepskin cap, riding on a large sled drawn by a horse, occasionally calling out commands. Is this person here to pick us up? Tian Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, surprised to see that the Qingshan Brigade had sent a woman to retrieve them. A clear indication of their disdain for this group of young intellectuals. Let us descend. He called to Lin Xiqing and the others as the figure neared the spot where they had halted the train the previous day. Leading Xiangbei, he descended the slope first. The other young intellectuals hesitated for a moment before following in small groups. After descending the slope and walking a short distance, they arrived beside the railway, where the woman driving the large sled approached them. Comrade, are you the one sent by Qingshan Brigade to fetch us? Tian Xiangnan called out. The woman lifted her head upon hearing him, momentarily leaving Tian Xiangnan taken aback. Before me stood a woman, her delicate visage framed by a sheepskin cap. Her complexion was fair, her face shaped like a willow seed, with a prominent nose and slightly sunken eye sockets. Her large, expressive eyes resembled tranquil autumn waters, and within their depths shimmered a hint of blue, suggesting a trace of foreign ancestry. She seemed accustomed to the astonished gazes of those around her, merely casting a glance at us, the young intellectuals, before guiding her aged horse to turn around. The captain sent me to fetch you. Her voice was somewhat frosty. Carry your own belongings if they are few. If you cannot manage, place some on the sled. The snow along the way has nearly melted, and the sled cannot bear too heavy a load. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Even Tian Xiangnan could not suppress a smirk. He and Xiangbei had arrived with 2 bundles, one large and one small. The larger contained their spare cotton clothing along with seasonal garments. After giving 2 sets of cotton clothes to Lin Xiqing and his sister, the remaining bundle felt considerably lighter. However, the smaller bundle contained books, medications, and some provisions, weighing at least 20 pounds. While manageable under ordinary circumstances, the thought of traversing 7 or 8 kilometers through the snowy mountains with such a burden made Tian Xiangnan apprehensive. Initially, he intended to place his bundle on the sled, but upon hearing the woman's directive, he hesitated to step forward. In that moment of indecision, the female intellectuals swiftly filled the seemingly ample sled with their belongings. Some bolder male intellectuals took the opportunity to shove a few packages onto it as well. Observing this, the woman's expression grew even colder. I have stated before, only those who truly cannot carry their belongings may place them on the sled. The male comrades must carry their own packages. She turned her gaze towards 2 or 3 of the female intellectuals who had empty hands. Your items are few and appear light. You should carry them yourselves. Why should we? The voice that protested was not Gao Man, but another female intellectual, her complexion slightly darker, with small eyes and thin lips. She stood with her hands on her hips, her face etched with indignation. Isn't this sled meant to assist us? Why are we not allowed to use it? The woman merely cast a cold glance at her and approached the sled, removing several packages and unceremoniously tossing them onto the snow. For no particular reason. The sled is mine, and the horse is mine. I decide what is to be carried. Seemingly unperturbed, she continued to remove the packages from the sled. Witnessing her actions, the expressions of those who had placed their belongings on the sled shifted. Some were furious, others embarrassed, while many cast disapproving glances at the earlier protesting female intellectual. Once she had emptied the sled, she led her horse away, casually remarking, "Those wishing to go to Qingshan Brigade may follow me. Those who do not wish to walk can remain here and wait for the train to be repaired. However, whether it will take a day or 3 is uncertain." Chapter 11. The 4 advance. How could this person behave in such a manner? Witnessing the woman simply walking away, the educated youth, including Tian Xiangnan and his companions, were momentarily taken aback. Surely, this individual is far too audacious. Consequently, all eyes turned towards the educated youth officer. Perceiving their stares, the officer wore a look of helplessness. He shrugged his shoulders and declared, "Comrades, my duty is to escort you to the Qingshan Brigade or facilitate a handover with their representatives. Since the Qingshan Brigade has come to receive you, then you." Though his words remained unfinished, the implication was abundantly clear. He would not assume responsibility for this situation. Regardless of how the Qingshan Brigade treated these educated youth, his task had been fulfilled. The group could choose to accompany that comrade directly to the Qingshan Brigade. However, the educated youth officer seemed somewhat apprehensive. After a moment's reflection, he added for precaution, alternatively, "You may opt to wait until the train from the forest farm is repaired and then take a ride back." Ultimately, The officer resolved to remain for a couple more days to personally ensure the handover of all educated youth to the Qingshan Brigade. After all, this trip would not consume too much time. Moreover, the primary reason was that he had no means of returning at present. Why wait at all? Tian Xiangnan muttered under his breath, contemplating the situation. After a moment, he slung his bag over his shoulder and signaled to Xiangbei to follow him. Let us head over first. Without hesitation, Xiangbei grasped his small bundle of clothes and trailed closely behind. Behind them, Lin Xiqing hesitated for a moment before hastily catching up with Lin Xia. After Tian Xiangnan quickly closed the distance to the two, Lin Xiqing lowered his voice. Are we truly going to follow this female comrade back? None of the others are accompanying us. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan glanced back and noticed that, aside from their quartet, not a single other educated youth had chosen to follow. It appeared that those individuals indeed intended to wait for the train to be repaired and then head to the registration office with the officer. Why concern ourselves with them? It's wise for us to see the situation ourselves, he replied nonchalantly. Seeing Tian Xiangnan's indifference, Lin Xiqing was at a loss for words. He glanced at the woman making her way ahead with the sled and continued, Aren't you the least bit worried? Worried about what? Tian Xiangnan responded with a puzzled expression. Wolves, Lin Xiqing said, his voice tinged with anxiety. There are wild beasts in these mountains. You saw it last night. It's just the four of us. And we have to traverse quite a distance through the mountains. What if we encounter some danger? You needn't fret about that. Tian Xiangnan replied with a feigned air of mystery, discreetly pointing towards the horse pulling the sled ahead. What do you see there? Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiqing followed his gesture. He noticed that the horse's sides were adorned with small cloth bags, and in the left bag, a long, slender object was protruding, revealing part of a wooden handle. Is that a gun? Upon observing the shape of that object, Lin Xiqing pondered momentarily before involuntarily exclaiming, What is the fuss about? Tian Xiangnan regarded him with a hint of surprise. You surely have handled a gun before, haven't you? He found Lin Xiqing's reaction somewhat exaggerated. In this era, every town and county selected militia from various villages, and institutions like their factory had security departments. A normal adult would have ample opportunity to handle firearms if they desired. For instance, although Tian Xiangnan had a rather unimpressive reputation at the factory, he had indeed had his share of encounters with guns, even managing to participate in target practice a few times, rendering him quite familiar with the concept. Lin Xiqing seemed somewhat embarrassed by the question, offering an awkward smile before swiftly changing the subject. What I meant to ask is, what is this comrade doing? Why is she carrying a gun? Is she perhaps a member of the Qingshan Brigade? Not necessarily, Tian Xiangnan replied, shaking his head. Don't forget, we are in the old mountains of northeast China. Which village doesn't have a few hunters? Owning a gun is hardly remarkable. With that, he tightened the bundle on his back and quickened his pace. Why ponder so much? At the very least, having a gun makes our journey somewhat safer. At that moment, the woman ahead deliberately slowed her pace, allowing the group to catch up swiftly. Upon approaching, Tian Xiangnan greeted her warmly. Hello, comrade. Thank you for making this journey to meet us. I am Tian Xiangnan, and this is my sister, Tian Xiangbei. These two are fellow youths from Shanghai, Lin Xiqing and Lin Xia, also siblings. Perhaps due to Tian Xiangnan's cordial demeanor, the woman's expression softened as she nodded at the group. No need for such formality. This is also part of my duties, and I earn work points for it. She then glanced at the bundles in their hands. Since it's just the four of you, why not place all your packages on the sled? It will save you some energy for the journey. Is that appropriate? Tian Xiangnan responded, feeling a surge of surprise. Despite his words of modesty, he swiftly seized the package from Tian Xiangbei's hands and placed it onto the sled, casually discarding the smaller bundle of books from his shoulder. Lin Xiqing, initially tempted, hesitated upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's remarks. However, by the time he deliberated, Tian Xiangnan had already organized everything efficiently, leaving the youth from Shanghai utterly astonished. Please place yours on as well, the woman said, disregarding Tian Xiangnan's insincerity, and turned to Lin Xiqing. You'll be traversing over 10 miles of mountainous terrain. Carrying all this will surely be exhausting. All right, Lin Xiqing replied, nodding obediently, feeling too bashful to jest like Tian Xiangnan. He then placed his and his sister's bundles on the sled and expressed his gratitude to the woman. Thank you, comrade. Enough with the comrade business. My surname is also Lin. I'm Lin Qing, a member of the 4th Squad of the Qingshan Brigade. Just call me by my name. Oh, comrade Lin Qing. This beautiful woman named Lin Qing seemed at a loss for words. her lips twitching slightly without further utterance. Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xiqing's awkward demeanor. It was evident that he had yet to adjust to the transition from an urban youth to a rural educated youth. Lingzhi, he cheerfully approached her. Sister, could you share with us the current situation of the Qingshan Brigade? What the brigade is like, you'll find out once we arrive, she replied tersely, seemingly unaccustomed to Tian Xiangnan's familiarity. Undeterred, he pressed on with an unabashed persistence. Lingzhi, since we have nothing much to do on the road, let us chat casually. It would be beneficial for us to get acquainted with the situation. All right then. Lin Xing seemed somewhat resigned. She gently patted the horse's rear, calling out to urge it forward, before turning to Tian Xiangnan. Our land lies at the foot of the great Qingshan, originally called Lingzhi, inhabited predominantly by the Lin family. It was quite renowned in our vicinity, due to the advantageous terrain of Lingzhi, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with a sprawling valley in the center, and a large reservoir to the east along with a stony river. The elders of our village often claim that it is a rare treasure land within a radius of several hundred miles, where no one has ever starved throughout history. Later, the soldiers established an armaments factory in the mountains, and subsequently, a forestry farm was built outside our village, which brought considerable activity to the area, particularly in recent years. The armaments factory has become less secretive, and many families have left their hometowns to relocate to the Great Qingshan. Moreover, during the busy summer and autumn periods at the forestry farm, there are no less than several thousand people in the vicinity of the Great Qingshan. Furthermore, our Lingzhi serves as the sole thoroughfare to the Great Qingshan, with all entries and exits passing through our area. Consequently, the county leaders decided to establish the Qingshan Brigade there, relocating the surrounding villages of Sanlitan, Beishantan, and Zhangjiatin. They even set up a supply and marketing cooperative, a mountain product station, and a health clinic. I've heard that they plan to establish a primary school this year as well. You have a supply and marketing cooperative and a health clinic? Isn't that akin to a commune? Tian Xiangnan listened with astonishment, inwardly elated. The presence of these amenities would undoubtedly add a layer of convenience and security to their future lives. I heard they initially intended to establish a cooperative, but our scale is too small. The combined population of the four villages is merely around 1,000. Bringing in people from afar would be too cumbersome. So they opted to form the Qingshan Brigade instead. Are the residents of the other villages willing to move to your location? There's an old saying that home is hard to part with, especially since the elders tend to be nostalgic. Lin Xiqing interjected with curiosity. What is there to be unwilling about? Lin Qing casually replied. In our region, we possess splendid flatlands nestled within the valleys, which are certainly superior to the rugged terrain found in their mountain hollows. The inhabitants of those few villages expressed immense joy upon hearing the news of relocating here. They hurried over 2 years prior. With such a multitude moving to your locale, do the residents of your village not harbor any objections? Lin Xiqing inquired, persistently following up. What objections could there be? We would welcome them with open arms. Lin Qing replied with a shake of her head. Our village lies at the foot of the majestic Qing Mountain, and each year, the beasts from the mountains wreak havoc. Having more people around enhances our safety. Moreover, as a result of this development, the authorities have granted our Lin family village subsidies for every household. And what of the land? How will it be allocated? Lin Xia interjected unexpectedly. The siblings, perhaps due to their upbringing, possessed a keen insight into the matter. The land we originally held remains under the purview of our fourth team. The newcomers from the 3 villages must cultivate their own plots. There lies a vast expanse of flat land, which upon cultivation will yield at least several thousand acres, ample work for the 3 new teams. Nevertheless, the authorities have instituted a policy whereby the 3 teams will be exempt from paying grain taxes for 3 years and will receive annual grain subsidies. Our fourth team, while lacking the subsidy, is also exempt from grain taxes for 3 years, after which all will contribute equally. This implies that if we, the educated youth who have relocated, are assigned to one of the other 3 teams, we shall indeed partake in the cultivation efforts, correct? Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan pondered thoughtfully. That seems likely. Lin Qing replied casually. However, there is also the possibility of joining the work team in constructing houses for the brigade. Earlier this year, the brigade established a brick factory. During the idle spring and summer months, a considerable number of brick molds were prepared, and with the recent cold spell, the factory has commenced firing bricks. Currently, our village is also undergoing construction. Last night, while I was accepting a task, I overheard that they would soon begin building a youth center for you. What? Our youth center isn't completed yet? Where shall we reside? Tian Xiangnan's face contorted into a wry smile upon hearing this. Who knows? It all depends on the arrangements made by the brigade, Lingzhi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards the forest on the left, furrowing her brow, and strode forward, swiftly retrieving a firearm from the cloth bag on her horse's back. What's wrong? The suddenness of her action rendered the others somewhat tense. It's nothing, she murmured, calmly handling the hunting rifle in her hands. At that moment, Tian Xiangnan discerned that the weapon was merely an antiquated firearm, seemingly modified to a shorter length. Upon realizing the true nature of the gun, a twinge of regret welled within him. This contraption is merely a fade, capable of scaring off intruders, but utterly ineffective against a pack of wolves. Lingzhi proceeded to load the gun with gunpowder and iron shot, firmly packing it down before lifting the short-barreled firearm towards the sky and pulling the trigger. Boom! Before they could react, a deafening explosion resonated, leaving their ears ringing with a dull thrum. Surprisingly, despite being a mere fade, the sound it produced was anything but insignificant, especially in this unique terrain. Nestled between two towering mountains, the atmosphere was akin to a thunderclap. With a resounding gunshot echoing, several birds took flight in a flurry from the surrounding woods, transforming the previously tranquil forest into an eerie silence. Let's go, Lingzhi said, retrieving a piece of iron wire and cotton cloth to clean the gun barrel while beckoning to the others. Her expression remained as calm as if she had merely sneezed moments before. Tian Xiangnan and Tian Xiangbei quickly followed suit, their faces betraying little change in demeanor. However, Lin Xiqing coughed awkwardly, urging Lin Xia to hasten her pace. Chapter 13. Trouble in the village traversing the snow-laden mountains proved to be unimaginably arduous. Although Tian Xiangnan had mentally prepared himself, after several hours of trudging, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If it was challenging for him, one could only imagine the plight of the other three. Lin Xiqing fared slightly better, though his complexion was pale, panting heavily, with beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Both Tian Xiangbei and Lin Xia appeared on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, they had a sled pulled by a horse. During the stretch of particularly deep snow, the two girls took turns resting on the sled for a brief respite. Thus, they journeyed from the early morning of early spring until the sun hung high in the sky. As they rounded a bend on the mountainside, the view opened up magnificently before them. At the foot of the towering peaks lay a vast plain, bisected by a river over 10 meters wide. In the distance, an even more majestic mountain range extended into the horizon. At the center of the plain, where the river flowed, stood several grayish-yellow buildings. White columns of smoke were rising from these drab structures, creating a tranquil and warm tableau. This was the Qingshan Production Brigade, Lingzhi announced to her companions. Through their journey together, it was evident that she held a favorable impression of the two pairs of siblings. It's already noon. Let me take you to my home first. I'll prepare some food for you before we seek out the team leader. That would be inappropriate. We should go directly to find the team leader, Tian Xiangnan insisted, genuinely deferring this time. After all, the times had changed. In this era, everything was collective. The food distributed to individuals was truly scarce. Without a close relationship, it was unseemly to impose on someone else's provisions. Not a problem. You've traveled quite a distance, and I can only imagine how hungry you must be. If you feel uncomfortable, you can simply repay me when the rations are distributed, Lingzhi replied sincerely. Observing Tian Xiangnan. This morning, she had felt somewhat awkward about his familiarity, but after their journey, her perception of this young man had shifted. The arduous trek through snow and mud over 10 miles would be daunting even for those accustomed to the mountains like herself. Throughout the journey, Lingzhi, along with the other two girls, and even Lin Xiqing, had taken turns resting on the sled. Only Tian Xiangnan selflessly relinquished his rest time for the others, resolutely making his way here alone. Though he was weary and worn, he never uttered a single complaint. In the vernacular of their region, this tall young man was deemed responsible, akin to a stalwart figure capable of bearing burdens. Lingzhi had occasionally overheard discussions among the team leaders regarding the origins of this group of educated youths. However, her perspective had now shifted. With such a character, how malevolent could one truly be? All right, Sister Lin, let us proceed to your home. Once the grain is distributed, we shall promptly return it to you. Upon hearing Lingzhi's words, Tian Xiangnan readily agreed. He had scarcely eaten since morning, and had walked tirelessly all morning. He was indeed both fatigued and famished. Yet, he resolved that once they settled in, he would immediately procure some food to repay her for her kindness. "Let us go," Lingzhi said, leading the way with the horse in tow, while the others hastened to follow behind. "Xiangbei, how are you faring?" Tian Xiangnan cast a worried glance at his sister. Xiangbei's breath was slightly labored. Her once rosy cheeks had paled somewhat, yet her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she smiled at him. "Brother, fret not. I took ample breaks along the way. You, however, have walked the entire distance. Once we settle, I shall prepare some warm water for you to soak your feet. We mustn't let you catch a chill. Do not worry. I am in good health. This journey is nothing to me," Tian Xiangnan replied with a smile, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out ahead, laced with an insufferable tone that made one involuntarily frown. Tian Xiangnan and the others turned to see a few figures clad in earthy yellow cotton coats squatting by a low wall at the village entrance, each holding bowls and chopsticks, gazing at their group. Upon hearing the earlier taunt, these individuals could not help but snicker, their faces adorned with distasteful grins. "Zhang Ergu, is there excrement in your bowl?" "Your words reek," Lingzhi retorted defiantly. "Have you eaten enough? If not, you can always fetch more from the dung pit behind the house. I assure you, I won't tell the team leader about your little indulgence." At Lingzhi's sharp retort, one of the scrawny ruffians changed color momentarily before breaking into a lewd grin. "Sister Lin, you needn't worry. My family's grain supply is ample. Unlike you who, in pursuit of a morsel, will do anything for the brigade. Look, here you are, out in the dead of night, returning with 2 men. If your brother Lingzhi finds out, he might come looking for you." At the filthy words of that rogue, Lingzhi's face turned a shade of fury. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. Behind her, Tian Xiangnan furrowed his brow, his gaze towards the speaker tinged with disdain. "Brother," Xiangbei gently tugged at him, pressing a bundle into his hand. Tian Xiangnan lowered his head and discovered a fist-sized clod of earth in his hand. To his surprise, 2 striking young women were nestled within it. Just then, the fellow known as Zhang Ergu seemed to have noticed something, letting out an odd cry towards Xiangbei and her companions. "Hey, where did you 2 lovely ladies come from? Are you here looking for a husband?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a mud-smeared clod exploded against his face, eliciting a pained shriek as he fell onto the ground. Tian Xiangnan flexed his wrist, casting a triumphant glance at his sister. Xiangbei's eyes sparkled with delight as she subtly gave him a thumbs up with her delicate hand. Lin Xiqing and his sister stood by, utterly astonished. "How dare you strike me?" Zhang Ergu scrambled to his feet, his lips split and bloodied, his expression a mask of rage as he glared at Tian Xiangnan. The others around him quickly followed suit, their gazes turning menacing. "Let's take him down." Zhang Ergu threw down the bowl he was holding and seized a stout door bolt, rushing towards Tian Xiangnan and his companions with several others in tow. Lingzhi, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. She had not anticipated Tian Xiangnan's sudden aggression, and as Zhang Ergu and his companions approached wielding clubs, she promptly stepped in front of Tian Xiangnan's group, her voice firm. "Zhang Ergu, they are merely new educated youths. If you dare to cause trouble, I will inform the team leader of your bullying." As she spoke, Lingzhi turned back to Tian Xiangnan, her tone urgent. "You all need to leave quickly. None of Zhang Ergu's group are good people, and I might not be able to hold them off. Hurry to the brigade office up ahead." "Thanks, Lingzhi," Tian Xiangnan replied with a peculiar smile, casually rolling his neck before darting past her. Bang. Chapter 14. Tian's intentions. Lingzhi was momentarily stunned as she watched the chaos unfold. She had not expected this seemingly carefree individual to possess such a volatile temper, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Tian Xiangnan first kicked Zhang Ergu down, then deftly dodged a punch from another assailant, seizing his arm and executing a swift shoulder throw. Bang! The impact was substantial, leaving the assailant gasping for air, unable to rise. Wow! With Tian Xiangnan dispatching 2 opponents in quick succession, the remaining 3 were momentarily taken aback. "This kid is surprisingly skilled," remarked the oldest among them, turning to the shortest of the trio. "Wuyou, go fetch some help and bring uncle along. I refuse to believe we can be bullied right at our doorstep." Before he could finish his sentence, Tian Xiangnan landed a punch squarely on his eye, causing him to yelp in pain and retreat, clutching his face. "Oh my!" Witnessing Tian Xiangnan's ferocity, the smallest boy among the 3 exclaimed, turning on his heels and sprinting back towards the village, shouting as he ran. "Help! Outsiders have invaded our village and are bullying us. The Zhang family team is no longer around. Everyone, come and see." As his voice echoed, the villagers emerged from their courtyards, gradually gathering around. Observing this scene, Lin Qing felt a surge of anxiety and quickly implored Tian Xiangnan, "Tian, cease the fighting. These people are all from Zhangjiaton, and they will certainly side with their own. Once they arrive, you will regret it. Come with me. I will take you to our team leader, Uncle Montsong. Where are we going?" Just then, Ergo, who had been kicked down, rose to his feet. Wiping the blood from his mouth, his face contorted with resentment as he glared at them. "You've beaten us, brothers, and think you can just walk away? If you manage to leave Qingshan Brigade today, I'll take your surname." As he spoke, he saw several neighbors approaching and, covering his still bleeding mouth, raised his voice. "The elders and youngsters of the Zhang family, look at how these outsiders have assaulted us. I merely inquired where Lin Qing had brought these people from. And lo and behold, I was met with a brick to the face. Clearly, they hold us in contempt." The villagers, initially drawn by curiosity, began to regard Tian Xiangnan and his companions with increasingly hostile glances. Regardless of Ergo's usual unsavory demeanor, he and his brothers were still from Zhangjiaton. People have an innate tendency to rally against outsiders, and witnessing their fellow villagers being bullied by strangers stirred a protective instinct among them, prompting even those who typically disdained Ergo to unite in defense of their own. Sensing the growing animosity in the crowd, Lin Xiyu appeared to envision a dire outcome and quickly lowered her head, her complexion paling as her arm trembled slightly under the weight of her bag. "What's wrong?" Beside her, Xiangbei noticed her distress and gently took her arm, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, nothing will happen." Reassured by his words, Lin Xiyu's expression softened somewhat. "Brother, hurry." Xiangbei turned to call out to Tian Xiangnan. Tian Xiangnan, arms crossed, was observing Ergo's blustering when he noticed several young men around him beginning to be incited. He could hardly ignore it. This scoundrel dared to insult his sister. Today, he must leave a lasting impression on him. Although Tian Xiangnan had once been reckless, having spent 8 years in prison to avenge his sister's honor, he was now reborn and would not act thoughtlessly as before. While it might seem foolish to stir up trouble upon entering the village, he had indeed contemplated the situation carefully. This was not a village of a single surname, but a newly formed melting pot. The villagers would not entirely unite against outsiders. Moreover, Zhang Erge's foul mouth truly exacerbated matters. Tian Xiangnan's desire to create a scene today, aside from delivering a proper lesson to Zhang Ergu, was primarily to establish his authority. Being new to the environment, his only asset was his own fists. He hoped that after today, everyone in the Qingshan Brigade would recognize that he, Tian Xiangnan, was not to be trifled with. This way, no one would dare to target him and his sister in the future, thus sparing them considerable trouble. "If you are unconvinced, then come at me together, instead of squabbling like a pack of old women. If you hesitate any longer, I shall take my leave." Seeing Zhang Ergu inciting others to assist him, Tian Xiangnan decided to stoke the flames further, casting a disdainful glance at those who had gathered around. Upon hearing his words, even those who initially sympathized with Zhang Ergu now regarded him with a flicker of anger in their eyes. "Gentlemen, you have all witnessed this fellow's arrogance. How dare he act so brazenly on our Zhang family's territory? If we do not teach him a lesson now, he will surely take advantage of us in the future. Indeed, let us teach him a lesson. Yes, let us deal with this scoundrel." As Zhang Ergu and his companions rallied, the collective fury of the crowd erupted. In an instant, 7 or 8 young men rolled up their sleeves and moved towards Tian Xiangnan. The scene quickly devolved into chaos. In these times, entertainment was scarce. Yet such brawls were commonplace. Onlookers simply regarded it as a spectacle, occasionally offering advice and encouragement. Some even went home to fetch their bowls of rice, returning to watch the fray as if it were a grand performance. As the melee raged on, 2 figures in the distance approached slowly. One was a frail old man in his 40s or 50s, clad in a dark blue cotton coat, slightly hunched over, with a copper pipe in hand, taking intermittent puffs as he walked. Beside him was another elderly gentleman of similar age, wearing glasses and a cheerful expression. "Old Zhang, it's about time Lin Qing should bring back those young folks," he remarked. "You ought to temper your temperament. Even if you feel discontented, you must maintain a cordial facade to avoid drawing criticism." "TCH, the old man puffing on the pipe scoffed. What are their opinions? What can they do?" After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he cast a dissatisfied glance at his jovial companion. I told you from the start we shouldn't have taken in those loafers. But you insisted on taking charge. Just wait and see. Once they return, they'll only bring you trouble. There won't be enough hours in your day to manage it. Come now, when those young folks arrive, do refrain from such comments, the cheerful elder urged. After all, these children are responding to the nation's call to assist in the development of rural foundations. Humph. The old man with the pipe interjected dismissively, cutting off his companion's words. Don't assume I'm unaware. I had inquired earlier, and it appears that the 2 batches allocated to us are fundamentally flawed. To put it plainly, they have been sent here as a form of punishment. What do you mean by punishment? Observing his unyielding demeanor, the elderly gentleman became somewhat anxious, the smile on his face diminishing. Such remarks should not be uttered in front of others in the future. After a brief pause, his tone softened again, and he spoke earnestly. After all, they are merely a group of children who have left their homes to come to us. It is possible that they will eventually take root here. We ought to treat them with a measure of kindness. While we need not extend any special privileges, at the very least, we should offer them equal treatment as we do to the villagers. Surely that is reasonable? All right, I shall heed your counsel. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, the smoking elder's tone also relaxed somewhat. As long as they remain obedient, I assure you that they will receive fair treatment in the future. Is that acceptable? Just then, as the 2 were conversing, a half-grown boy came running, panting heavily. Uncle Lin, Uncle Man, you must come quickly. My brothers are being beaten. Zhang Monsong glanced at the boy, exhaling a puff of smoke, and responded nonchalantly. What? Did Dagu and Ergu cause trouble again? No, my second brother did not instigate anything today. Xiao Wuzi's words betrayed a hint of guilt. It's just that the boy brought back by Sister Lin is too aggressive. Without a word, he started throwing punches and thoroughly thrashed my second brother. What? Lin Dashan's eyes widened at this revelation. You mean the person brought back by Lin Qing got into a fight with Zhang Ergu? See, I told you. Zhang Monsong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Dashan. To dare strike someone right after arriving in the village. Mark my words, you will regret this. His tone seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Dashan rolled his eyes and retorted, enough with the nonsense. Hurry and go check it out before it escalates into something worse. Without further delay, they quickened their pace towards the southern end of the village. From a distance, they could see a crowd gathered in uproar, punctuated by gasps and bursts of laughter. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Zhang Ergu and a group surrounding and beating up Tian Xiangnan. As he saw 7 or 8 people attacking a single individual, Lin Dashan's expression changed, and he was about to shout a warning. However, Zhang Monsong pulled him back. Hold on, let us observe for a moment. Lin Dashan, puzzled, turned to him, only to find Zhang Monsong watching with keen interest as Tian Xiangnan dodged and retaliated against the throng. Amidst the astonished exclamations from the onlookers, within just over a minute, 4 or 5 of the attackers had already fallen, clutching their stomachs or thighs while groaning in pain. Seeing their companions incapacitated, the remaining few hesitated, unwilling to continue the assault. Even Lin Dashan stood in stunned silence. This kid, Zhang Monsong chuckled coldly, casting a malevolent glance at Tian Xiangnan. This young man possesses remarkable skills. Generally, 7 or 8 individuals would find themselves outmatched by him. Just now, he seemed to be toying with this group of foolish youngsters. Upon hearing this, Lin Dashan smacked his lips, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It appears that he is indeed a source of concern. He glanced again at Lin Xiqing, who stood beside Lin Qing, furrowing his brow. Wasn't it said that there were 4 to 5 dozen educated youth in the previous group? Why are there only these few? Zhang Monsong tapped his pipe against his shoe and casually replied, what else could it be? They probably don't want to traverse the mountain trails and are hoping to take the train instead. Lin Dashan felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth, shaking his head. He pushed through the crowd and called out loudly, what are you all doing? It's the middle of the day. Instead of having a proper meal and preparing for the afternoon work, you're here fooling around, right? Oh, the secretary and the team leader are here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone greeted them, parting to make way. Lin Dashan, upon entering the throng, yelled at those who were fighting. Zhang Monsong stood nearby, casting a cold glance at Tian Xiangnan, then shifting his gaze to Zhang Ergu. Ergu, you've caused trouble again, haven't you? Uncle, Zhang Ergu replied, clutching his stomach, which had been kicked during the scuffle. He could barely straighten up, a grimace on his face, blood trickling from his chin. Uncle, do I look like someone who stirs up trouble? He pointed at Tian Xiangnan. The problem is this guy is too arrogant. Without a word, he started hitting people. "I'm targeting scoundrels like you," Tian Xiangnan interjected suddenly. "Your parents gave you a mouth to eat, not to spew nonsense all day. If you dare to keep chattering like that, just wait until I knock out your teeth." As he spoke, Tian Xiangnan discreetly assessed the expressions of the two men before him, presumed to be the team leader and the secretary. After uttering what seemed to be foolish words, he noticed their gazes turned toward him. The older man on the left merely frowned, seemingly displeased with Tian's unyielding nature. However, the elderly gentleman on the right, clad in a dark blue cotton coat and slightly hunched, fixed him with a gaze as sharp as a knife, as if he intended to pierce through him entirely. Such a piercing look, even in his 2 lifetimes, Tian Xiangnan had only felt when he was in prison, facing the most heinous of death row inmates. Under the intense scrutiny, his heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained an air of defiance. Fortunately, Zhang Monsong only regarded him for a moment before turning his attention to Lin Qing. "Qing girl, please explain what is going on." "Uncle Monsong." Lin Qing replied respectfully to the elderly man before her, promptly recounting the events. "I went to the forest to fetch the educated youth, but they were reluctant to return, wanting to wait for the train to be repaired. In the end, only these 2 pairs of siblings came back with me." She briefly mentioned the names of Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing, among others. "When we returned to the village, we were spotted by Zhang Ergu, who once again succumbed to his penchant for gossip. He remarked that I had ventured out in the dead of night and returned with a man." Expressing mock sympathy for Daling, Lin Qing paused at this point, glancing at Tian Xiangnan beside her, before continuing, stating that he insinuated the 2 young female intellectuals had come along for some ulterior motive, perhaps to seek out suitors. Such remarks aimed at the young women could provoke a response from any brother, and it would be entirely justified to retaliate against him. In her final remarks, Lin Qing took care to defend Tian Xiangnan as well. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Lin Dashan simply sighed. He had anticipated this outcome from the beginning and was not particularly surprised. He turned to Zhang Monsong, signaling for him to take charge of the situation. After all, this matter could escalate into a dispute involving the entire Qingshan Brigade, or, at the very least, it was merely a problem stirred up by the people of Zhangjiaten. Zhang Monsong nodded resentfully, casting a glance at the cowering Zhang Ergu. "You stubborn fool, it seems your loose tongue will never be tamed. Very well, I shall teach you a lesson today." He paused for emphasis before gritting his teeth and adding, "After dinner, you brothers will be tasked with dealing with that old tree at Xiaoxipo." Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Zhang Ergu and his companions turned pale. Even the onlookers surrounding them displayed a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude as they observed the brothers. Zhang Monsong then shot a cold glance at Tian Xiangnan and his companions, his tone unyielding. "All right, you lot, come back with us for now." With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind a stark warning. "Ergu, I will inspect Xiaoxipo tomorrow morning. If I find even a single root left in the field, I will have your entire family expelled from the Qingshan Brigade." Chapter 16, Registration and Arrangements. Let us go. "We'll first find you accommodations at the brigade, and then we can head to my home for a meal." As Lin Dashan and Zhang Monsong turned to depart, Lin Qing quickly beckoned to Tian Xiangnan and the others. "Let us go?" Tian Xiangnan also called to his sister. He surveyed the villagers around him, noting their curious and wary glances. It was clear to him that he had successfully established his initial authority. In these times, entertainment is scarce, and in their boredom, people enjoy gossiping about one another's affairs. Once word spreads, the brigade will likely perceive him as someone not to be trifled with. That alone is sufficient. Instilling a sense of caution in others will significantly reduce future troubles. However, Tian Xiangnan raised his gaze to the so-called secretary and brigade leader ahead. "As for the leaders, if they take offense, so be it. What is the worst that could happen? Perhaps I'll just be assigned the more arduous tasks in the future, which are not substantial issues for me. I might even seize the opportunity to showcase my resilience and industrious spirit." The group hastened their pace to follow the 2 figures ahead. "Sister Lin Qing, what did Uncle Monsong do before?" Earlier, when the old man had a stern expression, it was indeed somewhat intimidating. Recalling the sharp gaze of the elderly gentleman as he observed him, Tian Xiangnan lowered his voice to inquire with Lin Qing. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing smiled slightly, casting a glance at the hunched old man in front of them. "Uncle Monsong is the production team leader here. In his youth, he served in the volunteer army and is renowned as a war hero in our county. It is said that he has emerged from the clutches of death several times, and later, due to injuries sustained, He has grown old and finds it difficult to stand upright. The elders in the brigade claim that Uncle Man Song has taken many lives, and thus, when he glares, it instills fear in everyone. No wonder. Tian Xiangnan thought with a sharp intake of breath. When he looked again at that stooped figure, a hint of respect crept into his gaze, and the slight wariness in his heart dissipated instantly. Such individuals, regardless of the era, deserve our utmost respect. After walking a short distance, they arrived at an intersection. Along the way, Tian Xiangnan discerned that the Qingshan Brigade was roughly divided into a T-shape, segmented into 4 areas by a crossroad that traversed the entire region. He mused that this division must have been established when the Qingshan Brigade was formed, directly allocating the villagers into these 4 sectors. This ensured that neighbors were familiar with one another, thus minimizing potential conflicts among villagers and facilitating management. At the crossroads, there stood several newly constructed large houses with wide facades. A brief glance revealed a large wooden sign at the entrance of a house on the left, with the words Supply and Marketing Cooperative awkwardly inscribed upon it. Upon reaching the intersection, Zhang Mansong instinctively drew his pipe from his waist, casting a glance back at Tian Xiangnan and the others, before addressing Lin Dashan. I'll leave them in your care for now. I'll head over to the youth station and check on the progress. Lin Dashan, aware of his disdain for the youth, did not press the matter further and nodded in agreement. He then signaled to Tian Xiangnan and the others before stepping into a newly built courtyard opposite the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. This must be the headquarters of the Qingshan Brigade, he thought. After briefly registering the identities of the group, Lin Dashan smiled at Tian Xiangnan and the others. You must be hungry after your journey. Feel free to sit here for a while. I will fetch you something to eat. Thank you, but there's no need. Lin Qing interjected. I will take them to my home for a meal. We had already agreed on that during our journey. Lin Dashan paused, glancing at Lin Qing, then sweeping his gaze over Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing, his smile inexplicably fading. Oh, I see. That's fine. I'll make a note of it and ensure your grain supplies are accounted for later. He continued, you may take some time to familiarize yourselves with your surroundings. I see you've just arrived and likely have not brought many supplies, so you will need to purchase some items. I will speak to the cooperative on your behalf, and you can defer payment for your purchases, settling it later with your labor points. Thank you, Secretary Lin. Tian Xiangnan keenly observed that when Lin Qing mentioned dining at her home, the demeanor of Secretary Lin appeared to shift subtly. However, having just arrived in this unfamiliar place, it was not prudent to delve too deeply into such nuances. Regarding the accommodation, Secretary Lin hesitated momentarily before sheepishly admitting, we only received notification from above after the new year, and due to the weather, the youth station has only recently commenced construction. I shall inquire shortly to see if we can expedite the preparation of a couple of rooms for your stay. If that proves impossible, we may have to temporarily arrange for you to stay with a local family. Is the youth station not yet completed? Tian Xiangnan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Might we stay temporarily at Lin Qing's house? At this juncture, Xiangbei interjected. Upon hearing this suggestion, Secretary Lin's smile faltered momentarily as he glanced at Tian Xiangnan and the others before responding gently. The situation at Lin Qing's home is somewhat unique. While it wouldn't pose a problem for the 2 of you girls to stay there, as for the boys, he turned his gaze towards Lin Qing, who furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of discomfort. It's quite all right. As long as the 2 girls are settled, the 2 of us men can manage wherever. Tian Xiangnan interjected promptly, not wishing to place Lin Qing in a difficult position. His words seemed to relieve Lin Qing, and even Secretary Lin's smile appeared to soften anew. In that case, you shall accompany Lin Qing home first, grab something to eat, and then take a look at the supply and marketing cooperative at the team. I will also check on the youth station to see if we can hasten the work and prepare 2 rooms for you. After providing further instructions, the group departed from the brigade office, following Lin Qing to her home. Lin Qing's residence was not far, situated in the northeast section of Cross Street, just behind the supply and marketing cooperative. The houses in this area appeared distinctly older compared to others, likely the original dwelling of the Lin family. Upon arriving at a small courtyard, they heard the gates swing open with a clang, and a tiny figure, swathed in a dusty yellowish hide, stumbled towards them. Mother. Chapter 17. Visiting Lin Qing's home as the small, tightly bundled creature dashed towards Lin Qing. Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of Tian Xiangnan and the others. Wait. Lin Qing doesn't seem much older than us. How does she have such a big child? Especially given the little one appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old. clad in a coat made of some unknown animal's fur, running clumsily like a tiny ball of fur, utterly adorable. As one might say in later times, it was simply heart-melting. Thud! The little one, perhaps too eager in their haste, suddenly tripped and tumbled headfirst in front of the group. Ah, what a polite child. Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing his words, the others could not help but chuckle. Brother Gu shot a glance at Bei, stepped forward to assist the little one to his feet, and gently wiped a bit of dirt from the child's head, unable to resist pinching his rosy cheek. Little one, why were you running so fast? What is your name? After getting up, the child did not cry and seemed unafraid. Beneath the fur cap, a pair of bright, round eyes gazed at the pretty lady before him, displaying a look of innocent bewilderment. Haha, this little one is truly adorable. Noticing the child's confused yet endearing expression, Bei chuckled again, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a large white rabbit milk candy, unwrapping it, and placing it into the child's mouth. Sister, oh no. Auntie offers you candy. It seemed that the sweet taste of the candy finally brought the little one back to his senses, and he remembered why he had come out. He turned to Lin Qing and, with outstretched arms, rushed towards her. Mama. Lin Qing bent down to scoop the child up, wiping the drool left at the corners of his mouth from the candy. Huzi, why are you out here? The child paused at the question, tilting his head in thought, before pointing towards his home's entrance and, in a sweet, childish voice, replied, Uncle. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, then a smile spread across her face. Has your uncle returned? Just as she spoke, the half-open door ahead was pulled wide, accompanied by a voice calling out in a melodious tone. Huzi, where has that bear child gone again? A tall, youthful figure emerged from the yard, and upon lifting his head, he spotted Lin Qing and the others standing at the entrance. I was wondering why Huzi ran out again. It turns out your sister-in-law has returned. Why is Lin free today? Lin Qing greeted him with a smile, then set the little one down, urging him back inside. Go, head in with your uncle. The tall man, referred to as Lin by Lin Qing, caught Huzi as he dashed over, then glanced at Tian Xiangnan and the others beside him. So, these are the young intellectuals your sister-in-law brought back from the brigade? Why have they come home? While Lin Qing welcomed Tian Xiangnan, the group unloaded their luggage from the sled, laughing as they responded. We were exhausted and hungry from the journey, and since it's mealtime, we thought we could have a meal at your place. The brigade will replenish my rations later. Oh, I see. Lin appraised Tian Xiangnan and the others once more, nodding in acknowledgement. All right then, sister-in-law, you carry on with your business. I've already prepared a meal for Mama, so I'll take Huzi to play for a while. With that, he bent down to pick up the little fluff ball and walked out the door, heading into the adjacent courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qing appeared to want to say something, but as she saw the man's figure disappear through the neighboring gate, she let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Qingjia, who is that big brother? Tian Xiangnan beside her asked curiously. Lin Qing came back to her senses, a smile returning to her face. Oh, that is my younger brother-in-law Lin. He currently helps out at the canteen of the military factory and only returns occasionally. Come on, everyone, let's head indoors to warm up. I'll prepare something to eat. As she spoke, she warmly greeted a few people. Meanwhile, Tian Xiangnan cast another glance at the adjacent courtyard, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. If they were indeed family, why did they not reside together? Furthermore, the small courtyard next door was evidently a recent construction, the gray earthen bricks of the walls still pristine. Had that younger uncle moved into such a fine place all by himself? Additionally, there seemed to be a subtle estrangement that had briefly surfaced in their earlier conversation. Nevertheless, these thoughts merely flitted through Tian Xiangnan's mind as he followed with his luggage into the courtyard. This was a quaint little courtyard with distinct northeastern charm. In addition to the 3 main rooms at the front, there were 2 side rooms on the east and west. Between the main house and the side rooms, 2 small compartments were partitioned off, with the eastern one serving as the kitchen and the western one likely designated for firewood storage. Lin Qing enthusiastically ushered everyone into the western side room before retreating into the main house. After her departure, Tian Xiangnan pondered for a moment and quietly whispered to Xiangbei. Xiangbei nodded and entered the inner room, returning shortly with a small cloth bag, which he handed to Tian Xiangnan. Lin Xiqing, who had been observing, brightened at the sight. Old Tian, what is this? He inquired softly. Tian Xiangnan replied. Sister Qing has been so considerate throughout our journey and even invited us for a meal at her home. We cannot simply impose without offering something in return. I thought I would visit the supply and marketing cooperative to procure a few items. Lin Xiqing chuckled at this. I had the same idea. Let's go together. Let us go. The two exchanged words and quietly slipped out of Lin Qing's home, hastening towards the cooperative along the path they had come. Lin Qing's courtyard was situated in the southeastern corner of Qingshan Brigade, not far from the cooperative, and they arrived within a few minutes. Pushing open the large door draped with dusty cloth, they were unexpectedly greeted by the sight of the tall young man they had encountered earlier, known as Lin, who was present at that moment. He held a small child in one arm, engaged in conversation with a young girl in a red coat behind the counter. On the counter before them lay half a pack of white rabbit milk candies. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin turned around and, upon seeing Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing, displayed a hint of surprise. Comrades, what brings you here? He asked. The young girl behind the counter also glanced over. Lin, who are these comrades? They seem rather unfamiliar, she inquired. Newly arrived educated youth? At Lin's words, the girl in the red floral coat appeared to perk up, surveying Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing with an appraising gaze, as if assessing livestock. The more she observed, the brighter her eyes became, particularly fixating on Lin Xiqing. The two were of similar height. Tian Xiangnan's complexion was slightly darker, his features square and tall, appearing comparable to the local youths of the Northeast. In contrast, Lin Xiqing, having come from a relatively well-off family, possessed a fairer complexion than Tian Xiangnan. His well-defined features and calm demeanor exuded an air of scholarly sophistication, instantly marking him as one of those so-called educated youth from the city. Lin Xiqing felt somewhat embarrassed under the overly forthright gaze of the other party and involuntarily cleared his throat. The girl, regaining her composure, quickly lowered her head, deftly wrapped up the candies on the counter, and presented them to Lin before addressing the two of them. Are you comrades here to purchase something? Secretary Lin has already informed us that if you, the educated youth, find yourselves short on funds, you may charge up to 30 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative. Well, Lin Xiqing was about to speak when he was pulled back by Tian Xiangnan. With a smile, Tian Xiangnan replied, Comrade, we've just arrived and indeed need to buy some daily necessities. I wonder if you have any in the cooperative? Rest assured, the girl said confidently. Considering that 2 batches of educated youth are coming, we have stocked up in advance. Our supply and marketing cooperative has everything you might need. Tian Xiangnan, rather than being put off by the girl's assertive demeanor, keenly picked up on the crucial point in her words. You mentioned 2 batches of educated youth. What does that mean? Are there more than just us newcomers? In response to his inquiry, the girl casually replied, Yes, there are 2 batches. One group is from various parts of the country, reportedly around 40 to 50 people, all for different reasons. She paused briefly, smiling shyly. And there's another group of about 30 people from our city, expected to arrive in the next couple of days, just following your arrival. Upon hearing this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Tian Xiangnan's mouth. A newly formed brigade, comprising villagers from 4 villages, along with 2 groups of educated youth. Such a complex environment suggested that life in the countryside would not be dull. Kaling, I think I'll head back now, observed Lin, who had been cradling a small child, as the 3 engaged in conversation. He winked at the girl and smiled at Tian Xiangnan before making his exit. Comrade Kaling, I presume the cooperative has cotton-padded jackets and quilts prepared? Tian Xiangnan inquired. Rest assured, we certainly have those, the girl replied, appearing somewhat bored and eager to engage with the newcomers. She casually pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from under the counter, inviting Tian Xiangnan and the others to chat while continuing her explanation. However, most of the quilts we provide are small, measuring 1.5 meters. This is mainly because the educated youth dormitories consist of row houses, with long kong beds accommodating 7 or 8 people. The smaller quilts are easier to spread and cover. Tian Xiangnan frowned at this. Although he anticipated that the living conditions for the educated youth might not be particularly favorable, he was, after all, reborn and felt uneasy at the thought of sharing a kong with 7 or 8 men. More importantly, he did not wish for Xiangbei to live in such an environment. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, Comrade Kaling, is there anyone in our brigade whose family is decent, with fewer members and more space in their house? Seeing the girl widen her eyes in surprise, Tian Xiangnan added with a smile, What I mean is, are there families who might be willing to temporarily or long-term host us educated youth? Kaling shook her head. It is indeed difficult to articulate. I cannot speak too freely, as I do not wish to meddle and create potential conflicts later on. At this moment, the girl before me sighed. Originally, Sister Qing's home was the most suitable. Her family had recently built a spacious new courtyard, while my own household consists solely of Delin, his wife, and their child. However, it is regrettable that after Delin ventured into the mountains and failed to return, Sister Qing took quite some time to regain her composure. If she were a woman alone, it might have been more acceptable, but with two grown men residing in her home, it feels rather inappropriate. You are referring to Delin, the husband of Lin Qing, correct? What was his purpose in entering the mountains, and how could he have disappeared? Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan seized the opportunity to inquire further. Kai Ling expressed her sorrow. Brother Delin was originally a hunter from our village. Following the merger of the teams, a new health clinic was established, and Delin was asked to gather medicinal herbs from the mountains during his agricultural downtime. I recall that it was just after the new year, during the time when everyone was hibernating at home. Delin probably hoped to earn more work points during the farming off-season, so he took his gun and ventured into the mountains, but after that, he vanished without a trace. Initially, no one paid much attention, but after several days passed, longer than usual, Sister Qing reported it to the village committee. Subsequently, the village organized a search, yet apart from Delin, there was no one else from our area who could venture deep into the mountains. After 2 days of fruitless searching, the village head contacted the munitions factory in the mountains, and their security team was dispatched to look around. However, the location Delin ventured to was in a completely different direction from the factory. Where could they begin to search? Upon hearing the news, Brother Lin rushed back from the factory, wanting to enter the mountains as well, but he was stopped by Sister Qing. At this point, the girl sighed heavily. Since then, Sister Qing has remained cooped up at home for an entire month. The truth is, we all understand that Sister Qing and Brother Delin grew up together, sharing an incredibly close bond. If it weren't for the elderly and the young depending on her, she undoubtedly would have gone into the mountains to find him herself. But alas, there was nothing she could do. At this juncture, Kai Ling seemed to recall something, turning with a clenched jaw. Meanwhile, there are those vile individuals who are concocting rumors behind her back. They are merely taking advantage of her current vulnerable situation as a widow and an orphan. If Brother Delin were to return one day, he would surely deal with that group of rascals appropriately. How can she be considered a widow and an orphan? Tian Xiangnan, puzzled by this, could not help but inquire. Does she not have Brother Lin? Chapter 19. The issue of housing Brother Lin. Kai Ling hesitated, then awkwardly shifted the topic. Let us not discuss this for now. First, let us talk about what you need. If we don't have it at the counter, I can retrieve it from the storage room. Well, Tian Xiangnan quickly scanned the shelves behind the girl at the counter. I'll take 2 cans of milk powder. Skip the big white rabbit, and please weigh out 2 pounds of those peach crisps for me. He had initially intended to buy some sugar, but recalling that Lin had already purchased some, he opted for the cookies instead. After placing his order, he turned to Lin Xiqing. Is this on us? Cheng Lin and Si Cheng readily agreed, promptly retrieving money and tickets from their pockets. What? Are you two implying that purchasing items is akin to gifting? Kai Ling, busily weighing goods, inquired with a smile. Indeed, Tian Xiangnan replied cheerfully, producing money from his pocket. Since Sister Lin Qing welcomed us back and invited us to lunch at her home, it would be rather impolite to arrive empty-handed, wouldn't it? Oh, your return gift is quite substantial. Truly, one can see you are city folk who understand the importance of etiquette. Indeed, 2 cans of malt milk powder and 2 pounds of peach crisps cost nearly 20 yuan. In these times, being able to return such a generous gift is a privilege reserved for Tian Xiangnan, this reincarnated soul, and Lin Xicheng, the young master. After exchanging money, they exited the supply and marketing cooperative, deciding to procure daily necessities once they settled into their new residence. Upon returning to Lin Qing's home, the moment they stepped inside, they encountered Lin Qing emerging from the kitchen, carrying a bowl towards the main room. Upon seeing them, she smiled warmly and called out, "Where have you two been? Come quickly, the meal is ready. Call the 2 girls to join us." As she spoke, she noticed the items they were carrying and paused momentarily. "What do you have there?" "Sister Qing," they chimed in unison, entering the main room with their offerings. "We thought, considering how much care you've shown us on our journey, and since it's our first visit to your home, it wouldn't be proper to arrive empty-handed." Upon entering, they discovered an elderly lady in a gray cotton coat seated nearby, leaning on a cane, who smiled and nodded in their direction. Even the 2 familiar faces, Lin and Xiao Huzi, sat beside her. "Hello, Auntie," Tian Xiangnan greeted the elder with a smile. Oh, there is no need for such formalities. Lin Qing interjected as she followed them in, placing the bowl on the low table and wiping her hands. You are guests in my home, and the brigade leader will provide the rations. Please, let's not be so polite. You may take the leftovers home for your own meals. At that moment, Tian Xiangbei and Lin Xiu also emerged, and Lin Qing warmly beckoned them over. Come, you two join us. She guided the girls to sit at the low table. During the cold season, we usually eat on the Kong. I hope you don't mind the arrangement, so I set up a table for you. Auntie, do take a seat, Tian Xiangnan urged the elderly lady. She smiled kindly, waving her hand. You all eat. I've just had my meal. Now that you're here, please don't be shy. Seeing the elder's amiable demeanor, Tian Xiangnan took a seat amidst the friendly chatter. There was nothing particularly extravagant about the meal in these times. A metal basin held a dozen cornmeal dumplings, while 2 clay pots contained dishes covered to retain their warmth. Judging by the food alone, it was evident that Lin Qing's family was reasonably well off. As they lifted the lids off the pots, revealing the dishes inside, Tian Xiangnan felt a greater sense of astonishment. One pot contained sautéed pork with pickled cabbage, while the other featured cured meat with cabbage and vermicelli. In this day and age, these are undoubtedly 2 substantial dishes. Tian Xiangnan discreetly observed the elderly woman's expression beside him, only to discover that the old lady bore no semblance of discontent. Instead, she sat nearby with a benevolent smile, gazing affectionately at them. Qingjie, this is simply too extravagant, even better than what we have during the New Year at my home, he remarked, dramatically placing a piece of meat into his mouth. His expression slightly exaggerated. I must go to the supply and marketing cooperative later to find something good. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for indulging like this. His words elicited laughter from the group, even the old lady joining in the amusement. Enough of that, Lin Qing said, seemingly accustomed to his whimsical nature. And given their familiarity, her tone had become much more casual. After dinner, you can take back what you bought, since you've called me sister. How could I accept your things? Qingjie, Tian Xiangnan mumbled through his food. When something is offered at your doorstep, how can one take it back? Besides, we have other matters for which we seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing set down her steamed bun. What is it? Speak up. All eyes turned to Tian Xiangnan. Cough, cough. I've heard that in our brigade, the accommodations for the educated youth are all row houses with long kangs. It's likely that 10 or 8 people will be crammed into one room, making it quite uncomfortable. And with so many people, complications are bound to arise. I was wondering if we could find a fellow villager with some spare rooms to borrow. That way, my sister and I can look out for each other. After Tian Xiangnan finished speaking, Lin Xiqing nodded in agreement. Qingjie, my thoughts align closely with old Tian's. After all, the number of educated youth is too large, and the relationships are quite intricate. Troubles are sure to multiply. We just wanted to ask if you might know any villagers with vacant rooms. We would be happy to pay for our stay. Which family has empty rooms? Upon hearing their plans, Lin Qing pondered for a moment before turning to the old lady. The old lady considered it, and then replied, the dashing family has a few vacant rooms. To everyone's surprise, Lin Qing shook her head decisively. Let us not consider that. Given the temperaments of Dasheng, his mother and wife, staying with them would likely be worse than residing at the educated youth point. The old lady chuckled at this. Well, it's hard to say about others. There aren't many families with more than 2 empty rooms. Perhaps there might be some on the other side of the Sanqing village. Just then, Heir Lin, who had been silently playing with Xiao Hu, suddenly spoke up. How about letting them stay in my yard? Tian Xiangnan's eyes brightened at this suggestion. They had just seen Heir Lin's yard, which was even more spacious than this one, and newly built. It would undoubtedly accommodate the 4 of them comfortably. However, to their astonishment, the old lady immediately rejected the idea. No, absolutely not. Chapter 20, Unexpected Delight. No, absolutely not. Lin Qing's mother spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for negotiation. After her words, the old lady turned to Tian Xiangnan and the others, smiling as she explained. Aunt has no other intention. But the customs here dictate that only the newlywed couple may reside in a newly established courtyard first. Prior to that, no one else from the family or outsiders are permitted to dwell within. Otherwise, the household may fall into discord in the future. Ah, now I understand. Tian Xiangnan nodded in comprehension, seemingly accepting this explanation, his face still adorned with a smile. He cast a furtive glance at Lin Qing beside him, and upon observing her calm demeanor, he realized that indeed, they adhered to such unwritten rules, or perhaps taboos. While Tian Xiangnan was skeptical of these superstitious customs, he recognized the necessity of showing due respect. The elderly lady continued. Qingzi had mentioned to me earlier that tonight, the two girls would be staying here. This was not a concern, as the 2 rooms in the courtyard were vacant anyway. Even if the girls wished to reside here in the future, it would be acceptable. As she spoke, the elderly woman regarded Tian Xiangnan with a steady gaze. However, you 2 young men will have to find your own arrangements. Thank you, Aunt, they replied. It's no trouble. As grown men, we can manage anywhere. Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing were not averse to this outcome. As they had remarked, being 2 grown men, they could easily make do, even if it meant squeezing in with others at the youth station. Mother, at that moment, the previously silent Lin spoke up, his tone tinged with hesitation. Mother, at our factory's canteen, 2 permanent positions have recently been allocated. His statement captured everyone's attention. The elderly lady, sensing the significance, inquired with a hint of anxiety, "What? Do you have an opportunity?" After a moment of silence, Lin nodded slightly and replied quietly, "The director has spoken with me. If I wish to stay at the factory, it should not be an issue." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on the elderly lady's face, and even Lin Xing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Clearly, both were delighted by this promising news. However, after a brief moment of joy, the elderly lady observed Lin's continued silence and could not help but ask, "Lin, what troubles you? Aren't you happy about securing a stable job?" Even Tian Xiangnan and the others looked at him in confusion. In this day and age, obtaining a stable job is a dream cherished by many. Yet this young man appeared somewhat out of sorts. "Mother, if I become permanent, I will have to live at the factory, and my time at home will diminish even further." After a long pause, Lin finally expressed his discontent. "What does that matter?" The elderly lady replied, exasperated. "With a stable job, you must fulfill your responsibilities. Just work diligently and be sure to return and visit me during holidays." She added, "Moreover, I'm not so old that I can't travel. If you have the time, I can take the train to see you." "Indeed, Lin. You should heed your mother's advice." Lin Qing chimed in to offer comfort. "You need not worry about home. I will take care of it well." Upon hearing this, Lin lifted his gaze to Lin Qing, and the complexity in his eyes left Tian Xiangnan momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, under the expectant gaze of the elderly matriarch, Lin nodded earnestly. The moment the old lady saw her son finally making a resolute decision, her smile blossomed even more radiantly. "Do not linger at home for too long. Tidy up properly. In the evening, let your sister-in-law prepare a couple of dishes for a good meal, and make sure to return quickly after the festivities. Mother, rest assured, I will tidy up well this evening, prepare some dishes, and invite my uncle and Uncle Zhang over for a drink." "Very well," the old lady beamed with joy. Just then, Lin turned his attention to Tian Xiangnan and the others. "Mother, if I were to secure a permanent position, I would return home less frequently. The eastern courtyard would surely fall into neglect. How about we transfer that courtyard to these comrades?" Lin's sudden proposal left everyone momentarily stunned. Tian Xiangnan's heart raced, and he suppressed his excitement, turning to the elderly matriarch. Upon hearing this, she hesitated. Knowing that her son was about to secure a stable job, her concerns regarding the ownership of the nearby courtyard diminished. After all, her son had expressed the intention to transfer it to someone else. Once transferred, it would no longer belong to them, and any superstitions regarding it would no longer apply. But if it is given to them, where will you stay when you return? Do not worry. If the courtyard is indeed transferred to us, Brother Lin can stay with us whenever he returns. After all, he will likely only come back occasionally for a couple of days. Upon hearing the matriarch's concerns, Tian Xiangnan quickly reassured her. What a splendid opportunity. How could I possibly let this slip by? However, the old lady remained somewhat hesitant. "Mother, we cannot hold on to that courtyard," Lin reiterated. "Once everyone in the brigade learns that I have secured a position at the factory and do not return often, they will undoubtedly set their sights on that house. It would be wiser to transfer it now rather than later, to avoid any unpleasantness with the villagers." "But that courtyard." The old lady pursed her lips, glancing at Tian Xiangnan, seemingly at a loss for words. Seeing this, Tian Xiangnan's smile grew warmer. "Aunt, your family is kind-hearted, and we are all genuine people. When the courtyard was built, consider how much was spent, the materials used, and the labor involved. We will settle the matter fairly. You shall not be at a loss." The old lady chuckled at his words. "You truly are a clever one, Tian Xiangnan. However, do not be too eager just yet. At that moment, Lin Qing, who had been quietly observing, interjected with a smile. This matter cannot solely rely on us. We must also wait for the agreement of Uncle Lin and Uncle Zhang. Transferring the courtyard is a significant decision, and without their consent, it cannot be realized. Do we really need to consult those two? Tian Xiangnan frowned, recalling the attitude of the two leaders towards him and his companions earlier that day, feeling a sense of unease. Chapter 21. Wisdom comes with age. Come in, everyone. After dinner, Erlin took the initiative to lead Tian Xiangnan and a few others to the adjacent courtyard. Having decided to transfer ownership of this yard, he felt no reservations, knowing that even if it were not given to Tian Xiangnan and the others, it would eventually be passed on to someone else in the village. Meanwhile, Lin Qing went to invite Secretary Lin and Captain Zhang to discuss the matter of the yard's transfer. As they pushed open the courtyard door, the first sight that greeted them was a yard filled with an abundance of woven bamboo baskets, each containing various dried herbal materials. These were remnants of the medicinal herbs left behind by my brother, now rendered useless. In due time, I would have my sister-in-law tidy them up. Lin spoke with a calm demeanor, though his tone carried a hint of unnoticeable melancholy. Indeed, with the herbalists gone, there would be no more herbs to gather in the future. Tian Xiangnan and the others listened attentively, though their attention was drawn to the herbs, causing Tian Xiangnan to recall the blue-covered journal nestled in his pocket. Within its pages, the so-called experiments described by that madman also seemed to involve various herbs. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The layout of this courtyard mirrored that of Lin Qing's home almost perfectly, featuring 3 main rooms with an annex on either side, alongside a designated kitchen and firewood storage area. The corners of the earthen walls were sharply defined, and even the paint on the door frames and windowsills remained vibrant. The courtyard was impeccably tidy, with a smooth earthen surface free of clutter and little fallen leaves, suggesting it was regularly maintained. The more Tian Xiangnan observed, the more his heart swelled with satisfaction. If they could indeed acquire this courtyard, their lives as educated youth over the coming years would undoubtedly improve significantly. A glance at Lin Xiqing beside him revealed a contemplative expression on his face. Old Lin, what are your thoughts? Lin asked, clearing his throat. Lin Xiqing snapped back to attention, noticing Lin had entered the house, and quickly pulled Tian Xiangnan aside. Old Tian, can we discuss something? What is it? Tian Xiangnan replied with a cheerful smile. Lin Xiqing hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, Old Tian, you know my family's circumstances. We cannot afford to lose money. Let's negotiate. I will cover half the cost of the house, but we will tell others that you paid for it entirely. I have just one request. Could you allow Xiaoya to live with your sister? The educated youth point is crowded, and I fear my sister might feel out of place there. Tian Xiangnan looked at him, puzzled. Lin Xiqing felt as though his secret intentions had been exposed, biting his lip before continuing. Old Tian, as an older brother, you should understand my feelings. I don't mind living at the educated youth point myself, but I worry about Xiaoya being mistreated. If necessary, consider the house money as mine, but it must still be in your name. Huh? Tian Xiangnan suddenly laughed, rolling his eyes at him. What? Are you not planning to live here? Lin Xiqing stared at him for a moment, then burst into laughter as well. What do you take me for? Tian Xiangnan smirked. As you mentioned, the rent will be split evenly, allowing the two of them to reside in the main house while we occupy the side rooms. The reason Tian Xiangnan readily agreed to live with Lin Xiqing and his sister was due to his observation during the journey. He found this pair of siblings to be quite agreeable. Lin Xiqing, in particular, was straightforward and generous, embodying integrity without any pretentiousness, devoid of that irritating artistic sensibility or youthful rebellion. His sister, true to her name, possessed an elegant demeanor, behaving exceptionally well throughout the trip. In short, this brother and sister duo seemed to be quite worthy companions, having lived a roguish life for decades in his past life. Tian Xiangnan considered himself somewhat perceptive when it came to judging character. While they were conversing, the courtyard door swung open, and Lin Qing entered with Uncle Zhang. Sister Qing, Captain, Tian Xiangnan, and the others quickly greeted them. Uncle Zhang held a smoking pipe in his hand, casting a somewhat indifferent glance at Tian Xiangnan and his companions, his expression unreadable. Eventually, his gaze settled on Tian Xiangnan. I heard from Xiao Qing that you wish to transfer this courtyard from Lin? Tian Xiangnan nodded, about to speak, when the elder waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, it's not going to happen. Tian Xiangnan felt a lump rise in his throat. his face flushing with embarrassment. "Uncle, you've arrived." Just then, Lin emerged from the house, clutching a large bundle of bedding. Upon seeing him, the elder's face immediately brightened with a smile. "Lin, I heard you're about to be confirmed at the factory." Lin responded with a hearty smile. "The director has mentioned it to me a few times, but it hasn't been officially confirmed yet." Good, good. The elder's laughter was hearty. "I knew you were destined for greatness. This evening, I'll come over with your Uncle Lin to celebrate with a grand feast." Lin nodded cheerfully and glanced at Tian Xiangnan, then tentatively asked the elder, "Uncle, about this house." The elder's smile faded slightly as he took a puff from his pipe, surveying the group before responding in a serious tone. "The houses in our brigade can only be transferred to members of our brigade." After a moment's pause, he continued, "All right, leave this matter to me. I'll inquire within the brigade to ensure your family does not suffer any loss." "Captain," Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but interject. "Are we intellectual youths not considered members of the Qingshan Brigade?" Uncle Zhang said nothing, merely casting him a sidelong glance, his meaning clear. Tian Xiangnan let out a deep sigh, his tone turning somber. "Captain, do you know how we ended up here?" The elder curled his lip but remained silent. Tian Xiangnan pressed on. "Not long ago, my father had an accident at the factory and passed away. Following this incident, I was assigned to go to the countryside, leaving my sister alone at home. Some relatives couldn't sit still, coveting the job and house my father left behind, even wanting my sister to marry their son, seeking to take advantage of our family's misfortune." Hearing this, the expressions of those present subtly shifted. Even the perpetually stern Uncle Zhang could not help but furrow his brow slightly, his expression softening a touch. "I was genuinely concerned about my sister being home alone. In a fit of frustration, I relinquished my father's job, along with the house and furniture, and took my sister with me to the countryside." Tian Xiangnan gazed intently at the elder, his voice earnest. "Captain, we have no intention of returning from this trip to the countryside. Perhaps we shall become residents of Qingshan Brigade, establishing our home here and purchasing a courtyard, which seems only fitting, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang nodded thoughtfully, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "If that is the case, then let us transfer your household registration to our Qingshan Brigade." Tian Xiangnan hesitated, his expression revealing his inner turmoil. The elder's satisfaction morphed into a smirk. "Did you not declare that you would be one of us in the Qingshan Brigade? Why not facilitate your registration here directly, making it all the more convenient? Or do you disdain our Qingshan Brigade and were merely flattering this old man?" Those nearby listened with wide eyes, and even Xiangbei regarded his brother with a sly look, as if sensing that today his elder brother had met his match. Surprisingly, after a few moments of silence, Tian Xiangnan nodded affirmatively. "Very well, since we do not plan to return, let us settle in Qingshan Brigade." Now it was the elder's turn to be astonished. He scrutinized Tian Xiangnan's expression with seriousness. "Young man, are you truly serious?" Tian Xiangnan subtly altered his address for the elder, a smile returning to his lips. "If you doubt my sincerity, I can accompany you to the brigade office to register right now." The elder fell silent, observing Tian Xiangnan and then glancing at Tian Xiangbei, who exhibited no signs of surprise. "Uncle, can we take over this courtyard now?" The elder remained silent, his expression fluctuating. After a moment, he shook his head. "No. I sense you are somewhat restless. Perhaps your agreement is merely a fleeting impulse. If one day you reconsider or stir up trouble and then leave without a trace, it would create a predicament." Tian Xiangnan felt a sense of helplessness. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "How about this? Let us establish an agreement. If we ever choose to leave Qingshan Brigade, this courtyard will be returned unconditionally to the brigade for your allocation. What do you think?" To his surprise, the elder promptly acquiesced. Tian Xiangnan opened his mouth, witnessing the fleeting look of triumph on the elder's face, his cheeks twitching slightly. "This old man is truly something. Since one of you is willing to transfer and the other to accept, let us finalize this arrangement." The elder's expression returned to one of solemnity. "When the Erlin family originally established this courtyard, I was the one who orchestrated it. The bricks and tiles were exchanged for work points from the brigade's kiln, along with other materials, labor, and food expenses for those who lent a hand. In monetary terms, around 100 yuan was spent, while over 300 work points were utilized. Moreover, the Erlin family meticulously tidied up the house, so if you could supplement an additional 30 yuan, it would total 130. As for the 300 work points, I will take the liberty of adding another 30 yuan to be given to the Linqing family." Pausing for a moment, the old man turned to Tian Xiangnan and said, "What do you think? In total, it amounts to 160 yuan. If you two find yourselves short on cash, I can lend you a bit for now." Surprised by the elder's offer, Tian Xiangnan looked at him with astonishment. Observing the faint sincerity and concern on the elder's face warmed his heart. He understood that from the moment he and his sister's identities had shifted, the attitude of the people here towards them would inevitably change. For from this moment on, he was no longer an outsider, a young intellectual from the city, but a member of the Qingshan Brigade. "That's all right," Tian Xiangnan replied gently. "When we arrived, we took over my father's job and house, so we still have some savings. If we budget wisely, it should suffice for us to settle down." "Very well," the elder nodded with a smile. "If you encounter any uncertainties in life, feel free to ask Xiaoqing nearby. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to the brigade office to seek my assistance. I will certainly help in any way I can. Of course, the most crucial point is, do not cause any trouble in the brigade." As he concluded, the elder shot Tian Xiangnan a stern glance. However, this time, his gaze bore only a warning, devoid of any disdain or rejection. "Understood," Tian Xiangnan replied with a sheepish smile. "Well then, I shall take my leave. There are still many matters to attend to at the young intellectual's site. And with those young intellectuals arriving shortly, there will be more to do." As he spoke, the elder turned to Lingzhi and Erlin, advising, "You need not worry about tidying up much for the evening. Lin Laoda and I may arrive a bit later, so don't overexert yourselves." With that, the elder turned to leave. Tian Xiangnan quickly escorted him out and inquired casually, "Uncle, will those young intellectuals be arriving soon? Is the train on the road fixed?" At the mention of this, the elder's enthusiasm seemed to wane, and he replied helplessly, "Today, a batch of local young intellectuals will also be taking the factory train, and they will undoubtedly pick up your group along the way. If we calculate the time, they should be nearing the village entrance by now." "Oh, I see," Tian Xiangnan remarked, raising an eyebrow as he watched the elder depart before swiftly returning to the courtyard. Once inside, he called out, "Xiangbei, please give the money to Sister Qing." "Okay," Xiangbei obediently responded, reaching into his bag to retrieve a small cloth pouch. Upon seeing this, Lingzhi quickly waved her hands. "No, no, no, this courtyard belongs to Erlin. The work points used in building the house were his. If you are to give anything, it should be to him." Hearing this, Erlin shook his head. "Sister-in-law, the money for building this courtyard was also contributed by my brother. You should keep it to support household expenses. In the future, my accommodation and meals at the factory will be provided, along with subsidies, rendering these funds unnecessary." However, Lingzhi's stance was resolute. "This courtyard was originally designated for you. It is only fitting that your brother contributes financially. This is your courtyard, and even if it changes hands, the money should remain with you, irrespective of whether you require it or not." Brother Xiangbei counted the money carefully, glanced at the two who were reluctant to yield, and finally turned his gaze towards Tian Xiangnan. Without hesitation, Tian Xiangnan accepted the money from Xiangbei and firmly placed it into Lingzhi's hands. Before Lingzhi could protest further, he promptly added, "Sister Qing, you are all family. This money should be discussed among you later. As you heard Uncle mention earlier, the next two groups of educated youth will be arriving shortly, dozens of them. We must hurry to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase necessary items for the future. If we delay, we may only find what's left behind by others." Indeed, upon hearing this, Lingzhi ceased to resist and urged them, "All right. Then you should quickly procure what you need. I will assist Erlin in tidying up this courtyard and help you set up the stove." "Ah, Sister Qing, thank you for your hard work. Once we settle down, we shall have a proper chat," said Tian Xiangnan, not lingering any longer. He led his companions out the door and headed directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. As they reached the intersection, they spotted a throng of people approaching from the south of the village, marching boldly towards the brigade headquarters, each person carrying large bags and bundles, exuding an air of confidence. "Goodness, so many people," exclaimed Lin Xiqing, unable to contain his astonishment as they stood at the intersection, watching the stream of individuals. Among them, they recognized Secretary Lin leading two middle-aged men at the forefront, while behind them, the educated youth appeared to be divided into two groups. One group, consisting of about 30 individuals, carried various bags and luggage, resembling their own arrival. The male educated youth among them were notably tall, their speech unmistakably tinged with a northeastern accent, evidently the batch from Harbin. The other group, comprising over 40 educated youth who had arrived with Tian Xiangnan, followed closely behind. their eyes alight with curiosity and excitement, engaging in animated discussions and surveying their surroundings. "Let us attend to our own matters," Tian Xiangnan said, uninterested in mingling as the educated youth drew nearer. He beckoned to his companions, and they entered the adjacent supply and marketing cooperative. Inside, Kai Ling was still seated behind the counter, bored as she knitted. Upon their entrance, she set aside her work. This time, Tian Xiangnan and his companions had a clearer purpose. After greeting Kai Ling, they instructed her to retrieve bedding and essential household items from the warehouse. Ultimately, they each spent an average of over 30 yuan. There was a minor incident during the checkout. Tian Xiangnan and his sister paid directly, while Lin Xiqing and his sister only settled a portion of their bill, leaving a 30 yuan debt at the cooperative. In regard to Lin Xiqing's actions, Tian Xiangnan expressed his agreement and could not help but admire his prudence. Given the quantity of items purchased, it was impossible to carry everything at once. After a brief discussion, they decided to leave 2 girls to watch over the belongings while Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing returned home with the bedding. Fortunately, the supply and marketing cooperative was not far from Lin Qing's residence, and within about 10 minutes, the two had successfully delivered the bedding and made their way back. The group of educated youth remained gathered around the brigade office, bustling with activity akin to a lively market. Just as Lin Xiqing and Tian Xiangnan reached the crossroads, a clear voice suddenly rang out. They turned to see Gao Man and Zhang Fong approaching them briskly from the direction of the brigade office. "Lin Xiqing, you truly have arrived. Was the journey arduous? Had I known, it would have been better to wait and travel together by train. It would have taken no more than a moment," Gao Man remarked. Observing this, Tian Xiangnan discreetly stepped aside, intrigued. According to Lin Xiqing, this woman was the very culprit responsible for the turmoil in his family, yet here she was, brazenly engaging in conversation as if nothing were amiss. Furthermore, en route, she had attempted to ensnare Lin Xiqing in a plot, only to conveniently forget it now. Such audacity piqued Tian Xiangnan's curiosity about her facial features. Lin Xiqing merely cast a cursory glance at the 2 women, not even pausing in his stride. "It's nothing, just a walk along the mountain path. Merely an early experience of rural life," he replied nonchalantly. Noticing that Lin Xiqing was not heading toward the brigade office, Gao Man clung to him like a persistent adhesive. "You seem settled now. What are you planning to do next?" A hint of impatience crept into Lin Xiqing's tone, yet his upbringing instilled in him a final measure of decorum. "Indeed, we are settled. We came to the cooperative to purchase some daily necessities," he stated, accelerating his pace and walking directly into the adjacent supply and marketing cooperative, disregarding the 2 women. "Have you truly settled in so swiftly?" Watching Lin Xiqing's figure vanish through the cooperative's entrance, Gao Man and Zhang Fong exchanged incredulous glances. Moments later, they spotted Lin Xiqing and the others emerging, carrying pots, bowls, and other items, heading toward the northeast of the village. Gao Man opened her mouth to call out, but hesitated and refrained. Beside her, Zhang Fong observed Tian Xiangnan and the others leaving, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. "All educated youth have come to register," came a call from the brigade office, snapping the 2 girls back to reality. They quickly returned to the front of the brigade office and joined the crowd to queue for registration. Once everyone had completed their registration, the educated youth found themselves congested within the office. Secretary Lin, accompanied by Uncle Zhang and 2 youth officials, stood at the rear of the crowd. "Comrades, please quiet down and listen to me," the old secretary declared, tapping his pipe against the table before him, his voice resonant and commanding. As he spoke, the educated youth gradually fell silent. "Comrades," the old secretary began, "due to the inclement weather and the urgent allocation notice from above, although our youth station is ready, it requires a few more days to dry before we can officially move in. What should we do then? Where will we stay?" Immediately after the old secretary finished his words, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd as the youth exchanged glances and engaged in hushed discussions. "Quiet," the old secretary called out several times, gradually restoring calm to the assembly. "Rest assured, we have temporarily vacated 2 of the best granaries for you to stay in for a couple of days." Without allowing anyone to interject, he continued swiftly. "You can be assured that the granaries have been cleaned thoroughly and a layer of straw has been laid down to ensure your comfort and warmth. You will only need to endure this for 2 or 3 days until the new houses at the youth station are ready for occupancy. Furthermore, as a gesture of gratitude to those willing to contribute to our rural development, we have coordinated with the supply and marketing cooperative. Any registered youth in need of daily necessities may temporarily obtain items on credit, with the cost deducted from your future work points. This could be considered a benefit for you newcomers. Upon hearing the old secretary's words, although some faces revealed signs of discontent and a few whispered complaints, there was no significant opposition. After all, the old secretary had assured them it was only a temporary arrangement. Additionally, the prospect of obtaining 30 yuan worth of goods on credit at the cooperative upon their arrival was a welcome relief for many youth who were financially constrained. In those days, 30 yuan represented a considerable sum, often unattainable for some throughout the year, especially as not everyone had the fortunate opportunity for employment and housing like Tian Xiangnan. Now, let our team leader Zhang guide you to the prepared temporary accommodation, the old secretary declared, exchanging a knowing glance with Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang offered a few words of encouragement before leading the group of educated youth out of the brigade office towards the hastily arranged granaries. However, Gao Man and Zhang Fong, trailing behind the crowd, noticed that the direction they were heading differed from that taken by Lin Xiqing and his group earlier. Chapter 24. Commencement of research under Uncle Zhang's guidance. The procession of educated youth arrived at a cluster of large buildings in the northwest of the village. This was the granary of the Qingshan Brigade, where activities such as rice harvesting and corn collection were conducted. After circumventing several newly constructed courtyards, they came upon a vast expanse of land, its surface evidently leveled and compact, providing solid footing. Towering behind this open space were 4 large structures resembling warehouses, constructed from substantial gray bricks, exuding a sense of sturdiness. This appeared to be the granary referenced by the old secretary. As the crowd drew nearer, it became apparent that the doors of the 2 granaries close to the village stood ajar, revealing several villagers vigorously wielding large brooms within. The sound of sweeping echoed as the villagers intensified their efforts upon noticing Uncle Zhang's approach, dust swirling around them. "Are we to reside here?" inquired a voice from within the crowd, uncertainty flickering across the faces of many young intellectuals. Despite the granary being tidied and the floor relatively smooth, the presence of 70 or 80 individuals, both men and women, suggested cramped living conditions. Just then, a few mule-drawn carts appeared, hastily maneuvered from the back of the line. The young intellectuals turned to see the carts laden with high stacks of straw. "Enough," Uncle Zhang declared, observing that the supplies had arrived. "This granary is clean. The men will occupy the left room, while the women will take the right. The straw brought from the pasture is clean and should be spread on the ground to prevent chills. To facilitate management, we shall temporarily appoint 2 captains among you, 1 male and 1 female, to address any issues or difficulties that may arise. The male captain will be Zhao Dahu, while the female captain will be temporarily designated as Sun Milan. You may now tidy your belongings and prepare your sleeping arrangements. It is merely a matter of 2 or 3 days of adjustment. Should you require any additional living supplies, feel free to visit the supply store. Purchases may be made on credit if necessary. For the next couple of days, take time to rest and acclimate to your new surroundings, as your official assignments will be arranged shortly." After delivering his instructions, Uncle Zhang turned to leave when, suddenly, Zhang Fong called out to the elder from the crowd. As he turned to face her, she timidly inquired, "Comrade Captain, may I ask where the Shanghai young intellectuals, Lin Xiqing and his sister, are residing? And what of the Tian family siblings accompanying them? I have not seen them. Have they been assigned to a local family?" Upon hearing her question, the other young intellectuals, who had been preparing to move, paused and directed their attention towards Uncle Zhang. He raised an eyebrow at Zhang Fong, a subtle chill flickering in his gaze. After a moment, he exhaled a puff of smoke and replied slowly, "If you must know, Lin Xiqing and Lin Xia have taken refuge in the Tian family's courtyard." "The Tian family's courtyard?" Zhang Fong gasped, her voice tinged with surprise. "Aren't the Tian siblings also young intellectuals? How is it they have a courtyard here?" Uncle Zhang cast her an impatient glance, scoffing softly in response. "Tian Xiangnan and his companion have only just arrived. Yet they have proactively applied to register their household in our Qingshan Brigade. Coincidentally, Lin Qing's courtyard is up for transfer, and Tian Xiangnan directly financed the acquisition. As a result, the siblings from the Tian family are no longer considered educated youth, but have become part of our Qingshan Brigade. Is this Tian person out of his mind?" Zhang Fong couldn't help but mutter upon hearing the elder's words. "What did you say?" The uncle shot her a glare, causing her to hold her breath in fear. "No, I meant no offense. What is the matter? Do you look down upon our Qingshan Brigade?" Then why are you here? I believe you all ought to rectify your mindset to avoid making mistakes in the future, he huffed disdainfully, turning away from Zhang Fang's feigned look of grievance and storming off. Is this Tian person insane? Gao Man, nearby, also chimed in, earning a nod of agreement from Zhang Fang. In truth, it was not just the two of them. Even the surrounding educated youth who overheard the news were secretly murmuring to themselves. Indeed, these individuals had been compelled to come to the countryside. Yet, how many genuinely hold respect for the rural folk, the laboring masses? In this era, without stringent quotas, most of them would likely rot in the city rather than venture to such desolate places. Although life in the city was hardly better, it still represented a fundamental difference compared to this place. Furthermore, even if they arrived here, how many are truly willing to settle down and dedicate their lives to this land? Most are solely preoccupied with devising ways to return to the city. By taking such actions, Tian Xiangnan and his sister have effectively sealed off their last route back. To the educated youth, this appears to be an exceedingly foolish decision. Should policies remain unchanged, the siblings will be destined to remain in this valley for life. What does it matter if they have secured a house here? Do they truly intend to spend their lives as beleaguered rural laborers? Contemplating this, all envy that had briefly flickered within them was extinguished, replaced by a sense of derision. How naive! This was the collective sentiment at that moment. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, Tian Xiangnan remained blissfully unaware of the commotion among the educated youth. Xiangbei was diligently tidying up the bedding inside, while he sat on the kong, engrossed in perusing a blue-covered journal. After a while, he excitedly dashed outside to inspect the medicinal herbs drying on the bamboo sieves, comparing them with his journal. Old Tian, what are you doing? Lin Xiqing casually emerged from the house and could not help but inquire about Tian Xiangnan's peculiar behavior. Nothing much, just conducting some research, Tian Xiangnan replied dismissively, continuing his task. Stop fiddling with that, it's Angelica, and consuming it will cause diarrhea. Lin Xiqing paid little heed, shaking his head as he casually uttered a remark before making his way towards the main house. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, his arm was suddenly seized by Tian Xiangnan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Lin Xiqing. Old Lin, do you recognize these medicinal herbs? Chapter 25. The sudden gunfire. What is this? Seeing the glimmer in his eyes, Lin Xiqing's lips curled slightly. He attempted to free his arm, but found it futile. So he acquiesced. Old Tian, what is the matter with you? No, really, Old Lin, do you know these herbs? Tian Xiangnan pressed on, disregarding everything else. Could you please let go? Lin Xiqing nodded in resignation. My grandfather was a physician, and I learned a bit from him when I was young. I can recognize some common herbs. Then take a look at this. Tian Xiangnan thrust the logbook he held into Lin Xiqing's hands, pointing at the entries that listed various herbs. Quick, see if these herbs are among them. Isn't this the logbook you found in the cave? Lin Xiqing perused the pages and noted the information regarding the medicinal herbs. This indeed resembles a recipe of sorts, employing mostly common herbs. However, you cannot possibly believe the diary of a madman, can you? Upon examining the recorded herbs more closely, Lin Xiqing shook his head. Even though I have not formally studied medicine, I know this is utterly unreliable. Some of these herbs are contradictory. Consuming this concoction wouldn't just be fatal, but it would certainly be detrimental to one's health. Oh, I see. As he spoke, Tian Xiangnan felt his initial enthusiasm wane considerably and casually inquired, well, I was merely bored in asking. Hey, do you think any of the herbs in this courtyard could match those in the recipe? Seeing that he seemed undeterred, Lin Xiqing smirked slightly, casting a glance at the array of herbs drying in the courtyard before looking down at the logbook. Believe it or not, there is indeed one, he remarked. Look at this recipe labeled essence of fowl. It contains schisandra berries, dragon's blood, purple silk, astragalus, and walnut shells. What a hodgepodge. He could not help but criticize. These random ingredients thrown together. Can anyone actually consume this? Eating it would surely lead to severe gastrointestinal distress. It could very well be lethal. Regardless, I'm bored. So let us see what we can make of it, Tian Xiangnan said nonchalantly. Old Lin, help me pick some herbs while I fetch a few walnuts. With that, he turned and headed back into the house. Hey, Lin Xiqing called out, observing Tian's enthusiastic demeanor, and could only shake his head in helplessness. Upon returning to the house, Tian Xiangnan opened his backpack. Before boarding the train, they had brought along some snacks, and Tian recalled that there were indeed a few walnuts among them. He rummaged through his bag, retrieved several walnuts, and placed them into a ceramic bowl before heading back outside. In the kitchen, using a newly purchased rolling pin, he cracked the walnuts, extracted the kernels into the bowl, and gradually crushed the walnut shells. After about 10 minutes, once he had crushed several walnut shells into powder, Lin Xiqing entered, carrying various medicinal herbs. He placed the herbs directly on the low table in the kitchen, his face still reflecting a sense of helplessness. I followed the proportions in the log, but it doesn't specify how to brew the medicine, he remarked. Never mind, we can simply stew it all together, I suggested. Lin Xiqing shook his head in silent exasperation and chose to stay nearby, observing Tian Xiangnan as he busily flitted about. Old Lin, Tian Xiangnan began amidst his activities. I've heard people say your family is comprised of capitalists. What kind? Private or state-owned? As he worked, Tian Xiangnan inquired about Lin Xiqing's family background. Lin Xiqing sighed softly. Our family operates in shipping, with several international routes. Wow, Tian Xiangnan exclaimed, turning to look at him in surprise. That's impressive. But he quickly shook his head. What a pity. Just a few more years of hardship, and things will settle down. It was evident that, given such a background, the Lin family had surely faced difficulties in recent years. Even without the scandal caused by Gao Man, they would inevitably be affected. I hope so, Lin Xiqing replied, lacking confidence in that outcome. How much water should we add? Noticing Lin's low spirits, Tian Xiangnan quickly shifted the topic, gathering the herbs into a ceramic bowl and asking Lin Xiqing for guidance. Normally, it's 3 bowls of water for 1 bowl of herbs, Lin Xiqing replied seriously. However, since I've reduced the amount of herbs proportionately, just add 1 bowl of water and boil it down to about half a bowl. Understood, Tian Xiangnan said, holding the bowl of herbs and glancing around. On the stove, there was only a small pot for cooking, which they had just purchased from the supply store. We don't even know if this is toxic or not. If we use that pot, will we still be able to eat? After a moment of thought, he set the bowl down and hurried out to the yard, returning with a few broken bricks to construct a makeshift stove in the corner. He then placed the bowl of herbs with water atop it and gathered some scrap wood, igniting it to create a fire. During this time, the 2 girls had tidied up the room and, noticing the 2 men fiddling in the corner of the yard, approached out of curiosity. Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's plan, the girls found it amusing and began to watch the spectacle with mild interest. The makeshift earthen stove was not very effective, and after more than an hour of cooking, the water had evaporated to about 1/3 of its original amount. At this point, the remaining liquid had transformed into a dark green, somewhat viscous substance, faintly exuding a medicinal aroma mixed with a hint of char. This doesn't look very legitimate. Can we really drink this? Tian Xiangnan initially considered tasting it, but upon seeing the result, a sense of aversion began to rise within him. That should be enough, Lin Xiqing cautioned, bringing a bowl of water from the kitchen to extinguish the fire beneath. They waited a while longer, and once the temperature of the ceramic bowl had cooled, Tian Xiangnan cautiously lifted it. Just then, a dull thud resonated in the air above the village. Tian Xiangnan, startled by the sound, inadvertently spilled some of the green liquid from his bowl, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he swiftly turned his gaze toward the northeast of the village. Was that a gunshot? Lin Xiqing's expression also shifted slightly, his eyes questioning as they sought Tian Xiangnan's. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. Let's go take a look, Tian Xiangnan murmured, taking a few strides into the kitchen, placing his bowl on the table with casual ease before leading several others out of the courtyard, heading toward the source of the gunfire. Chapter 26. A fierce struggle. As they emerged from the courtyard, they noticed the gate of the neighboring yard creak open, revealing Lin, who emerged briskly, clutching an old hunting rifle. What is going on? Tian Xiangnan inquired urgently. Lin shook his head. I'm not sure yet. Occasionally, wild animals from the mountains wander into the village, but this season seems off. With that, Lin turned along the edge of the wall, prompting Tian Xiangnan and the others to follow closely behind. Under Lin's guidance, they made their way down the narrow path toward the southeastern part of the village. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers armed with sticks and kitchen knives, all hastening in the same direction. Before long, they arrived at the granary in the southeastern corner of the village, where a large crowd had gathered, primarily villagers who had come upon hearing the commotion, pointing and murmuring toward the large warehouse at the center of the gathering. Old San, observing the scene, which bore no signs of wild animals, they paused on the outskirts of the crowd. Lin seized the opportunity to stop a familiar face for inquiries. What is happening? Referred to as Old San, the tall young man wore a smirk of schadenfreude. What else? They're fighting. You're late. You missed quite the spectacle. Oh my, it was intense. I've never seen a brawl so fierce. I wonder if anyone got hurt. Lin furrowed his brow at the gravity of his words. Who is fighting? Why is it so severe? And who fired the gun? Who else could it be? The new group of educated youth. I don't know what sparked it. But the scene was akin to a village war. There were at least a dozen on each side, making quite the ruckus. Uncle Zhang heard the ruckus and rushed over. But they couldn't even break it up. The people trying to intervene got beaten too. Eventually, Uncle Zhang got so frustrated that he ordered the militia to draw their weapons, firing 2 shots just to separate them. Upon learning that it was a conflict among the educated youth, Tian Xiangnan and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, the crowd parted, and Secretary Lin entered, flanked by 2 young officials from the educated youth group. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Xiangnan and his companions followed closely behind Secretary Lin into the throng. In the open space before the warehouse, several figures lay sprawled haphazardly, while a dozen others stood nearby, all bearing bruises and injuries, each adorned with the marks of conflict. Uncle Zhang stood aside, gripping an old rifle, his face as dark as a soot-covered pot, glaring at the dozen or so injured youth. What happened? Secretary Lin inquired, his expression darkening as he surveyed the scene. Uncle Zhang snorted disdainfully, casting a fierce look at the apparent ringleaders among the young men. What do you think? It's just a clash between 2 factions. Upon hearing this, Secretary Lin's understanding deepened, and his gaze turned even more piercing as it swept over the youths, finally resting on those sprawled on the ground. So, you didn't have enough trouble in the city and decided to continue your mischief in the countryside? Bring some people to take those lying down to Old Lame, and the rest, separate them and lock them in 2 warehouses. Feed them a corn bun each day. They won't starve. No one is to be released without my or Mansong's permission. We are educated youth sent to the countryside. On what grounds can you imprison us? Protested a young man, his mouth still bruised. Bang! Uncle Zhang swung the rifle, the butt striking the young man's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. You dare to act tough in our Qingshan Brigade? Do you believe I want to break your legs? The youth attempted to retort, but upon meeting Uncle Zhang's sinister gaze, his words faltered, lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Lock them all up, Uncle Zhang commanded, and a throng of sturdy young men surged forward, shoving the group into 2 nearby warehouses. They then fetched several carts to carry the injured to the infirmary. Tian Xiangnan, observing from the side, noticed one individual on the ground with an arm grotesquely twisted, clearly broken, crying out in agony. The others nearby were also groaning, evidently not without serious injuries. He couldn't help but silently marvel at the grim scene. Although he had not witnessed the initial altercation, the extent of the injuries on the ground spoke volumes about the ferocity of the earlier conflict. What could have caused such brutality? Lin Xiqing murmured, clearly taken aback. Tian, do you understand what Secretary Lin meant? Tian Xiangnan paused, then sighed. He was indeed aware of the implications. The so-called factions referred to the Cannon faction and the Ruffian faction from the northeast, their grievances reminiscent of the Stop faction and Recovery faction in your area. Does that clarify things for you? Oh, Lin Xiqing pondered, shaking his head in a mix of realization and lament. I used to hear about the ferocity of conflicts in the northeast, but I never expected it to be so vivid. Let us not dwell on this, lest we attract unwelcome attention, Tian Xiangnan suggested, wanting to end the topic. In the future, it would be wise to keep our distance from such individuals to avoid entanglement in their troubles. Just then, a female voice interjected from nearby. The 2 turned to see Gao Man and Zhang Feng pushing their way through the crowd. Gao Man's gaze was tinged with a hint of trepidation as she approached, grasping Lin Xiqing's arm. Brother Xiqing, may I stay with you? This place is truly terrifying. As she spoke, Gao Man cast a lingering glance at the bloodstains on the ground, still haunted by the memory. I'm afraid we are currently relying on the hospitality of others and cannot assist you, Lin Xiqing replied in a calm tone, subtly withdrawing his arm as he spoke. Seeing Lin Xiqing's indifferent demeanor, Xiaoyu turned her pleading eyes towards Lin Xiyu. However, Lin Xiyu merely shook her head, too weary to voice a response. Before turning away with a sigh, Tian Xiangnan said nothing, casting a fleeting glance at the 2 girls before following them into the throng. The 4 of them exchanged a few words along the way and soon returned to their courtyard. As Tian Xiangnan pushed open the door, a red figure suddenly darted out from the yard, startling him. A loud crash echoed from the kitchen, followed by the crisp sound of shattering. What was that? Lin Xiqing, trailing behind, leaned forward to glimpse the creature soaring into the sky. It seems to be a mountain chicken, Tian Xiangnan speculated uncertainly, hastening towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the doorway, the flapping sound intensified, and a large red shape came hurtling towards him. "Whoa!" Tian Xiangnan exclaimed, instinctively swatting at it. With a solid thud, he felt something soft yet prickly as he sent the creature tumbling back into the kitchen. "Another wild chicken," Lingzhi exclaimed, eager to catch it but momentarily flustered. In that instant, Tian Xiangnan darted into the kitchen, swiftly seizing one flapping wing of the wild chicken and using a quick motion. He managed to pin it down. "Ha ha, we caught it." The two girls, slightly lagging behind, entered the kitchen to find the two boys grinning like fools. "Shall you look? We've just captured a wild chicken." Lingzhi beamed at his sister. "Where did this wild chicken come from?" Wuyou inquired, her face lighting up with curiosity. "Who knows? It just ran in here, and one even made its way into the kitchen, probably in search of food," Tian Xiangnan replied. "Xiangbei, go find a piece of cloth or some rope." As Lingzhi spoke, a flash of inspiration struck Tian Xiangnan. Simultaneously, he noticed the remnants of the shattered bowl that had been used to brew medicine lying beneath the low table. Xiangbei nodded and went inside, soon returning with a strip of cloth. Tian Xiangnan promptly used it to tie the wild chicken to the table leg, then collected the shards of the broken bowl to inspect. Under the chill of the weather, the liquid within had long since solidified into a dark mass, dotted with tiny pits on the surface. Tian Xiangnan crouched down again to observe the wild chicken, and upon noticing the remnants of a black, viscous substance on its sharp beak, his earlier thoughts solidified further. "Old Tian, what's wrong?" Lingzhi, sensing Tian Xiangnan's unusual demeanor, inquired from the side. Without haste to respond, Tian Xiangnan rose and exited the kitchen, making his way to the corner of the courtyard, the very spot where they had previously concocted medicine. He bowed his head to inspect the ground, then squatted down. "What are you looking at?" Lingzhi, somewhat puzzled, followed suit and crouched beside him. "Look here." Tian Xiangnan pointed to a particular area on the ground. Lingzhi leaned down for a better view. It was where Tian Xiangnan had inadvertently spilled some medicine while serving it, leaving a grayish stain on the otherwise smooth surface. To their surprise, several shallow pits were present within that stained area. Recalling the earlier scene of Tian Xiangnan observing the wild chicken's sharp beak, Lingzhi blinked and began to comprehend. "Old Tian, do you mean to say that those two wild chickens didn't just happen to fly by, but were drawn here by this substance? They specifically came to consume it?" As he spoke, he gestured toward the location where the medicinal liquid had been spilled. Tian Xiangnan grinned and retrieved a blue journal from his pocket, flipping to the section that recorded the suspected medicinal formula. "See, this was the formula we used to prepare the medicine, right? It mentions the essence of fowl." His tone unconsciously brimmed with excitement. "Does fowl refer to birds?" A wild chicken is indeed a bird, so it would find this substance intriguing and be attracted to it. This implies that the medicine concocted here may not necessarily be for human consumption. Lingzhi, momentarily bewildered by his explanation, pondered for a moment and pointed to other similar records on the page. If that's the case, then the essence of beast refers to wild animals, capable of producing a potion that attracts them? And what about the essence of wood, or the essence of scales? And this last one, the essence of spirit? The essence of wood might indeed pertain to flowers, herbs, and trees, Tian Xiangnan speculated, albeit uncertainly. As for the essence of scales, perhaps it pertains to fish or aquatic creatures. But the essence of spirit is a bit more challenging to decipher. It can't possibly refer to souls or ghosts. That would be absurd. Lingzhi chuckled at Tian Xiangnan's whimsical interpretation, shaking his head. "If your explanations hold true, and we can concoct potions that attract various animals and birds from the formulas listed here, that would indeed be a remarkable unexpected gain. In our leisure time, we could produce some medicine to hunt wild chickens or rabbits, thus improving our living conditions." Indeed, Tian Xiangnan nodded in agreement. "However, our immediate priority should be to devise a means to test the efficacy of these various medicines. After all, the process of concocting medicine incurs costs. If the effects are not significant, it may be more prudent to scatter some corn in the wild, which might also attract a few wild chickens." However, as Tian Xiangnan spoke, he turned back to the first few pages of the log. According to the account of that old lunatic, the tone conveyed within the words suggested that this peculiar item had instilled in him a considerable degree of confidence and delusion. Just as the two were engrossed in discussion, A sudden knock resounded on the courtyard door. Tian Xiangnan approached and opened it, only to find Lin Qing standing outside, carrying several small gray cloth bags. "You've returned from your little adventure," Lin Qing greeted with a smile, lifting the bags in her hands. "I'm here to collect the medicinal herbs, making your courtyard a bit more spacious." "Qingjie, come in. We'll help you." The two welcomed her in with cheerful smiles, taking the small cloth bags from her hands and assisting in transferring the already sun-dried herbs into the baskets. The remaining undried ones were left to continue drying in the sun. After this flurry of activity, the courtyard appeared significantly more spacious. "By the way, don't bother with dinner tonight. Come to my house instead. Join my uncle and the others for a drink. It'll all be good to get acquainted, and it might be beneficial for future collaborations," she suggested. "All right, thank you, Qingjie," Tian Xiangnan readily agreed, contemplating stopping by the supply and marketing cooperative to fetch a couple of bottles of wine. Old Tian, the wild chicken, Lin Xiqing quietly reminded from the side. Tian Xiangnan suddenly snapped back to reality, patted his head, set down the cloth bag he was holding, and turned to enter the kitchen, emerging shortly after with the wild chicken. "Qingjie, a wild chicken just flew into the courtyard, and we managed to catch it. It'll make a fine addition to tonight's meal." Chapter 28. Inquiring about the reason the sky gradually darkened, Tian Xiangnan meandered towards the supply and marketing cooperative. From a distance, he spotted Kai Ling standing at the entrance, seemingly preparing to lock up. "Hey, wait." He quickly hurried closer. "Kai Ling, before you close up, could you grab 2 bottles of wine for me? What's the occasion? Just arrived in the village and already planning a celebration?" Kai Ling responded with a playful tone as she swiftly unlocked the door of the cooperative, ushering Tian Xiangnan inside. "What type of wine do you want? We have Baiyan, Mianzhu, and the local Daku. No tickets needed for local produce." "Well, since Qingjie invited us to dinner tonight, along with the secretary and uncle, I thought I'd bring along a couple of bottles," Tian Xiangnan explained, while rummaging through his pockets for money. "You city folks really know how to indulge." Kai Ling chuckled, handing him 2 bottles of local Daku from the counter. "One mustn't be remiss in matters of courtesy," Tian Xiangnan replied with a smile. "Besides, I wouldn't say I'm truly a city dweller. My family belongs to the working class, the good brothers of farmers. Now that we've settled in the Qingshan Brigade, we'll become close neighbors." "Huh, going by your logic, we should definitely enjoy a couple of drinks later." Kai Ling laughed heartily, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Lin just came by to invite me for dinner. It seems his courtyard has been transferred to you. You're going to dinner too? Then we might as well go together." "Indeed, my sister and I have just arrived in the countryside, and we too are in search of a place to settle down. It seems we have fortuitously crossed paths." However, upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's words, the smile on Kai Ling's face took on an odd expression. She shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of lamentation. "Well, I suppose that courtyard can be transferred to you. It does represent a satisfactory outcome." Tian Xiangnan raised an eyebrow at this. "What? Are you implying that there is more to this situation?" Kai Ling immediately sensed his misunderstanding and hastily waved her hand. "I mean no offense. That courtyard is indeed a fine one. It was originally built by Daling and his wife as a new home for Erling's marriage." "Wait, there must be something more to it. Kai Ling, we are both straightforward individuals, so please, elucidate the matter for me. I assure you, I will keep it confidential." Having interacted several times, Tian Xiangnan recognized that this girl was quite candid, and thus he felt free to inquire further. As they exited the supply and marketing cooperative, Kai Ling locked the main door and sighed deeply. "In truth, it is not a significant matter. Daling was once renowned in our village for his capabilities. He excelled not only in agricultural tasks but was also adept at hunting and foraging. After the village merged with the brigade, his family prospered over the years, even constructing a new courtyard for Erling. Yet in these times, jealousy is an ever-present specter. Ever since he ventured into the woods and went missing after the new year, various rumors began to circulate. It was said that after Daling's departure, Erling and his sister-in-law were involved in some scandal. Some even claimed my sister-in-law was merely a young concubine, and with the elder brother gone, she turned to the younger. Of course, these were merely the idle gossip of some envious souls from other families. Upon learning of this, Erling had confronted those malicious individuals, yet the more he fought, the more viciously they spoke. Eventually, Erling began spending less time at home, avoiding the prattle of those gossips. Tian Xiangnan furrowed his brow as he absorbed this information, recalling the attitude of Air's companions toward Lin Qing when he entered the village that morning. Furthermore, After their return, Erling had taken Huzi for a stroll, seemingly to avoid any association. Did he intend to hide away in the factory, leaving his mother to fend for herself with Lingzhi? Contemplating Erling's actions, Tian Xiangnan felt a wave of disappointment. With his elder brother gone, as the only man in the family, Erling should have shouldered the responsibilities of the household rather than evade them, leaving the burden upon a woman. Yet, upon further reflection, was a woman's reputation not of significance? If he were in Erling's position, he too might feel uncertain about how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck Tian Xiangnan, and he exclaimed, if there are rumors circulating, why not have Erling find a wife and marry? This way, who would dare to speak ill behind his back? A good slap would silence them. You speak as if it were easy. Does a wife simply fall from the heavens? Upon hearing his words, Kai Ling wore an expression of utter disbelief. In your brigade or at the factory where Erlin works, are there truly no suitable girls? Tian Xiangnan instinctively retorted, his gaze suddenly turning contemplative as he observed Kai Ling beside him. He recalled the first time he visited the supply and marketing cooperative. Erlin and the girl before him appeared to be in jovial conversation, their camaraderie unmistakable. What are you staring at? The young girl seemed to have guessed Tian Xiangnan's thoughts, rolling her eyes dramatically. Erlin and I grew up together, bare-bottomed, and know each other too well. I have no interest in him, and he feels the same about me. Tian Xiangnan found her words amusing. Really? When it came to this matter, the girl's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. It is precisely because we grew up together and share everything that he wishes to find an educated and cultured girl, which aligns closely with my own aspirations. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Oh, hearing her say this, Tian Xiangnan began to understand. In this day and age, although the notion that education is futile may not be prevalent, the perspectives of the older generation in rural areas differ somewhat from those of the youth. The older farmers, regardless of how many years of schooling one has or the extent of their knowledge, prioritize practical skills. Can you work the land? Can you support an entire family? If you can, then you are a man, a capable head of the household. Conversely, if you cannot even farm, then, even if you are a university professor, you are deemed insignificant in their eyes. The younger generation, however, reveres the outside world and yearns for the excitement of urban life, thus holding city dwellers with knowledge and culture in higher regard. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Once Erlin finds a partner at the factory, he will undoubtedly return frequently. Tian Xiangnan nodded in agreement, considering the topic momentarily concluded. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Qing's residence. Just as they stepped into the courtyard, they noticed Uncle and Secretary Lin, along with Auntie, seated in the main room engaged in conversation. Uncle exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Factionalism truly is a perilous affliction. Chapter 29. Preparations for the experiment. Old Tian. A groggy Tian Xiangnan was roused by a gentle push, reluctantly rolling over, shaking his aching head, and opening his eyes to see Lin Xiqing standing at his bedside with a package in hand. What's the matter? He asked, still in a daze. Noticing his bewildered expression, Lin Xiqing couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean, what's the matter? What time is it? Shouldn't you be up by now? Weren't you quite the hotshot last night? As if recalling something, a peculiar smile spread across his face. I truly cannot fathom you. How does a person from Anhui muster the audacity to challenge the secretary and the brigade leader at the dining table? Are you unaware of how formidable Northeasterners can be when it comes to drinking? Upon hearing this, a vague recollection stirred in Tian Xiangnan's mind as he slowly sat up, defiantly responding, I didn't disgrace our Anhui province. I managed to take down the secretary and Uncle Zhang, didn't I? So what happened afterward? Lin Xiqing smiled and probed further. Tian Xiangnan furrowed his brow in recollection, followed by a wry smile. It was indeed surprising. He never anticipated that the girl could drink so much. Had he underestimated the capabilities of women? This surely served as a lesson for him. Tian Xiangnan smirked slightly before shifting the topic. What are you carrying in your hands? Have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten how you explained things to me when you returned last night? Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan paused, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the events of the previous day. The remnants of his memory only included a moment during dinner when he engaged in a drinking contest with a few others, and then everything became a blur. Noting his befuddled expression, Lin Xiqing shook his head and placed 2 paper bags in front of him. When you returned yesterday, You asked me to go to the health station and procure more medicinal materials to experiment with the prescriptions listed in the log. So, I made a trip to the clinic early this morning under the pretense of having a cold and managed to gather some herbs. I even prepared a hangover soup that is currently simmering. Fortunately, the herbs in the prescriptions are all quite common, and with a bit of improvisation, I was able to gather several of them. Hearing this, Tian Xiangnan felt a surge of energy and grabbed his clothes from the bedside, putting them on while eagerly inquiring. Which prescriptions have you managed to gather? One is the essence of poultry that we discussed yesterday, and I have also prepared the formula for the essence of beasts. They are both simmering now, and I've asked Xiangbei and Xiaoya to keep an eye on the fire. As for the essence of wood and the essence of scales, we still lack a few key ingredients, and we'll have to figure that out later. It's enough for us to conduct a re-experiment. Tian Xiangnan was highly impressed with Lin Xiqing's efficiency. After a moment of thought, he asked, "By the way, is Qingji at home?" Lin Xiqing nodded. "Yes. I saw her this morning. We heard at the dinner table last night that Aunt's mobility is limited, and with the kids being small, Qingji doesn't work regularly. She occasionally helps the brigade run errands to earn some work points." "Why do you need her?" "To borrow a gun," Tian Xiangnan explained. "We certainly can't conduct experiments in the yard. If we attract wild chickens or anything else, while yesterday's incident was manageable, it would be difficult to explain if it happened repeatedly. Moreover, if what we produce actually attracts wild chickens or hares, we can't just catch them by hand. Yesterday's incident was a fluke. In the wild, we would just be left staring helplessly. We are still uncertain whether this will yield any results. And you seem to be thinking quite far ahead. Indeed, it never hurts to be well prepared." As they conversed, they stepped outside and coincidentally encountered Xiangbei, who emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl. "Brother, are you feeling better? Quickly drink this bowl of hangover soup." Tian Xiangnan did not hesitate and promptly downed the slightly bitter concoction, wiping his mouth before heading back to the kitchen. The air was still thick with a potent herbal aroma, and on the low table nearby sat 2 bowls filled with dark herbal residue. The contents resembling what he had concocted yesterday, thick and glue-like in consistency. Lin Xiyu was busy scrubbing a small iron pot with a straw brush. It is evident that her movements are quite unrefined. Nevertheless, she maintains a serious expression on her petite face as she diligently brushes. Upon seeing Tian Xiangnan enter, Brother Tian observed Lin Xiyu appearing somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. "Haha, it seems that the two of us, as older brothers, will have to rely on you 2 younger sisters for care in the future." To spare Lin Xiyu from discomfort, Tian Xiangnan refrained from saying much more, instead offering a playful encouragement before addressing Lin Xiqing. "Old Lin, please pack everything up. I shall make a visit to Sister Qing." Concerned that the efficacy of the items might have a time constraint, Tian Xiangnan wasted no time and, after a brief instruction, exited the small courtyard. He knocked on the door of the neighboring courtyard. Shortly, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the door was opened by Lin Qing. "What? You wish to borrow a hunting rifle?" Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's intent, Lin Qing appeared quite astonished. "Sister Qing, I plan to stroll around with old Lin to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. However, given that we are in the mountains, we might encounter some wild beasts. It is prudent to carry a firearm." Lin Qing regarded him with a peculiar glance before displaying a moment of hesitation. "Do you know how to shoot?" Tian Xiangnan quickly assured her. "Sister Qing, rest assured, I am proficient with a hunting rifle, and I will never discharge it without just cause unless faced with danger." "Very well, wait here," Lin Qing replied, turning back into the house. In a short while, she emerged, carrying a long rifle. To Tian Xiangnan's surprise, it was not the old flintlock shotgun from yesterday, but rather a relatively new model, a Type 56 rifle. This was the rifle that Lin used in the militia. Later, the brigade assigned me the militia quota, and the weapon was not reclaimed. As she spoke, she handed Tian Xiangnan several golden-hued cartridges, her tone growing serious. "Do not venture into the mountains. Not only are there wild animals, but it is also easy to get lost. Remember, do not fire indiscriminately. The ammunition is limited, and a shortage would not sit well with the brigade." "Sister Qing, you need not worry," Tian Xiangnan replied joyously as he accepted the rifle and cartridges, thumping his chest in assurance. "I promise not to cause you any trouble." Lin Qing rolled her eyes in response. "All right, it's not such a grave matter. Just exercise caution. If you happen to encounter rabbits or roe deer, shooting a couple won't raise any eyebrows with the brigade. However, should you come across a wild boar, do not act rashly. Retreat at once." "Understood," Tian Xiangnan replied enthusiastically as he bade farewell to Lin Qing and returned to his small courtyard. Just in time. He found Lin Xiqing had already packed the two medicines into separate oiled paper bags. The two of them, with their belongings in hand, set off toward the outskirts of the village. Chapter 30. The experiment begins. The Qingshan Brigade is encircled by mountains on all sides. The eastern and southern fronts are dominated by the expansive Qingshan, while the western and northern aspects extend toward the outer world, comprised of smaller hills. The railway that Tian Xiangnan and his companions arrived on lies nestled between these two smaller hills. The village of Qingshan Brigade is situated in the midst of a flat valley, slightly inclined toward the southeastern position of Qingshan. As the two exited the courtyard and rounded the corner towards the eastern exit of the village, they spotted Uncle Zhang, the team leader, leading a large group of educated youth, marching robustly from the direction of the northeastern granary. Sensing impending trouble, Tian Xiangnan prepared to conceal himself and Lin Xiqing. But it was already too late. "What are you two up to?" Uncle Zhang called out from a distance, his voice resonating with authority. With no choice, Tian tightened the strap of his rifle and stood obediently by the roadside with Lin. "Uncle, where are you taking the youths so early in the morning?" Tian Xiangnan queried, adopting a servile demeanor as the elder approached. "What else? Off to work, lest they have energy to waste and cause trouble," the elder retorted with a scoff. Suddenly noticing the rifle barrel peeking from behind Tian, his expression darkened. "You rascal, that's the Lin's rifle, isn't it? What do you need it for?" "Uncle." Tian Xiangnan quickly smiled, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to the elder while lighting it for him. "I was just thinking that since both old Lin and I are new here, we ought to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Besides, we are part of the Qingshan Brigade now. It would be embarrassing not to know the local terrain." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang's stern visage softened considerably. Though he still pressed, "What's the deal with that gun?" "Well, I plan to explore the vicinity with old Lin. I've heard that occasionally wild animals wander down from the mountains and cause trouble, so for safety's sake, I borrowed a gun from Qingjia," Tian explained. "Rest assured, Uncle, I won't fire unless absolutely necessary. I wouldn't waste ammunition on anything less than a wild boar." "Humph," Uncle Zhang scoffed. "If you truly manage to bring back a wild boar, that would indeed be impressive. Just be careful not to end up on the ground if you encounter one." Although he had thrown a mild jab, it was clear that Uncle Zhang was no longer pursuing the matter of the borrowed rifle. "Uncle, what about your plans?" Tian Xiangnan ventured, emboldened by the elder's softened demeanor as he glanced at the group of youths behind them. "Humph." Uncle Zhang's expression darkened again. "It's those city folks. You know, even when locked up, they're as restless as mules, making a racket nonstop. So, I decided to send them out to clear the fields. After all, this year we've been assigned land clearing tasks, which keeps them occupied and out of trouble." "And what about me?" Lin Xiqing cautiously inquired from the side. "Enough. You lot take a day off to tidy up at home, and tomorrow you can come along to work," Uncle Zhang declared. "All right, Uncle. We'll take our leave and explore the surroundings," Tian Xiangnan replied, hastily pulling Lin Xiqing away, anxious that Uncle Zhang might change his mind and enlist them as laborers. "Just look around. Don't venture into the woods," Uncle Zhang cautioned from behind, his concern evident. "Understood," Tian Xiangnan called back, quickening his pace. "These young rascals." Uncle Zhang muttered with a resigned chuckle. At that moment, the team of young intellectuals following behind the captain had caught up. A youth with a distinct northeastern accent raised his voice, questioning why the two newcomers were not joining them for work. The elder, upon hearing this, wore a stern expression and glanced back at the speaker with a nonchalant demeanor. "They have just moved into the courtyard, and I granted them a day's respite. They may do as they please, even if it means wandering aimlessly." The other young intellectuals exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. However, before anyone could voice dissent, the elder continued. "Rest assured, when you relocate to the youth station, I will likewise afford you a day to recuperate." With this statement, the previously unsettled youth fell silent. "Let us proceed. Our objective today is the barren land on the southern slope. With a group of over 30, we should manage to cultivate at least 7 or 8 acres in a day." Meanwhile, Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing, having exited the village, engaged in a brief discussion before heading towards the distant southern hills. According to the information provided by Lin Qing and his companions, the armaments factory lay nestled within the eastern mountains. To avoid any complications, they opted for a path that led them farther south. After traversing a small trail for several hundred meters, crossing a stone river several meters wide, passing 2 railway tracks, and navigating through a vast expanse of wasteland, They finally arrived at the foot of the southern hills. Old Tian, is this about right? Upon reaching their destination, Lin Xiqing seemed to grow somewhat apprehensive and could not help but inquire. They found themselves at the junction of the barren slope and the great hills, surrounded by knee-high wild grasses and sparse trees. Beyond lay a denser thicket, with the terrain gradually ascending, coupled with the surrounding stillness. It was understandable that a newcomer might feel a twinge of anxiety in such an environment. Tian Xiangnan surveyed the area and nodded in agreement. In his youth, he had accompanied the factory's security team for shooting practice and hunting, aware that such wild grasslands often concealed hares and pheasants. Moreover, as they stood at the forest's edge, venturing further could indeed lead to disorientation within the woods, a rather amusing predicament. All right, let us take out the equipment, Tian Xiangnan said, reaching out to accept the 2 brown paper bags handed to him by Lin Xiqing. How do you intend to conduct the experiment? Lin Xiqing inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Xiangnan stepped forward and tore open the bottoms of the 2 paper bags, forcefully tossing the dark contents onto the wild grass and barren ground before them. What are you doing? Lin Xiqing could not suppress a smirk at the sight. Whatever happens, Tian Xiangnan replied, stowing the paper bags away and pulling Lin Xiqing back for a short distance before crouching in a patch of grass. We are merely here to test whether this substance proves useful. If it manages to draw something out, then it is indeed effective. Lin Xiqing shook his head with a wry smile, but chose not to elaborate further. Time slipped away, and the 2 men sat quietly, awaiting the outcome. After more than 10 or 20 minutes had passed, as Tian Xiangnan's legs grew numb from squatting, the 2 suddenly heard a commotion. The sound of flapping wings stirred Lin Xiqing's excitement, prompting him to stand, only to be firmly restrained by Tian Xiangnan, who also covered his mouth. Puzzled, Lin Xiqing turned to Tian Xiangnan, only to find him wearing a serious expression, his face somewhat pale, and his eyes flickering with a hint of tension. As if sensing Lin Xiqing's confusion, Tian Xiangnan's grip on his mouth remained firm, while his left index finger raised to his lips in a gesture to silence him. After Lin Xiqing nodded in understanding, Tian Xiangnan gradually released his hold, but his arm remained draped over Lin Xiqing's shoulder, pointing towards a direction in the overgrown grass ahead. Throughout their journey, from settling in the Qingshan Brigade to making their home, Lin Xiqing had never seen such a tense expression on Tian Xiangnan's face, which piqued his curiosity about what could have elicited such a reaction. Thus, he followed the direction of Tian Xiangnan's finger. His vision seemed slightly inferior to Tian Xiangnan's, but he eventually spotted a suspicious object nestled in the recently verdant grass, squinting to see it clearly. There, a slender, gray dog was half hidden among the weeds, panting with its long tongue, seemingly licking the dirt and the dark clumps of grass. The dog's movements were subtle, and given the distance, one might easily overlook its presence if not for a careful observation. As Lin Xiqing scrutinized the dog, which resembled a sled dog, he turned back to Tian Xiangnan, silently mouthing, "Where did that dog come from?" Tian Xiangnan paused, understanding his words, and then broke into a peculiar silent laugh, revealing a row of white teeth. His expression shifting to one of annoyance as he silently mouthed back, "You fool, is that a dog?" Lin Xiqing was taken aback, his eyes widening gradually, his face paling as he mechanically turned to gaze at the gray, somewhat emaciated dog once more. His throat involuntarily constricted, and he instinctively softened his breathing. This was unmistakably a wolf. At that moment, a rustling emerged from the grass ahead. The way the grass parted revealed that whatever was approaching was likely substantial in size, unlike the earlier silent arrival of the gray wolf. Now, not only had Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing noticed the disturbance, but even the gray wolf, which had been licking the ground, ceased its actions and turned its wary gaze toward the source of the sound. With the rustling of the overgrown grass growing ever closer, a round, stout creature, nearly a meter in height, cloaked in shades of gray and black, pushed its way through the wild vegetation, arriving at the spot where Tian Xiangnan had previously discarded the medicinal paste. Suddenly, a wild pheasant, startled from its hiding place, burst forth from the grass, flapping its wings and soaring towards the distant woods. The wild boar grunted softly, its small, grayish-yellow eyes darting towards a nearby gray wolf, before it nonchalantly lowered its head to root through the barren earth and wild grass. As it foraged, the boar continued to grunt, the sound gradually escalating as if issuing a warning. Meanwhile, the gray wolf paused momentarily, hesitantly glancing down before eyeing the approaching wild boar. ultimately retreating slowly until it faded into the thicket. In the end, only the plump wild boar remained, contentedly foraging and occasionally emitting a cheerful grunt. Seeing only the wild boar before him, Tian Xiangnan's eyes began to glimmer with excitement. He slowly removed the 5.56 pistol from his back, retrieved bullets from his pocket, loaded the chamber, and readied the firearm. However, as he gradually raised the gun, a wave of hesitation washed over him. A creature of such size, even with a 5.56, would likely prove difficult to fell with a single shot. After all, he was no sharpshooter and lacked experience in hunting such large game. Moreover, wild boars are social animals. Who could say if others lurk nearby? Unlike wolves, which flee at the sound of a gunshot, the appearance of additional boars could place him in imminent danger, especially if he merely wounded the one in front of him. Having been reborn, he found himself considering the situation with newfound thoroughness. Let's find Uncle, Tian Xiangnan whispered to Lin Xiqing. Earlier, while waiting in this spot, they had noticed that Uncle was working not far away on the southern slope, accompanied by a group of young workers. However, as they had been concealed within the tall grass, Uncle had likely not seen them. Most importantly, given the day's circumstances, Uncle had brought along a 5.56, likely to ensure the young workers would not cause trouble. In this era, carrying a firearm while on the job was not unusual. Lin Xiqing seemed to grasp Tian Xiangnan's intentions, but did not move immediately. Instead, he sought confirmation with a questioning glance. It was only after Tian Xiangnan nodded again that he gritted his teeth, reached out to the grass, and gradually began to crawl backward, inching away. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he stood up, yet remained hunched over as he hurried towards the distant barren slope. Be careful with your grip. And when you start climbing trees, remember to clear the roots below, then fill the pit with soil from the side, Uncle called out as he directed the young workers, simultaneously reminding them of the precautions they should take. As April approaches, spring has arrived early this year, and the land has essentially thawed, making it an opportune time for cultivation. By simply removing the sparse small trees above and clearing the surface layer of wild grass, we can turn the soil over and prepare for initial planting. After 2 years of sowing, we can continue to manage the weeds and nurture the land, transforming it into fertile black soil. At this moment, a young woman from the youth brigade glanced towards the south, where Lin Xiqing was jogging over. Uncle Lao turned around, and upon noticing that he was alone, his expression shifted slightly, prompting him to stride forward eagerly. Uncle Lao, Lin Xiqing said, catching his breath as he approached. Observing the curious gazes of the youth brigade members around him, he decided to pull Uncle Lao aside. Uncle, it's like this. Chapter 32. A broader perspective. What? You encountered a wild boar? When Lin Xiqing relayed their discovery to the brigade leader, Uncle Zhang, he anticipated a wave of impending ire from the elderly man. However, the excitement and gleaming eyes of the elder momentarily left him in a state of astonishment. Yes, there is indeed a wild boar. Quickly, take me there. Before Lin Xiqing could utter another word, the elder had already urged him forward, signaling for him to lead the way. Everyone, keep working diligently. Those who perform well today will receive an extra meal tonight. Youth brigade leaders, please keep an eye on things. I will return shortly. As he departed, Uncle Lao called out to the youth brigade members. The nearby youth exchanged glances, some smirking, yet curiosity piqued. Their gazes frequently followed the two swiftly departing figures. Uncle, just a bit further ahead. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of the southern hill. While speaking, Lin Xiqing lightened his footsteps, intending to remind the elder. However, when he turned back, he saw that the elder's previously stooped frame had bent even lower, nearly engulfed by the knee-high wild grass, yet moving quietly and steadily. Lin Xiqing grinned, gradually being outpaced by the elder as they stealthily approached the southern field. At this moment, Tian Xiangnan occasionally glanced back, and upon spotting their figures drawing near, he waved his hand eagerly. The elder joined Tian Xiangnan, peering ahead. Just a glance made his eyes shine even brighter. Wow, it's quite a sizable creature, worth a few bullets, he murmured, slowly raising the half-bore rifle in his hands. Uncle, can you manage? Do you need assistance? Tian Xiangnan quietly inquired, raising his own rifle in tandem. Bang! Before he could aim at the wild boar, the gunfire erupted beside him. Startled, Tian Xiangnan turned to see the boar shudder violently before gradually collapsing to the ground, grunting softly, its tiny hooves scratching the earth a few times before becoming still. Just then, a wild chicken, startled by the commotion, took flight from the thicket. With a sharp crack, The old man swiftly pivoted the gun's muzzle and pulled the trigger again, effortlessly bringing down the wild chicken that soared above. Tian Xiangnan, witnessing the spectacle, stood in stunned silence, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. The wild chicken had suddenly burst forth from the thicket, skimming just above the grass. Yet it was dispatched mid-air by the elderly marksman before him. Such remarkable marksmanship, usually reserved for cinematic portrayals, truly opened Tian Xiangnan's eyes today. "Old uncle, what a splendid shot!" he exclaimed, half in admiration and half in praise, while observing the slightly hunched figure of the old man, whose vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings. The old man chuckled softly, clearly in high spirits, as he continued to hold the gun and approached the fallen wild boar. Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing hurriedly followed in his wake. Upon nearing the beast, they discovered that the old man's earlier shot had struck the boar squarely in the forehead, resulting in a clean kill. "Xiaodian, go retrieve that wild chicken," the old man instructed, glancing down at the boar before beckoning to Tian Xiangnan. "Understood," Tian Xiangnan replied, using his gun like a staff to part the grass as he swiftly located the still-twitching wild chicken not far away. As he was returning with the chicken in hand, he suddenly noticed a group of several male young intellectuals running towards them from the direction they had come, each wielding axes and shovels. Hearing the commotion, the old man turned to observe the approaching crowd, his brow slightly furrowing in discontent. The panting group soon drew near, led by Zhao Dao, the head of the young intellectuals, who held a long-handled axe. "Captain, we heard the gunfire and came to see what was happening," Zhao Dao quickly explained. Sensing the old man's displeasure, curiosity had compelled them to follow upon hearing the shots. Encouraged by a few of the young intellectuals, Zhao Dao had led the group over. Fortunately, the old man merely cast them a brief glance and refrained from further comment. After all, they were all young, and curiosity upon hearing gunfire was quite natural. "All right, since you're here, lend a hand in bringing this wild boar back," he declared. It was only then that the young intellectuals noticed the sizable boar concealed amidst the grass behind the old man and Lin Xiqing, prompting gasps of astonishment from the group. "You, the one there," the old man pointed at one of the young intellectuals in the crowd. Having come to clear land and fell trees that day, the group was well equipped with tools. The young man, singled out by the old man, even had a bundle of rope slung over his shoulder. "Bind the boar, then drag it to the riverside for processing," the old man instructed, pausing momentarily before turning to Zhao Dao. "By the way, does anyone here have experience in slaughtering livestock? It would help us out, and we'll ensure you have a hearty meal when we return tonight." As he spoke, he cast a look towards the Qingshan Brigade. At this moment, a group of people from the village was hastening towards them, likely drawn by the sound of gunfire. "Captain, there's no need to search any further. I will handle it," one of them declared, upon hearing that they would be treated to an extra meal that evening. Expressions of delight spread across the faces of the educated youth present, with Zhao Dao proudly thumping his chest. "I used to apprentice at a slaughterhouse in the city. Handling this wild boar will be a piece of cake." "Very well, I leave it to you," the elder responded, glancing back at Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing. "You too. Come back with me." Tian Xiangnan smirked slightly, exchanged a silent glance with Lin Xiqing, and quietly followed the elder. Observing the group of educated youth busily tying up the wild boar and straining to drag it back, Tian Xiangnan felt a twinge of discontent as he trailed behind the elder. Tentatively, he inquired, "Uncle, what about the wild boar?" "Leave one hind leg for the educated youth. The rest will be distributed among other villagers in need," the elder replied. "Oh, I see," Tian Xiangnan mused. "If there are villagers who do not receive any, might they complain? It's my wild boar. I can share it with whomever I choose. If anyone has an issue with it, they can come to me directly." The elder scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Tian Xiangnan. "What? Do you have an objection?" He also shot a glance at the wild chicken Tian Xiangnan was holding. Quickly, Tian Xiangnan concealed his hand behind him, adopting a serious expression. "No, Captain, your distribution is fair and just." Chapter 33. A hearty meal. Seeing Tian Xiangnan's obsequious demeanor, the elder couldn't help but chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you may return now. The rations for the educated youth at the station are now managed by the brigade. You won't be able to eat lunch, but if you wish, you can join us for some meat at the educated youth station this evening. By the way, the brigade will distribute grain to those educated youth this afternoon, so do not forget to come and collect yours." "Understood, Captain. We shall head back now." At that moment, the group that had emerged from the village had also crossed the Stone River and arrived at the southern slope. The elder approached them to explain, while Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing seized the opportunity to slip away. Tian Xiangnan steadied his grip on his gun with one hand while holding the wild chicken in the other, proceeding leisurely. "What are you pondering, Lao Tian?" Lin Xiqing, noticing his contemplative expression, couldn't help but ask. "Lao Lin, what do you think about the efficacy of that concoction we prepared?" Tian Xiangnan replied, snapping back to reality. "You mention it." Lin Xiqing's tone carried a hint of apprehension. "That thing is rather sinister. It not only attracted the wild chicken, but also lured in wolves and wild boars. We must never employ such methods again. This is still outside the forest. Who knows? We might even draw in a tiger were we to venture within." "That sounds terrifying," Lin Xiqing added. "Isn't it a good thing?" Tian Xiangnan seemed unfazed. "At the very least, if we wish to obtain some game to enhance our meals in the future, it will be considerably easier." As they conversed, the two had reached the stone bridge over the stone river. Tian Xiangnan gradually came to a halt, gazing down from the bridge. At this moment, a group of over a dozen young men, known as the Educated Youth, had successfully dragged a large wild boar to the riverbank. Under the enthusiastic direction of Zhao Dahu, they commenced the task of processing it. Amidst their industrious efforts, they engaged in lively discussions, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Indeed, in these times, even for those labeled as city dwellers, the prospect of consuming meat remained a luxury for the majority. Tian Xiangnan cast a fleeting glance at them before his gaze settled upon the gently flowing surface of the river, a new thought rising in his mind. "Old Lin," he murmured to his companion Lin Xiqing, "could you perhaps find a way to procure some medicinal herbs? Let us try our hand at the remaining formulas. Are you still intent on experimenting?" Lin Xiqing replied with a wry smile. Tian Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully. "If the formula for the scale essence recorded in the journal yields effects similar to the first two, what then is the purpose of the final wood essence? It is essential to clarify this. I believe the scale essence is meant to attract aquatic creatures, but I worry that it might even draw in snakes." Lin Xiqing pondered aloud, suddenly interjecting with this remark. His intention was not to dampen Tian Xiangnan's enthusiasm, but rather to express his astonishment at the efficacy of such remedies, even as a novice practitioner. "Nevertheless, I suggest you revisit that journal thoroughly. After all, that old madman seems to have conducted meticulous research, and perhaps he has left behind some valuable insights. As for the herbs," Lin Xiqing reflected, "my family used to have a few shops in Harbin, but they have long since closed down. I will see if I can reach out to the former steward for assistance." Tian Xiangnan nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. The two of them made their way back to the village along a narrow path. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they discovered the gate ajar, with faint laughter echoing from within. Entering, they found Lin Xing had come with Xiao Hu. 3 adults and a small bundle of fur were busy flipping the remaining medicinal herbs laid out to dry in the yard, with the adults diligently working while the small creature rolled around, creating mischief. "You're back." Lin Xing greeted them with a smile. "Oh, where did you find a wild chicken? It couldn't possibly be one you just shot, could it? We heard a gunshot just now. We were just discussing that," she added, looking towards Tian Xiangnan. "No," he replied with a chuckle, tossing the wild chicken into a corner of the yard and propping up the 6-pointed star he had on his back against the door. "We encountered Uncle while wandering about, and he was the one who shot it, along with a large wild boar. He mentioned distributing the meat to the brigade at noon." Tian Xiangnan surmised that given Lin Xing's current situation, she too would likely be among those receiving the benefits, and so he spoke candidly about the matter. "A wild boar too?" Lin Xing expressed her surprise before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Uncle is the only one in the village capable of hunting wild boars now." With the addition of Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing, they soon completed the task of organizing the medicinal herbs. Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing placed the baskets in a sunlit spot. After completing this task, Tian Xiangnan took the initiative to deliver the gun to the neighboring area. As Lin Xing was about to leave, he warmly invited her, "Sister Qing, after I prepare this wild chicken, why don't you and Auntie Xiao Hu come over for lunch? Let it be a celebration of our first meal in this new place." Initially, Lin Xing intended to decline, but upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's suggestion to commemorate the inaugural meal, she smiled and agreed. "All right, I will first take the herbs I collected yesterday to the health station. Then I'll bring Huzi along to join the festivities." With that, Lin Xing departed with the little bundle of fur. Meanwhile, without waiting for Tian Xiangnan's directions, Xiangbei took the initiative to fetch water and volunteered to handle the preparation of the wild chicken. Lin Xia obediently followed behind Xiangbei like a devoted little assistant. At this moment, the two girls had donned work uniforms made of blue satin fabric, remnants from Tian Xiangnan's mother, which were practical despite their lack of elegance. Strangely, the girls' attire, while lacking in grace, imbued them with a rustic charm. After exchanging a few words with Tian Xiangnan, Lin Xiqing retreated indoors to write a letter. Tian Xiangnan wandered around the courtyard for a while, contemplating, before he turned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative, where he chatted with Kai Ling for a bit. After extending an invitation, he returned with a piece of unique northeastern cured meat and half a cabbage. With Xiangbei, the resourceful homemaker, in the courtyard, the aroma of cooking soon filled the air. Although Tian Xiangnan attempted to assist in the kitchen several times, Lin Xia firmly declined his offers. In her words, now that they were in the countryside, she wanted to seize the opportunity to learn various life skills from Xiangbei, not wanting to disrupt her enthusiasm for learning. Tian Xiangnan retreated to his room, flipping open the blue journal. However, as he perused the pages, he gradually became engrossed in its contents. Chapter 34. Inquiring with Kai Ling brother. Just as he was lost in thought, Tian Xiangnan suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up to see Xiangbei standing before him, hands on her hips. "What's up?" he replied, a look of confusion on his face. "Brother, what are you so focused on? I've called you several times, and you didn't even hear me." Tian Xiangnan blinked. "You called me? For what? What else could it be but for dinner?" Xiangbei rolled her eyes dramatically. "Sister Qing and Kai Ling are here, and you didn't even come out to greet them. I thought you were napping inside." Tian Xiangnan closed the journal, scratched his head, and stood up. I was so absorbed in reading that I didn't notice." He stepped outside, and upon entering the courtyard, he heard the cheerful sounds of women laughing. "What are you all chatting about so merrily?" he inquired. Noticing that the dining table in the living room was set, with the Lin siblings and Kai Ling eagerly waiting at the table. "We were discussing Zhang Ergu and his brothers," Lin Qing replied, her face still alight with mirth upon seeing him. "Yesterday, Uncle punished a few of them to clear the land and dig up trees at Xiaoxipo. You may not know, but that old tree at Xiaoxipo is nearly 30 years old. It is not easily uprooted. Last night, those brothers called a few relatives and, lanterns in hand, dug until the late hours. I heard they returned frozen and exhausted. After such a laborious task, they won't be able to work for at least a couple of days." As Lin Qing spoke, a hint of satisfaction graced her face. After all, as a woman, how could she not feel angered by what Guzi had said to her yesterday? Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. They had it coming. Who told them to speak so insolently? Kai Ling chimed in. Indeed, Zhang Erga's mouth should have been dealt with long ago. The last time that rascal came to buy something, he was being particularly cheeky, and I gave him a good scolding, which sent him packing. "Come, everyone. Let us sit down for dinner," Tian Xiangnan said, pulling Xiangbei to take a seat. On the table were two large ceramic bowls, one filled with stewed wild chicken and the other with stir-fried bacon and cabbage. This cabbage was even sourced from Lin Qing's home. "Qingjia, why didn't your aunt come?" Tian Xiangnan inquired as he settled down. Lin Qing shook her head. "I prepared some food for your aunt, and she has already eaten at home. She has trouble walking and prefers not to come out." Kai Ling added, "Yes. Let us eat first. My aunt isn't fond of moving around, and in time, you all will understand." Tian Xiangnan nodded, not pressing further. As they ate and chatted, Lin Qing suddenly remarked, "The vacant land in front of your courtyard was originally reserved for Lin. Now that you live here, you should clear the land when you have the chance. When the weather warms up, plant some cabbage and potatoes. You can store them for winter." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly asked, "Qingjia, how is the private land distributed here? Where will we get the vegetable seeds?" Lin Qing shook her head and glanced at Lin Xiqing and his sister beside her. "I'm not sure how the educated youth's land is allocated, but in our brigade, each household receives 3 fen of private land." Kai Ling interjected nonchalantly, "The educated youth over there also have private land set aside. With 4 people in your courtyard, 3 fen for vegetable planting should be sufficient. If that isn't enough, you can always clear an extra 1 or 1.5 fen, as long as you don't mind the effort. The brigade won't be too strict about it. As for the seeds, when we see Yimatzi, I'll help you get some." "Who is Yimatzi?" Lin Xiqing asked curiously. Kai Ling smiled at him and explained, "Yimatzi is from the mountain goods station next to our supply and marketing cooperative. It's early spring now, and there's not much to collect, so he doesn't come back often. When the weather warms up and the snow in the mountains melts completely, He will return to gather some goods from the brigade. Do we have a dedicated collection station? Lin Xiqing inquired, intrigued. Kai Ling, however, merely shrugged her shoulders, dismissing the question. Most of the items collected by Yimatsi were sent to the factory canteen in the mountains. In the past, when Kai Ling mentioned this, she suddenly fell silent, casting a somewhat awkward glance at Lin Qing across the table. Seemingly understanding her intent, Lin Qing merely smiled, though a hint of melancholy crept into her tone. Previously, Lin would hand over things like wild chicken and rabbit that could not be consumed at home to Yimatsi in exchange for food tickets. Observing this, Tian Xiangnan quickly shifted the conversation. All right, Kai Ling, I'll leave the matter of the vegetable seeds to you. Next time, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Sure, Kai Ling replied with an air of taking charge, but then pouted slightly. I had intended to bring a bottle of wine, but since you all need to distribute grain and production teams this afternoon, I refrained. Otherwise, during the meeting, with the smell of alcohol on your breath, I wouldn't want others in the village to gossip. What? We're also dividing production teams this afternoon? Tian Xiangnan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Uncle had only mentioned the distribution of grain and had not mentioned anything about production teams. Wasn't he Uncle with the educated youth in the fields this morning? You probably just learned about it now. I heard it from my uncle, Kai Ling clarified, affirming her statement. Lin Qing added with a smile, in our village, there is no matter that you cannot inquire about. In the Qingshan Brigade, there is nothing Kai Ling does not know. Oh, who would have thought you were such a well-informed person? Tian Xiangnan remarked with a smile, his expression subtly shifting. By the way, Kai Ling, do you know which production team we will be assigned to? It will definitely be the 4th team, Kai Ling replied with certainty. You are currently residing in the Lin family settlement, and for convenience in work, you will surely be placed with the 4th team of the Lin family. The other educated youths will be assigned similarly, based on proximity. I see. Tian Xiangnan nodded, then continued to inquire. Are there any tasks in our production team that girls can undertake, and that are comparatively easier? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xiangbei beside him, his meaning unspoken yet clear. In his previous life, Xiangbei had overexerted himself due to his overly competitive nature, which led to his physical decline after several years of labor. In this rebirth, Tian Xiangnan would undoubtedly not allow such a situation to recur. Well, Kai Ling glanced at Tian Xiangnan and then at Lin Xiqing, who wore a similarly earnest expression, and immediately grasped their intent. The smile on her lips softened further as she pondered for a moment before addressing Tian Xiangbei and Lin Xia. Xiangbei, Xiaoya, how are your academic performances? The two girls were momentarily taken aback by the question, exchanging glances before gently nodding. It's all right, they replied, lacking Tian Xiangnan's tendency for self-promotion and responding rather conservatively. My sister always ranked among the top in school, so her studies are certainly fine, Tian Xiangnan added. Xiaoya too. She performed excellently in school, Lin Xiqing chimed in. Then that settles it. Kai Ling seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and continued. As spring approaches, our village is set to establish a new elementary school, anticipated to commence operations in the latter half of the year. At that time, the teachers may be assigned from above, or perhaps selected from the educated youth within our brigade. If you both excel in your studies, there may be an opportunity for you to become teachers at the elementary school. Kai Ling paused momentarily as she spoke. However, I believe the likelihood of selecting from the educated youth is considerably greater, as individuals from the county are unlikely to venture to our remote mountains. If one could secure a teaching position, it would not only be a respectable and clean occupation, but also come with allowances. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan's expression brightened, only to be followed by a raised eyebrow. This indeed seems to be a commendable job. Yet, the school has yet to be built. Even if it were completed, the academic year would likely begin around August or September, wouldn't it? If tasks are to be assigned now, is there a relatively easier job they could undertake in the meantime? Raising pigs, Kai Ling responded without hesitation. If we consider the easiest tasks, they would be scorekeepers or registrars for distributing supplies. However, such positions are limited, and the brigade accountant is certainly out of the question, as that role involves managing finances and requires approval from above. Beyond those, raising pigs is the most manageable task. Conveniently, the two women responsible for pig farming in the brigade, Sister De Tian and Sister Lu San, are both nearing the end of their pregnancies, so it would be wise to have Xiangbei and Lin Xia fill in for them. When the elementary school opens in the latter half of the year, they can then vie for teaching positions, returning the tasks to the original caretakers. Raising pigs? Upon hearing Kai Ling's suggestion, both Xiangbei and lingzhi widened their eyes, appearing somewhat at a loss. However, Tian Xiangnan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In his previous life, he had spent considerable time in the countryside. Although he had never personally raised pigs, he was familiar with the general process. It mostly entailed gathering pig fodder, cooking pig feed, and cleaning the pigsty. This is a rather pungent task, yet certainly preferable to the exhausting labor in the fields. Xiangbei, he mused, would not be a concern, as he had been accustomed to household chores from a young age. As for lingzhi, he pictured the gentle and serene girl standing in the foul-smelling pigsty, utterly bewildered and questioning her life choices. An unexpected sense of mischief arose within Tian Xiangnan, and he found himself stifling a laugh. Thus, he nodded, wearing a peculiar grin. Indeed, raising pigs is a fine endeavor. It is easy and could lead to prosperity. Chapter 35. Backdoor access after a lively lunch. Once Lin Qing and Kai Ling bid farewell, the group tidied up briefly and instructed the three of them to gather at the granary, while Tian Xiangnan sauntered towards the supply and marketing cooperative. At this moment, several mule carts were stationed outside the brigade office, laden with bags of grain, while a few individuals busied themselves with weighing and distributing it into smaller cloth bags. As Tian Xiangnan passed by, he casually lifted one bag to gauge its weight and pinched it, discovering a powdery texture interspersed with many coarse granules. "What kind of grain is this?" he inquired with a person nearby who appeared to be keeping accounts. The man glanced up, recognizing the unfamiliar face as that of a newly arrived youth from the commune, and casually responded, "How long is the ration for cornmeal?" Tian Xiangnan asked further. The man, unreserved, answered smoothly, 3 months. Tian Xiangnan nodded, falling silent, feeling a sense of relief. He had casually lifted the bag earlier, estimating it to weigh around 30 pounds. It was clear that the Northeast, known as the granary of the nation, lived up to its reputation. As Deputy Director Ma from their factory had mentioned, hunger was unlikely here. In contrast, in other barren regions, such a quantity of cornmeal might constitute a year's ration. Contemplating the eventuality when this food would run out, he imagined the daunting challenges the youth would face in securing sustenance. Upon seeing Kai Ling open the door to the supply and marketing cooperative and stand at the entrance to observe the commotion, Tian Xiangnan approached her, engaging in casual conversation. They had barely exchanged a few words when the mule cart was readied, and a group emerged from the brigade headquarters, led by Secretary Lin and brigade leader Zhang Moncong. As the elder stepped out and lifted his gaze, he spotted Tian Xiangnan at the opposite entrance of the cooperative and called out, "Tian boy, didn't we say we would distribute grain to the youth this afternoon? Why are you dawdling here?" "Ah, uncle, I'm on my way," Tian Xiangnan responded, raising his hand in acknowledgement. He then casually fell in line behind the elder and his entourage. As he walked, he observed the individuals in the procession, particularly those who appeared to be in charge alongside Secretary Lin and uncle, listening intently as they discussed the intricacies of the grain distribution. Uncle, with a cigarette clenched in his mouth, silently trailed behind, saying nothing. However, Tian Xiangnan astutely noticed that whenever the others reached pivotal points in their discussion, their gazes instinctively shifted towards Uncle and Secretary Lin. Clearly, these two elders were the ones with the final say. When Uncle turned back and noticed Tian Xiangnan peering around curiously, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. Subsequently, the elder deliberately slowed his pace, stepping in front of Tian Xiangnan and giving him a pointed glare. "You brat, are you concocting some mischievous scheme?" "Of course not." Tian Xiangnan feigned innocence. "How could you think of me that way? I was just hoping to see if there was anything I could assist with, or perhaps an opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities." "Humph," the elder scoffed. "Then why are you acting like a thief, sneaking about?" "Well, it's just that I'm unfamiliar with everyone here and unsure how to contribute," Tian Xiangnan replied. "Stop making excuses, just don't cause any trouble," Uncle muttered, but he did not belabor the point and resumed smoking. They continued walking, and as the granary in the southeast came into view, Tian Xiangnan discreetly cast another glance at the elder beside him. The elderly gentleman appeared to be quite perceptive, swiftly redirecting his gaze with an expression that was half smile, half enigma. "Ah, ha, Tian Xiangnan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation with an air of nonchalance. "Uncle, I've heard that our village plans to establish a primary school in the latter half of the year." The old man fell silent at this remark, casting a curious glance in his direction, though he eventually nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, With over 100 children in the brigade, it cannot continue to be left untended. He thought to himself, aware that the establishment of a primary school would soon become a pressing agenda, and that some educated youth would undoubtedly aspire to become teachers there. However, he found it puzzling that, given there was no sign of a school yet, Tian Xiangnan would bring this up so prematurely. My sister and Lingzhi are excelling in their studies at school. Might they eventually become teachers for the children at our primary school? Tian Xiangnan remarked casually. The old man merely nodded in response, nonchalantly. We'll discuss it later. At the very least, it's a matter for at least half a year hence. By the way, Tian Xiangnan glanced around to ensure they were unobserved, lowering his voice slightly. I've also heard that the Tian's wife, who oversees pig farming, and Lin San's wife are both nearing their due dates. With the arrival of their children, coupled with the need to care for them, they ought to take a break for at least half a year, right? Goodness, they're just waiting. The old man turned his head at this, his expression remaining that enigmatic semblance of a smile, which caused a slight flush to rise on Tian Xiangnan's cheeks. Ahem, we've arrived. So I shall no longer be an eyesore before the esteemed leaders of the brigade, Tian Xiangnan declared before swiftly departing. The intent had been conveyed. Whether it materialized depended solely on the brigade's arrangements. Tian Xiangnan had not harbored grand hopes, merely seeking to test the waters and make an earnest effort. After all, although they had been integrated into Qingshan Brigade, there would likely be many vying for the more manageable task of pig farming. If it did not come to fruition, he could always devise alternative plans in the future. Observing the young man's hasty retreat, the old man's lips twitched as if to smile, yet he restrained himself, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Soon, a convoy of mule carts arrived at the open space in front of the granary. Meanwhile, at the youthful intellectuals' gathering point, under the leadership of the two team captains, everyone had congregated at the granary entrance, awaiting the proceedings in silence. As per tradition, the first to address the assembly was Secretary Lin, who delivered an animated speech welcoming everyone to the countryside, urging their participation in the work of building and production, and expressing hopes for collective effort and the spirit of perseverance amidst adversity. Then it was the old man's turn. His remarks were succinct and straightforward, urging everyone to perform well, work diligently, avoid trouble, and not disrupt the peace. As long as they did so, the brigade would ensure they would not go hungry or suffer unfair treatment. Following him, a few squad leaders also shared their thoughts. Tian Xiangnan focused intently on the squad leader of their fourth team, the one from the Lin production team. To his surprise, the leader of their production team was a woman named Lin Dahua. How shall I put it? She was truly a woman of the Northeast, robust and imposing. Not only was she tall and sturdy, but more importantly, this formidable lady possessed a countenance that was decidedly masculine. Just looking at her square face, large eyes, and bushy eyebrows, coupled with her neat short hair, one might be hard-pressed to discern that she was indeed a woman. Lin Dahua spoke in a straightforward and succinct manner. If you obey and work diligently, there will be plenty of grain. But woe betide anyone who dares to disobey, slack off, or cause trouble. With that, the valiant woman brandished her fist, which was as large as a sandbag. Let us see if I don't deal with you. As Lin Dahua's earnest declarations echoed, Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, he was not alone. Others in the youth brigade stifled their laughter as well. However, glancing at the expressions of the surrounding villagers, it was evident that this was simply the style of their squad leader. Once a few other squad leaders had spoken, the time came for the distribution of tasks and rations. Two young men brought over a mule cart, and the youth who had previously conversed with Tian Xiangnan stood by the cart with a notebook in hand. Those whose names are called, please come forward to receive your grain. As names were read aloud, each youth stepped out from the line, pressed their thumbprint, and collected their rations in a seamless manner. Eventually, even Lin Xiqing and Lin Xia, the siblings, each came forward to claim a bag of grain. As the last of the grain was being distributed from the cart, the young man finally called out, Tian Xiangnan. Tian Xiangnan walked over with Xiangbei. At this point, the young man had closed his notebook, casting Tian Xiangnan a surprised glance before gesturing towards the mule cart behind him. The remaining 100 jin is for you two siblings. Upon hearing this, the initially jubilant youths who had already received their rations erupted into a clamor. Why do they get so much? Indeed, we all came together. Why do they each receive 50 jin? Quiet down. Before the leaders of the brigade could interject, Zhao Dahua bellowed, immediately silencing the crowd. It seemed this male youth leader had indeed garnered some authority. He addressed the group with conviction. They have officially settled in the Qingshan Brigade. Technically, they are no longer considered youths. It is only natural that they receive slightly more grain. If any of you feel envious, you can apply to the secretary and brigade leader for settlement. I believe the brigade will not shortchange you. His words fell upon the youth like a hush, leaving them momentarily speechless. Many turned up their noses, casting looks at the Tian siblings as if they were simpletons. Tian Xiangnan, however, paid them no heed, shouldering 2 bags of grain as he and Xiangbei returned to the crowd. After the distribution of grains, the next task was organizing into groups. However, Tian Xiangnan and his companions had already confirmed their assignment to the 4th small team, so they ceased to listen further. He cast his gaze around and led a few individuals towards a small building beside the drying area. Prior to their arrival, he had inquired that this was the small mill of their brigade. After all, the distributed grains consisted of coarse cornmeal, which was rather rough in texture. Even though the living conditions were poor at present, Tian Xiangnan could tolerate cornmeal pancakes and cornmeal porridge. Yet he found it difficult to adjust to the gritty porridge made from the coarsely ground corn. Thus, he aimed to grind the cornmeal finer. The so-called small mill was essentially a flat-roofed shed housing several stone mills of varying sizes. There was a large mill pulled by a donkey, as well as smaller hand mills slightly larger than a wash basin. Tian Xiangnan surveyed the area and selected a relatively clean, small millstone. "Old Lin, come help me," he called to Lin Xiqing. The two lifted the millstone, carefully cleaned the interior, and then retrieved a wooden scoop to pour the cornmeal into the millstone, commencing the grinding process. As the mill creaked and groaned, the yellow corn flour gradually oozed out from the crevice between the millstone and its base. Observing Tian Xiangnan's adept motions, the 3 onlookers gazed in astonishment. After grinding for a while, Tian Xiangnan gradually regained the rhythm from his past life. His movements became more fluid, and the millstone spun with greater ease. While working, he did not forget to instruct the other 3, advising them to use wooden brushes to sweep the flour that had strayed to the edges back into the collection trough. The 3 were filled with enthusiasm, their small wooden brushes flitting about, causing flour to swirl in the air. The 2 girls even clumsily attempted to sweep the flour from the mill's grooves, repeatedly risking getting their brushes stuck in the millstone. Seeing this, Tian Xiangnan paused, somewhat helplessly. "All right, Xiangbei, Xiaoya, it's fine with old Lin and me here. You two should go over there and listen in. We don't want to be assigned work and get left behind." The 2 girls understood that this simple task did not require so many hands, and since they lacked the strength for grinding, they agreed and headed back towards the granary. Under Tian Xiangnan's guidance, Lin Xiqing gradually fell into the rhythm as well. Given that they were merely processing the granular cornmeal, the small mill turned continuously, and soon, Tian Xiangnan's 50-pound bag of flour was nearly done. "Old Tian, take a break. Let me give it a try," Lin Xiqing, who had been eagerly waiting, tossed aside his brush and eagerly took Tian Xiangnan's place. The mill creaked again. Unfortunately, the young master Lin, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury, had never wielded such archaic tools. Despite his efforts, the millstone, which had spun so smoothly in Tian Xiangnan's hands, now only turned intermittently. In comparison, the efficiency had plummeted significantly. After a while, Lin Xiqing, feeling frustrated, found himself sweating profusely and wore a look of resignation. This contraption appears to demand a considerable degree of precision regarding force, and it heavily relies on one's proficiency. As he spoke, he glanced at Tian Xiangnan. "Old Tian, do you have any more efficient methods to achieve a good rotation?" Tian Xiangnan smirked slightly, pondered for a moment, and a faint smile graced his face. "It's quite simple. Just pull the grinding handle while rotating around the grinding table. This way, you'll only need to exert force in reverse." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing instinctively attempted the method. Grasping the grinding handle with his left hand, he began to circle around the grinding table. Oh, it truly works. After a couple of rotations, Lin Xiqing could not contain his excitement. This is indeed much easier. With that, he quickened his pace, and the grinding head became as smooth as it had been with Tian Xiangnan. "Yes, just like that. Keep going, you're doing great." Tian Xiangnan stifled a laugh, stepping aside to watch Lin Xiqing perform. However, after several rotations, Lin Xiqing abruptly halted. He glanced at the grinding apparatus in his hand, then at the grinning Tian Xiangnan, his expression turning somewhat mournful. "Old Tian, you're being rather unkind, treating me like a mere beast of burden." Chapter 37. Deliberately provoking despite his complaints. Lin Xiqing's hands did not cease their work. Rather, his feet quickened their pace, and as his movements became more familiar, his efficiency was nearing that of Tian Xiangnan's previous performance. Meanwhile, Tian Xiangnan aided by using a wooden brush to assist in organizing and packaging. Old Tian, what are you pondering? Noticing that Tian Xiangnan had been silent for quite some time, Lin Xiqing could not help but inquire. Tian Xiangnan snapped back to reality, hesitating over whether to share his discovery with Lin Xiqing. However, reflecting on Lin Xiqing's background, he could not suppress a self-deprecating smile. Old Lin, do you recall the contents of that blue journal? Lin Xiqing chuckled at his remark. What? Still contemplating the experiment? Didn't I have Kai Ling send the letter out at noon? Rest assured, we shall receive a response within a few days. Once we establish contact, the missing herbs will be delivered promptly. Tian Xiangnan shook his head. I'm not preoccupied with that. This morning, I meticulously reviewed the journal again. The contents. He paused, his expression turning somewhat peculiar, as if he were hesitant to articulate his thoughts. What about the contents of the journal? Noticing the expression on his face, Lin Xiqing could not resist prodding further. The information is rather astonishing. Tian Xiangnan smacked his lips. If what the old madman documented is accurate, the effects of this concoction are somewhat beyond human comprehension. While it may not be classified as a miracle, it certainly borders on the miraculous. Ultimately, I find it hard to fully believe. Oh, in what way is it miraculous? Lin Xiqing, intrigued, halted his actions. How should I put it? Tian Xiangnan chose his words carefully before explaining. According to the old madman, the concoctions derived from these formulas can be considered a type of biological catalyst. These substances not only possess a remarkable allure for various organisms, but also expedite their growth with minimal side effects, accelerating biological growth without adverse effects. Lin Xiqing pondered this notion. Is it akin to chemical fertilizers? As if fearing that Tian Xiangnan might not comprehend, he elaborated further. Chemical fertilizers, as I have encountered in agricultural textbooks, are industrial nutrients, somewhat akin to the principle of applying manure to fields, providing sustenance to plants and facilitating their rapid growth. I have heard that domestic innovations in this field have emerged, albeit not yet widely adopted. I am familiar with chemical fertilizers, Tian Xiangnan nodded, only to shake his head shortly thereafter. However, the efficacy of this substance is undeniably superior to that of chemical fertilizers. More effective than chemical fertilizers? Lin Xiqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I have heard that high-quality fertilizers, when applied judiciously, can enhance plant growth by as much as 15-fold. How much can the substance mentioned in the log enhance growth? Tian Xiangnan opened his mouth, recalling the experimental details recorded in the log, and found his voice suddenly parched. 100-fold. 100-fold? Lin Xiqing was taken aback, then shot him a bemused glance. How could that be possible? That's utterly absurd. If that were true, wouldn't some fast-growing plants be ready for harvest in just a day? Tian Xiangnan chuckled in response. There's no denying it. That's precisely how it is documented in the old madman's experimental log. Wheat and corn can essentially be harvested in just over a day. No wonder everyone calls him the old madman. Such wildly ambitious research ideas are truly astonishing. Lin Xiqing curled his lips, delivering a sardonic remark. Clearly, he found it hard to believe that anything could induce a 100-fold increase in growth rate. You are mistaken on this point. This substance was not invented by the old madman. Tian Xiangnan stood and retrieved another bag of corn husks, pouring a small amount into the grinder before continuing. According to his log, this substance was discovered by the old madman while working in the mountainous regions of the southwest, originating from an abandoned temple. It was originally a piece of animal hide, the very one that encased the log, though unfortunately, we are unable to decipher the inscriptions. Only knowing they pertain to something called Wuyou, I surmise that these prescriptions were derived from his own research and translation of the text. Wuyou? Wuyou techniques? Lin Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, prompting him to confirm with a question. You are familiar with this? Tian Xiangnan's eyes brightened. Lin Xiqing furrowed his brow, then shook his head. I am not well acquainted with it. I recall it being mentioned in obscure magazines and similar literature, like sorcery and witchcraft. It pertains to a relatively niche cultural heritage in remote areas. However, whether it ever truly existed or had any efficacy remains uncertain. I initially regarded it merely as a collection of ghostly tales. Is that so? Simultaneously disheartened, yet increasingly curious, Tian Xiangnan's interest began to intensify. Well, old Lin, Do your utmost to gather the remaining herbs. Lin Xiqing's face bore a hint of anticipation at this moment. Once we can establish contact with the individuals at the market, we shall be able to procure the herbs upon the next correspondence. This is the place, indeed. We must act swiftly, lest we find ourselves queuing amidst a throng of people later. As the two conversed, a commotion outside caught their attention, revealing a group of young intellectuals. Some carrying and others hoisting the newly distributed grain, ambling towards them in unison. Leading the pack was a youth clad in a shirt of faded white, draped with a gray work jacket, seemingly unfazed by the chill, who entered the hut and cast a sidelong glance at Tian Xiangnan and his companion. Have you two finished? If so, step aside promptly, he barked. Tian Xiangnan regarded him with a look of incredulity, then glanced at the two vacant grinding stones nearby, sneering. Did you leave your eyes at home, or are they obscured by filth? There are two perfectly usable ones right here, can't you see? Must you insist on using ours? Or do you simply crave a confrontation? The brash youth, taken aback by Tian Xiangnan's tirade, widened his eyes, a glint of menace flickering within. You think you're quite tough, don't you? Just because you've been allocated a few extra pounds of grain in the Qingshan Brigade. You believe yourself to be one of us. Be wise and step aside. My friends and I intend to use your grinding stone today. Before he could finish, Tian Xiangnan sprang up, striding towards him and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. The astonishment on the youth's face had yet to fade when his body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the crowd and creating a tumult. Chapter 38. Actions speak louder than words. Someone's been struck. Tian has assaulted someone. Tian Xiangnan had expected that his act of aggression would incite a swarm of young intellectuals to retaliate against him, and he was prepared for a brawl with them. However, to his surprise, after he felled one, the remaining youths encircled the hut instead, beginning to shout. The distribution of grain at the granary had just concluded, and the secretary and brigade leader, still present, were drawn towards the uproar. Silence, comrades, silence. Secretary Lin was the first to approach, urging the young intellectuals to quiet down before inquiring gravely, what has transpired? Secretary Lin, you must intervene. This Tian fellow is far too oppressive. We came to grind grain, yet he refuses us access to the many grinding stones, and he resorts to violence. Is there no justice? Before Tian Xiangnan could respond, the young intellectuals surrounding Secretary Lin began to clamor in unison. Indeed, he monopolizes the grinding stones, denying us their use, and has even injured our comrade. Secretary Lin, we implore you to take our side. His behavior is intolerable. This is sheer bullying. Secretary Lin, this individual, relying on his position within the Qingshan Brigade, brazenly bullies us educated youth. You must provide us with an explanation. Lin Xiqing stood by, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the individuals before him could be so shameless, conspiring to distort the truth and fabricate accusations. As their claims grew increasingly absurd, even accusing the educated youth of suppressing the group, undermining collective unity, and disrupting rural harmony, he could no longer contain himself. No, Secretary Lin, it is not as they claim. Yet, amidst the cacophony of their accusations, his solitary defense seemed painfully insufficient. Just as Lin Xiqing prepared to articulate further, his arm was abruptly seized by Tian Xiangnan, who wore a faintly mocking smile. It was a smile born of extreme frustration. His eyes, filled with derision, swept across the faces of those who had heaped various charges upon him, as if he were observing a troupe of capering clowns. He understood the nature of these two groups of educated youth. Apart from his sister and the Lin siblings, the majority were problematic elements sent here. Of course, he included himself in that assessment. However, he had not anticipated that these individuals would target him with such base and unscrupulous tactics, which left him feeling both exasperated and amused, as if he had been fed a mouthful of excrement. It was utterly disgusting. Silence, everyone quiet down. Secretary Lin was also troubled by the din created by these educated youth, yet he at least managed to grasp the general situation. He then turned to Tian Xiangnan, speaking with a grave tone. Comrade Tian Xiangnan, is what they say true? Are you truly bullying people here? Tian Xiangnan curled his lip but did not respond to Secretary Lin's inquiry. Instead, his gaze roamed over the gathered educated youth, ultimately settling on the individual he had previously knocked down. In response to the varied expressions surrounding him, he finally spoke. Before coming to the northeast, I had thought that the men here were all stalwart and robust, capable of standing tall. They were straight-talking and straightforward. However, Encountering you lot has drastically altered my perception of the men from this region. At this point, Tian Xiangnan's disdain was palpable. What are you all? Cowardly individuals? You hardly even measure up to women. What on earth is happening here? Do you lack self-awareness? If you were truly valiant, you'd clench your fists and engage me in a fair fight, and I might even regard you with some respect. But what is this? Coming over with rations to provoke a quarrel and then reporting back? Your behavior is no different from the eunuchs of old, devoid of any true purpose. His analogy darkened the expressions of the assembled, educated youth. Tian Xiangnan then extended his hand, pointedly gesturing at each of their heads. Look at you all, tall and imposing. Yet your physicality is utterly wasted, a shameful affront to the mouths you were given. The mouths of others are intended for sustenance, while yours resemble the worn-out undergarments of an elderly matron, exuding nothing but filth. A mere opening of your lips unleashes a torrent of nonsense. You, a group of robust men, spend your days either filing complaints or reporting grievances, speaking without regard for the stench of your words or the offense they cause. Are you truly men? I feel a profound embarrassment on your behalf. You lack the courage to acknowledge your own deeds. Let us be clear. You are not even worthy of being called men. You are less than worthless, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. Come now. I challenge each of you to reveal whether you indeed possess the attributes of manhood. If you do not, then today, whatever you say shall be accepted without dispute. You there, in the blue attire, were you not the one quick to voice complaints just moments ago? Speak up and show us your true self. As Tian Xiangnan unleashed this torrent of scorn and ridicule, the onlookers, villagers and youths alike, burst into laughter, their disdain directed at the troublemakers among them. Tian Xiangnan's words resonated deeply, exposing the hypocrisy that these so-called men had displayed. As true sons of the Northeast, they had brought shame upon themselves by indulging in petty complaints and grievances, tarnishing the reputation of their brethren. In this moment, Tian Xiangnan laid bare their insincerity, a satisfying spectacle for those who witnessed it. Meanwhile, the rowdy youths were driven to the brink of madness by Tian Xiangnan's tirade. Having never encountered such vicious insults, their faces flushed with anger, fists clenched, they glared at him, teetering on the edge of eruption. Let us end him, someone from the crowd shouted, igniting a volatile reaction among the youths, who surged towards Tian Xiangnan like a pack of wild animals. Tian Xiangnan merely smirked, refusing to retreat, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the face of the first assailant, drawing blood. Chaos erupted at the mill's entrance, a cacophony of screams, insults, and the sounds of bodies colliding with the ground. Secretary Lin found himself jostled back by the throng, only to be pulled aside by Uncle Zhang. The elder huffed in exasperation, urging Zhang, quickly, disperse them before something serious occurs. Patience, Uncle Zhang replied, observing the unfolding drama with a relaxed demeanor. No weapons are drawn. There's little chance of fatality. Secretary Lin gazed at him, bewildered. Uncle Zhang chuckled lightly. They are merely young men with energy to spare. Better they vent their frustrations here than bottle them up. Are you not concerned for that lad, Tian? What is there to fear? Uncle Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. He can hold his own, and besides, we have another young man, Lin, on our side. Chapter 39, A Night of Silence at this juncture. Even as Tian Xiangnan engaged in the fray, Lin Xiqing, who had been standing at the back, began to make his move as well. As a group of 7 or 8 surrounded a solitary individual, despite Tian Xiangnan's prowess in combat, managing to knock a few down with a flurry of punches and kicks. He could not escape the inevitable blows from the multitude. Lin Xiqing, seizing a nearby sack of finely ground cornmeal, swung it from behind, striking one of the youths who had just kicked Tian Xiangnan on the head. Although the impact was not lethal and the bag was soft, its weight was significant. The 30-odd-pound sack sent the assailant crashing to the ground, dazed and unable to rise for a considerable time. Amidst the chaos of the brawl, few noticed Lin Xiqing's actions. With the sack in hand, he approached another youth from behind, executing the same maneuver, and once again, another adversary fell to the ground under the weight of the flour sack. This time, 2 onlookers finally registered his presence, and one of them, eyes wide, charged at him. In a moment of panic, Lin Xiqing hurled the bag of flour directly at the oncoming figure. The assailant, caught off guard by the projectile, clumsily attempted to catch it. But before he could comprehend what he held, he received a kick to the stomach, stumbling backward and landing heavily on his rear. Having felled 3 individuals in quick succession, Lin Xiqing's face lit up with exhilaration. He walked over to reclaim the cornmeal sack, not forgetting to deliver a couple of kicks to the fallen assailant. Just then, he noticed a figure appear beside him, reaching out toward him. With a grin, he swung the flour bag toward the newcomer. Fortunately, Tian Xiangnan ducked just in time, placing a hand on Lin Xiqing's shoulder. "Old Lin, it's me." At the sound of the familiar voice, Lin Xiqing halted, realizing that several others were also sprawled on the ground, licking his lips, seemingly craving more action. "Not bad, old Lin. You took down 3 by yourself." Tian Xiangnan felt a surge of pride in Lin Xiqing's initiative. After all, could one truly be considered a good friend or a brother without having fought side by side in a brawl? Lin Xiqing smiled bashfully, the thrill of the skirmish still evident on his face. The two turned to face the youths who were helping each other to stand. Tian Xiangnan smirked provocatively, while Lin Xiqing gripped the grain sack tightly, a glint of eager anticipation in his eyes. "Have you all had your fill of chaos?" Observing the lingering signs of aggression from both sides, the old uncle finally intervened. He cast a cold glance at the small group of youths. "If you haven't had enough, I'll confine you in a granary until you can no longer fight. Only then will I let you out, understood?" One of the youths, seemingly unwilling to acquiesce, retorted, "Hey, old captain, it's clearly that Tian fellow who's bullying us. Are you really going to favor him? Do we, the youths, not deserve any regard?" The old uncle let out a mocking laugh, fixing a cold stare on the speaker. "Come on, just as Comrade Tian Xiangnan said, if you're a true northeastern man, recount the events that transpired. Was it Tian Xiangnan who oppressed you, or did you seek trouble intentionally? If you have the courage, say it again. Whoever speaks falsely is nothing but a coward. Speak up." Uncle Zhang, echoing Tian Xiangnan's earlier words, cornered the opponent. The young man I was addressing flushed with embarrassment, and under the scrutinizing gazes of those around, he ultimately could not shamelessly continue to distort the truth. "Enough." Uncle Zhang waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face. "Get on with your tasks. We'll officially commence work tomorrow. I hope you can channel all your disruptive energy into labor. If anyone falters, do not blame me for my harsh words." With that, the elder, hunched and hands clasped behind his back, departed with his entourage. The group of young intellectuals glared resentfully at Tian Xiangnan and his companion, picked up the grain bags they had carelessly dropped, and left in a huff. Tian Xiangnan and his companion returned to the mill and resumed their work. "Old Tian, why did they choose to trouble us?" Lin Xiqing pondered aloud while working, still perplexed by the earlier events. "Jealousy," Tian Xiangnan sighed. "It's not about having too little, but rather about fairness. They see I've received 20 more pounds of grain than them, and since they lack the courage to settle here like I did, they can't stand my presence and wish to bring me down. Are these people out of their minds? What purpose does such behavior serve?" Lin Xiqing questioned. "What purpose? They're simply bored and well-fed." Tian Xiangnan scoffed. By the time they had finished preparing several bags of corn husks, Xiangbei and Lin Xiu arrived, albeit fashionably late. "Where have you two been?" Tian Xiangnan wondered, still puzzled as to why they were absent during the earlier commotion. "Sister Qing took us to the pigsty to take a look. We just returned and heard you got into another fight." Xiangbei chuckled lightly, approaching Tian Xiangnan to brush off the footprints on his shoes. After examining him closely and finding no visible injuries, he finally felt at ease. "Brother, I heard you were involved in the scuffle as well?" Lin Xiu asked, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern as she stepped in front of her brother. Faced with his sister, Lin Xiqing's smile turned slightly awkward. "Haha, seeing so many people bully old Tian alone, I couldn't hold back." Lin Xiu suppressed a smile, her face devoid of any reproach. "Father always said you lack a certain boldness and tenacity. He hoped this experience would toughen you up, and it seems he was right." Lin Xiqing's lips twitched in response, as if he were at a loss for words. The group finished preparing the grain and headed home. Upon returning to the yard, Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing retreated indoors to study the logbook, leaving the cooking to Xiaoya and Xiangbei. Dinner was simple, a bowl of slightly scorched corn porridge, a corn cake for each person, and leftovers from lunch. "How was the pigsty? Were you able to adapt?" During the meal, Tian Xiangnan could not help but recall previous events and posed a question. Although uncertain whether this task would indeed fall upon them, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Upon hearing his words, both Xiangbei and Xiaoya exchanged peculiar glances, their appetites for the previously delectable corn cakes seemingly diminished. Xiangbei shot an exasperated glare at her brother before expressing her discontent. The task of pig farming was not particularly arduous. However, the odor was undeniably pungent. Moreover, according to Qingjia, it was tolerable now, but once the weather turned warm, it would become unbearable. As she spoke, she cast a glance at lingzhi beside her. Earlier, in the pig pen, the young lady had nearly been overwhelmed. Sensing Xiangbei's gaze, lingzhi forced herself to swallow a mouthful of gruel, resolutely declaring, "I will persevere. I just need to adapt." Furthermore, they had communicated with Sister Tian, stating that if they were indeed assigned this task, it would only be a temporary replacement for a few months, as they intended to pursue teaching after school commenced. Therefore, Sister Tian had imparted numerous insights into pig farming. Hearing this, Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but regard lingzhi with renewed appreciation. It must be said, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, her determination in her endeavors and her understanding of social nuances were commendable among their peers. A night passed in silence. Ding ding ding. As the sun began to rise, a melodious bell chimed across the entire Qingshan Brigade. Accompanying the ringing was a resonant and sonorous call. Time to work. Chapter 40. Preparation for work. Time to work. With this melodious summons, the tranquil mountain village gradually awoke to life under the morning light. The sounds of crowing roosters, barking dogs, the coughs of the elderly, and the creaking of doors melded together, creating a vivid tableau of rural life. Time to work, time to work. Just as Tian Xiangnan lifted his bowl, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. He set down his bowl, approached, and opened the gate, discovering Lin Dahua, the captain of the 4th team, standing outside. "Oh, I thought you all were still asleep. Hurry and eat. After you finish, go to the intersection and wait for the 4th team. I'll check on the other young intellectuals." With a cheerful reminder, Lin Dahua turned and briskly departed. "All right, we'll be there shortly," Tian Xiangnan responded, closing the gate behind him. Returning indoors, he quickly consumed a bowl of porridge, called out to his companions, and they made their way out of the courtyard. It was at this moment that they could truly observe the populace of the Qingshan Brigade. Behind the houses, in front of them, at the intersection, and in the corners, stood individuals engaged in light conversation as they awaited. The clothing of this era predominantly featured dark hues: gray, dark gray, light blue, blue, and black. While white was also a staple, it was evident that few donned light-colored garments during work hours. Even Tian Xiangnan and his companions were clad in black or blue work attire. As the bell tolled once more, the crowd gradually gathered, exchanging tales of daily life as they made their way towards the intersection. Upon reaching the crossroads, the throng halted, congesting all 4 corners to an impassable standstill. In the center of the intersection, several leaders from the team, including a few squad leaders, stood conversing, seemingly orchestrating the tasks at hand. The old man remained stooped, cradling a brass smoking pipe, occasionally taking a puff while quietly conferring with the squad leaders. After a brief wait, Lin Dahua turned to beckon towards Tian Xiangnan and his group, raising her voice to announce, "Gather your tools, everyone. After collecting your tools, assemble at the southern slope." With that, she led the way towards a tool shed at the intersection. The shed's door had already been opened, revealing Zhang Dego, the very one who clashed with Tian Xiangnan the previous day, perched on a stool at the entrance, his legs shaking restlessly. "Dego, what brings you here? Where's your sister?" Lin Dahua inquired. Zhang Degu rolled his eyes in response. "My sister has something to attend to today, so I'm covering for her." "All right," Lin Dahua replied, waving her hand dismissively. "Today, we need 20 hoes, 20 pickaxes, 20 shovels, 20 spades, 5 ropes, and 20 sickles. Sure, help yourself to them. I'll keep track," Zhang Degu said, stepping aside and pulling out a small notebook and a pencil from his pocket. "Come on, form a line to collect your tools." Lin Dahua called to the crowd as she entered the shed. The shed was spacious, filled with an array of tools neatly organized by type. Members of the 4th squad lined up, taking tools in accordance with the specified quantities. Tian Xiangnan, Lin Xiqing, and their companions were among the queue. When their turn arrived, each took a shovel, but as Xiangbei and Lin Xiyu approached, Lin Dahua waved her hand and handed them 2 sickles from a nearby shelf. "Here, you 2 take the sickles." "Hey, follow the order. Don't get mixed up," grumbled Zhang Dego, somewhat dissatisfied at the sight. "If you can't even manage this little accounting, what are you doing here showing off?" Lin Dahua retorted without hesitation, firmly placing the sickles in Xiangbei and Lin Xiyu's hands. "Thank you, Captain," they expressed with smiles as they took the sickles. The group then exited the shed, waiting by the roadside together. "How do you use this?" Lin Xiqing asked, gripping the shovel in hand, attempting to dig into the ground and kicking at the horizontal board atop it. Old Tian, is this how it's done? Yes. Tian Xiangnan chuckled at his clumsy movements, holding his own shovel, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In his past life, he had toiled under the sun, enduring countless blisters on his hands before becoming acquainted with the proper use of these tools. Certainly, these endeavors have yielded ample rewards, nourishing an entire generation. Unable to dig, Lin Xiqing exerted himself twice, yet the shovel beneath his feet showed no inclination to penetrate the earth. He could not restrain a murmur of frustration. The roads in this village were remarkably well tended. What was the purpose of digging here? Tian Xiangnan casually remarked. But his attention was abruptly captured when he noticed the head of Lin Xiqing's shovel. Old Lin, there seems to be an issue with your shovel. He observed Lin Xiqing's foot firmly pressing on the crossbar, while the shovel head swayed precariously back and forth. Without hesitation, he reached out and took the tool from Lin Xiqing's grasp. Upon inspection, he confirmed that although the shovel head gleamed with polish, the nails securing the wooden handle appeared to be somewhat loose, causing instability that rendered the tool ineffective. This shovel head is problematic. Allow me to exchange it for another, he stated, handing his own shovel to Lin Xiqing while turning back towards the storeroom with the faulty one in hand. What is the matter? Lin Dahua, who was busy organizing tools, inquired upon seeing Tian Xiangnan return. This shovel head is a bit loose and not functioning well. I'm here to swap it out. He replied. Swap what? You, a city dweller, know what's good and what's not? Lin Dahua had not yet spoken when Zhang Degu, standing nearby, interjected with a tone of impatience. Tian Xiangnan shot him a glare. I said I'm swapping it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Do you want to fight? With that, he propped the faulty shovel against the wall beside Zhang Degu and casually retrieved another from a nearby rack. As he turned to leave, he added, make sure to find 2 nails to fix that one. Don't let it hinder our work. Watching Tian Xiangnan stride away, Zhang Degu seethed, his expression contorted. He turned to Lin Dahua and remarked, Dahua, look at this guy. He is even more arrogant than the old codger from the mountains. If he is on your team, I fear you'll have your hands full. Lin Dahua rolled her eyes at his comment, yet her mind was preoccupied with the tally of tools and upcoming work arrangements, leaving little room for her to engage with Zhang Degu. Once the tools were distributed, Lin Dahua called out, and the 100-plus members of the 4th team formed an orderly line, advancing towards the wild slope beside the railway in the southern part of the village. A rhythmic cadence of footsteps resonated, accompanied by an array of tools pointing skyward and faces brimming with hope and aspiration. All of this composed a small yet vivid snapshot of the laboring populace of this era, shining brightly beneath the sky of a quaint village named Qingshan Dui. Chapter 41. The first day of work. The term clearing land is quite literal. It involves transforming a plot of land overgrown with weeds and trees into arable farmland suitable for growing crops. Yet, while the concept may seem straightforward, the execution proves to be quite challenging. Take, for instance, the expansive wasteland adjacent to the Southern Slope Railway. The initial task is to clear the ground of all weeds, followed by turning the earth over, extracting roots, branches, stones, and other debris. The most arduous task, however, involves uprooting the sparse wild trees dotting the land, after which the holes will be filled with soil. This, of course, is merely the preliminary step. During the clearing process, various seeds will inevitably fall into the soil, which will sprout alongside the crops come spring, necessitating yet another round of cleaning. It may take 2 or 3 years before this land can truly be transformed into fertile fields. Upon arriving at the southern slope, the team leader, Lin Dahua, instructed the workers to fetch marked ropes to measure the land, dividing the wasteland into smaller plots by the acre and marking the boundaries with iron stakes. The selection of land was not arbitrary. They chose areas that were relatively flat and where trees were sparse. Once the plots were delineated, Lin Dahua organized the village women and several young female intellectuals to clear the weeds from the wasteland with sickles. Following them was a team of 20 individuals armed with iron rakes, tasked with turning the soil. Subsequently, another group of female villagers wielded harrows, responsible for breaking up the turned clumps of earth and sifting out roots, branches, stones, and other debris. It was evident that Lin Dahua, as the production team leader, was not idle. He orchestrated these tasks with remarkable order and efficiency. As for Tian Xiangnan and his fellow male intellectuals, along with some strong laborers from the 4th team, they were burdened with the most challenging and laborious task of uprooting trees. Tian Xiangnan surveyed the wasteland before him. The area they had measured was not particularly vast, merely about 20 to 30 acres. Scattered across this barren land were approximately 27 or 28 trees, varying in thickness, though the stoutest among them appeared to be no older than a decade or so. He silently estimated that, with their collective labor, they could likely accomplish the task in 3 or 4 days. Just as they began their work, another group of individuals surged from the village towards their location. Someone from the crowd turned back and inquired loudly of Lin Dahua. "Captain, is the third team also coming to clear the land?" Lin Dahua glanced back, replying curtly, "What do we care about them? Focus on your own tasks." His words silenced further chatter, and everyone resumed their labor with renewed concentration. Under the guidance of a dark-complexioned, middle-aged man, Tian Xiangnan and his group commenced their efforts on one of the trees. Since this was a matter of land reclamation rather than tree cutting, they had to excavate the entire tree along with its roots. They first tied 2 ropes around the trunk, after which the middle-aged man divided the laborers into 2 groups. He and several robust villagers formed the first group, while Tian Xiangnan and his companions were assigned to the second. "Let's demonstrate for them." With the teams organized, the middle-aged man wasted no time. With a resonant command, he rolled up his sleeves, wielded a shovel, and plunged it into the ground beside the tree roots. A few villagers, accompanied by a middle-aged man, began to dig around the tree. Tian Xiangnan, Lin Xiqing, and 3 other male, educated youth watched from the side, awaiting their turn to take over once the villagers grew weary. Lin Xiqing and the other educated youth gazed with curiosity, displaying a sense of longing and novelty for their first labor experience. Even Tian Xiangnan, who had never engaged in such arduous work of clearing land or uprooting trees in his past life, observed intently. As the shovels struck the earth, the moist roots of the white poplar, as thick as a bowl, became exposed, extending downward at an angle. Upon uncovering the roots, the sturdy laborers adjusted their movements, plunging their shovels deeper along the direction of the roots, seemingly intent on extracting the entire root system. After a brief period of digging, they had managed to excavate a large pit over 1 meter wide for a tree that was merely the thickness of a bowl. Around half an hour later, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief, forcefully driving his shovel into the ground. "Time for a change," he called out, and he, along with several villagers, jumped out of the pit, gesturing for Tian Xiangnan and the others to take their place. Before Tian Xiangnan could respond, the other educated youth eagerly jumped down into the pit, with Lin Xiqing even quicker in his movements. Observing this, Tian Xiangnan smirked and followed suit. However, as he grasped the shovel, he realized they were now in a half-meter-deep pit, where space was limited. Furthermore, the long wooden handle of the shovel kept hitting the edge of the pit, making it difficult to exert any force. If he, with his experience, found it challenging, it was even more so for Lin Xiqing and the other educated youth. The group stood awkwardly, exchanging glances, before they awkwardly began to dig. Yet, the amount of soil they managed to lift with each shovelful was barely equivalent to what would be achieved with a single serving spoon. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the other sturdy laborers squatted nearby, smoking and chatting jovially, seemingly oblivious to the plight of the newcomers. Tian Xiangnan understood that this was likely a trial set by the villagers for the new educated youth. During this period, farmers held a strong sense of superiority, often looking down upon these newcomers. If they could not even perform simple tasks like digging, it would only deepen the disdain directed at them. Recalling the positions and movements of the villagers earlier, Tian Xiangnan felt a surge of inspiration. He stepped forward, aligning himself closely with the tree trunk and positioning himself at the center of the pit. With this adjustment, he was finally able to press down on the shovel effectively. As he skillfully lifted a full shovel of soil and tossed it over his shoulder, his movements gradually became more adept. "Standing at the edge won't do. We all need to move to the center of the pit," he encouraged after observing Lin Xiqing and the others still struggling. With his guidance, they realized their error and shifted closer to the tree trunk. However, unlike Tian Xiangnan, these educated youth lacked experience in agricultural work and handling tools. In front of Tian Xiangnan, a young educated youth suddenly dug deeper, lifting a full shovel of soil with considerable effort, a smile of accomplishment gracing his face. However, he failed to notice that his arm movement had become somewhat exaggerated, and the shovel, laden with earth, swung perilously close to Tian Xiangnan's head. As the gleaming edge of the shovel approached, Tian instinctively ducked, the sharp blade grazing the tip of his nose and inducing a cold sweat. Nevertheless, the soil from the shovel still cascaded over him, covering his head and face. Be more careful. Tian Xiangnan glared at the young man with some irritation. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right? The young man, clearly startled, apologized with a noticeably pale face. Observing the other's relatively good attitude, Tian Xiangnan's anger subsided significantly. He wiped his head and replied curtly, "Let us just be cautious. We're all novices, and it's perfectly normal not to match the old production team members. However, we must prioritize safety during our labor. Once we become familiar, we will surely perform as well as those veteran members. Therefore, we must not be hasty." Just as Tian Xiangnan was reassuring his fellow young educated youths, he suddenly heard commotion nearby, accompanied by the sharp screams of women. "Help! Someone come quick!" Upon hearing the panicked cries, Tian Xiangnan hastily pushed himself out of the pit, only to realize that the trouble did not stem from their small team, but rather from the adjacent third team, which was also engaged in land reclamation tasks. He observed the team leader there reprimanding several frightened female, young educated youths, after which a crowd began to gather. "Let us go take a look." At that moment, a middle-aged man accompanied by several villagers swiftly made their way in that direction. "What is going on?" Lingzhi, standing in the pit, asked Tian Xiangnan, his view obstructed by the knee-high weeds. "I'm not sure. Let us head over and see," Tian replied, pulling Lingzhi up from the pit. The two followed some production team members towards the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, they discovered that the mishap had occurred beside a dug pit near a tree, where the members of the third team were clustered, gradually dispersing after a few stern words from their team leader. As Tian Xiangnan and Lingzhi squeezed into the crowd, they caught their first glimpse of a pool of bright red blood on the ground through the gaps between people's legs. "Zhang Laosan, what is the situation?" A middle-aged man with a dark complexion approached the team leader and inquired. "Brother Xiangzi," the team leader turned around, his face etched with deep sorrow. While working, the shovel slipped and unfortunately landed on a young educated youth's foot. Tian Xiangnan grimaced at the grim news. Although he had not witnessed the actual incident, he expressed silent sympathy for the injured youth. The shovels used in the countryside are made of half-inch thick wrought iron plates, polished to a brilliant sheen. With a single strike, they can sever tree roots as thick as a person's arm, not to mention the consequences if they were to strike a human. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man clicked his tongue, his face reflecting deep regret. How badly is he injured? Has someone gone to find the old cripple? Yes. A squad leader pushed through the crowd that had gathered and finally revealed the scene inside. There, a youth lay pale and breathless, supported by several equally bewildered peers. The injured young man had his left leg propped up by a clod of earth, his pant leg rolled up, with crimson blood trickling down from his heel. "Stop the bleeding. What are you all standing around for?" The squad leader's face darkened at the sight, and he admonished them sharply. He quickly knelt down, pressing on the youth's foot to examine the wound. As he did so, the onlookers collectively gasped, with two girls shrieking in terror. The boy's heel was so severely damaged that the flesh was nearly completely sheared away, leaving only a thick layer of skin attached. The gaping wound exposed bloody muscle tissue and white cartilage to the air, sending chills through those who beheld it. What happened? How could it come to this? The squad leader's voice trembled as he gently set down the youth's foot, fearful that any sudden movement might exacerbate the injury. He then scanned the crowd. Urgency etched on his face. "Is there anyone among you who can handle this? Help him bandage it up. Even if we cannot save his leg, we must at least preserve his life." Hearing the squad leader's words, Tian Xiangnan could not help but roll his eyes. Can this guy even speak properly? His words imply that the leg is doomed. Indeed, upon hearing him, the youth lying on the ground turned even paler and could not restrain his tears. His weeping prompted the nearby youths and the onlooking young women to join him in shedding tears, transforming the atmosphere into one of profound sorrow. At that moment, Tian Xiangnan suddenly noticed Lingzhi shifting beside him and quickly stepped forward to block his path. Lingzhi turned to him. Tian Xiangnan placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, his expression fraught with concern. "Old Lin, can you manage this kind of wound? If you're not confident, don't get yourself into trouble." Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's quiet words, Lingzhi's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally let out a soft sigh. "I'll do it." Just then, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from within the crowd. The two turned in surprise to see Lingzhi squeezing through the onlookers, immediately squatting beside the injured youth. She even took a moment to address the squad leader. I interned at a hospital for a few days. I can help treat the wound. Oh, if there is anything you need, just say the word. The squad leader, seeing someone step forward, appeared as though he had found a savior, nodding vigorously while nervously watching Lin Siyu's actions. Upon encountering the girl who suddenly emerged, Tian Xiangnan and Lin Siqing exchanged glances, each seemingly detecting a hint of self-deprecation in the other's eyes. Ahem, so how skilled is your sister? Tian Xiangnan inquired, seeking to fill the silence. Lin Siqing nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoya is quite reserved. She has always enjoyed accompanying our grandfather, perusing medical texts. During the holidays, she indeed interned at the hospital with my mother for a while. When it comes to medical expertise, she undoubtedly surpasses me by a significant margin. As the two conversed, a voice from the crowd called out, "The captain has arrived." The throng parted, allowing an elder to stride forward. The old man had initially intended to check on the land-clearing progress at Nampo, but, having encountered individuals returning to seek out the old cripple, hurried over upon hearing of the incident. "How severe are the injuries?" he inquired immediately upon entering. Before the squad leader could respond, Lin Siyu beckoned to him. "Could you fetch me some water? Preferably our own brewed tea, the kind that has been boiled." The squad leader, momentarily taken aback, quickly unfastened his water flask and handed it over. "This is what I have, boiled at home." Lin Siyu accepted the flask, unscrewed the cap, and positioned one hand under the foot of the injured youth, gently rolling the heel to the side. "I need someone to hold him down." Hey, the squad leader replied promptly, squatting down to assist with the foot. With one hand clutching the water flask and the other grasping a substantial portion of flesh that had been severed, Lin Siyu began to rinse it with water. The scene prompted those surrounding to gasp in shock. Typically, an ordinary person would recoil in fear and disgust at such a wound. Yet, at that moment, Lin Siyu maintained a serene expression, her demeanor lacking the usual gentleness, yet exuding an inexplicable confidence and decisiveness. After meticulously rinsing the wound twice, Lin Siyu did not immediately close it, but instead leaned in for a closer examination. Once satisfied, she gradually aligned the torn flesh with the wound. "Do we have any clean strips of cloth?" she inquired, glancing back. Silence enveloped the onlookers. The elder, noticing the commotion, stepped forward, unfastening the buttons of his padded coat to reveal a shirt beneath, reaching for the fabric as if to tear it. "Let me use my clothing," he began. "No, don't," Lin Siyu interjected, waving her hands. "That won't do. Your shirt is not suitable for such a large wound. It is sure to become infected." "What is the issue? Haven't we always done this before?" the elder retorted nonchalantly, still attempting to tear the fabric. "Stop," Lin Siyu urged, just as the crowd parted again to allow another elder with a limp to push through, panting heavily and carrying a small medical kit. "Does your kit contain bandages?" Lin Siyu's eyes brightened as she hastily asked. Yes, the old man replied, bewildered, as the elder snatched the kit from him. With a few swift motions, he opened the box and retrieved a ball of gauze, roughly the size of an egg, and handed it over. Lin Siyu stretched out her hand, observing the old man's darkened fingers, her lips twitching slightly, though she refrained from saying much. She first wrapped the injured youth's heel with gauze, circling it repeatedly until the wound was thoroughly encased, before finally pausing. At this moment, her delicate hands were already smeared with bright crimson blood. However, Lin Siyu paid no heed to this, instead turning her gaze towards the old, limping man who had just grasped the situation. "Sir, the Achilles tendon and cartilage of this comrade have ruptured. Can you perform the suturing?" The old man blinked in response. "What is an Achilles tendon?" Lin Siyu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the old man chuckled. "It's nothing, just a piece of flesh falling off. I'll stitch it up casually. Once it heals, it will be fine." There was a hint of pride in his tone. "In the past, when we harvested rice in the village, someone lost a chunk of flesh from their leg, and I stitched it up just fine." Lin Siyu was even more at a loss for words. After contemplating for a moment, she turned to the old uncle. "Captain, this comrade's heel is severely injured. If we do not find a way to stitch it properly, it will surely lead to permanent disability." As she spoke, Lin Siyu cast a discreet glance at the old man beside her, a gesture so subtle that perhaps only the old uncle noticed. The old uncle's mouth twitched with agitation as he quickly inquired, "Can you do something about it?" Lin Siyu shook her head. "I lack the expertise, and besides, we do not possess the necessary equipment here. We must expedite the transfer to a hospital in the county or city. If we delay too long, it It will be exceedingly difficult to mend. The old uncle frowned upon hearing this. He then pulled out his tobacco pipe, lit it, and took a slow drag, turning his gaze toward the distant peaks of the southeast. That poses quite a dilemma. Uncle, are you suggesting we send him into the mountains? The squad leader asked tentatively. The old uncle took another puff of smoke, his face clouded with concern. What else can we do? Just stand by and watch him waste away? He continued. You go keep an eye at the railway station. It just so happens that it's the end of the month, and the short train delivering supplies to the mountains should be arriving soon. The old man glanced down at the unconscious, injured youth and shook his head. Whether he can make it up there depends solely on his fate. Enough, enough. Everyone get back to work. Why linger here? In his exasperation, the old uncle shooed away the onlookers. Tian and Lin, you two stay and assist. Help this girl out a bit. Hey, the two of them hurried back, eager to seize the opportunity to avoid laboring in the fields. Although it was framed as assisting, there was genuinely little for them to do at that moment. The train is coming. The train is coming. Just then, the squad leader, who had sprinted to the railway, dashed back with even greater speed, waving his hands and shouting. Quick, let us carry him to the railway side. The old uncle called out, and several individuals lifted the young intellectual, making their way toward the distant railway. The squad leader swiftly grabbed the red flag of the third squad and hurried back. Where's the train? Lin Xiqing turned his head to glance, peering into the far reaches of the railway, but there was no sign of a train. Tian Xiangnan strode to the railway's edge and pressed his hand against the tracks. When he felt the faint vibrations of the northern track, he recalled Lin Qing had mentioned that the southern line led to the forestry station, while the northern one led to the munitions factory in the mountains. It appeared that a short train was indeed delivering supplies to the factory. Sure enough, moments later, a train emerged from the northern mountain pass. This locomotive consisted of only 4 carriages aside from the engine, rumbling and billowing black smoke, slowly making its way toward them. Here it comes. The leader of the third squad waved the small red flag vigorously while standing on the tracks. With a screech, the train's crew seemed to notice the situation from afar, applying the brakes and gliding to a halt nearby, accompanied by the train's stop. A middle-aged man in military uniform leaned out from the engine. Oh, it's Brother Monsong. What is going on here? Vice Director Li, what brings you here? The old uncle, initially surprised to see him, soon broke into a smile and hurried forward to explain. We have someone who injured his foot while working. Could you take him to your factory's hospital for treatment? It wouldn't do for such a fine young man to end up disabled, would it? Upon hearing the old uncle's words, Vice Director Li jumped down from the engine and, accompanied by the old uncle, strode over to Tian Xiangnan and the others. Injured your foot? How did that happen? While working, the spade slipped and struck his heel. Quite a predicament, wouldn't you say? The old uncle replied, turning to Lin Xia. Lin girl, unwrap the bandage and let Vice Director Li take a look. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, her expression uncertain. Captain, the wound was just dressed. If we open it now, it could easily become infected. Clearing his throat, Tian Xiangnan tugged at Lin Xia, taking the initiative to start unwrapping the bandage from the young intellectual's foot. The young girl had been solely focused on the injury, not considering the dangers of the mountains. It was unlikely they would casually send someone in without necessity. After being prompted by Tian Xiangnan, Lin Xia regained her composure and took over the task. Once the bandage was removed, revealing the gruesome injury on the young intellectual's foot, Vice Director Li couldn't help but gasp. This is indeed quite serious. Indeed, replied the old uncle. These young intellectuals, fresh from the countryside, can be rather careless when working. Regardless of how it happened, we must find a solution. We can't let such a fine young man become a cripple. Vice Director Li nodded in agreement, his gaze falling casually upon Lin Xia, who was tending to the wound, offering a spontaneous compliment. The young woman displayed a remarkable level of expertise, far surpassing that of the old limping man. Lin Xia, diligently wrapping the bandages, responded without lifting her gaze. My grandfather is the proprietor of Songshu Tang in Shanghai, and my mother is a physician at the Shanghai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, so I've been learning these skills since childhood. Ah, a family of traditional medicine practitioners. Quite impressive. Vice Director Li nodded, retracting his gaze. All right, quickly lift the injured person onto the vehicle. You lot should accompany them as well. With that, Vice Director Li signaled for someone to open the door of the last compartment and called over 2 young soldiers in military uniforms for assistance. Quickly, hurry and get them aboard. Upon hearing his acquiescence, the old uncle hastened their efforts. With careful coordination, They lifted the injured youth into the fourth metal compartment, and Tian Xiangnan and his companions followed suit. Clang. Once they boarded, the door was abruptly closed from the outside. The entire compartment was instantly shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. With a hiss, the compartment jolted violently before gradually moving forward. After approximately 10 minutes, the train emitted a deafening screech as it came to a halt once more. After a brief wait, the compartment door swung open with a clang. First, let's bring the injured person down, Vice Director Li called out to the two soldiers standing at the door. It was then that Tian Xiangnan realized the train had stopped at a small platform, an antiquated cement structure that aligned perfectly with the train's carriage. After they carefully lowered the injured individual, the two soldiers swiftly transported him to a nearby jeep and drove off. Brother Mansong, let us head to the station for a while. Vice Director Li beckoned the old uncle and gestured for Tian Xiangnan and the others to follow. Upon reaching the platform, Tian Xiangnan observed that it resembled a rudimentary train station. This impression arose from the long cement platform, a few adjacent bungalows, and two well-maintained roads leading to unknown destinations. Behind the platform, two locomotives were stationed on the tracks. Apart from them, only a handful of young soldiers in uniform stood guard, rifles in hand. Come along, you lot. At the sound of Vice Director Li's call, Tian Xiangnan dared not linger in observation and followed them toward the small bungalow beside the platform. Chapter 44. Former acquaintances. The small bungalow beside the platform resembled an ordinary dispatch room, spacious and furnished with several benches, a table, and a chair. On the table rested an antiquated black telephone. Vice Director Li invited the old secretary to sit down, and they casually discussed matters concerning the Qingshan Brigade, with Li primarily asking questions and the old secretary responding in kind. Tian Xiangnan and his companions settled onto a bench in the corner, and out of boredom, he picked up an old newspaper left behind by someone and began to peruse it. Hello, Vice Director Li. At that moment, lingzhi spoke softly. May I step outside to wash my hands? Upon hearing her words, the crowd suddenly recalled that earlier, when lingzhi had treated the injured youth, her hands were still smeared with blood. The deputy director, Li, feigned realization as he slapped his forehead. How could I have overlooked that? He exclaimed. Xiaowang. He called out to the doorway, and a young soldier promptly ran over. Take this comrade outside to wash her hands, and while you're at it, ask the kitchen to prepare some lunch for us. With that, lingzhi was led away by the young soldier, and before long, she returned. The small dispatch room regained its tranquility, with only the sounds of laughter between Deputy Director Li and Uncle Lao breaking the silence. After more than an hour, the distinct sound of vehicles echoed from outside once more. The group raised their heads to gaze out the window, where they spotted 5 old trucks slowly approaching from around the bend. One by one, the trucks came to a halt at the platform, directly facing the cargo compartments. Soon, several individuals clad in white aprons leaped from the trucks, commencing the transfer of goods from the compartments to the vehicles. A few others, similarly dressed, carried burdens towards the dispatch room. One individual paused at the door, bent down to set down their load, and then emerged with a large platter of steamed buns and 2 bowls of vegetables, placing them on the table inside. However, when Tian Xiangnan saw the person delivering the food, he was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the individual's features, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Yet before he could observe further, the individual, after placing the food down, nodded towards Deputy Director Li. Deputy Director Li, your lunch has arrived, they announced. Li smiled, rising to shake the person's hand. Thank you for your hard work. The individual nodded calmly, then turned to pick up their burden and departed. Come, everyone. Let's eat something first. We may have to wait a while at the hospital. Li cheerfully beckoned everyone to the meal. Tian, what are you dawdling for? Come eat. Uncle Lao chimed in. Oh right. Tian Xiangnan snapped back to reality, and the others gathered around the table. However, as he bit into the soft, fluffy bun, he found himself unable to discern any flavor, his mind preoccupied with the figure of the person who had just entered. What is this person doing here? In his previous life, after Xiangbei's passing, it was this very individual who had personally handed over Xiangbei's belongings and inheritance to him. He only knew this person as Su Zhongding, a senior engineer from a certain unit. Since that transfer, they had only crossed paths a handful of times at Xiangbei's grave during the Qingming festival each year. The only thing he was certain of was that this person was Xiangbei's uncle. Regarding the truth that Xiangbei was not his biological sister, Tian Xiangnan was well aware, both in this life and the last. Even Xiangbei herself knew it. Yet, throughout their lives, Xiangbei had always been a part of their family, undeniably his sister. A fact that was beyond question. In a previous life, after Xiangbei's passing, Tian Xiangnan had sought to uncover the origins of a certain inheritance, only to discover that it seemingly had been bequeathed by her grandmother. At that time, Xiangbei's parents appeared to still be alive and seemed to be aware of Xiangbei's existence. However, for reasons unknown, they did not acknowledge one another. Even after death, the name inscribed on Xiangbei's gravestone remained Tian Xiangbai. The reason why her grandmother chose to pass the inheritance to her granddaughter, bypassing her own children, remained a mystery to Tian Xiangnan, as both parties involved were long gone. Upon accepting her new identity as a reborn individual, Tian Xiangnan often contemplated how she had benefited from Xiangbei's life in her previous existence. In this life, her mission was to take good care of this sister, hoping to afford her the same carefree and leisurely existence that she had enjoyed before. However, the appearance of a certain individual suddenly stirred memories from her past life. The image of a refined, serious senior engineer merged with that of a calm, apron-clad kitchen assistant, creating an unsettling dissonance. Could it be that cooking could lead to becoming a senior engineer in the future? From her limited knowledge of the Su family, she understood that among the four brothers, Chang, Long, Ding, and Sheng, only the third brother, Su Zhongding, pursued academia, while the others, including Xiangbei's biological father, Su Zhongsheng, were engaged in business. Given their family background, it seemed implausible for Su Zhongding to be working in a previously classified unit in the northeastern mountainous region. Even the scrutiny over one's lineage would have barred him multiple times. Even as a mere cook, he should not have been able to secure such a position. Yet, this individual stood before them, leaving her perplexed. Does this young comrade know the person who just cooked? Just as Tian Xiangnan was lost in thought, Deputy Director Li unexpectedly inquired, his gaze scrutinizing her expression. Feeling his penetrating stare, Tian Xiangnan snapped back to attention, managing to maintain a composed demeanor as she forced a smile. No, it's just that he seems somewhat familiar, as though I have seen him somewhere before. Oh, where is this young comrade from? Deputy Director Li, hearing her response, smiled and casually asked another question, taking a bite of her steamed bun. Tian Xiangnan mumbled her reply. From the northern Anhui steel factory. Ah, a child of a worker from northern Anhui. You must have mistaken him. That comrade just now is from Shoqing, he remarked, before withdrawing his gaze and cheerfully addressing everyone. Come on, don't be shy. Eat up. We must not waste this abundance of food. Chapter 45. Investigating the origins. After several individuals had finished their meal, the previously departed Su Zhongding returned, shouldering a load of empty bowls and dishes from each room. When he arrived at their room, Tian Xiangnan could not help but steal another glance at him. As if sensing his gaze, Su Zhongding also lifted his head to glance at him, but merely for an instant before averting his eyes. After all, in this life, the two had yet to establish any connection. Vice Director Li, standing nearby, merely cast a fleeting glance at the two, seemingly discovering nothing of note before turning his attention elsewhere. Thus, they waited for nearly an hour. The trucks outside had already departed one by one, and the short train had switched to a return engine on the tracks. Finally, at the bend leading to the mountain road, the silhouette of a jeep emerged. Let us proceed. The personnel have been returned. We should go outside and take a look. The group exited the dispatch room and made their way to the platform to await their arrival. With a screech, the jeep came to a halt before them, and two young soldiers jumped down, saluting and reporting. Report to Vice Director Li. The injured have been safely returned. What did the hospital say? The doctor stated that sutures have been applied and advised against vigorous activity for the time being. Once recovery is complete, there should be minimal lasting impact. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Tian Xiangnan cast a sympathetic glance at the young intellectual seated in the rear. At that moment, the individual appeared conscious, his face somewhat pallid. Yet he sat there with an air of restraint, observing their group. It seemed he had yet to grasp the soldier's underlying message. The doctor's assurance of minimal impact did not imply a complete absence of consequences. As Lin Xia had surmised, timely suturing might offer a chance for recovery. Nonetheless, in Tian Xiangnan's view, how could such a vital area as the Achilles tendon and cartilage, having sustained significant trauma, ever regain its original condition? The human body can be both resilient and fragile. In future eras of advanced medical science, recovery from injuries to the legs or critical muscle meridians is notoriously challenging. let alone in this time beset by a scarcity of medical resources, where Western medicine was just beginning to develop. Perhaps one might consider administering some remedy to this individual? However, as soon as this thought arose, it was swiftly extinguished. He had no personal connection to the young man, and it would be a frivolous endeavor to meddle in such matters. Uncle and Vice Director Li exchanged a few light-hearted remarks before beckoning Tian Xiangnan and the others to assist the injured intellectual aboard the train. Once they had boarded, the carriage doors were closed. This left Tian Xiangnan feeling somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to glimpse the scenic beauty of the mountains. Of course, his desire was genuinely to behold the landscape, rather than harboring any ulterior motives regarding the location. After all, if he truly wished to venture there, he could easily traverse along the tracks, even if it were merely to feel the breeze and admire the flora and fauna on either side. It would surely be preferable to sitting in the dim confines of the iron carriage. The train rattled onward for approximately 10 minutes before it jolted to a stop, accompanied by a prolonged hissing sound. With a clang, the carriage doors swung open, revealing the anxious visage of the squad leader. What has transpired? Upon seeing him, Uncle was seized with indignation. It is fortunate we encountered Vice Director Li. His goodwill in arranging matters has spared an innocent child from misfortune. What on earth have you been doing all this time? Upon hearing this, the captain of the 3rd Squad initially sighed in relief, only to then express his grievance. Uncle, who could have anticipated such an occurrence? How could a perfectly sound shovel fall just so, striking the young intellectual's foot? Is this not the epitome of misfortune? Enough. You can save your explanations for the review meeting later. Just before we commenced work, I repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety, and yet, on the very first day of our labor, you faltered. The elder reprimanded him with a look of disappointment. I refused to believe that a sturdy shovel could simply drop unexpectedly. What about the safety check before we started? Old Tian, do you think it could have been that shovel from this morning? At that moment, Lin Xiqing, deep in thought, quietly interjected. Tian Xiangnan quickly pulled him back. But it was already too late. Although Lin Xiqing's voice was barely above a whisper, it still reached the ears of both the elder and the squad captain, who turned their gazes towards him. Lin, what do you mean by that? The elder asked sternly, while the captain fixed him with a piercing glare. Lin Xiqing seemed to realize he had misspoken, opening his mouth, but unsure whether to continue. Ultimately, he glanced at Tian Xiangnan. Tian Xiangnan chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, well, you should be quiet. The elder shot him a fierce glare, abruptly cutting off his words. Let the lad speak, Tian Xiangnan sighed, slapping his forehead. What I meant was, during the tool distribution this morning, under their intense scrutiny, Lin Xiqing reluctantly recounted the events of the morning in a stammering manner. Oh dear. Upon hearing his words, the captain of the 3rd Squad suddenly slapped his thigh, startling everyone with his abrupt movement. That scoundrel Zhang Dego. This injured young intellectual was digging trees alongside him. The captain gritted his teeth in frustration. This morning, Zhang Dagu was late because he was covering for his sister at the supply depot, and he brought his own tools. I knew it. We had thoroughly checked the tools for safety before we started. Listening intently to their conversation, the injured young intellectual's eyes widened in disbelief, anger gradually etching itself onto his face. Are you implying that this Zhang Dagu is the one responsible for my condition? Rest assured, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it turns out that someone made a mistake during work, the brigade will certainly provide you with an explanation. Zhang Dagu, get over here. Meanwhile, the captain was already hopping in agitation, calling for the individual. After several shouts, a figure from the 3rd production team sauntered over, seemingly indifferent. Captain, what do you want? As Zhang Dagu approached the railway, he was met with the sharp, scrutinizing gazes of the elder and the captain. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? He feigned innocence, though Tian Xiangnan shot him a sidelong glance, a faint smirk playing at his lips. This fellow appeared outwardly calm and unconcerned. Yet the incessant darting of his eyes and the movement of his throat belied his true anxiety. At this moment, the fellow must be feeling quite anxious. Chapter 46. Zhang Dagu pays the price. Dagu, I must inquire, the old uncle, who is also a shrewd character, questioned sternly, when you came this morning. Did you bring along a defective shovel? To prevent any potential evasion, the old uncle gestured towards Lin Xiqing, standing nearby. It was the very shovel you distributed to him this morning, the one with a loose blade that was nearly falling off. What nonsense! Zhang Dagu exclaimed, quickly defending himself. The defective shovel from this morning? I repaired it with 2 nails, it was already taken away. He then turned to Lin Xiqing. his face contorted with anger. I told you. How can you spout such nonsense? This morning, you said that shovel was faulty, but I replaced it for you, didn't I? I came after distributing the tools, and the ones I brought were in good condition. Good condition, you say? Then let me ask you, wasn't he the shovel that just broke the one you brought? The third team leader, visibly enraged, interrupted him as he refused to admit his fault. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dagu shrank back, falling silent. Why are you suddenly mute? Speak. Wasn't he the one that caused the injury the shovel you brought? Yes, Zhang Dagu finally admitted, albeit reluctantly. But this is another fine one, and who knows how it happened. It was working perfectly, and then suddenly it broke. Stop feigning innocence. The third team leader, gritting his teeth in fury, seized Zhang Dagu and led him towards the wasteland. Come, bring that shovel over here. I want to see if it truly is defective. Let us go and take a look. The old uncle signaled to Tian Xiangnan, asking him to follow along. Arriving at the tree where the incident occurred, the shovel that had broken was still resting there, as the work on this tree had halted after the morning's mishap. Once there, the third team leader released Zhang Dagu and bent down to pick up the wooden handle of the shovel, handing it to Tian Xiangnan. Here, you two take a look and see if this is the problematic one from this morning. Tian Xiangnan took the handle, glancing at the furious Zhang Dagu beside him, then at the serious old uncle, feeling somewhat conflicted. It was not that he feared Zhang Dagu and thus hesitated to speak the truth. However, tools can often appear similar. The color of the wooden handle was quite alike, and he had merely exchanged it at the storeroom that morning, making it difficult to recognize. He turned to Lin Xiqing with a questioning gaze. Lin Xiqing also took the wooden handle, examined it, and after turning it over in his hands, nodded with conviction. Yes, this is indeed the shovel that had issues this morning. Upon hearing this, even Tian Xiangnan was taken aback. What are you babbling about? Zhang Dagu could no longer contain himself, leaping up and lunging at Lin Xiqing, reaching out to grab his collar, looking utterly frantic. In a fit of rage, Zhang Dagu exclaimed, "How dare you frame me? I will not let this go unpunished." At this moment, he was genuinely anxious. For if the matter of safety fell upon him, public humiliation and financial reparations would merely be the beginning. There was a real possibility of being sent to the farm. Thus, he found himself on the brink of confronting Lin Xiqing, disregarding the decorum of the situation. With a sudden burst of movement, he lunged toward Lin Xiqing, only to be swiftly intercepted by Tian Xiangnan, who delivered a forceful kick that sent him tumbling backward. Zhang Dagu landed hard, stunned, and looked up with venomous eyes at both Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing. Uncle did not spare a glance at the fallen Zhang Dagu, maintaining a serious demeanor as he scrutinized Lin Xiqing. Young man, such accusations are not to be made lightly. I possess evidence. Seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiqing raised the long wooden handle in his hand. Uncle, observe here. When I retrieved this shovel this morning, I tested it briefly. It felt rough, so I used my fingernail to scrape off a splinter. As he spoke, Lin Xiqing pointed to a small, white mark on the handle. Both uncle and the team leader leaned in for a closer look, and upon confirming the presence of the fresh mark, their expressions darkened as they turned their ire toward Zhang Dagu. At this juncture, Zhang Dagu's face had paled considerably, his lips trembling. Uncle, Captain, after a moment's pause. Uncle withdrew his gaze, pulled out his tobacco pipe, and lit it, immersing himself in thought as silence enveloped the group. It was not until Uncle had nearly exhausted his bowl of tobacco that the team leader ventured to speak. Uncle, what shall we do about this? Uncle continued to smoke, his eyelids flickering slightly. Noticing his silence, the team leader shot a fierce glare at Zhang Dagu, paused for a moment, and then continued quietly. After all, we share the surname Zhang, and Dagu is your nephew. Moreover, if we reflect on the incident, Dagu harbored no ill intentions. The misfortune lies in the fact that the shovel head fell onto the feet of the youth. Should you claim that Dagu acted with malice, I would raise no objections, even if he were taken to task. However, the incident occurred while the youth was working, and in truth, while Dagu is at fault, he is more a victim of bad luck. Upon hearing this, Uncle's brow twitched with agitation, yet he did not direct his gaze toward the team leader. Instead, he turned to the injured youth nearby. Comrade, how do you propose we resolve this matter? The injured young man cast a furious glance at Dagu, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. Perhaps it would be better for the captain to decide. Upon hearing this, Uncle S' brow seemed to relax slightly. After pondering for a moment, he spoke slowly. How about this? You will undoubtedly be unable to work for some time. I will have Dagu compensate you with 60 jin of cornmeal and an additional 20 yuan for your recovery. Furthermore, until your foot has healed, all of Dagu's work points will be credited to you. Indeed, the educated youth exclaimed in surprise, a glimmer of fortunate relief evident on his face. He seemed taken aback that this captain, sharing the same surname as the formidable Dog Zhang, could offer such generous compensation. Since the captain has spoken, I have no objections, the elder uncle stated. Dog Zhang appeared to wish to interject, yet a fierce glare from the elder silenced him. You will either comply with my wishes or be sent to the farm. The choice is yours. Dog Zhang fell silent. Uncle, since the matter is resolved, we shall return to our work, Tian Xiangnan said, bidding farewell to the elder as he entrusted the injured educated youth to another and pulled Lin Xiqing away. Behind them, Dog Zhang cast a resentful gaze at their departing figures. What are you glaring at? The elder, unable to contain himself, approached and delivered a swift kick to Dog Zhang, sending him stumbling. You little rascal, engaging in such disgraceful antics, yet you dare to scowl at others? On their way back, Lin Xiqing, observing the perpetually silent Tian Xiangnan, hesitated before speaking. Old Tian, did I err in handling today's affair? Chapter 47. Tian Xiangnan's counsel. Tian Xiangnan turned to him, letting out an inexplicable sigh. Old Lin, I cannot say whether your actions were right or wrong, but over the past few days, I have come to regard you as a true friend. Thus, there are a few thoughts I wish to share, though they are merely for your contemplation. Regarding your decision to expose Dog Zhang, from your perspective, and in light of your character and morals, you felt compelled to clarify the situation. Indeed, your reasoning is not without merit. However, have you considered the repercussions of your actions? What significance does it hold to offend a local bully over an educated youth with whom you share no connection? It offers you no advantage, does it? Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's words, Lin Xiqing fell into a contemplative silence. Tian Xiangnan cast him another glance. True, Dog Zhang is not a formidable foe. At worst, he is merely a rogue. Yet, I believe there is no necessity to provoke even the smallest of figures without cause. Even a toad, harmless as it may be, can still hop about and irritate others. Moreover, we have been dispatched here to the countryside, and you, alongside my sister, should consider her well-being. Regarding Xiaoya's decision to intervene today, I must admit that I do not entirely support it. With this, Tian Xiangnan felt liberated to express his thoughts further. I am aware of Xiaoya's kindness. At that moment, her sole intention was to save a life, without considering anything else. However, had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with the train heading into the mountains today, and had she not promptly transported that young intellectual for treatment, one might ponder whether, in the future, he would express gratitude towards Xiaoya for staunching his bleeding or harbor resentment for her insufficient medical skills, which resulted in a disability in his leg. Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's somewhat callous remarks, Lin Xiqing appeared taken aback, as if he had not anticipated Tian would articulate human nature in such a manner. This surely cannot be the case. Xiaoya acted out of goodwill, stepping forth to assist him in his time of need. Tian Xiangnan merely offered a cryptic smile. It is also possible that I am projecting my darker thoughts onto others. Perhaps he has remained eternally grateful for Xiaoya's assistance. Nonetheless, I would never gamble the safety of myself and Xiangbei on another's goodwill, nor would I act impulsively based solely on fervor. Under normal circumstances, I endeavor to safeguard my own interests in most situations, for my safety represents not just myself. As Tian Xiangnan reached this point, he could not help but exhale deeply. He sincerely hoped Lin Xiqing would grasp the essence of his words. These are all lessons learned through bloodshed in his previous life. In that life, after Xiangbei was nearly bullied by the village ruffians, Tian Xiangnan had retaliated immediately. Yes, he sought vengeance for Xiangbei, and even after being imprisoned for a decade, he harbored no regrets, only for having chosen such an extreme and public method. A more discreet approach, perhaps a sack to drown the assailant quietly, would have sufficed. His moment of impulsiveness resulted in injury and eventual capture. Had he not been incarcerated for 10 years, Xiangbei might still be alive. In this life, he only wishes to lead a tranquil existence with Xiangbei. As long as matters do not involve him or Xiangbei, he will refrain from provoking trouble. Even upon entering the village, his reprimand of Zhang Degu was merely to establish a reputation, to inform others that he was not to be trifled with, thus preventing trouble from finding them. Take the previous incident, for instance, when Lin Xiqing stood up to correct Zhang Degu. He clearly did not consider the potential repercussions for himself and his sister. Zhang Dagu incurred a loss of a month or two's worth of work points, coupled with 20 yuan, effectively rendering a year's labor futile. Could one truly expect such a significant loss to be met with indifference? People of this era may be deemed simple, yet some possess a genuine malevolence, coupled with a lack of legal awareness. While some may refrain from overt actions, they may covertly strike hard, leaving one to ponder whether regret will come too late. However, Tian Xiangnan chose not to elaborate further with Lin Xiqing on these matters. At worst, he would keep a closer watch over him or wait for Lin Xiqing to experience minor setbacks. He naturally understood the wisdom in this. Upon returning to the third small team, Lin Dahua inquired briefly, yet said little else, assigning the two to continue their tree-digging tasks. Thus, they labored until the sun dipped low in the sky, finally heralded by the ringing of the closing bell. After a long day's labor, even with Tian Xiangnan's robust constitution, he found himself utterly exhausted. Despite having worked the fields in his previous life, this was the first time he had engaged in such relentless toil in this life, and it would take him at least a few days to acclimate. If he was feeling this way, Lin Xiqing beside him was in even worse shape, his face glistening with perspiration, hands and feet trembling, and several large blisters forming on his palms. As they returned to the village, had it not been for the iron shovel he leaned on, Lin Xiqing might have collapsed face first into the ground. After finally returning their tools and tallying up their work points, everyone dispersed to their homes. Back at the small courtyard, the four of them conducted a brief and rudimentary debrief. Lin Xiqing was still catching his breath, while Xiangbei and Lin Xia kept rubbing their lower backs. Having spent the day cutting grass, not only were their hands marked with various cuts from the wild grass, but their backs ached painfully as well. Among the four, only Tian Xiangnan seemed to be in relatively good shape, so he voluntarily took on the responsibility of preparing dinner. Dinner offered little to boast about. With nothing in the house, he could only manage a simple dish of corn porridge accompanied by a few corn cakes. Whether it was fatigue or the simplicity of the meal, the other three displayed a distinct lack of appetite while eating. "Old Tian, do we not have any leftovers?" Lin Xiqing asked, tearing apart his cake with little enthusiasm. Tian Xiangnan, slurping his corn porridge, rolled his eyes at the remark. "Perhaps the meals from the past few days have imbued you with some misconceptions. Do you understand what rural life entails? What it means to live in the countryside?" As he crumbled his corn cakes into the bowl, he addressed Lin Xiqing. "Let me put it this way. At this current time, among the millions of educated youth nationwide, no more than 5 out of 100 can fill their bellies with corn porridge. Consider yourself fortunate," he added. Lin Xiqing merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting out a resigned sigh as he continued to eat his tasteless cake. Tian Xiangnan then turned his gaze to the two girls. "You two should eat more. Only a full stomach will give you the strength to work." Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. The four exchanged glances, and Tian Xiangnan called out, "Who is it?" "Xiao Tian, open the door, it's me," came the voice of Uncle Zhang from outside. Tian Xiangnan jogged to the gate and opened it, only to find not just Uncle Zhang, but two other individuals accompanying him. Noticing the strangers, Tian Xiangnan scrutinized them closely. One was a middle-aged man, the other a youth roughly his age, both carrying small packages on their backs. "Uncle, what brings you here?" After assessing the two newcomers, Tian Xiangnan's attention returned to the elder. "Oh, they came from the city, found the brigade office, and said they were looking for Lin. I just happened to bring them along," Uncle Zhang replied. "Happened to?" Tian Xiangnan's lips twitched slightly. "Your home is on the west side of the crossroad, and we are on the southeast side of the village. I wonder which path you call happened to." However, this was not the time for such musings. Upon hearing that the two individuals were seeking Lin Xiqing, Tian Xiangnan's gaze shifted to them, now tinged with a hint of caution. "You are looking for old Lin? May I inquire who you are?" he asked, scrutinizing the pair once more. They did not appear to be troublemakers, as they were laden with bags. At that moment, Lin Xiqing had already exited the house, standing in the courtyard and listening intently to the commotion. Upon realizing that the newcomers were searching for him, he approached with a puzzled expression. Standing beside Tian Xiangnan, he leaned forward to glimpse the two at the entrance. His eyes landed on the middle-aged man, and he raised an eyebrow, hesitantly inquiring, "Are you Manager Qin?" The middle-aged man returned Lin Xiqing's gaze, his face lighting up with delight. "Ah, young Master Lin, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. You have changed quite a bit since a few years ago. I scarcely recognized you without your voice." Hearing the man's address, Tian Xiangnan nearly laughed, casting a furtive glance at the elder beside him. As expected, the old man's expression soured, prompting Tian Xiangnan to intervene diplomatically. Oh, such titles are no longer in vogue. Since we are acquaintances, why don't we discuss matters inside? He turned to the elder and added, Uncle, will you join us for a moment? The elder pursed his lips. All right, I've brought you the person. You may converse as you wish. I must return shortly for my meal. With that, he turned away but couldn't resist offering a parting caution. Be careful. Tian Xiangnan understood the subtext of the elder's words and nodded with a smile. We understand, Uncle. Please take care. Once the elder departed, he hastily secured the courtyard gate and ushered the guests inside. Young master, who is this? Manager Chen inquired, glancing at Tian Xiangnan. Fear not. Lin Xiqing replied with an unreserved smile. This is old Tian, a dear friend who has come along with me. The modest courtyard we reside in is actually his purchase. Strictly speaking, my companion Xiaoya and I are merely lodging in his home. Oh, you acquired the courtyard right upon your arrival? Manager Chen remarked with understanding, offering a courteous nod to Tian Xiangnan. His expression suggested he regarded Tian Xiangnan as a fellow young gentleman of diminished fortune. Upon entering the home and meeting Lin Xia, Manager Chen respectfully addressed her as Miss, followed by a round of pleasantries. Witnessing this scene, Tian Xiangnan felt somewhat uneasy, as if he had unwittingly traversed back to the Republic of China era. Noticing his odd demeanor, Lin Xiqing quietly elucidated the situation. He had previously mentioned that his family was engaged in international shipping, frequently importing unique goods and luxury items into the country during a time when such commodities were scarce domestically. The Lin family had established shops in major cities to sell these imported wares. However, in recent years, various circumstances had led to the gradual closure of these establishments. The middle-aged manager Chen before them had once been responsible for the shop in Harbin. The letter Lin Xiqing had penned the previous morning was intended for him. Unexpectedly, the letter dispatched yesterday morning brought a visitor by afternoon. Tian Xiangnan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and greeted Xiangbei before each retreated to their respective rooms, leaving the conversation space to the others. Once Tian Xiangnan and the others had departed, Manager Chen chuckled as he spoke about the letter, explaining how serendipitous the situation was. He then introduced the young man beside him. This is my youngest son, Chen Xian, who is currently employed at the post office. While sorting through the mail this morning, he fortuitously discovered one of my letters and promptly returned it to me. Additionally, just a couple of days ago, I received a call from the master informing me that the young master and young lady had arrived in this area, asking me to gather some information. Isn't it quite a coincidence? After receiving the letter that morning, I prepared some medicinal herbs and daily necessities as per the young master's request. He then presented 2 parcels, setting aside the smaller one and unwrapping the larger one, retrieving its contents onto the table. There were milk powder, snowflake cream, various Western medications, even a toothbrush and toothpaste, followed by several rolls of grain tickets, fabric coupons, assorted small tickets, and cash. Manager Chen wore a beaming smile. I came mainly to check on you and brought along a few items. Now that I see you are settled well, I feel somewhat reassured. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I will find a way. Moreover, Manager Chen gestured toward Chen Xian. Once I return, I will endeavor to arrange for my son to be transferred to our county, specifically to oversee the postal duties for Qingshan Brigade. This way, our correspondence and assistance in delivering items will be much more convenient. Lin Xiqing hesitated upon hearing this and glanced at Chen Xian. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Our location is rather remote. Traveling back and forth to the county would undoubtedly be arduous, so let us not impose too much. That is entirely understandable. Manager Chen replied with unwavering determination. Since the shop closed, the master has never ceased our wages over the years. Were it not for this income, our family would have perished from hunger long ago. Assisting the young master with this small matter is hardly a burden. However, Lin Xiqing remained somewhat reluctant upon hearing Manager Chen's words. Rest assured, young master, Chen Xian interjected with a smile. When my father and I passed through the county, I inquired at the county post office. Owing to our mountainous region and the local nature of our community, there has historically been little in the way of parcels or letters. Even when there were, they relied on the occasional train that ventured into the mountains. Now that you have received 2 batches of educated youth, coupled with the expanding scale of the forest farm and the influx of many workers from outside, the county plans to establish a postal point in your area. I've also heard that the postal workers serving your region will receive subsidies, be provided with a large 28 bicycle, and even be armed. If they make the rounds every 2 days, their workload will indeed be considerably lighter than mine in the city. Thus, my father sought a way to transfer me to work here, and I was, in truth, quite willing. Upon hearing Chun Xian's sentiments, Lin Xiqing ceased his remarks. That evening, both Mr. Chun and his son decided to stay over, spending the night in Lin Xiqing's room. Chapter 49. Following the crowd after a night devoid of conversation, when Tian Xiangnan arose the next day, the father and son had already departed. He prepared a pot of porridge, and after each person had a bowl, they hurried to the intersection to gather their tools. Recently, their task involved clearing the land adjacent to the southern slope of the railway. Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing continued to follow the group to dig up trees. Meanwhile, Lin Xia quietly pulled Xiangbei aside, retrieving a pair of white gloves from her pocket and offering them to her. Xiangbei, you helped me with my work yesterday, and I noticed your hands developed several blisters. Fortunately, Uncle Chin brought us some gloves last night, so I thought I would give you a pair. Xiangbei, surprised, accepted the gloves and examined them. They were crafted from durable canvas, ideal for labor, and with a smile, she did not refuse, slipping them into her pocket. Lin Xia felt a surge of happiness upon seeing her accept them. On the first day of work, Lin Xia had struggled, especially after being pricked by grass roots and blades, which made her hesitant and slowed her pace. Had it not been for Xiangbei's assistance, she might have fallen far behind. Their team leader, Lin Dahua, had urged them several times the previous day. Upon returning home and noticing the blisters on Xiangbei's palms, Lin Xia felt a pang of guilt. Coincidentally, when Mr. Chen visited last night, he had brought several pairs of gloves, and she had taken 2 in hopes of making Xiangbei's work easier today. However, upon arriving at the work site, she noticed that Xiangbei had yet to don the gloves. Curious, she quietly inquired when they were alone, "Xiangbei, why aren't you wearing them?" As she spoke, she patted her own pants pocket. "Don't worry, I have another pair. Even if I wear this one out, we can always ask Uncle Chin for more," Xiangbei replied, thinking Lin Xia was reluctant to wear them. Xiangbei then glanced at the other village women working nearby and said, "Xiaoya, do you see anyone else wearing gloves?" Lin Xia discreetly surveyed the surroundings and shook her head. "Well, there you have it," Xiangbei remarked softly. "It's not like working in a factory where gloves are required for safety. We're just doing regular farm work now, and no one else is wearing them. If you do, won't it draw too much attention? Frankly speaking, wouldn't people think you're delicate like a spoiled capitalist's daughter?" Lin Xia forced a bitter smile in response. "I genuinely fear that others might think so. That's why I don't dare to wear a pair myself." Realizing the implications of her words, Lin Xia quickly turned to Xiangbei, exclaiming in a rush to explain herself. "To the north, I harbor no ill intentions. However, you," with a roll of your eyes, abruptly interrupted her discourse. "I am aware that you mean well. I have toiled for you, enduring blisters on my hands. As I am of humble origins, donning a pair of gloves hardly raises eyebrows." She continued to explain to Lin Xia while bending down to cut the grass. "Prior to my arrival, my brother had advised me that in rural labor, initially enduring some hardship and fatigue is nothing to fret over. One must conform to the collective. Whether in work or any endeavor, one should align with the masses and avoid being too unconventional. Just as we are now. What does it matter if our hands bear a few blisters? Look at the women in our team. Who among them does not have hands calloused from labor? To speak bluntly, if we do not develop toughened hands, standing alongside these women will inevitably diminish our stature in conversation." Lin Xia, listening nearby, nodded thoughtfully. Thus, they toiled until noon. As the youth from the city had yet to relocate to their designated area, the villagers had arranged for provisions to be delivered to the field. Most of the other villagers followed suit, with only a handful returning home to prepare their meals. During the break after lunch, Lin Xia and Xiangbei sat aside, conversing quietly. However, before they could exchange many words, 2 individuals approached them. Upon noticing the newcomers, Lin Xia instinctively turned her face away. The visitors were Gao Man and Wang Fong, 2 young women from the city. "Xiaoya, how did it go with what I mentioned yesterday?" Upon seeing Lin Xia turn away, Gao Man's expression shifted slightly, but after a moment's hesitation, she inquired softly. Lin Xia shook her head in response. "Gao Man, I told you yesterday that I am currently staying at someone else's home. I neither have the authority nor the capability to agree to your moving in with us." Xiaoya, Gao Man, sensing urgency, sat down and grasped Lin Xia's arm. "I know I was wrong in the past, Can you truly not forgive me? The place we are staying is merely 4 large warehouses, dark and empty when the doors are shut at night. It's terrifying, especially when the wind blows. The echoes within the warehouses are haunting. I truly cannot sleep at night. We grew up together. Can you not speak to them and allow me to stay for just a few days? Lingzhi sighed, turning back to gaze at Gao Man with a complex expression. To be fair, they indeed grew up together, sharing a deep bond as close sisters, and their families were long-standing friends. Furthermore, Lingzhi understood that the incident from before was merely a catalyst for the troubles that ensued. Even without Gao Man's actions, given her family's background, repercussions were inevitable. Yet, despite this understanding, Lingzhi found herself unable to forgive Gao Man for her past deeds. Whether in a moment of impulse or confusion, she was, after all, the first to betray her family. Lingzhi had initially intended to utter some harsh words to send these 2 women on their way. However, recalling the words that Xiangbei had previously spoken to her, her tone subtly shifted as she spoke in a comforting manner. Gao Man, just hold on for another couple of days. I heard the captain say that once this busy period of land clearing is over, you should be able to move to the youth point. As she spoke, Lingzhi feigned nonchalance and curled her legs. With her movement, the pair of white gloves, which had been tucked away in her pocket, gradually slipped out, revealing a corner of the glove at the opening of her pants pocket. How many days will that take? The work in the fields is incredibly arduous. Gao Man couldn't help but complain. Yet, as her gaze shifted, it suddenly landed on Lingzi's pocket. Against the backdrop of the blue work pants, the half-exposed white glove was particularly striking. What is this? She exclaimed, deftly reaching into Lingzi's pocket to retrieve the item. Gloves? Oh, these are mine, Lingzi said, feigning urgency as she reached for them, only to have Gao Man leap away. Hee Xiaoya. Let me borrow the gloves for a couple of days, Gao Man laughed, clutching the gloves and skipping away. Reminiscent of her childhood antics when she would snatch toys from Lingzhi and tease her, Wang Feng quickly followed suit. Lingzhi retracted her outstretched hand, glancing at Xiangbei beside her, and shrugged her shoulders in a mock display of helplessness. Xiangbei's lips twitched slightly. Who did you learn this from? Chapter 50. Continuing the experiment, days passed one after another. Over the course of 7 or 8 days, Tian Xiangnan and his companions gradually became accustomed to the work in the fields. Even the blisters on their hands began to harden into calluses. One morning, before he even opened his eyes, Tian Xiangnan could hear the sound of rain pouring outside. When he dressed and opened the door, he found the sky outside dim and the rain falling in sheets. At that moment, an announcement blared from the loudspeaker in the village, declaring a work stoppage due to the rain. Upon hearing that there would be no work today, Tian Xiangnan felt a sense of delight. The medicinal herbs he had requested from Lin Shicheng had arrived a few days prior, but they had been too busy to experiment with them until now. Today presented the perfect opportunity. Additionally, after days of eating corn porridge and pancakes, he decided to take advantage of the free time to find a way to improve their meals and provide some nutritional supplements for his companions. After a simple breakfast, he pulled Lin Shicheng into the house to study the recipe from the journal together. They discussed their options and ultimately decided to experiment with both the formulas for the essence of wood and the essence of scales. They resolved to begin with the essence of wood, while the essence of scales could be tested later when the rain subsided down by the Stone River. As was customary, Lin Shicheng selected the herbs, and Tian Xiangnan dove into the kitchen to oversee the brewing process. However, the concoction that emerged left Tian Xiangnan feeling uneasy. It appeared to be made from several rather fresh herbs, exhibiting a somewhat greenish hue, and unlike the previous 2 mixtures, it resembled a deep green liquid akin to clear water. How should we conduct this experiment? He pondered. Tian Xiangnan held the minuscule amount of green liquid that barely covered the bottom of the bowl, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps we should just pour it on some patch of grass and see what happens, suggested Lin Shicheng. Tian Xiangnan felt a flicker of intrigue, but, recalling the effects of this substance documented in the journal, he shook his head. What if we follow the experimental methods of the old madman? The old madman had recorded a relatively complete experimental procedure in his diary. However, it was unclear whether it was due to his overwhelming excitement or a touch of madness, as the narrative in the log was rife with exclamations and incredulity, making it resemble the rants of a lunatic, leading one to question the veracity of the accounts contained within. But we don't have any seeds to cultivate. Lin Shicheng raised his hands in exasperation. Last time, Kai Ling brought 2 handfuls of sunflower seeds, but they seemed to be roasted and no good for planting. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Xiangnan set down the bowl, grabbed a burlap sack, and dashed out into the rain. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a few patches of newly sprouted wild grass at the edge of the vacant lot, and he walked over to uproot 2 of them. Back in the courtyard, he scanned the area and, finding a slightly elevated patch of ground in the corner, he dug a small hole with his finger and planted the 2 tiny grass shoots. Will this really work? Lin Xiqing said, a look of resignation on his face. Tian Xiangnan then entered the kitchen and returned with the bowl of brewed green liquid. If this truly aids plant growth, it shouldn't be limited to just crops. After all, it's an experiment with plants, so why not give it a try? He walked over to the newly planted grass and carefully poured a bit of the green liquid into the small hole. Then he squatted beside it, watching intently. Regrettably, the grass that had been watered with the green liquid did not grow at the accelerated rate he had witnessed in his past life. There seemed to be no change at all. Old Tian, don't get drenched, come back. What can you observe from this? Lin Xiqing called out from under the eaves. After a minute of watching and noticing that the grass remained unchanged, Tian Xiangnan returned, feeling somewhat disheartened. Lin Xiqing handed him a towel. What can you discern in such a short time? If it's effective, it would require a while to manifest results. According to the journal, the growth rate can increase 100-fold in a day, which translates to over 3 days' worth of growth in just 1 hour. If we break it down to minutes, the effect would be even more fleeting. What can you possibly observe in just a moment? Tian Xiangnan pondered this and felt a bit of his disappointment lift. All right, let us try another formula. The 2 then returned to the kitchen to experiment further. After over an hour of diligent work, with noon approaching, they finally concocted another batch of the essence of scales. This formula resembled the previous 2, being a dark, paste-like substance, though with a slight variation in hue. How shall we proceed with this? Lin Xiqing had taken a liking to Tian Xiangnan. Please wait for me at home for a moment, he said. After pondering for a while, Tian Xiangnan, despite the heavy burlap sack on his head, plunged into the curtain of rain. At that moment, the downpour had lessened somewhat. Tian Xiangnan exited his home and headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative at the intersection. Kai Ling, nearly dozing off at the counter, was startled by the sound of the door opening. Preoccupied with thoughts of the experiment, Tian Xiangnan wasted no time. He exchanged a few brief words and purchased 2 oversized needles specifically for shoe soles, along with a bundle of nylon thread designed for the same purpose. Upon returning home, he heated the 2 needles until they glowed red and then painstakingly bent them into hooks. Once cooled, he threaded nylon line through the ends. Thus, a rudimentary fishing hook was crafted. He tucked half of the leftover cornmeal pancake from breakfast into his pocket. After calling out to Lin Xiqing, the 2 of them exited the courtyard and made their way towards the rocky river to the south. Although the rain had lessened, the village was still nearly deserted, allowing the 2 of them to sneak onto the small bridge over the river. Tian Xiangnan broke off a piece of the corn pancake and attached it to the fishhook, then spread a layer of prepared bait over it. Holding the line in one hand, he cast it into the water below. Will this work? Seeing his casual demeanor, Lin Xiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Tian Xiangnan remained silent, patiently waiting while feeling the tension of the nylon line in his hands. After a minute or 2, he suddenly felt a tug. The line began to unwind rapidly from his palm. Hey, we've caught a fish!" Lin Xiqing exclaimed, his excitement surpassing Tian Xiangnan's. Nearly reaching out to grab the line spool himself. "Hold on tight." Tian Xiangnan's lips curled into a smile as he gripped the spool firmly. Feeling the tugging force from the other end, leaning over to peer down at the water's surface. Below the bridge, a ripple was dancing across the flowing water, occasionally creating splashes. Haha, this really works. We'll have fish for dinner tonight." Lin Xiqing laughed aloud beside him. The smile on Tian Xiangnan's face widened as he began to reel in the line slowly. However, with each pull, the resistance grew stronger. Suddenly, with a faint thud, Tian Xiangnan felt a slight tremor in his body as the nylon line abruptly slackened in his grasp. "What?" Lin Xiqing exclaimed, his face filled with regret. "How could this happen?" Tian Xiangnan pulled up the broken nylon line, examining the fracture. The end of the nylon thread, comprised of 3 thin strands twisted together, was frayed, clearly having snapped under strain. If even the nylon thread designed for shoe soles could break, it suggested that the fish they had encountered was certainly substantial. Tian Xiangnan, seemingly skeptical, tightened the frayed end of the rope, reattached another fishhook, adorned it with dough, and once more cast it onto the surface of the water below the bridge. This time, both individuals leaned over the railing, their eyes fixated on the floating morsel of dough. Suddenly, after merely a minute or two, a sizable splash erupted from the river, revealing a red and white fishtail that briefly broke the surface before plunging back into the depths. Concurrently, the spool of line in Tian Xiangnan's hand began to roll again, the nylon line taut as it slipped away. This time, however, he did not hastily reel it in. Instead, he gently relaxed his grip, gradually controlling and slowing the release of line. As the once fist-sized spool diminished to the size of an egg, it ceased its motion. Observing this, Tian Xiangnan promptly began to reel in the line. When he encountered resistance, he would cautiously ease out a bit more line. Thus, after nearly an hour of this back and forth, they finally beheld the other end of the nylon line tethering a magnificent fish, its body a striking blend of red and white, measuring over a foot in length. The scales shimmering with alternating hues revealed it to be a wild carp. "Let us go," Tian Xiangnan called out, gripping the line as he hurriedly made his way from the bridge to the riverbank, slowly drawing the large carp closer. The fish, seemingly exhausted from the struggle, floundered a few times before rolling onto its back, revealing its white underbelly. "By golly, we actually caught a big one," Lingzhi exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Given his background and the family's business dealings, he had encountered much larger sea fish. Yet this one was different. It was a triumph born of their own efforts, imparting a unique sense of achievement. "Here, take this." Tian Xiangnan handed the spool to Lingzhi, quickly removed his shoes, rolled up his pant legs, and waded into the shallow waters. Such a large fish could not be hoisted ashore solely by a nylon line. As Lingzhi brought the carp to the riverbank, he gently caressed its back with his left hand, while his right deftly avoided the hook and reached into the fish's intermittently opening mouth to grasp its gills. Upon lifting with his right hand, he felt an abrupt heaviness. Goodness, this carp is over a foot long, and its body is as wide as 2.5 palms. Ha ha ha, it must weigh at least 20 pounds. With a vigorous effort, he hoisted the fish onto the bank, prompting Tian Xiangnan to burst into laughter with excitement. "Let us hurry back, before you catch a chill," Lingzhi urged beside him. He was concerned that, having been drenched in rain and water, Tian Xiangnan might neglect his health in his exuberance. Thus, Lingzhi stowed away the fishhook and picked up Tian Xiangnan's discarded shoes, and the two friends, brimming with joy, made their way back to the village. Fortunately, the rain intensified slightly, and they encountered no one on their path, allowing them to quietly return to the little courtyard. "Ah, where did you procure such a magnificent fish?" Hearing the commotion, both Xiangbei and Lingzhi emerged, unable to conceal their astonishment. Xiangbei hurried to the kitchen in search of a container. But after a lengthy search, he realized that there was not a single basin large enough to hold the sizable carp. With no other option, they could only leave it in the yard for the time being. "Let us just leave it like this," Tian Xiangnan said, shaking his arms and gazing at the carp lying on the ground, its mouth still opening and closing. "We can deal with it once the rain eases a bit." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and turned to inspect the two small plants he had previously sown in the corner of the yard. Upon closer inspection, Tian Xiangnan's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that when he had planted them, the little plants were no taller than 5 centimeters, with just 2 or 3 leaves. Yet now, they had grown to nearly 10 centimeters, each boasting 4 or 5 leaves. "They've grown so rapidly," Lingzhi, who had followed over to take a look, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A glance exchanged between the two revealed the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. "Old Tian, it seems these formulas truly have their effects," Lingzhi remarked, a grin spreading across his face. "From now on, we should never lack for food, even if we crave meat. We can catch some rabbits or wild boars, or fish a few from the river." "Look at your aspirations," Tian Xiangnan retorted, rolling his eyes. Regardless of the origins of the so-called recipes documented in that journal, the efficacy was indeed surprisingly good. With these resources at hand, there were far more benefits than merely ensuring they had enough to eat. Without delving into other matters, simply cultivating rare herbs like ginseng or reishi could yield significant rewards, potentially providing a life of ease should they manage to nurture a few that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. With the insight gained from his past life experiences, Tian Xiangnan's mind spun with dozens of ideas that could lead to rapid wealth. Of course, this didn't imply that Lingzhi's vision was narrow. It merely reflected differing perspectives. Given Lingzhi's family's wealth, He may not have been inclined to consider the alternative uses of these formulas, as they were not in want of riches. His sole concern seemed to be ensuring a good life for himself and his sister during their current experience as educated youth. Old Tian. When Qingshan comes by next time, I'll mention to him to help us find a variety of seeds for crops. Tian Xiangnan nodded in agreement, adding, we should also seek out seeds for peppers, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and various medicinal herbs. We can experiment with cultivating them. Additionally, we ought to acquire sturdier fishing hooks and lines. Oh, and we need to source some large barrels for planting. I can ask Uncle for guidance on that. Just as they were enthusiastically planning their future endeavors, a series of loud knocks echoed on the door of the small courtyard, followed by Lin Qing's urgent voice from outside. Xiangnan, Xiangbei, are you home? Chapter 52 News from the neighboring county. Xiangnan, Xiangbei, are you at home? Hearing Lin Qing's voice sounded somewhat off. Tian Xiangnan hurriedly strode over and opened the courtyard door, responding, Qingjia, what's wrong? What happened? Once the door was ajar, he realized that besides Lin Qing, Uncle was also standing outside. Neither of them had an umbrella, and they were both drenched by the rain, their faces displaying signs of agitation. What is going on? Come inside, Tian Xiangnan urged, pulling them under the eaves. Xiangnan, we have news about Daling. Lin Qing's first words left Tian Xiangnan momentarily stunned. Daling? Nothing has happened to him. Yes, it must be Daling. It has to be him. I knew he was still alive. Lin Qing's eyes were slightly red, tears mingling with the rainwater as they streamed down her cheeks. Her excitement rendered her speech a bit incoherent. Let me explain, Uncle interjected with a sigh, though his face unmistakably bore a hint of suppressed excitement. We just received a call from the brigade. It was from the neighboring county. A villager from a place called Jishangu reported to the county that they saved someone who had fallen from Qingshan and broken his leg over a month ago. They saved Daling? Tian Xiangnan asked, astonished. Uncle hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Qing before continuing, though the caller didn't clarify. They mentioned the person seemed to be from our Qingshan Brigade. Who else could it be but Daling? The timeline matches perfectly. Lin Qing nodded eagerly in agreement. There is indeed a strong possibility. Tian Xiangnan echoed her sentiment, but could not help but inquire. So why did you come to find me? Uncle looked at him earnestly. The person is currently in the neighboring county. I am not at ease with Lin Qing going alone, especially since no one from our village has ventured far before. I thought since you're all familiar with the city, it would be best for you and Lin Xiaojie to accompany Lin Qing on the trip to the neighboring county. After all, they said the person has a broken leg, and we might need to carry him back. Is that so? Tian Xiangnan pondered for a moment, glancing at Lin Xiqing beside him. I'm fine with it, Lin Xiqing quickly nodded. However, Tian Xiangnan hesitated a bit, and then said to Uncle, how about this? I will accompany Qingjia, and old Lin doesn't need to go. I'm familiar with the roads outside. If it doesn't work out, you can find someone else from the village to join us. I will lead the way, and we can bring Daling back together. Old Tian, Lin Xiqing said somewhat reluctantly. Since coming to the countryside, Lin Qing had taken good care of them, and he wanted to contribute as well. You need to stay and look after the house. Tian Xiangnan gently replied, then signaled to Xiangbei and Lin Xiyu. It will take a few days. It won't do to leave the house without a man. All right then. Lin Xiqing finally relented after a moment of hesitation, letting out a soft sigh. The old uncle nodded in agreement. All right. I will have Erju accompany you on your journey. Please prepare yourselves. With another reminder, he turned and walked away into the rain. Qingjia, you should also go back and get ready. Tian Xiangnan paused momentarily, then hesitantly glanced at Lin Qing. How shall we travel to the county? Lin Qing, equally frustrated, smacked her forehead. I forgot to mention this. By the way, Xiangnan, can you ride a horse? If not, I can lead you. Tian Xiangnan sighed in relief, smiling easily. Qingjia, the team has horses. I happen to know how to ride. With that, they no longer delayed and returned to their respective houses to prepare. Tian Xiangnan changed into a thicker outfit, took some money from Xiangbei, donned a hat, and stepped outside. Lin Qing had also finished her packing, carrying a small bundle. They headed straight for the team headquarters. Upon arrival, the old uncle was already waiting, accompanied by a sturdy man in his 30s, with a simple and honest demeanor. As the two approached, the old uncle handed an oil paper package to Tian Xiangnan. This contains your respective travel permits and the reasons for your journey. He gestured towards the man beside him. This is Lin Shuji's Erju. He will accompany you. Erju Gu, Tian Xiangnan greeted the man amicably. Erju nodded back with a smile. The old uncle has instructed that you should follow his lead and address any concerns to him. Perhaps the heavens were being benevolent, for the rain began to diminish. After a few more brief instructions, the old uncle led the trio towards the transport team. Tian Xiangnan walked ahead with the elder, who seemed to sense he had something to discuss and subtly quickened his pace, creating some distance from the other two. Old uncle, Tian Xiangnan glanced back and softly remarked, "If it truly is the Lingzhi over by the Jia Mountain Gorge, why would it take him over a month to contact us?" Hearing this, the old uncle's brow furrowed with concern. He took a deep drag from his pipe before responding quietly, "Who knows what the situation is over there? However, considering that place is called Jia Mountain Gorge, it must be nestled within the mountains. It's still early spring here. Perhaps they were recently buried under heavy snow, making communication difficult." As he spoke, the old uncle took another puff from his pipe, his expression tightening with worry. "But the messages from there are unclear. They only mentioned that the person is from our Qingshan team, without even providing a name." He winced as if in pain. "I suspect either the messenger is unreliable, or—" Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, having pondered the same issue. If even a simple message could not be conveyed accurately, it suggested that if the person rescued from that village was indeed the Lingzhi, his circumstances might be dire. He glanced back at Lin Qing, who was clutching her small bundle. Noticing his gaze, Lin Qing looked up and smiled at him, though the laughter was faint. The resolute light gleaming in those eyes seemed capable of melting the very ice and snow. Tian Xiangnan cracked a smile and joined in the laughter. Upon arriving at the transport team, the old uncle summoned a few men to bring over the 3 horses, the only aged steeds belonging to the Qingshan Brigade. The trio mounted their horses, and Lin Qing turned back to address the elder. "Uncle, I entrust you with the care of things at home for a few days." With that, she raised her whip and galloped ahead. Chapter 53. The unknown outcome. Having not ridden for quite some time, Tian Xiangnan took a while to acclimate, gradually rediscovering the sensation of control. Lin Qing and Heir Zhuzi had to slow their pace to wait for him. The 3 of them left the village, following the railway towards the Shao Qingshan mountain pass. During their journey, Tian Xiangnan inquired of his companions, "Sister Qing, brother Heir Zhu, have either of you visited the neighboring county?" Both shook their heads. Seeing their response, Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If they had known the route, they could have ridden directly, and their speed would not have suffered. Since neither was knowledgeable about the way, they would have to rely on the county for assistance. After all, this was not an era equipped with navigational devices. In this age, one could only ask for directions verbally. Pondering for a moment, he asked Lin Qing, "Sister Qing, in our haste earlier, I neglected to clarify, where did the message originate? Was it from the neighboring county's government?" Lin Qing nodded and raised her voice slightly. It was indeed from the neighboring county government, stating that a report had been submitted by a brigade under their jurisdiction, the Qingshan Brigade. "I see," Tian Xiangnan replied, understanding that their next destination must be the Qingshan Brigade in the neighboring county. The trio quickened their pace and soon reached the county, finding the county government. By the time they arrived, the sun had already dipped in the west. The personnel at the county government took their intent seriously. After an office deputy director grasped the situation, he issued them a certificate from the county. Regrettably, in this era, there were no buses, and the county government could not provide them with a vehicle. Ultimately, with the deputy director's coordination, they secured accommodation at a guest house for the night, awaiting a county truck bound for the neighboring county the following day. A night passed without incident. The next morning, the 3 boarded the freight truck and arrived at the neighboring county's government. However, the reception here was not as warm as in their own county. Upon learning of their purpose, only a clerk attended to them, casually indicating the direction to the Qingshan Brigade without any intention of escorting them. Tian Xiangnan had initially hoped to borrow horses or bicycles from their county, but upon witnessing the clerk's indifferent demeanor, he chose to forego the request. After a brief discussion, the trio opted for a simple meal in the county before embarking on foot towards the Qingshan Brigade. The Qingshan Brigade is somewhat akin to their Qingshan Brigade, both situated in mountainous regions, albeit not as deeply nestled in the hills as Qingshan. The sole access route to their location is riddled with potholes, and after a recent downpour, it has become quite muddy and arduous to traverse. Fortunately, the distance to the Qingshan Brigade is not overly extensive. The 3 of them trekked from noon until dusk, finally arriving at this small village at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, it is a diminutive settlement. The so-called Qingshan Brigade does not occupy as vast an area as the Qingshan Brigade, which boasts a population of around 1,000. This little village comprises merely 50 or 60 households, predominantly consisting of old, earthen houses. When Tian Xiangnan and his companions arrived, it was mealtime, and many chimneys in the village were emitting wisps of white smoke. Beneath a large tree at the village entrance, a few individuals were gathered, conversing. Upon noticing the trio approaching from a distance, they stood up, their expressions tinged with wariness as they scrutinized the newcomers. "Excuse me, is this the Qingshan Brigade?" Tian Xiangnan, undeterred by their cautious glances, stepped forward with a smile and inquired politely, "What is your business here?" The leading middle-aged man continued to regard him with a cold gaze, refraining from answering and instead returning the question. Tian Xiangnan assessed the man, noting his tall stature, coarse long trousers, and a somewhat faded, old Zhongshan suit. It was evident that the others remained silent, deferring to him, and Tian Xiangnan understood the hierarchy at play. "This comrade," he subtly altered his form of address. "We are from the neighboring Qingshan Brigade in Mulan County. We have come to find someone, specifically the individual your brigade reported to the county as having been rescued from Jinshan Gully." "Oh, you are from the Qingshan Brigade?" Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's words, the middle-aged man expressed surprise, clearly aware of the situation, and his demeanor softened. "I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly." Recognizing that the man was informed, Tian Xiangnan's smile grew warmer, and he stepped forward to extend his hands. "Comrade, greetings. We are indeed from the Qingshan Brigade. May I ask your name?" The man reciprocated the handshake and smiled in return. "I am Zhang Yukai, the secretary of the Qingshan Brigade. I was the one who called the county." "Oh, Secretary Zhang. Greetings." Tian Xiangnan promptly retrieved several papers from his pocket and presented them with both hands. "Secretary Zhang, these are our credentials, along with documents from the county. We have come to ascertain if the person rescued from Jinshan Gully is indeed a member of our brigade." "Ah, understood." Zhang Yukai accepted the documents and scrutinized them closely before nodding in acknowledgement. "Let us do this. You may accompany me back, and we can discuss this matter further." He then signaled to the nearby villagers, urging them to head home for dinner. As he led Tian Xiangnan and his companions into the village, they encountered similarly poor roads, equally muddy underfoot. Under the guidance of Secretary Zhang, Tian Xiangnan and his companions made their way, with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, to a modest courtyard situated at the heart of the village. This courtyard, constructed entirely from earthen bricks, was slightly larger than its neighboring counterparts. Secretary Zhang produced a key and unlocked the door, leading the group through the courtyard and into the main house. He then retrieved a box of matches from his pocket and lit the oil lamp resting on the table, casting a dim yet warm glow that illuminated the room. "Please, have a seat." He beckoned to Tian Xiangnan and the others, settling into a chair himself while extracting a small cloth pouch from his pocket. Observing him draw out a square piece of yellow paper, Tian Xiangnan promptly reached for a pack of Yinshan cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Secretary Zhang. "Here you go, Secretary Zhang," he said. Zhang Yukai smiled and accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips and igniting it with a match, savoring the smoke. However, as he indulged, a look of discomfort and perhaps a hint of shame crossed his face. With their destination reached, Lin Qing, who had been anxious throughout the journey, could no longer remain silent, attempting to speak several times only to be stifled by Tian Xiangnan's cautionary gaze. Noticing that Secretary Zhang had smoked halfway through his cigarette, still wearing that complex expression, Tian Xiangnan finally inquired, "Secretary Zhang, could you elucidate the situation for us?" Upon hearing his question, Zhang Yukai glanced at them and let out a soft sigh. "Alas, to be honest, I am uncertain of the truth in this matter. It is possible that your journey may have been in vain." The weight of his words caused a palpable tension in the hearts of Tian Xiangnan and his companions. Chapter 54. Bad news. What exactly is happening? Lin Qing could no longer contain herself, her voice trembling. Her gaze was fixed intently on Secretary Zhang's face. Tian Xiangnan, suppressing his own anxiety, added, "Secretary Zhang, could you share the details of the situation with us?" Zhang Yukai, chewing on his toothpick and wearing an awkward expression, began, "Honestly, I cannot ascertain whether this matter is true or false. It is possible that such a person truly exists. Here is what I know. Our Qingshan Brigade comprises several smaller production teams scattered in the nearby hills. Among them is a minuscule team known as Jinseng. At this point, Zhang Yukai let out a scoff, a wry smile crossing his face. This so-called production team consists of merely a handful of households, and it's uncertain how long they can sustain themselves. Qingshan is home to the elderly, the infirm, and those who have previously evaded scrutiny, including a man of limited intellect known as Old Yangao. He is the only one from Qingshan who ventures out occasionally, and it's always to borrow grain from us. Zhang Yukai chuckled ruefully. Though he claims to borrow, he never returns anything. Alas, it is a predicament, as Qingshan is, in name, part of our Qingshan Brigade. Just a couple of days ago, the old lamb once again emerged from the mountains, seeking food. As it is the onset of spring, I have been preoccupied with my daily tasks, leaving me little time to attend to him. I was merely looking for an excuse to send him away. To my surprise, the old lamb grew anxious and insisted that during the heavy snowfall, when the mountains were closed off, he had carried down a person with a broken leg from the mountain, consuming all of his food in the process. At that moment, I was somewhat skeptical, primarily because the old lamb has always been rather eccentric. In the past, he concocted various excuses just to borrow food from me. Once, he became quite agitated, especially during our autumn harvest when we were openly stealing from the fields. Hearing this, Tian Xiangnan could not help but interject. Is that what the people from the Qingshan Brigade said? Did the old lamb truly claim that? Zhang Yukai shrugged. That is indeed what he said. If it weren't for the names he mentioned, I wouldn't have believed a word he uttered. Subsequently, I made a phone call to inquire with the county about whether there was a Qingshan Brigade in the neighboring county. To my astonishment, there actually was. This prompted me to consult with the authorities and direct the call to your location. My initial intention was simply to ask if anyone from the Qingshan Brigade had gone missing. Never did I anticipate your prompt arrival. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan exchanged a glance with Lin Qing, clearly perceiving the uncontainable excitement in her eyes. He felt a surge of joy within himself and remarked to Zhang Yukai, Secretary Zhang, since the old lamb could mention the name of the Qingshan Brigade, it indicates that this matter is highly plausible. He must have indeed encountered the person from our village. While his words held merit, Tian Xiangnan understood Zhang Youcai's expression, which revealed no hint of joy, but rather a deep sigh. However, I regretted making that call immediately after. Zhang Yukai continued. Why is that? Lin Qing could not restrain herself from asking. Tian Xiangnan remained silent, observing the somber expression on Zhang Youcai's face as he furrowed his brow slightly. He reached for the cigarettes on the table and offered one to Zhang Yukai. Secretary Zhang, please have a cigarette and share your thoughts at your leisure. Zhang Yukai accepted without hesitation, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke before continuing. The old lamb was quite insistent, pounding his chest while assuring me that the person he rescued was alive and well, urging me to notify the Qingshan Brigade to bring some food and wine when they came to collect the individual. I believed him at the time, as he seemed utterly sincere, almost to the point of swearing an oath. Yet, after the call, I began to reconsider. In such a remote mountain area where they could barely find enough to eat, could they genuinely have the compassion to save someone? If they truly rescued a person, why only mention the Qingshan Brigade, not even clarifying the name of the person they saved? Upon hearing Zhang Yukai's words, Tian Xiangnan felt his heart sink once more. The underlying implication of his words suggested that the old lamb might have indeed encountered their villager, Daling, and was aware that he belonged to the Qingshan Brigade. However, this encounter could merely have been a fleeting moment, or perhaps something unfortunate transpired thereafter. If he had truly saved that individual, how could he remain unaware of the person's name after all this time? I am now heading to Qingshan to take a look. While I was contemplating this, Lin Qing had already risen and turned to exit. Sister Qing, please wait a moment. Tian Xiangnan exclaimed in surprise, hastily getting up to stop her. Lin Qing turned her head. Although she did not utter a word, the expression on her face momentarily rendered Tian Xiangnan speechless. He had assumed Lin Qing would be either ecstatic or despondent upon hearing the news. Yet, her demeanor was remarkably composed. So much so that it instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Tian Xiangnan then glanced back at Zhang Yukai. Secretary Zhang, we have a general understanding of the situation. Regardless of the truth behind Old Yang's words, we must investigate Qingshan. Could you possibly find someone familiar with the route to guide us there? Are you intending to go now? Zhang Yukai stood up, hesitantly responding. It's dark outside. Perhaps I should arrange for you to stay overnight and take you there tomorrow. We cannot afford to wait. Tian Xiangnan shook his head, his tone imbued with determination. Secretary Zhang, either you find someone to accompany us or direct us, and we shall navigate our way there ourselves. Zhang Youcai's expression was one of evident distress. Who could he possibly find at this late hour to lead them into the mountains? Yet, Allowing them to venture alone was equally ludicrous. They had come with official introductions and documents from the county. Should anything happen to them in Fengshan, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yukai clenched his teeth and stamped his foot. Very well, the situation is of my own making. I will accompany you. With that, he sighed deeply. Please wait for me at the village office while I retrieve a few items. He then rose and strode away. Tian Xiangnan and the others waited for less than half an hour before Zhang Yukai returned, accompanied by a young man with dark skin, approximately in his 20s. Both carried firearms on their backs. This is my nephew. The mountains are precarious at night, so I have brought him along. Zhang Yukai handed a cloth bag to Tian Xiangnan and tossed them 2 torches. Upon opening the bag, Tian Xiangnan discovered several still warm corn cakes. Let us proceed. We can eat a little on the way. As they spoke, the 5 of them ignited their torches and exited the village, plunging into the forest behind them. Chapter 55 Jianshangu traversing through the forest at night, especially after a recent rain, presents challenges that are unfathomable to those who have never experienced it. Tian Xiangnan had already stumbled 3 times. The path beneath their feet was either ascending or descending, never level. One could never be certain if the damp earth would support their weight. Lin Erzhu and Secretary Zhang were similarly afflicted, having fallen several times. Lin Qing fared slightly better, having only slipped once while descending. In contrast, Zhang Xiaolu, Zhang Youcai's nephew, exhibited remarkable steadiness, evidently an individual well-versed in the ways of the mountains. Later, Tian Xiangnan became adept at following in Zhang Xiaoyou's footsteps, which rendered his journey considerably smoother. Time seemed to stretch, and Tian Xiangnan found his breath growing increasingly labored, eventually evolving into a heavy panting. Just as they were nearing their destination, Zhang Xiaolu, who was leading the way, halted and surveyed the surroundings before whispering something. Tian Xiangnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaned against a nearby large tree, attempting to steady his breath while casting a glance around. Where could it be? However, after scanning the area, he could only discern the vague silhouettes of trees in the darkness, with no sign of a village or anything akin to it. There, Zhang Xiaolu gestured in a particular direction. Squinting, Tian Xiangnan peered ahead. There, at the midpoint of a small hill, he discerned outlines of what appeared to be several houses, faintly illuminated by the dim moonlight. As he focused, he gradually recognized the shapes. Indeed, there were over a dozen structures scattered sparsely on the hillside clearing. At that moment, the place was shrouded in darkness. And being deep within the mountainous woods at night, Tian Xiangnan mused that had he ventured here alone, the sight might have compelled him to turn back. The group trudged down the hill, navigating the narrow path to ascend the opposite low hill, arriving at the cluster of houses. As they drew nearer, they discovered that these buildings were entirely constructed from round logs. Although modest in size, their sturdiness was evidently commendable. Old lamb, Zhang Yukai called out loudly, panting after the exertion. Get up, where are you? His voice echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, startling a few birds from the nearby thicket. After waiting for a moment with no lights illuminating any of the houses, Zhang Youcai's impatience prompted him to shout again, Old lamb. Creaking sounds announced the opening of a door from a nearby wooden cabin, and a figure staggered out, mumbling, Who is it at this late hour? Calling for souls? Old lamb, how can you sleep so soundly? We've been calling for ages without a response. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yukai retorted somewhat irritably, Oh, it's Secretary Zhang. What brings you here at this hour? Have you come to deliver provisions to us? In the flickering torchlight, Tian Xiangnan gradually recognized the individual's features. The person appeared to be around 50 years old, wrapped in an indeterminate hide that had been tanned into a blanket, its original color obscured by a yellowish hue. He wore black cotton trousers and a sheepskin vest, topped with a dogskin hat. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Qing, more specifically, the small bundle hanging from her arm. Oh, you've brought a woman. Let me have a look, he exclaimed, striding forward and reaching out towards Lin Qing. What are you doing? Tian Xiangnan furrowed his brow upon witnessing the unfolding scene. He stepped forward, placing his hand firmly on the shoulder of the man before him. Step aside, he commanded. To his astonishment, this obstinate elder boldly pushed him back, causing Tian Xiangnan to stagger half a step. How audacious! Tian Xiangnan's temper flared at the man's brazen demeanor. He reached for the elder's neck, while simultaneously launching a kick aimed at the inner thigh of the old goat. However, to Tian Xiangnan's utter disbelief, before his hand could make contact, the elder swiftly seized his arm. At the same moment, The elder deftly evaded the kick, leaving Tian Xiangnan feeling inexplicably airborne before he crashed heavily to the ground. What the hell? A martial artist? Tian Xiangnan's mind raced as he registered the situation. Just as he prepared to rise, a cold object pressed against his head, freezing him in place. You young lad, your methods are rather ruthless. Tian Xiangnan slowly raised his gaze, discovering that the object was an antiquated pistol. Old goat, what are you doing? Put down the gun. Zhang Yukai barked from the side. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaolu had already raised his weapon, racking the slide with a menacing sound. Hey now, Secretary Zhang, no need to fret. I'm merely jesting with this lad, the old goat chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by Zhang Youcai's urgency, as he tucked the pistol into the small of his back. He then glanced at Zhang Xiaolu, adding, take care not to misfire. In that moment, he suddenly lunged forward, directly approaching Lin Qing. Before she could react, he snatched the small bundle from her. Old goat, Zhang Yukai exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Yet, despite his anger, he restrained Zhang Xiaolu's weapon. Huh. The old goat laughed heartily, showing no signs of concern. I haven't eaten in days. I'm simply famished. As he spoke, he tore open the bundle, revealing the corn cakes sent by Secretary Zhang, and promptly shoved one into his mouth. Upon discovering some cash and various medicinal herbs within the package, he looked up in mild surprise at Lin Qing, Erju, and Tian Xiangnan. Medicinal supplies. Are you here for that sickly fellow? He inquired, turning to shout towards the several wooden cabins behind him. Doubled, stop gawking and check if that person in your cabin is dead. If he has, hurry and have someone drag him away to avoid spoiling our feng shui. Chapter 56. Meeting Daling. As the old goat's words faded, the door of a nearby wooden cabin swung open, revealing a slight figure emerging. Lin Qing, Tian Xiangnan, and the others turned their attention towards the newcomer. Although the old goat's words were ungracious, the implication therein ignited a flicker of hope within them. A small boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years of age, emerged, his slight frame making the oversized cotton coat drape loosely upon him, the hem reaching well past his knees, clearly ill-fitting. The boy, appearing somewhat timid, glanced at Tian Xiangnan and his companions, before turning his gaze to the elder lamb beside him. The old lamb promptly tossed a cornbread towards him. Has everyone in your home breathed their last? The boy scrambled to catch the bread, shaking his head in response. They're still lying inside. He stared at the cornbread, swallowing hard, yet refrained from eating it, instead cautiously tucking it into the pocket of his coat. At that moment, Lin Qing could no longer restrain herself. She stepped past the boy and made her way towards the wooden cabin. Tian Xiangnan followed suit. The boy did not attempt to stop them, merely watching them enter with a look of apprehension. Inside, the room was dimly lit, exuding an indescribable, peculiar odor, partly foul, partly fishy. Tian Xiangnan lit a torch, illuminating the surroundings. The interior was in disarray, with a high stack of timber leaning against one wall near the entrance, and 2 wooden stumps serving as makeshift seats alongside a crooked wooden table. Venturing further in, they noticed a haphazard assortment of furs scattered across the southeast corner of the floor, including several wolf pelts, a roe deer hide, and even a bear skin. Upon this chaotic pile of furs lay a person, motionless. Dalin? Lin Qing tentatively called out, then swiftly turned to snatch the torch from Tian Xiangnan's hand. Drawing closer to the figure, Dalin. Her voice, tinged with a sob, echoed within the small cabin. Tian Xiangnan felt a sudden release in his chest, exhaling a long breath. At last, they had found him. After calling a few more times, Lin Qing wept softly, yet her emotions soon steadied. Observing that Dalin remained unresponsive, she turned to Tian Xiangnan and said, "Come here and lend me a hand. Let us see what's wrong with Dalin." "All right," Tian Xiangnan replied, hastening over. It was only then that he beheld the man he had heard about countless times. Dalin possessed the rugged features typical of men from the northeast, a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, with a complexion slightly darkened. However, possibly due to his injuries, his closed eyelids appeared sunken, his cheekbones pronounced, and his face bore a sickly pale hue. Tian Xiangnan first felt Dalin's forehead, then checked his own, noting a slight warmth indicating a low fever. Together, they gently unfastened Dalin's clothing to examine him. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. Only a few small bruises marred his body, the source of which remained uncertain, whether from frostbite or a fall. However, upon inspecting his left leg, they discovered that Dalin's left calf was tightly wrapped in a large swath of cloth, secured with 2 wooden boards. The actions of the two seemed to elicit a response. Lying there, Delin's head moved slightly, and he murmured a few indistinct words. But the sound was too faint for either of them to discern. Delin, Delin? Lin Qing called out again, yet there was still no reply from Delin. Observing this, Tian Xiangnan cautiously grabbed a torch to illuminate the area and examined the bandaging on Delin's left calf. The angle connecting his knee to the lower leg appeared relatively normal. The bandaging was far from professional, but considering the circumstances, it was a commendable effort. It remained unclear whether it was done by the old lamb or someone else. Tian Xiangnan leaned in closer, inhaling the faint metallic odor emanating from the bandaged area, causing him to furrow his brow further. He gently lifted the burlap covering, and upon noticing that the skin color in that region seemed relatively normal, he quietly sighed in relief. "What is the situation?" Lin Qing asked, observing his actions and waiting for him to finish his examination. "The wound may be infected, but fortunately, the condition is not too severe. We must expedite our journey to the hospital by tomorrow," Tian Xiangnan replied. As he spoke, he reached into his shirt pocket and retrieved a small paper packet, which he opened to reveal several white tablets of varying sizes. "I brought some anti-inflammatory medication and paracetamol. Let us give them to Delin first." "Xiangnan, I can't thank you enough," Lin Qing said, her gratitude evident. Tian Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively. "Let us administer the medication to Delin first. We can discuss everything else later." Nodding, Lin Qing scanned the room and noticed a small wooden bucket in the corner, which contained a gourd ladle. She scooped some water, tasted it herself, and then brought it over. Tian Xiangnan assisted in lifting Delin, and together they administered the medicine. Once he saw Lin Qing sitting on the ground nearby, he turned and stepped outside. The individuals outside had vanished, with only Erju squatting at the door, who promptly stood upon seeing him. "Is it Delin inside? I heard Qingzi calling just now. How is he?" Tian Xiangnan nodded. "He is stable. We finally found him. But we can only assess the specifics once we get him to the county hospital tomorrow." "Why didn't you go in, Erju?" Lin Erju chuckled in response. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just keeping watch. That previous fellow was as menacing as a bandit, and I felt a bit uneasy. It's cold outside. You could just as well watch from inside," Tian Xiangnan remarked with a smile, glancing around, noticing light emanating from the small wooden house where the old lamb resided. He approached. As he reached the doorway, he overheard Zhang Youcai's voice. "Old lamb, with all the commotion we just stirred, why hasn't anyone else from your village come to see what is happening?" "There is no one left," came the somewhat disjointed response from the old lamb. "We originally had 6 people. 2 froze to death over the new year, and 1 suffocated while trying to start a fire. Now, aside from the one lying down, it's just me and little Doubao. What nonsense is this?" Zhang Youcai exclaimed, nearly jumping up in anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at the old lamb. "You, who came to borrow grain from me last year, are you not aware that there are still 11 of you here? After all this time, it seems you have simply come to deceive me for food." Old lamb, undeterred, continues to smile shamelessly. "I must admit, had it not been for Secretary Zhang lending us grain before the new year, we might not have made it this far. Moreover, with the passing of those 3 old fellows, we managed to gather their belongings and make do just to survive until spring." Zhang Youcai and Zhang Xiaolu, listening to old lamb's recounting, felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Just then, Tian Xiangnan entered the room. Hearing the commotion, the others turned their attention toward him. Old lamb cast a sideways glance at Tian Xiangnan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Ah, it's you, the lad with the dark deeds. Are you also from the Qingshan Brigade? Those tricks of yours, they couldn't possibly be taught by Zhang Luogua, could they?" Pausing for a moment, he shook his head in confusion. "No, that can't be right. I have seen Zhang Luogua's tricks, and you don't strike me as one so cunning." Upon hearing Zhang Luogua's name mentioned twice, Tian Xiangnan felt a stir of curiosity and tentatively asked, "What? You know Uncle Monsong?" "Of course I know him," Old lamb replied with a chilling chuckle. "This entire area, I've cleared it with my own hands. How could I not recognize him?" Tian Xiangnan was taken aback, realizing that this man before him was indeed a formidable figure. He had not anticipated that the old man in the village, who always hunched over and enjoyed his pipe, had once been such a fierce character. Zhang Youcai, standing nearby, scowled and interjected, "What year is it? And you still cling to those old grievances?" Old lamb merely chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Clearing his throat, Tian Xiangnan tactfully shifted the subject. "By the way, I wanted to ask how Lingu ended up here. How else? He was dragged back by Xiaodubo from the woods, Old Lamb replied, casting a glance at the little boy beside him. At that time, I was thinking, with the heavy snow making hunting difficult, perhaps having someone around would provide a bit of sustenance when food was scarce. Hearing this, Zhang Yukai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even Tian Xiangnan struggled to suppress a smile, finding amusement in the situation. Despite Old Lamb's harsh words and peculiar temperament, he could not believe that this man could commit such heinous acts. Tian Xiangnan's gaze then turned to the little boy. Your name is Xiaodubo, isn't it? How old are you this year? Grandpa Yang said I'm 11. The boy replied softly after glancing at Old Lamb. 11? Tian Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. He observed the boy's stature, which resembled that of a typical 6 or 7-year-old, and the oversized cotton coat that swayed around him. Feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart. While I was setting traps in the mountains, I stumbled upon that individual lying in a snowdrift, so I dragged him back. As he spoke, the young boy cast a glance to the side. It was old Yang who had provided him with a leg and often brought him food. Tian Xiangnan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the elderly lamb beside him, which at that moment was also eyeing him askance. Young man, we've rescued your person. Don't you think you ought to offer some form of gratitude or acknowledgement? Tian Xiangnan was taken aback and broke into a smile. What do you mean by that? The old lamb also smiled, patting the bundle he had previously seized. I see there is still quite a bit of money and tickets left in here. If I manage it wisely, it should suffice for my sustenance for some time. Also, please take the little bean bun away with you. Tian Xiangnan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Earlier, when the old lamb had seized the cloth bag, he had merely cast a fleeting glance and was unaware of its contents. However, this bag had been brought by Lin Qing from the village, and since they had come out to find Lin, it was reasonable to assume that Qing had carried a substantial amount of money and tickets. Naturally, these were merely material possessions. After all, someone had rescued Lin, and any compensation would be warranted. However, this was ultimately a matter concerning Lin Qing's family, and Tian Xiangnan felt he could not take it upon himself to decide. Moreover, there was the child to consider. This child, who resided in the mountains with the old lamb, might also lack official standing. They were not the captain or secretary, so it was inappropriate to simply take him back. Old lamb, what are you doing? Is it not enough to have saved a life? Do you wish to extort them as well? Zhang Yukai, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself and spoke up sternly. Times have changed. Refrain from your old ways and return everything to them. After a couple of admonishments, Zhang Yukai hesitated before continuing. It seems you cannot stay here any longer. Why not return with us and join our Qingshan Brigade? However, the old lamb scoffed at this suggestion, looking at Zhang Yukai with disdain. With your pitiful brigade, impoverished and dilapidated, you barely eat meat twice a year. Following you would be a torment indeed. Zhang Yukai's face darkened. Do you even know how to speak? If our Qingshan Brigade would have you, you should be grateful instead of complaining. Listening to their exchange, Tian Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle, then adopted a serious demeanor. I cannot make decisions on this matter. It depends on my sister's wishes. As for this young boy, I cannot say either. We must step outside to call our brigade and inquire. If you can't make a decision, then you shouldn't be here talking nonsense. Just go back to what you were doing. The old lamb's expression soured at this, and he impatiently waved Tian Xiangnan away as if shooing a fly. With a wry smile, Tian Xiangnan shook his head, disregarding the remark, and turned to leave. Returning to another room, the door was ajar, and a fire had already been lit in the hearth, where Zhu was sitting guard. Lin Qing remained by Lin's side, and upon seeing Tian Xiangnan return, she gently nodded in acknowledgement. Tian Xiangnan settled down beside the fire pit with a wooden stump, softly conveying the earlier sentiments of the old lamb. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's expression remained unchanged. Ever since she encountered Lin, a subtle smile of joy had graced her face. When she learned that it was the slight child who had rescued Lin from the mountains, a look of surprise crossed her features. After a moment's reflection, she mused that it was only fitting to leave the money and other belongings to them. As for the little bean bun, if he wished, he could accompany me home. I would speak to old uncle about it. Tian Xiangnan nodded in agreement. With Lin Qing's consent, the matter appeared to resolve itself smoothly. After all, it was this child who had saved Lin's life, and if their roles were reversed, Tian Xiangnan would certainly feel the same. With the situation now settled, a sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of fatigue and sleepiness. He bid farewell to the two and, pulling over a leather mat, wrapped himself in it and laid down by the fire pit, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 58. The encounter of Gao Man Qingshan Brigade. After 2 days of gentle spring rain, the downpour finally ceased. At the grain depot, many of the educated youth rose early to begin packing. A notification had been issued from the brigade the previous night, declaring that they could return to the youth station. Upon hearing this news, many felt a surge of joy, relieved that they no longer had to crowd into the large warehouse. Among the female educated youth, Gao Man also awoke early. After a brief tidying up and dressing, she took a basin and ventured out to fetch water for her morning wash. Living at the grain depot posed its inconveniences. For washing and laundry, one had to draw water from the nearby well. Often, when both male and female educated youth gathered, the queues could take an extensive amount of time. Fortunately, today was a day off from work, and as the youth rose at varied times, she sauntered over, hoping to encounter a gallant male youth who might offer to fetch water for her. Once she stepped out, the other female educated youth gradually awoke. One of them, holding a chamber pot and yawning, sleepily made her way outside. Just as she passed Gao Man's bunk, her foot inadvertently caught on someone's shoe, sending her off balance. The pot slipped from her grasp and spilled onto Gao Man's bed. The startled girl froze momentarily, and upon regaining her senses, she quickly glanced around. Fortunately, the beds were widely spaced, and as most had already left for their morning routines, those still asleep remained unaware of her mishap. However, Wang Fong, whose bunk was in close proximity, was roused by the commotion. She turned her head, locking eyes with the somewhat flustered girl. For a brief moment, she was taken aback, but as she comprehended the situation, a peculiar smile crept across her face. The girl, filled with trepidation, looked anxiously at Wang Fong. To her surprise, after Wang Fong's smile, she casually turned away, closing her eyes to return to sleep. The female youth was left utterly astonished. She recalled the young woman named Gao Man, who had a notably close relationship with another called Wang Fong. However, at that moment, she could not dwell on such thoughts. She hurriedly suppressed her peculiar feelings and rushed out with the urine basin in hand. Once Gao Man finished her morning routine and returned to the granary, she noticed Wang Fong still deep in slumber and smirked slightly. Just as she was about to call out to wake her, she suddenly discovered a patch of dampness on her bed. Stunned, she bent down to touch it, only to be assailed by a pungent odor that pierced her nostrils. Gao Man's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Who could have done this? The next moment, a sharp shriek jolted everyone in the granary awake. Several young women turned to see Gao Man's furious expression, her hand disdainfully waving as she glared at the other occupants. The recently awakened girls exchanged bewildered glances, clearly puzzled. Gao Man, gritting her teeth in anger, turned to Wang Fong, who appeared to have just woken up. Fong, did you see who spilled the urine basin on my bed? What? Wang Fong feigned astonishment and quickly glanced at the nearby bed. Man, what's going on? Someone spilled the urine basin on your bed? Gao Man regarded Wang Fong with skepticism. We sleep so close together, and you didn't hear a thing? Wang Fong shook her head, looking utterly confused. Man, you know I sleep quite soundly. I truly didn't hear anything. Fine, Gao Man replied, nodding tersely, before casting a glance at the remaining girls in the granary. She said nothing further and stormed out in a huff. After a while, as all the young women finished their morning routines, they began to pack their belongings in anticipation of being notified to move to the youth point. It was at that moment that Gao Man returned. Noticing that many had already prepared their things and that the granary was nearly full, she forcefully slammed the large door shut. The resounding bang drew everyone's attention. With her hands on her hips, Gao Man surveyed the group of young women, her expression fierce. Who is it that spilled the urine basin on my bed? Or if anyone saw who did it, step forward now. She continued, if I do not receive an explanation today, then none of you shall leave. Her fierce demeanor left the others momentarily stunned. Among them, a few young women from the northeast exchanged amused glances, bemused by Gao Man's dramatic display. Observing this commotion, Wang Fong approached Gao Man. Seeing her move, the young woman who had previously fallen grew anxious. Man, please don't be like this. I truly didn't see who did it. Perhaps someone was just careless? Wang Fong softly urged as she drew closer. Let it go, at worst. I'll help you clean it later. Why should I suffer this blame? Why should I be the one to bear the consequences? Gao Man's face was a mixture of indignation and frustration as she glared at the other young women. Who is responsible for this? You ought to step forward and acknowledge this. Otherwise, none of us shall leave to move today. You assert that you won't move, but who do you think you are? At that moment, a voice tinged with disdain emerged from the crowd. Gao Man turned to see that it was a female youth from the city who had spoken. "Oh dear, Hongmei, you must be cautious with your words. After all, she is a young lady from Shanghai. I have heard that she even reported her own family to the authorities. If you offend her, be wary of the day she exposes your transgressions, leaving you to face the consequences alone." A companion of the young woman chimed in, yet the sarcasm in her tone elicited suppressed laughter from those nearby. "Oh dear, now you've truly frightened me." The young woman named Hong Mei feigned fear, patting her chest with an expression of contempt. "No wonder you have to wear gloves even when cutting grass. You are clearly different from us hard-working individuals, so delicate." "Oh, indeed, she carries herself like someone of noble birth, blocking the door at her whim, exuding such an air of superiority. Truly astonishing." What sent a chill down Gao Man's spine was the realization that this disparaging young woman was not local, but had traveled on the same train as her from afar. Just days prior, they had shared laughter and camaraderie. As she glanced around, her heart sank with an unsettling coldness. At that moment, Gao Man belatedly recognized that those who had once rallied beside her, chanting slogans and sharing laughter, now cast her icy glances of indifference. Why was this happening? Her heart plummeted, and she murmured to herself, uncertain if she was questioning others or merely herself. Chapter 59. The Transformation of Gao Man within the granary. The mocking voices of the young women echoed in her ears. Gao Man felt somewhat at a loss, unable to comprehend why this was occurring. At this very moment, she seemed to stand opposed to everyone. Instinctively, she turned to Wang Fong beside her. "Fong Fong." Wang Fong sighed and stepped forward, grasping her arm in a familiar manner. Man, let it go. Apologize to everyone. Consider it a stroke of bad luck." Gao Man stood there, momentarily stunned. Her gaze at Wang Fong was filled with shock, confusion, anger, and doubt, ultimately fading into a sorrowful resignation. She nodded, uttering no further words, and turned to open the door. Gao Man did not apologize. She stepped outside, leaving behind a somewhat desolate silhouette. Wang Fong, witnessing this, felt her eyes flicker momentarily. Although she too hailed from Shanghai, her background differed from that of Lingzhi and Gao Man, as she came from a humble family and lacked their noble upbringing. Previously, Gao Man's decision to wear gloves while working had already sparked some behind-the-back gossip, which Wang Fong had overheard. Certainly, the gloves were merely a catalyst. The more significant issue lay in Gao Man's usual haughty demeanor, which made her interactions even with herself reek of condescension, let alone with others. Even Wang Fong, at times, felt a twinge of resentment, pondering how Gao Man could still maintain her airs when they were all merely sent-down youth. Who would indulge her? Wang Fong aimed to seize this opportunity to impart a lesson to Gao Man, to make her aware of her current predicament and the unpopularity she faced. However, witnessing Gao Man's state, it seemed the blow had been rather severe. Wang Fong hesitated, considering that she might need Gao Man's assistance upon returning to the city, and quickly hurried after her. Man, please do not be upset. I will help you wash your quilt later." When she caught up to Gao Man, the latter abruptly halted. Fong, what have I done wrong? Why does everyone treat me this way?" As Wang Fong gazed at the expression on Gao Man's face, her heart began to race. Had today's ordeal been too overwhelming? Gao Man appeared utterly disoriented. Simultaneously, Wang Fong inwardly scoffed, thinking, truly, a young lady. Such a minor setback has left her in such disarray. At that moment, Gao Man's eyes gradually lost focus, her murmurs resembling the ramblings of a dreamer. Fong, it was you who once urged me to steadfastly uphold my ideals and to delineate my stance, to draw clear boundaries with those individuals. As she spoke, memories cascaded through her mind like scenes from a film. She recalled the astonished and pained look on her father's face when she brought people home. She remembered her brother, Shi Cheng, and her sister, Xiaoya, gazing at her as if she were a stranger when she visited the Lin family. She recollected her mother's tearful reluctance, secretly slipping her money, which she had firmly refused, leaving her mother heartbroken. She vividly remembered her father standing in their dilapidated home, the light streaming through the window casting a hazy reflection on his head. She had not wished to go to the countryside. She had cried and protested. But her once omnipotent father could only sigh in resignation. She felt it was profoundly unfair. She had sacrificed so much, believing that by relinquishing a few individuals and standing firm in her beliefs, she would be embraced by the majority. Yet, ultimately, she had still come here. Upon arriving, She had thought that through diligent labor and earnest effort, perhaps she would earn acceptance and recognition. However, today a scene shattered her illusions entirely. No matter her efforts or actions, she remained perpetually opposed to others. What, then, was the significance of all she had done? After forsaking so much, what had she truly gained? Gao Man felt a cacophony in her mind, as if something once solid was gradually collapsing. Man. Wang Feng's voice continued to resonate in her ears, yet she remained oblivious. Wandering aimlessly with her mind in a haze, Gao Man only realized her surroundings when she arrived at the small courtyard where Lin Xiqing resided. Indeed, this was the place she had previously inquired about. She stood quietly for a while, gathering her courage before finally approaching the door to knock. Observing her actions, Wang Feng, who had been trailing behind, couldn't help but scoff, a sneer escaping her lips. She had thought Gao Man was truly affected, but it seemed she still possessed that temper characteristic of a young lady. When trouble arose, she still sought help from others. It remained uncertain whether anyone would be inclined to assist her. With a disdainful shake of her head, Wang Feng turned and departed. "Who is it?" came Lin Xiqing's voice from within, followed by the creaking of the courtyard door as it swung open. Standing at the entrance were Lin Xiqing, Lin Xia, and a young woman named Tian Xiangbai. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiqing's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing the familiar expression on his face, Gao Man felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her, her lips curling into a smile that was difficult to define. With that, she bowed deeply to the two of them. "Xiqing, Xia, I'm sorry." After uttering those words, Gao Man turned and walked away, leaving the three of them in a state of bewilderment. "Brother, what just happened?" Lin Xia looked at her brother, puzzled. Lin Xiqing's brow knitted further as he watched Gao Man's retreating figure. "Something seems off with Gao Man. I'll follow her. You two stay here and make sure the door is locked." "Brother," Lin Xia called out, somewhat displeased. "Let us consider it for Uncle Gao's sake," Lin Xiqing replied. And then he followed after her. He observed as Gao Man entered the supply and marketing cooperative, waiting a moment before she emerged, cradling two quilts. After she departed, Lin Xiqing inquired with Kai Ling inside. The quilts were on credit, along with a small iron pot, a basin, towels, and other household items, which were to be picked up later. After some contemplation, Lin Xiqing decided to gather the remaining items and stepped outside to follow her. He soon realized that Gao Man was not returning to the granary or the youth point. Instead, she was heading towards the residence of the Zhang family in the third small team. Approaching the village entrance, she knocked on the door of a small courtyard adjacent to Zhang Degu's home. After exchanging a few words with a middle-aged woman who answered, she entered, carrying the quilts. The woman turned back to smile at Lin Xiqing, her face somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her while she was working. After a brief interval, Gao Man re-emerged from the house and approached Lin Xiqing, reaching out to take the items from his hands. "Thank you, Xiqing Go." Gazing at the smile on Gao Man's face, Lin Xiqing found himself momentarily lost in thought, sensing that she had undergone some subtle transformation. Chapter 60, Trivial Matters. Gao Man. "Aren't you staying at the youth point?" Lin Xiqing hesitated for a moment before asking. Gao Man shook her head with a smile and glanced back at the middle-aged woman standing at the door. "Sister Song's husband works at the logging site and hardly returns home throughout the year. It's just her and the two children at home. A couple of days ago, while working, I inquired with my sister-in-law about a vacant room in her house. We agreed on a monthly rent of $2. Wang Feng will also move in with you." Lin Xiqing continued to ask. Gao Man fell silent upon hearing this, then shook her head. "I prefer to live alone," she remarked, her gaze drifting aside, as if in self-mockery, adding, "After all this effort, I still find it difficult to integrate into the larger community." After uttering this, Gao Man picked up her belongings and turned back to the small courtyard. Observing her retreating figure, Lin Xiqing suddenly felt that Gao Man appeared somewhat enlightened, leaving him momentarily speechless. His heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, reflecting on the camaraderie between their families spanning generations and the friendship forged in childhood, now fragmented by Gao Man's actions. Whether deemed foolish ignorance or a momentary lapse of judgment, some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. With a long sigh, Lin Xiqing turned to walk back. As he passed the intersection near the brigade office, he heard voices from the courtyard and glanced over casually. He saw his uncle and Secretary Lin gathered around a table, seemingly engaged in discussion. His uncle, upon catching sight of Lin Xiqing at the entrance, greeted him with a smile and waved him over. "Hey, Lin kid, come here." Lin Xiqing, slightly surprised, obediently stepped into the courtyard. "Get out of the way, Senwazi," his uncle said, kicking the half-grown boy sitting at the table with an expression of disdain. "You're supposed to be a county-educated kid, and yet your handwriting looks like a dog's paw prints." The half-grown boy, feeling wronged, moved aside, glaring at his uncle in defiance. "Being good at studying doesn't mean you write well." His uncle feigned a threatening gesture, scaring him momentarily, then gestured for Lin Xiqing to sit down. "Lin kid, you come from the big city. Your handwriting must be beautiful, right? Hurry up and copy these distribution forms." Lin Xiqing instinctively took the 2 sheets of paper his uncle handed him, glancing at the crooked characters and numerous correction marks, his lips twitching slightly. "Uncle, what is this?" The elder uncapped a bottle of ink and placed it in front of him, casually replying, "This is the room allocation list for our educated youth, 3 adjacent houses. 2 men and 1 woman." Lin Xiqing nodded, dipped the brush into the ink, and began to transcribe the names. Watching him write, his uncle nodded in satisfaction, unable to resist teasing the half-grown boy beside him. "Look at how well he writes, and then look at yourself. I can't even be bothered to comment." The half-grown boy craned his neck to catch a glimpse, then grimaced slightly, muttering in defiance, "His handwriting is even better than our teacher's. There's no comparison here." His uncle rolled his eyes, uninterested in further engagement. Just then, Secretary Lin, holding another distribution list, spoke up. "Man Song, are you sure there's no issue with your allocation? Merging the 2 factions in the city to reside together, are you not concerned about the daily cacophony of conflict?" Upon hearing this, the old uncle exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let them fight. As long as they still possess the strength after work, I encourage their disputes. After all, any skirmish will occur within the same dwelling. If we were to separate them, it would escalate into a far greater ordeal, causing even more complications." Upon hearing this, Secretary Lin contemplated for a moment before releasing a soft sigh. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." It was merely a matter of 3 large sheets of paper and 100 or so names. Lin Xiqing swiftly transcribed the necessary details. Once completed, the old uncle approached with a small bucket of paste, beckoning him to accompany him to the granary. The educated youth had already been waiting for quite some time, and as the sun ascended high in the sky, they eagerly craned their necks to see what was unfolding. Without further ado, the old uncle applied some paste to the wall of the first granary and affixed the 3 large sheets of paper. The inscriptions were clear, indicating each person's assigned row house and specific room, easily discernible at a glance. As a crowd gathered, the old uncle announced loudly, "Have you all seen your assigned rooms? It is clearly stated here. The cooking area and restroom are communal. You must prepare your own provisions, as food has already been distributed to you. Henceforth, the brigade will no longer provide meals. Whether at work or at home, your sustenance will depend entirely on yourselves. Now, take a good look at your designated quarters and hastily relocate. Today is your opportunity to settle in, and tomorrow, we shall see if work will commence based on further notice." After this instruction, the old uncle turned and departed, leaving a throng of educated youth who immediately converged around the posted lists. Lin Xiqing found himself jostled from the crowd, just as he was about to head home when he spotted Gao Man emerging from the female educated youth's granary, carrying a bag of grain. Beside her, Wang Fong trailed closely, anxiously uttering something. Observing her struggle, Lin Xiqing hesitated for a moment, then approached and took the cloth bag from Gao Man's hands. "Allow me to assist you with that." Gao Man looked at him in surprise, but smiled and expressed her gratitude. Upon his arrival, Wang Fong fell silent, pausing in place with a complex expression as she watched them depart. Lin Xiqing carried the grain and escorted Gao Man to the courtyard of Sister Song Air at the village entrance. "Thank you, Xiqing Gu," she said once more as they reached the door. He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly heard a distant call. "Old Lin." Turning towards the voice, Lin Xiqing saw Tian Xiangnan and another villager approaching on horseback from afar. A smile spread across Lin Xiqing's face as he quickly stepped aside. In the blink of an eye, the 2 horses galloped closer. "Whoa!" Tian Xiangnan pulled on the reins, dismounted, and glanced at Lin Xiqing before looking at Gao Man, his smile somewhat waning. "Old Lin, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiqing opened his mouth to respond, then waved his hand dismissively. "These matters can be discussed later. But tell me, how did you return so swiftly? How did everything go? Has Sister Qing's husband been found?" "Indeed, he has." Tian Xiangnan adjusted his shoulders, which were sore from prolonged riding, and replied with a smile. Although the process was somewhat arduous, we successfully located him. And thankfully, there were no significant issues. He is currently at our county hospital, and Sister Qing is there keeping watch over him. That is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing felt genuine happiness for Lin Qing. Tian Xiangnan cast a glance at the nearby Gao man, then tossed the horse's reins to Lin Erju beside him. Brother Erju, I appreciate your help in returning the horse. I must go speak with my uncle about a few matters. Chapter 61. Returning to the village, Old Lin. Have you seen my uncle? After Lin Erju departed, Tian Xiangnan inquired of Lin Xiqing. Lin Xiqing gestured towards the road entrance. I just parted ways with him. He should be at the brigade office now. You just separated? Tian Xiangnan remarked with curiosity, casting a peculiar glance at him. It seemed that he was not working today. What were you doing with your uncle? In response, Tian Xiangnan subtly glanced back, alluding to something. Lin Xiqing felt exasperated. Don't overthink it. Gao Man's move is her own affair. She found the house herself, and it has nothing to do with me. I merely encountered her at the granary and kindly assisted her in transporting the grain back. Tian Xiangnan smirked slightly and retorted, I never implied anything. There is no need for such hasty explanations. Lin Xiqing felt an urge to punch him. Enough of this chatter. Quickly tell me about the journey. How did you manage to find them? Patience, Tian Xiangnan waved his hand. I prefer not to repeat everything. Let's discuss it together when we see my uncle. As they spoke, they arrived at the brigade office and fortuitously found their uncle standing in the courtyard conversing with the secretary. Upon seeing Tian Xiangnan return, their uncle was delighted and promptly invited the two inside to sit. Subsequently, Tian Xiangnan recounted the details of their journey. Ultimately, Lin Qing had entrusted the money to the old lamb and returned to the county with Xiao Doubao. Witnessing that they had indeed located the person, the county officials wasted no time, arranging a passing vehicle to transport them back to the hospital in Mulan County. After relaying so much information, Tian Xiangnan could not help but pause to catch his breath. The county doctor informed him that Brother Dalin's life had been saved. Though the leg had not been set properly, and considering the duration of the injury, it would likely leave some lasting issues. With a sigh, Tian Xiangnan continued. If the recovery goes well, he should be able to work the fields without much trouble, though walking might be somewhat affected. At this point, Tian Xiangnan felt a sense of dismay. In the village, there was already a half-hearted doctor with a limp, who had been injured by a shovel just a few days prior. Even if he recovered, he would likely remain a cripple. Yet, on the other hand, this outcome was certainly preferable to the uncertainty of life or death. A smile adorned their uncle's face. It is indeed remarkable that one can return to life. Why ponder further? The doctor has assured that there will be no hindrance to work in the future, which is the most favorable outcome imaginable. The old secretary Lin, standing nearby, expressed his thoughts bluntly. To salvage a life is akin to burning incense in gratitude. Even with a limp, it is better than nothing. We shall see if he dares to venture alone into the old forest again. Hearing this, Tian Xiangnan could not help but smile wryly. Once everyone had shared their opinions, he continued, Qingjie is still at the hospital, having given all her money to that old lamb. Her intent for me and Erju to return first was to inform Aunt about Dalin's news and to send some money over. As for that little boy, Doubao, Qingjie mentioned that she will raise him at her home. Old uncle nodded in response. When you return, inform your aunt and collect the money. I will arrange for someone to take it to the county later. Raising that child is not a significant issue. We can simply register him later. He paused, fixing a serious gaze upon Tian Xiangnan. However, regarding that old lamb who closely resembles Huzi, he claimed to know me. Where is he now? Tian Xiangnan shook his head. Secretary Zhang Yukai has kept him at Qingshan Brigade. I am uncertain if he agreed to that. Is there a problem? Old uncle shook his head, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. There is no pressing issue. Those villagers who were once scattered have now settled in various communities, which is a development everyone welcomes. As long as they remain discreet, there is nothing to concern ourselves with. Enough of this. You must be weary from all the running around. It is time for you to rest. Indeed, Tian Xiangnan felt fatigued. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed with Lin Xiqing from the brigade office. Upon returning home, he went directly to the neighboring yard to share the news with his aunt. The elderly woman, who had endured several days filled with anxious anticipation, finally received good news. Overcome with emotion, she laughed and cried, clasping Tian Xiangnan's hand and expressing her gratitude profusely. Tian Xiangnan could only offer comfort until her emotions stabilized, and a smile once again adorned her face. After all, Delin was still alive. The pillar of their family had returned, bringing renewed hope for the days to come. Just as he returned from the neighbor's yard, before he could even enter his home, Lin Xiqing approached him with an air of mystery. Old Tian, I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Tian Xiangnan, preoccupied with his fatigue, had little interest in his friend's antics and merely brushed him aside as he opened the gate to the yard. Upon stepping inside, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. In the corner of the yard, a section had been enclosed with two wide wooden planks, resembling a fence. From where he stood, he could not discern what lay within that area. Driven by curiosity, he approached, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that a small patch of earth had been turned over, revealing several unfamiliar plants growing within. To Tian Xiangnan's surprise, the few plants before him appeared wilted, with two of them having turned yellow and dried out, clearly on the verge of withering. Lin Xiqing shrugged beside him. This is the good news and the bad news I wanted to share with you. Having been bored at home these past few days, I decided to conduct some haphazard research and discovered that the concoction derived from the essence of wood is not suitable for all plants. I experimented by planting several crops and herbs, only to find that most of them withered before they could reach maturity, just like the ones before you, which I planted last night. They died during their growth phase. Tian Xiangnan frowned at this, his heart sinking. Is this the bad news you mentioned? Lin Xiqing nodded. A flicker of hope rose in Tian Xiangnan's heart as he turned to him. Then what is the good news? Chapter 62. The spirit of wine. The good news is, Lin Xiqing said, walking to the corner of the room and lifting a broken earthen pot that had lost its bottom, revealing several green shoots resembling tiny grass beneath it. So far, there is still one medicinal herb that has survived. Tian Xiangnan leaned closer to examine the little green sprouts that looked like small bean sprouts. What are these? Ginseng. Lin Xiqing's reply soothed the heaviness in Tian Xiangnan's heart. I asked Qin Xian to help me find some seeds. A couple of days ago, when he visited, he casually brought me a few seeds of crops and herbs. While experimenting with planting these past few days, I found that the crops, being short in growth cycle, mostly managed to reach maturity. However, herbs generally require a longer growth period, and among the varieties I tried, apart from ginseng, the others have been rather difficult to keep alive. Even these ginseng seeds only sprouted after more than a day of being planted. How long they will survive remains uncertain. Lin Xiqing's words fell upon Tian Xiangnan like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his dreams of sudden wealth. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat agitated. What do you think is the reason for this? Who knows? Lin Xiqing shrugged, a somewhat irritating smile on his face. Tian Xiangnan glanced down at the ginseng sprouts, and then at the nearby wilted herbs, suddenly asking, how many times did you water these herbs with the medicinal solution during planting? Lin Xiqing was momentarily taken aback by the question and instinctively replied, just a little when I planted them. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan suddenly had a thought and turned back to Lin Xiqing. Do you have any of that medicinal solution left? Yes. Lin Xiqing seemed to grasp his line of thought, turning to walk into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned holding a small jar. I've made a bit more of it these past 2 days since I had nothing else to do. He handed the jar to Tian Xiangnan and added, are you suggesting that this stuff should be treated like watering the plants, requiring regular replenishment? Who knows? I just suddenly had an idea and wanted to give it a try. Tian Xiangnan held a jar and poured a small amount of liquid directly onto the few ginseng seedlings. The pale green liquid fell to the ground, enveloping the delicate green sprouts before quickly seeping into the soil. Glancing back at the wilted herbs, Tian hesitated briefly before pouring some more over them. Brother, you're back. Just as he was engrossed in his task, he suddenly heard Xiangbei's delighted voice coming from the gate. Turning around, Tian Xiangnan saw Xiangbei and Lin Xia stepping into the courtyard. He found it somewhat odd that they hadn't come out to greet him earlier. Realizing that they must have been out. What have you two been up to? Tian casually inquired. We heard that the educated youth were moving to their designated area today, so we went over to see the commotion, Xiangbei responded animatedly. You should have seen it. The chaos during the move was something else. It was almost like a festival. A few of the young women were fighting over bed positions, nearly coming to blows. We happened to run into Uncle, who told us that Daling had been found and that you had returned, which is why we rushed back. After several days apart, Xiangbei seemed to have a lot to share, chattering excitedly about the lively scene. Tian Xiangnan only smiled and listened. Xiangnan, brother, Lin Xia chimed in, her eyes sparkling with amusement. You and my brother aren't seriously planning to plant vegetables in that corner, are you? Tian Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, amused as he glanced at Lin Xiqing, realizing he hadn't mentioned the experimental formula to his younger sisters. Is that how you put it to them? He asked. Of course, Lin Xiqing replied with utmost seriousness. We could plant some peanuts, chili peppers, and potatoes in this corner of the courtyard. It should be enough to sustain us. What about the piece of land at our entrance? Just then, Xiangbei's soft voice chimed in, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiqing. Didn't you say yesterday that you would clear that land today? Oh dear, Lin Xiqing exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I completely forgot about that with Gao Man's distraction today. He turned to Tian Xiangnan. Old Tian, you must be tired from your journey. Go rest in the house. I'll borrow a tool from the storeroom and turn over the land at the entrance. Yes, brother, you must be exhausted. Go inside and sleep. I'll call you for dinner when it's ready, Xiangbei encouraged from the side. All right, Tian Xiangnan replied, feeling a bit drowsy himself. He said nothing more. Cradling the jar as he returned to the house, he placed the small jar carelessly beside the bed, shed his clothes, and rolled into bed, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, missing even lunch, and was awakened by Lin Xiqing shaking him as dusk began to fall outside. Tian Xiangnan rolled off the bed. Although he still felt some soreness, his spirits had lifted considerably. The two individuals arrived at the main house, where Lin Xia had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Xiangbei hurriedly entered with a ceramic basin, placing it down on the table with a dull thud. He shook his hands, scalded from the heat, while exhaling sharply. Tian Xiangnan sat there, witnessing this lively and heartwarming scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment within. Brother, Lin Xia said, handing Xiangbei a golden-hued cake. This is steamed using fish roe and flour. You haven't tasted it yet. It's specially reserved for you. As she spoke, she lifted the lid of the basin, releasing a rich aroma that enveloped the air. Tian Xiangnan glanced at the contents, picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and took a bite of the crispy, golden fish coated in cornmeal, seasoned lightly with salt. It was exquisite. After savoring the flavors, Tian Xiangnan smacked his lips, suddenly feeling that something was missing. Lin Xiqing, sitting beside him, chuckled and magically produced a bottle of liquor and two small bowls from under the table. Old Tian, doesn't it seem like we're missing something? Tian Xiangnan grinned, eagerly accepting the liquor, mindful that he might have to work the next day. So he poured only half a bowl for each of them. Old Lin, here you go. Just as he was about to drink, Lin Xiqing pressed his hand down. Old Tian, there should be a reason for drinking, right? You can't just lift it and drink. Tian Xiangnan pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested. How about we toast to the reunion of Qingshan's family? Lin Xiqing shook his head, somewhat disagreeing. It's indeed a good thing that Lin is back, allowing Qingshan's family to reunite, but we should wait for Qingshan to return before we celebrate. Right now, this isn't quite the occasion. Ah, I see, Tian Xiangnan said, holding the bowl of liquor and scanning the faces of everyone at the table. He then softly proposed, let us toast to the fact that we, as outsiders, have finally taken root in the Qingshan Brigade, wishing for our future days to be ever better and for everyone to remain safe and sound. Lin Xiqing raised his bowl in agreement, and the two clinked their bowls together. Here's to our future days being ever better and for everyone's safety. With that, they lifted their bowls and drank in unison. Tian Xiangnan grimaced as he felt the burn of the liquor, letting out a sharp breath. Ugh, Lin Xiqing exclaimed. His face flushed as he coughed after swallowing the potent liquor. The local liquor here packs quite a punch. Chapter 63. A gale rises ding, ding, ding. In the midst of slumber, a crisp knocking sound echoed from afar. Tian Xiangnan turned over on the Kong, just as he was about to doze off once more. A loud rap sounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, get up, it's time to work. The voice of Xiangbei called from outside. Tian Xiangnan jolted awake, quickly grabbing his clothes from the head of the Kong and dressing hurriedly before descending to open the door. Across from him, in the west wing, Lin Xiqing was fastening the buttons of his cotton coat as he emerged. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. After a quick bite to eat, the group locked the courtyard gate and headed straight for the intersection. Upon arrival, they realized that nearly all the villagers from the brigade had gathered, including the educated youth from each team, bustling and crowding the area. At the crossroads, the elder and several team leaders stood together. As time approached, the elder waved his hand, suppressing the surrounding noise. He scanned the crowd and began with, "Today, there will be no work in the fields." Instantly, a buzz of conversation erupted among the people. What? If there's no work, why did they call us here? Let us listen, perhaps there is something else going on. Tian Xiangnan was also taken aback, yet he discerned the underlying intent of the elder's words. The elder waved his hand again, and once the crowd quieted, he continued. Many of you are aware that our brigade will be building a primary school. Therefore, I discussed it with Secretary Lin. And since it will need to be done sooner or later, we might as well commence today. As expected, his announcement sparked yet another wave of chatter. The educated youths were relatively unaffected. This matter bore little significance for them. However, the villagers with children displayed a range of expressions upon hearing the news. Some were pleased, while others frowned. In this era, many believed that education was not particularly necessary. While children were young, it was deemed acceptable for them to run around and play. As they grew a bit older, they could assist with household chores, and eventually, a few years of labor could suffice for marriage. What did it matter if they were illiterate? As long as they were skilled in farming, they could earn enough to support their families. Ignoring the murmurs below, the elder continued, as you all know, the location for the school is set, and today's labor is entirely voluntary. 10 work points for men and 7 for women. Those willing to participate can collect their tools shortly. After delivering his brief remarks, the elder waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. Many eagerly lined up at the tool shed, both men and women, and there was quite a number of them. After all, earning 10 work points for a day's work was equivalent to a regular day's labor. Moreover, with the school just beginning construction, there wouldn't be much work available. So it was merely an opportunity to pass the time. Old Tian, what do you think? Lingzhi inquired of Tian Xiangnan's opinion. Tian Xiangnan rolled his eyes. Do we look like people in need of 10 work points? Besides, can we really engage in such trivial work? We certainly shouldn't take advantage of the brigade. Let us go back to sleep. Lingzhi, exasperated, rolled his eyes in response and followed suit. You're lazy, just admit it. To seek an excuse for idleness with such righteous reasoning is truly impressive. Nearby, Xiangbei and Lingzhi were amused by their exchange and quickly followed behind. Though they intended to return, after a few steps, Tian Xiangnan paused. He glanced at the supply and marketing cooperative, then turned and walked over. Upon entering the cooperative, he greeted Kai Ling and purchased a few large iron stamps, along with a roll of nylon line. What? Are you planning to go fishing again? Lingzhi, waiting at the door, asked. Tian Xiangnan shook his head, pulling out a section of the nylon line and gesturing with it. We just had fish last night. Today, I'm hoping to try a different flavor. Wait, what are you up to? You're not thinking of going after wild boars, are you? Lingzhi inhaled sharply, as if experiencing a toothache, still haunted by his previous encounter on the southern slope. Perhaps we should reconsider our plans. The patch of land by the entrance remains untended. He suggested. Are you foolish? Tian Xiangnan replied, fiddling with the nylon line without lifting his gaze. Can this contraption ensnare wild boars? I merely wish to craft a few traps to see if we might catch some wild chickens or rabbits. Besides, you can easily till that little patch by the entrance. Once it's prepared and dried for a few days, a sprinkle of vegetable seeds will suffice for cultivation. Despite his words, Lingzhi felt a twinge of unease. How about I accompany you? We could stop by Qingshan's house to fetch the gun. No need, Tian Xiangnan shook his head. I'm only setting a few traps in the nearby wasteland, not venturing into the forest. What is there to fear? That's fair enough, Lingzhi conceded, remaining silent thereafter. Upon returning to the courtyard, Tian Xiangnan split the nylon line, crafting individual slipknots from one end while securing the other to an iron stake. Meanwhile, Lingzhi busied himself in the kitchen, preparing the 2 medicinal concoctions. Once everything was ready, Tian Xiangnan grasped the iron stake and the brewed medicine, setting off directly from the village. He first approached the southern slope, only to discover the presence of others there. Some elderly villagers and children were gathering the felled trees and branches to use as firewood. After a moment's consideration, he turned westward, where the Great Green Mountain met the Small Green Mountain, an area abundant with forest. Back at home, Lingzhi utilized the iron rake he had borrowed the previous day to continue tilling the small plot at the entrance. Upon finishing, wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized it was nearly noon and Tian Xiangnan had yet to return. Feeling a renewed sense of worry, he abandoned his tools in the courtyard, exchanged greetings with Xiangbei, and set off to find him. Arriving at the southern slope first, he inquired among the locals and learned that someone had seen Tian Xiangnan heading westward. Thus, Lingzhi turned his attention towards the little western slope. Halfway there, he encountered Zhang Dagu from Team 3, accompanied by Erguzi and Xiaowu. All 3 bore axes at their waists and carried a bundle of firewood on their backs. Lin Xiqing paid little mind to them and casually asked, "Have you seen Tian Xiangnan?" Aware that he had offended Zhang Degue during their last encounter, he did not expect a response. However, to his surprise, Zhang Degue halted, glanced at Lin Xiqing, and casually gestured behind him. "Not long ago, I saw the fellow with the surname Tian heading that way. Following our footprints should lead you to him." "Oh, thank you," Lin Xiqing replied, somewhat taken aback, yet he smiled and proceeded to follow their tracks westward. Once Lin Xiqing had walked away, Xiaowu turned to his leader, hesitatingly voicing his concern. "Boss, that seems rather unkind of you. There's a large pit we dug over there. What if he falls in? That enormous pit, can he not see it?" Zhang Degue retorted dismissively. "Moreover, if it falls, so be it." Zhang Degue glared at the younger one, filled with indignation. "That scoundrel speaks without restraint, causing me to incur losses and lose productivity. If we do not teach him a lesson, these people will truly believe that we, the locals, are easy to bully." Chapter 64. A critical moment after being reprimanded by his elder brother, Zhang Degue, Xiaowu remained somewhat unconvinced, muttering under his breath. "The ones surnamed Lin and Tian are in cahoots. If they discover that we have deceived them, the one surnamed Tian might come knocking to exact vengeance. What a troublesome predicament." Upon hearing this, Zhang Degue couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. "I did not speak incorrectly, did I? Did you not see the one surnamed Tian heading west just a moment ago? I merely pointed him in a direction, although it was not the correct path. If he wanders around for a while longer, he might still stumble upon it. If the one surnamed Lin carelessly falls into a pit, what does it have to do with us?" As he spoke, Zhang Degue shot a warning glance at the younger one. "You better keep a tight lid on your tongue. If you slip up, I won't hesitate to deal with you." Xiaowu shrank back under the glare, refraining from further comment. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that their actions were rather unscrupulous. He recalled how the last time, his elder brother and a few relatives had been mercilessly beaten by Tian Xiangnan. The trio walked on for a while until Xiaowu suddenly clutched his stomach. "Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. You two go on ahead. I need to relieve myself." With that, he dropped the bundle of firewood on his back and headed toward a patch of wild grass. "Lazy creatures like you always find excuses to slack off," Zhang Degue muttered. But he paid it no mind and continued on with Zhang Ergu. The two of them carried the firewood back to the village, and as they approached home, they encountered sister-in-law Song, who was stepping out with a laundry basin. Upon seeing them, she casually inquired, "Wow, you two have only just left, and you've managed to gather such a large bundle of firewood?" Zhang Degue, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Didn't T-Uncle ask us to remove that old tree from the small western slope last time? We didn't get around to it then, so I thought I'd chop a bit today for firewood. If you need some, come with me to the small western slope later, and I assure you there will be plenty left for you." A mischievous grin spread across his face. Sister-in-law Song shot him a disdainful glance and chose not to engage further. The two boys chuckled as they returned to their yard, where they chopped the firewood into manageable pieces and stacked it against the wall. While working, they chatted idly. Zhang Ergu asked, "What do you think those two, surnamed Lin and Tian, are up to at the small western slope? I noticed that the one surnamed Tian was carrying an iron stake. They might be setting traps over there." Upon hearing this, Zhang Degue paused his chopping and then broke into a grin. As dusk approached, "We shall return to that area to see if we can make any gains. Yes, if we manage to catch a rabbit or something, we might finally get to enjoy a meal of meat. It has been ages since I tasted the flavor of meat," Zhang Ergu said, a wicked smile creeping across his face. It remains uncertain whether that lad surnamed Lin has fallen into the pit, should he indeed plunge headlong into it. The ensuing spectacle would be rather amusing. Zhang Degue rolled his eyes at the remark. Such a vast pit. How could one be so blind as to walk headfirst into it? If he were to fall, it would serve him right. In a room adjacent to the courtyard, Gao Man abruptly halted her task. Her window aligned perfectly with the neighboring wall, allowing her to overhear the entire conversation between Dagu and Ergo. She had previously deduced that the individuals they spoke of, surnamed Lin and Tian, likely referred to Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing. Initially, she paid little heed, having heard of the grievances between Tian Xiangnan, Lin Xiqing, and the Dagu family. However, upon hearing the mention of Lin Xiqing's potential fall into the pit, she sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Man felt a wave of unease wash over her. She set down her work and ventured outside. After exchanging pleasantries with Sister Song at the entrance, she made her way out of the village, heading directly toward the small western slope. This area was expansive, a vast expanse of wild grassland. Yet having emerged from the village, Gao Man easily followed the footprints left by Zhang Dagu and his companions. Continuing westward along the trail, she soon came across a bundle of firewood lying amidst the wild grass, and at that moment, she seemed to hear another sound. As for Lin Xiqing, he was neither blind nor foolish. Though Zhang Dagu had kindly offered to guide him, he harbored suspicions and remained vigilant as he walked. After proceeding a short distance, he encountered the large pit left by Dagu and his brothers after excavating a tree. The pit was indeed substantial, measuring approximately 3 to 4 meters in diameter. It was no surprise, considering that a decades-old tree had taken Dagu and his brothers an entire day and night to uproot. Surely it would leave behind a sizable hole. Furthermore, due to their laziness while refilling it, the pit had not been leveled, leaving a depression nearly half a meter deep. Having recently experienced several days of rain, a thin layer of black muddy water had accumulated on the surface of the pit. Initially, he paid it no mind, but as he prepared to step past the edge of the pit, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down. Lin Xiqing's countenance darkened. He distinctly felt the ground tremble upon his fall. Though he could not ascertain the reason, an instinctive sense of foreboding enveloped him. With one foot precariously perched at the pit's edge, he attempted to rise, but the funnel-shaped walls offered no purchase, instead drawing him further into the center of the pit. His pallor deepened as he realized he had indeed fallen. His body lay awkwardly half-submerged in the mud, one leg and part of his torso firmly entrenched in the mire. Struggling to support himself with his hands, he found that any pressure applied only sank him deeper into the sludge, offering no leverage whatsoever. With each movement, Lin Xiqing felt himself sink a little faster, his body gradually becoming rigid in place, a flicker of fear and despair crossing his eyes. Just as his heart seemed to plummet to the depths of despondency, he suddenly spotted a figure darting out from the wild grass he had traversed. Peering into the muddy pit where he was trapped, "Lin Xiqing, are you all right?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Xiqing's eyes ignited with a spark of hope. But as he discerned the person's actions, his heart nearly ceased beating, and he hastily shouted, "Don't come any closer." However, before his warning could fully escape his lips, Xiao Wu had already slipped down the edge of the pit. Xiao Wu, having witnessed Lin Xiqing fall into the mud, instinctively sought to jump down and help, not considering the consequences. Yet, as his feet plunged into the mire, he too grimaced. With his movement, Lin Xiqing felt the ground beneath him tremble slightly once more. "Lin Xiqing, you need to get up." Xiao Wu began sliding toward the center of the pit, noticing that Lin Xiqing was half submerged in the mud. And without a second thought, he reached out to pull him up. "Wait." Just as Lin Xiqing prepared to object, he felt a firm grip on his arm. In an instant, a powerful force tugged at him, causing his legs to sink even deeper. Nonetheless, despite the sinking, at least his body was now upright, which was a marked improvement from the near-drowning he had just experienced. However, when Xiao Wu yanked Lin Xiqing upward, the reaction force caused his own body to plunge down significantly. What had initially reached only his knees now enveloped him up to his thighs, perilously close to his waist. Xiao Wu, momentarily startled, quickly composed himself and flashed a reassuring smile at Lin Xiqing. "It's fine. This is just a tree pit we dug a few days ago. It's not very deep. Are you sure?" Hope flickered in Lin Xiqing's heart as he silently expressed gratitude toward Xiao Wu. Had he not jumped in to help him stand, his upper body would have been the next to sink. Absolutely, this tree pit was excavated by us brothers. How could I not know? Xiao Wu chuckled as he began to struggle mightily to extricate his legs from the mud. However, the soil in the pit was loose and had become compacted from the rain, making it stickier than sludge. After several attempts, Xiao Wu found himself not only unable to rise, but also sinking deeper, the mire now reaching his waist. Simultaneously, Lin Xiqing felt the mud beneath him begin to give way. "Don't move, stop." Lin Xiqing's voice trembled with urgency. Xiao Wu sensed something was amiss as well. He glanced up at the height of the ground outside the pit, realizing that their heads were now significantly below the level of the surface. This isn't right. Xiao Wu's complexion began to pale, and his tone shifted with concern. "The pit they had dug was merely a tad higher than my head, yet it seemed far from reaching the bottom." As he spoke, he twisted his body slightly, seemingly attempting to gauge the firmness of the ground beneath with his foot. However, with his movements, both of their bodies began to sink further into the mire. "Please, remain still," Lin Xiqing urged, his breath now cautious. As he struggled to maintain composure and soothe Xiao Wu beside him, I recall your name is Xiao Wu, correct? Do not move. Whatever you do, do not fidget. Listen to me. Xiao Wu's pallid face turned instinctively towards Lin Xiqing. He consciously slowed his breathing. The pit, likely swollen with rainwater, had turned the soil below into a quagmire, and they had no idea how deep it truly was. If you continue to move, we might become hopelessly trapped. Yet, as he uttered these words, Lin Xiqing distinctly felt himself sinking slowly still. He scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking a means of self-rescue. I understand. Wuyou encountered a mud bubble. Xiao Wu's trembling voice suddenly broke the silence. Lin Xiqing turned to see Xiao Wu's complexion had shifted from pale to ghostly white. Fear evident in his trembling teeth. Tales from childhood had warned of mud bubbles in the northeast plains, indistinguishable from rain-soaked earth, yet capable of engulfing a person in an instant. It appeared that their fate was sealed today. Stop saying such things. Noticing the brink of tears in Xiao Wu's eyes, Lin Xiqing, fearing a mental collapse would lead to reckless movements, quickly reassured him. What mud bubble? This pit was dug by you. Help! Someone please. Before Lin Xiqing could finish, Xiao Wu suddenly began to cry out for help. As Xiao Wu's chest heaved with each frantic shout, their descent quickened. Lin Xiqing hesitated but ultimately refrained from silencing Xiao Wu. After all, he was merely a boy of about 15 or 16. Stifling his cries might prompt him to act in a more perilous manner out of despair. In this dire situation, calling for help might indeed be a means of survival. Albeit he held little hope. He had noticed upon arrival that the western slope was largely devoid of human presence. Is anyone there? To Lin Xiqing's astonishment. After a brief moment of Xiao Wu's shouting, a female voice echoed from the path they had traversed. He looked up in delight, only to find that it was Gao Man approaching. Lin Xiqing? Upon seeing Lin Xiqing and Xiao Wu with most of their bodies submerged in the muck, Gao Man was taken aback. Stay back. Lin Xiqing shouted urgently as she attempted to come closer. Gao Man suddenly halted in her tracks. Standing there in a state of panic, Lin Xiqing endeavored to steady his voice. You cannot rescue us alone. Hurry back to the village and summon help. Quickly. Okay. Brother Xiqing, wait for me. Gao Man replied breathlessly before turning and dashing away. At last, salvation is at hand. Xiao Wu felt a surge of relief upon hearing the woman's intent to call for assistance. In his elation, he couldn't help but glance back. Don't move. Lin Xiqing urgently cautioned. Yet, his warning came too late. Whether it was due to Xiangbei's sudden movement or some other reason, the ground beneath them trembled once more. They felt the muddy earth soften significantly, causing them to sink at an alarming rate. What is happening? Xiao Wu's face paled once again. As he spoke, the yielding mud had already engulfed him up to his chest. Help me. Xiao Wu gasped, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Lin Xiqing. Save me. Chapter 66. A narrow escape. Help. Someone please. Gao Man had just reached the village entrance when she shouted at the top of her lungs. It was a day of voluntary labor, and many villagers were idling about. Her cry drew the attention of several families near the village entrance. Young intellectual, what has happened? An elderly man inquired. Noticing her distressed demeanor, Gao Man pointed behind her. Someone has fallen into the mud pit over by the small western slope. They are nearly trapped. Everyone, hurry to save them. At her words, a commotion ensued. In these times, while disputes and quarrels were commonplace, when a crisis arose, no one hesitated to lend a hand. Just where Zhang Dagu and the others had been digging days prior, people quickly rallied together, gathering ropes, sticks, shovels, and various tools. Heading in droves towards the small western slope. Seeing the crowd disperse, Gao Man initially intended to follow, but reconsidered and hastily made her way back into the village. Navigating through the intersection, she arrived at Tian Xiangnan's small courtyard, breathless and knocking forcefully on the gate. Xiaoya, open the door quickly. Your brother is in trouble. Tian Xiangnan had been checking traps across the plains for most of the day. First, he set a few by the small western slope, then moved to the northern slope for a look. The northern area was mostly cultivated farmland, devoid of wild grasses and woods, prompting him to abandon his search after a fruitless circuit. Just as he was about to head back to the small western slope to see if he had any luck and then return home for dinner, fortune smiled upon him. Remarkably, in the brief time he had been out, he discovered that one of the traps he had just set had indeed caught a rabbit. As he approached, the rabbit was still energetically struggling against the nylon rope tied to the iron stake. With a sense of satisfaction, Tian Xiangnan untied the rabbit, secured it with the rope, and prepared to head home. In the distance, he noticed a figure hastily running towards the village from the little hillside. However, he paid it little mind. Just as he had walked a short distance, he suddenly heard what seemed to be voices. Initially doubting his ears, he paused, straining to listen more intently. The voices appeared to be intermingled with sobs. "Wah, I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet." The corners of Tian Xiangnan's mouth twitched. Though he had intended to ignore it, the mention of death piqued his interest. After a moment's thought, he turned around and headed in the direction from whence the sounds emanated. However, upon crossing a patch of wild grass and witnessing the scene before a large mud pit, he was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Lin Xiqing also heard the commotion and looked up just in time. Their eyes met, creating an awkward silence. "Don't come over," Lin Xiqing instinctively shouted. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize their gravity. "Old Tian, hurry and think of a way." Tian Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Lin Xiqing's dazed expression, he quickly explained, "It seems like the ground has collapsed. In just a moment, we were both trapped like this." Tian Xiangnan's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he had thought they had merely fallen into the mud pit, and that they would be covered in muck without any real danger. However, upon hearing Lin Xiqing's predicament, a wave of panic washed over him. He certainly wouldn't foolishly rush over to pull them out. Instead, he dropped the rabbit and stood still, scanning the area. As his gaze swept across the vicinity, he spotted a tall tree not far from the mud pit. Its branches mostly severed, leaving only a bare trunk. A glimmer of hope surged within Tian Xiangnan as he hurriedly circled the mud pit and scoured the ground for a relatively thick branch. The tree's base was as thick as a person could embrace, and the trunk extended nearly 10 meters long, making it impossible for Tian Xiangnan to lift it alone. However, being unable to lift it did not mean he could not leverage it. Grasping the thick branch, he wedged it into the ground at the base of the trunk and pushed forward with all his strength. As he exerted pressure, the round trunk rolled slightly. "Old Tian, hurry up," Lin Xiqing urged from the mud pit. He watched as Xiao Wu was engulfed by the black muck, which had risen to his neck, leaving only his head and hands exposed. Xiao Wu's eyes were wide, his face turning a shade of blue, struggling to breathe. Lin Xiqing himself was in a dire situation, gasping for air, desperately trying to compress the mud pressing against his chest, yet the sensation of suffocation grew heavier. With the rumbling sound of the rolling trunk, a section finally came to rest over the pit, directly above Lin Xiqing and the others. Tian Xiangnan cautiously climbed onto the stump and gradually maneuvered closer, reaching out to grasp Lin Xiqing's hand, but found it just out of reach. "Old Tian, this is far too perilous. You must return," Lin Xiqing gasped. Tian Xiangnan disregarded him, contemplating briefly before shedding his cotton-padded coat, allowing the sleeves to dangle as he extended it towards Lin Xiqing. Lin Xiqing's eyes sparkled with hope, and he grasped the sleeves tightly with both hands. Tian Xiangnan held on to one end of the coat, straddling a stump as he exerted force to pull upwards, yet after several attempts, Lin Xiqing remained immobile. "Old Tian, please save Xiao Wu." Lin Xiqing's voice grew more insistent. "If it weren't for Xiao Wu pulling me back, I would have been lost. He effectively saved my life." "You still insist on this? How can I rescue him?" Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan, somewhat irritated, shouted back, but after doing so, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Xiao Wu, who had turned a ghastly shade of red, his eyes beginning to roll back, clearly unable to hold on much longer. A glance revealed a long, thick branch, severed and lying on a tree fork. An idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly threaded the other sleeve of the coat onto the branch. "Old Lin, give it a try." Tian Xiangnan cautiously released his grip. Lin Xiqing pulled with renewed vigor. The coat secured itself to the branch firmly, though it could not extricate him. It at least prevented further descent. Seeing that Lin was momentarily safe, Tian Xiangnan promptly descended from the trunk, ready to find tools to rescue Xiao Wu, when suddenly a clamor arose. He turned to see a throng of people approaching, armed with various tools, their voices echoing as they advanced. "Quick, there are people over there." The crowd rushed toward him, and Tian Xiangnan's face brightened with hope. "Is this where the incident occurred? Who fell into the mud pit? What happened? Oh dear. Indeed, 2 individuals have fallen. We must assist. Something dire is unfolding." Tian Xiangnan had no time to engage with the chaos. He swiftly grabbed a bundle of rope from a villager's shoulder and shouted, "Everyone, calm down and listen to me." At such a moment, lacking leadership is perilous, and his call brought silence over the crowd. "You few, come here." He gestured to 7 or 8 strong laborers, deftly unfurling the rope. The men obeyed without hesitation, approaching him promptly. Without delay, Tian Xiangnan stripped off his trousers, left clad only in his autumn attire. He pointed to a nearby young man. "Remove your cotton-padded coat." The youth complied without question, promptly shedding his coat and handing it to Tian Xiangnan. The latter wrapped the coat around his waist and secured the rope to it, ensuring it wouldn't constrict, then handed the other end to the sturdy men he had previously called. A group of individuals held onto a rope, preparing for the moment when I would descend to rescue the trapped person. When I called out for them to pull, they were to exert their strength collectively to hoist us both to safety. Understood? They responded in unison, acknowledging the instruction. Without further ado, Tian Xiangnan turned his gaze momentarily between Lin Xiqing and Xiao Wu. "First save Xiao Wu. I can still manage," Lin Xiqing called out. With a resigned grit of his teeth, Tian Xiangnan approached the edge of the pit, where Xiao Wu was situated, and slowly slid down. As his foot entered the cold, slippery muck, the chilling mud quickly enveloped his lower leg, reaching up to his knee. Not wasting any time, he took a large step forward, arriving at Xiao Wu's side. With this single movement, the mire instantly climbed to his thigh. Tian Xiangnan grasped Xiao Wu's hands firmly and shouted back over his shoulder, "Pull!" The sturdy laborers behind him responded to the command, exerting their collective strength. The rope around his waist tightened sharply, sending a painful jolt through his abdomen. Nevertheless, the combined force of the group was formidable, and Xiao Wu's head began to break the surface, his body leaning back to reveal his neck. However, at that moment, Tian Xiangnan distinctly heard a crack emanating from Xiao Wu's left arm. "Stop!" he shouted urgently. "Hold on, stop!" The individuals on the bank, unsure of the cause, ceased their efforts. Tian Xiangnan released Xiao Wu's visibly dislocated left arm, gritted his teeth, and lunged forward, plunging his hands into the mud and securing a firm grip beneath Xiao Wu's armpits, tightening his hold across his chest. He shouted once more, "Pull!" The coarse rope tightened again, this time with an even greater force that made Tian Xiangnan stifle a groan of pain. It was no small feat to extract a person alive from the mire. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was not particularly tall, standing just over 1.6 meters, and accounting for the distance from his head to shoulders, only about 1.3 to 1. For meters of his body was ensnared in the muck. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! With the collective effort of those above, Xiao Wu's form gradually emerged from the sludge, first revealing his chest, then his abdomen, waist, and thighs. As they continued, the speed of his extraction increased, culminating in a chorus of cheers as the two were finally pulled from the pit. However, upon their emergence, it became evident that Xiao Wu was completely stripped of his lower garments. His pants and shoes had been thoroughly consumed by the mud. Lin Xiqing, witnessing the scene, turned pale at the thought of his impending fate. "Bro, are you alright?" Upon Tian Xiangnan's ascent, he noticed that Xiangbei and Lin Xiyu had arrived at some point. They quickly surrounded him, with Xiangbei expressing concern, while Lin Xiyu, her eyes reddened, glanced between her brother in the mud and Tian Xiangnan, her lips quivering as if struggling to find the words, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. "Don't worry, I will go save old Lin shortly." Tian Xiangnan reassured them with a smile. "Xiaoya, have you checked on Xiaobei yet?" Lin Xiqing's voice echoed once more. The three of them furrowed their brows simultaneously, casting unkind glances in his direction. "It was truly Xiao Wu who saved me earlier. Otherwise, I might have already met my demise," Lin Xiqing recounted, explaining how he had ventured out to find Tian Xiangnan, only to be misled by Zhang Daigu into this direction, inadvertently falling into a muddy pit. It was Xiao Wu who had pulled him out, and together they had persevered until now. Upon learning that today's calamity had been orchestrated by Zhang Daigu, Tian Xiangnan was consumed by fury, wishing to confront him immediately and drag him back like a lifeless dog, subsequently burying him headfirst into the very mud that had ensnared him. Beside him, Lin Xiyu's face flushed with indignation. "Xiaoya, Zhang Daigu is Zhang Daigu, and Xiao Wu is Xiao Wu." Despite her assertion, Lin Xiyu remained rooted in place, seething with anger. "Oh dear, has Xiao Wu truly lost his spirit? Could it be? Is he really dead?" This would spell disaster. At that moment, a series of hushed exclamations arose nearby. A throng of villagers had gathered, their expressions somber as they beheld Xiao Wu lying motionless on the ground. "Is he dead?" Lin Xiyu turned her gaze toward the commotion, hesitated momentarily, and then approached. Tian Xiangnan hurriedly followed suit. As they drew closer, they found Xiao Wu lying still, his complexion ashen, with no rise and fall of his chest. Lin Xiyu's expression tightened. She quickly crouched down, disregarding the mud on his chest, pressing her small hands against him and placing her ear close to listen. After a brief moment, she raised her head and declared to the onlookers, "He still has breath." Just as Tian Xiangnan was about to exhale in relief, a few figures suddenly surged from the crowd. One man charged forward, shoving Lin Xiyu to the ground, pointing at her with a twisted, furious expression. "You all are the cause of my brother's death. Today, you shall pay with Xiao Wu's life." He lunged toward Lin Xiyu, who was still on the ground. Recognizing that it was Zhang Daigu and his brother Zhang Ergu, and witnessing the attack on Lin Xiyu, Tian Xiangnan's eyes blazed with rage. Before Zhang Daigu could reach Lin Xiyu, Tian Xiangnan stepped forward and kicked him down. Then, turning swiftly, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Zhang Ergu, causing blood to spurt from his nose as he clutched his face and wailed in agony. As Zhang Daigu attempted to rise and retaliate, Tian Xiangnan deftly evaded his grasp, executing a clean over-the-shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Following this, Tian Xiangnan advanced, unleashing a torrent of brutal kicks, leaving Zhang Daigu howling in pain, rolling on the ground as if he were a wounded animal. Each of Tian Xiangnan's strikes was fueled by fury, painting Zhang Daigu's face with blood, rendering him a pitiful sight, groaning like a defeated creature. Yet, Tian Xiangnan still felt an itch for vengeance. He seized a stick from a nearby villager's hand, preparing to impart a lesson that Zhang Daigu would never forget. Retaining a sliver of clarity from his past life experiences, Tian Xiangnan had no intention of maiming or killing Zhang Daigu, merely wishing to incapacitate him for a year or so. However, just as his stick was raised, a large hand unexpectedly reached out from behind and seized it. Tian Xiangnan tugged at the rope but could not pull it. Startled, he turned around and saw his uncle standing behind him with a grim expression. "Tian Xiangnan, do you wish to kill him?" Chapter 68. Salvation. Seeing his uncle's darkened face, Tian Xiangnan still harbored some lingering anger and pointed at Zhang Daigu on the ground, exclaiming furiously, "What kind of dog is this? If we don't put an end to him, he will only become a menace. This incident was caused by him. If I hadn't happened to pass by, both Lao Lin and this child would have perished, 2 lives at stake." "Enough, enough. I've heard about this incident already," his uncle said, waving his hand impatiently and casting a cold glance at Zhang Daigu. "Lin is still stuck in the mud. First, we need to rescue him, and we can settle the rest later." As he spoke, the old man anxiously turned his gaze towards Lin Xia. "How is Xiao Wu? Will he survive?" Lin Xia shook her head. "I cannot say for certain. We need to assess the situation first. Then hurry and take a look," the old man urged, stepping aside. Lin Xia did not hesitate. She crouched down and leaned over Xiao Wu's chest to listen. His breathing remained faint, almost imperceptible, as did his heartbeat. Lin Xia clasped her hands and pressed down firmly on Xiao Wu's chest several times. Afterward, she turned back. "I need a stronger man to assist me." Upon hearing her words, the onlookers exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward. Seeing this, the uncle grew anxious and kicked a nearby young man lightly on the backside. "Go help. Didn't you hear her?" The young man, unoffended, scratched his head with a look of uncertainty. "Uncle, I don't know how to help. What should I do?" "Come here," Lin Xia instructed him. The young man obediently approached and squatted down beside her. "Place your hands like this and push down firmly. Press, then release. And press again," Lin Xia guided. The young man hesitated, his face flushed with awkwardness as he followed her directions. "Press harder," Lin Xia urged. "But what if I press too hard and accidentally kill him?" The young man responded nervously, though he increased his strength. "If he dies, it would serve him right," Lin Xia retorted, causing the young man to flinch, inadvertently applying more pressure. Just as he recoiled in panic, the previously motionless Xiao Wu suddenly coughed twice and tilted his head. "All right," Lin Xia sighed in relief. "Hey, you really brought him back to life. This young woman is quite capable." "Indeed. Who would have thought? If it were that old cripple, he might have already wrapped Xiao Wu in a cooling mat by now." Upon hearing this, the old cripple in the crowd immediately darkened his expression. "Exactly. Xiao Wu is truly fortunate," the villagers around them remarked in awe, their faces filled with astonishment at Lin Xia's success in reviving Xiao Wu. "Over there, someone is being rescued, while over here, Tian Xiangnan has once again climbed onto the tree stump, rope in hand. "Old Lin, come on, let me pull you up," he said, gesturing with a loop of rope towards Lin Xiqing's head. At that moment, Lin Xiqing wore a look of embarrassment, glancing at the bustling crowd around him, and said, with a grimace akin to a toothache, "Old Tian, perhaps you should think of another method." Just moments ago, when Xiaowu had gone out, his pants and shoes had been completely caked in mud. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, Lin Xiqing was undoubtedly deeper in the muck than Xiaowu. If he were to be pulled out, completely exposed for all to see, how could he ever show his face again? Tian Xiangnan chuckled softly, fiddling with the end of the rope. "So what do you suggest? It's rather chilly today. We can't just leave you soaking down there, can we? How about I let everyone else leave, and just a few strong folks stay behind to get you out?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing began to contemplate the idea. Just then, Lin Xiyu and Uncle Lao approached. "No, we can't just yank him out," Lin Xiyu interjected. "Earlier, Xiao Wu's arm was dislocated. If my brother is pulled up like that, he could easily sustain an injury. What if he injures his leg or back? He might suffer lifelong repercussions." Hearing Lin Xiyu's words, Uncle Lao furrowed his brow in concern. His gaze swept across the muddy pit, and he queried, "Is this pit really that deep?" At Uncle Lao's remark, Lin Xiqing suddenly realized, "Right, Uncle. Earlier, Xiao Wu mentioned that this pit was dug by their group. It isn't actually that deep. Moreover, when we first fell in, it felt like the ground had caved beneath us." Lin Xiqing spoke between breaths, struggling against the chill and fatigue that threatened to overcome him. Observing Lin Xiqing's condition, Uncle Lao's frown deepened. "Uncle, could there be something down there?" Tian Xiangnan chimed in. "Very well," the elder exhaled softly. "Call over those with tools. We need to dig." With that command, the crowd sprang into action. The small hillside had already attracted a significant number of onlookers. In addition to those initially summoned by Gao Man, Uncle Lao had later gathered another group along with tools upon hearing the news. With just a few brief instructions from Uncle Lao, the power of the crowd became evident. A few individuals quickly secured ropes around their waists and descended into the pit with shovels in hand. As clumps of mud were flung onto the bank, the pit's depth gradually increased. With the water level rapidly receding, the mud clinging to Lin Xiqing began to lower as well, retreating from his chest to his waist. After a couple of exchanges among the workers and a bit more digging, once the mud had receded to Lin Xiqing's thighs, Tian Xiangnan exerted force from above. And with the rope tied around Lin Xiqing's waist, it became effortless to pull him up. Once he was out, Tian Xiangnan wasted no time and led him to a nearby clear space to start a fire. As the two individuals roasted their clothing over the fire, they awaited the outcome of the excavation. Their reluctance to return for a change of attire stemmed from their curiosity about what lay beneath the pit. Once their garments were sufficiently dried and the mud had crumbled away, a commotion finally arose. "Uncle, it truly has collapsed down there, revealing a vast fissure," came the shout from the depths below. Hearing this exclamation, everyone gathered at the edge of the pit, including the old man who leaned in to peer into the abyss. "What fissure? Continue digging. Let us see what it truly is," he urged. The workers below agreed and resumed their efforts, only to be met with the clinking sound of metal against stone. After a brief pause, several weary voices emerged. "Uncle, we cannot dig any further. It is all stone down here, and it is quite hard." "Indeed, Uncle, the fissure is filled with stone, making it impossible to proceed." As they spoke, someone hurled a couple of rocks up with a shovel. Tian Xiangnan approached, picked up a stone, and examined it, but could glean no understanding from it. "If we cannot dig, then so be it," the old man replied, his face clouded with disappointment as he waved his hand dismissively. "Quickly, backfill the pit. It must be leveled and compacted thoroughly." As he spoke, the old man added, "For those who assisted today, each will receive 5 points, while the diggers will earn 10. Once finished, return to the village to report to the scorekeeper." He then shouted at the onlookers, "Everyone disperse. Return to your tasks. Let us also return. After enduring such hardship today, I shall prepare something nourishing for you," Tian Xiangnan said, patting Lin Xiqing's shoulder. Suddenly, he remembered the rabbit and turned to look. The once wild grassland was now trampled by the crowd, making it impossible to find. He sighed in disappointment, hefted the stone in his hand, hesitated to throw it, and ultimately decided to pocket it instead. "Come, let us return, and I will make you a fish soup to replenish your strength." Chapter 69. A visit to apologize. Though the fish soup was not an urgent matter, upon returning home, Xiangbei first prepared 2 bowls of ginger soup for the 2 men. Fortunately, it was already mid-April, and with the early onset of spring, the temperatures were not too low. Even after soaking in the mud for a while, they were not at risk of frostbite. The two men sipped their ginger soup while nestled on the heated bed in Lin Xiqing's room, still engaged in discussion about the earlier events. Old Tian, what do you think that great fissure down below really is? Lin Xiqing pondered, still unable to comprehend how such a large crack could suddenly appear at the bottom of an otherwise normal pit. Influenced by various literary works from his past life, Tian Xiangnan's initial reaction was that there might be a grand tomb hidden below. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Who would construct a tomb in such a desolate mountain area, coincidentally planting a tree above it only for it to be unearthed? Even if he lacked knowledge of geomancy, he understood that a dead basin surrounded by mountains was hardly an auspicious location for a burial site. With that thought, Tian Xiangnan suddenly recalled the stone he had brought back earlier. Initially, he found this object somewhat dirty and had tossed it into the fire to roast for a while. Now, as he retrieved it and stripped away the dried mud, the stone finally revealed its true form. In truth, it resembled an ordinary stone, save for a few specks of yellow granules dotting its surface. When he scratched at it with his fingers, it seemed to be firmly attached to the stone, refusing to budge. Could this possibly be some kind of, or? A sudden flash of insight struck Tian Xiangnan, prompting him to pose the question to Lin Xiqing. Lin Xiqing paused momentarily, took the stone into his hands for inspection, and then nodded thoughtfully. Given that northeast China is abundant in mineral resources, the emergence of a vein of ore in this area would hardly be considered extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan seized the stone again, examining the yellow spots with an increasingly excited demeanor. Could it be that there's a gold mine at the bottom of that pit? He inquired eagerly. Lin Xiqing cast him a sidelong glance. Even if it were a gold mine, what does it matter to us? Why the excitement? His words caused a momentary halt to Tian Xiangnan's exhilaration, leaving him to exhale a dejected sigh. You really know how to dampen the mood. He casually stuffed the stone into his pocket. Reflecting on it, he realized that, in this era, gold was still a prohibited currency and held little value. Even if they reported the existence of a gold mine, it would belong to the Qingshan Brigade, leaving no connection to the two of them. Just as they were conversing, a sudden knocking sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Xiangbei responded and hurried to open the door. Shortly thereafter, she called out towards the west wing, "Brother, Xiqing, Uncle has arrived." Before either of the two could rise from their bed, the door to the west wing swung open, revealing their uncle entering with a pipe in hand. He waved at them and turned back to say, "Come in. Why are you standing at the door?" The two looked over to see a tall girl with a ponytail following their uncle inside. "This is Tian Xiangnan, and beside him is Lin Xiqing," the elder said, gesturing towards the girl. "This is the fourth daughter of Zhang Dagu's family, Zhang Chui. She is also one of our brigade's educated youths and has attended high school in the county town. She has been busy with exams in the county these past few days." Upon realizing that she was from Zhang Dagu's family, both Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiqing's gazes fell upon the girl. Suddenly, she stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lin Xiqing. "Lin Xiqing, I sincerely apologize for my brother's actions and hope you can forgive him." As she spoke, she placed a roll of money and tickets onto the Kong in front of Lin Xiqing. "Please accept this as compensation. I know it's not much, but it is everything we could gather at this moment. I only hope for your understanding." Indeed, those who have received an education express themselves differently. Her words of apology conveyed a sincerity that resonated more deeply than a mere dry "I'm sorry." Tian Xiangnan glanced at the girl before him, also around 18 or 19 years old, yet not possessing the type of charming, crescent-shaped eyes. With elegantly arched eyebrows and clear, expressive eyes, she possessed a heart-shaped face and a striking beauty that, despite a slightly darker complexion, surpassed the unremarkable appearances of others. Tian Xiangnan mused inwardly, contemplating whether a mistake had been made in identifying her. Lin Xiqing observed the girl in silence. She let out a sigh and addressed him. "Lin Xiqing, my elder brother did not intend to endanger your life today. His actions were merely a misguided attempt at mischief that inadvertently led to these unfortunate consequences. Both my elder brother and second brother have been detained by our uncle. Otherwise, I would have brought them here personally to apologize to you. I am truly sorry." As she spoke, she bowed deeply once more. Lin Xiqing remained silent, casting a glance at the elderly man beside him. Noticing that the elder was preoccupied with his cigarette, he understood the unspoken message. He was merely a mediator, and the two parties should resolve the matter amongst themselves. At that moment, Tian Xiangnan, sitting nearby, interjected. "Why is Zhang Dagu always so careless? Last time, he accidentally grabbed a faulty tool and ended up injuring a young man's foot so severely that the doctor said it might never heal properly, potentially leaving him lame for life. Upon hearing this, the elder turned to Tian Xiangnan, his cigarette forgotten, and glared at him. When did the doctor say that young man's foot would never heal? Tian Xiangnan sighed in exasperation. Uncle, the doctor said that while he would be able to walk, there would still be some impact. They can't just bluntly tell you that someone will end up a cripple. The elder furrowed his brow at this. Tian Xiangnan continued with a faint smile, and now, this time, through sheer negligence, he nearly caused the deaths of 2 individuals, one of whom is his own brother. If he were to be careless again, who would he endanger next? 1 person? 2? Or even 3 or 4? If we were to wait for another incident, would we be so fortunate as to save someone again like today? The elder's brow tightened as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. According to your reasoning, what should be done about Zhang Dagu and Zhang Ergo? Tian Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively. Execute them all. The elder's expression darkened immediately. Get lost. Chapter 70. Addressing the issue, Tian Xiangnan's words were excessively outrageous, not only causing the elder's face to darken, but also evoking a fierce glare from Zhang Cui beside him. Comrade Tian Xiangnan, your words are utterly excessive. Even if they are our adversaries, we cannot condemn them outright, especially over a mere misunderstanding among villagers. A misunderstanding? Tian Xiangnan scoffed at her words. They nearly cost 2 lives. How can that be considered a mere misunderstanding? If I had arrived, even a moment later, you would be at home mourning your brother right now. With that, he turned his attention back to the elder. Uncle, to be frank, given the recent actions of Zhang Dagu, it would not be unreasonable to send him directly for target practice. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew solemn, and he looked at Tian Xiangnan with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Even Zhang Cui, standing nearby, was taken aback, gazing at Tian Xiangnan in disbelief. Are you serious, Tian? I've heard that you are now part of the Qingshan Brigade, and since we are all from the same hometown, do you really intend to eliminate my brother? It's not that I wish to harm him, but Zhang Dagu is too perilous to remain in the village. Old Lin almost faced dire consequences for exposing his use of tools last time. I dealt him a severe beating today over at the Little Sheepa. Do you think he won't hold a grudge? What if he stirs up more trouble in the future? I'm not afraid for myself, but I have my sister to protect. If he ever harbors ill intentions towards her, and something were to happen, what good would it do for me to exact revenge? I refuse to wait until regret sets in. As Tian Xiangnan spoke, his seriousness was palpable. At the entrance of the West Wing, 2 girls stood listening, with lingzhi casting an envious glance at Xiangbei. With a smile at the corner of his lips, Xiangbei glanced at her and whispered, "What are you looking at?" "For you." I believe that Ge would undoubtedly do the same. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Shiqing's voice resonated from within the room. Indeed, a person like Zhang Dagu possesses a wicked mind and a vengeful spirit. Such individuals cannot remain in the village. Zhang Cui looked from Tian Xiangnan to Lin Shiqing, and considering the character of her own elder brothers, her tone of defense seemed to wane. That won't happen. My brother made a mistake this time, but I trust he will change in the future, I assure you. You assure me? Tian Xiangnan scoffed lightly, fixing his gaze on the girl. I'm not targeting you, but when you utter those words, it seems you lack conviction. It appears you are aware of your brother's true nature, aren't you? And regarding the injured youth, do you think it will simply be forgotten? In a month or 2, when he recovers and discovers he has become a cripple, do you really believe he will let it slide? I recall that he is a youth from the city. If he gathers a few people to confront your brother, it wouldn't surprise me if they ended his life. Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's words, Zhang Cui's complexion paled further. Enough. At that moment, the previously silent elder finally spoke. His gaze, laden with complexity, shifted from Zhang Cui to Tian Xiangnan and Lin Shiqing, and he sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. I had underestimated this matter. I thought that with the parents of the 4th daughter gone, the family relied solely on their brothers, and as their uncle, I could offer assistance. However, since both of you, Tian and Lin, are unwilling, please suggest how to deal with those 2 irresponsible souls. With that, the elder did not forget to shoot a disapproving glance at Tian Xiangnan. Do not utter such nonsensical words, Tian Xiangnan scoffed, suppressing a retort that lingered at the tip of his tongue. He was acutely aware that such a notion was utterly implausible. In this era, lies were not so easily dismissed. Although the brothers were infuriating, their transgressions did not warrant capital punishment. A glance exchanged with Lin Shiqing prompted Lin to silently convey 2 words, awakening a realization within Tian. Uncle, Are there labor reform farms nearby? Upon hearing Tian's inquiry, the elder's expression softened considerably. Clearly, Tian's line of thought aligned with the elder's expectations, remaining within an acceptable realm. There is one in the neighboring county. Not the one you visited last time, but the one to the north. Tian nodded thoughtfully. Then let us send them for labor. The elder turned his gaze to Zhang Chui. Upon hearing Tian's plan, the girl furrowed her brows, hesitating to voice her dissent, instead posing a question. For how long? 20 years. Tian ventured tentatively. Lin Xiqing could not help but roll his eyes. Get lost. The elder's face darkened again. You might as well execute them. What about 10 years? Tian proposed once more. The elder continued to glare. 5 years, Tian declared, extending his hand palm upward. It cannot be less than this. Lin Xiqing nodded in agreement. The elder looked back at Zhang Chui, who, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly remarked, Uncle, regarding that matter we discussed earlier. The elder smacked his forehead. All right. He turned back to Tian and Lin. The fourth girl has passed her exams and is set to attend high school in the county. She can no longer serve as the scorekeeper. This job shall be your compensation. Can we reduce the sentence by a few years? Tian's eyes lit up at this prospect, though he remained silent, glancing at Lin Xiqing, the true victim in this situation. After all, any benefits or compensations should rightfully belong to Lin. Do not underestimate him, the elder interjected suddenly. Lin's skills are commendable. I plan to discuss with the secretary about having her work in the infirmary, taking over the scorekeeper's duties. Only your sister can fill that position. Tian Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. What about the old cripple? The old cripple is affiliated with the county and has never been fond of this place. Simply send him back. Tian glanced at Lin Xiqing, who was now smiling at him. You make the decision. All right, Tian contemplated. Let us reduce it by 2 years, allowing them 3 years of labor to amend their wrongdoings. 3 years later would be 1977. By then, their future here would be uncertain, rendering many concerns trivial. That settles it, the elder declared, rising to his feet and leading Zhang Chui away. As they reached the door, he tossed over his shoulder, make sure you send them to the labor farm. Me. Tian exclaimed in astonishment, but before he could utter another word, the elder's figure had vanished beyond the threshold. Puzzled, he turned back to Lin Xiqing and then burst into laughter. Old Lin, it seems fortune has favored you this time. With a gentle sigh, Lin Xiqing reclined against the edge of the Kong, softly uttering, quite well. What do you mean by quite well? Tian Xiangnan questioned, somewhat perplexed. However, Lin Xiqing gazed at him with a profound look. Your uncle treats you exceptionally well. Chapter 71. Preparing to depart. Upon hearing Lin Xiqing's words, Tian Xiangnan fell into contemplative silence. He too found the old man to be quite agreeable, particularly towards him, to the extent that it bordered on indulgence. Aside from the initial day when the elder had greeted him with a frosty demeanor, he had consistently treated Tian Xiangnan as someone of importance. From the acquisition of the courtyard to the initiation of work, even accompanying Lin Qing to seek out Delin Ge. Today at Xiaoshipa, after he had thoroughly thrashed those two brothers, the elder had merely shouted at him once and said nothing further. Now that you mention it, Tian Xiangnan mused, recalling his past experiences during the rural assignments of his previous life, where the production team leader wore a perpetual expression of disdain towards him. There was simply no comparison. Could it be that my disposition aligns better with the old man's temperament? He murmured, as if questioning Lin Xiqing or perhaps engaging in self-reflection. Who can say? Lin Xiqing chuckled nonchalantly. If you feel unsettled, you could always seize the opportunity one day to inquire directly with your uncle about why he treats you so well. Don't be ridiculous. Tian Xiangnan scoffed, curling his lip. If I were to ask him, he would undoubtedly say I have issues. All right then, rest for now. I shall take a stroll. With that, Tian Xiangnan stepped outside. He first examined the medicinal herbs growing in the corner of the courtyard. A few ginseng seedlings seemed to have grown taller, though the change was hardly noticeable. Conversely, those few medicinal plants that had appeared wilted yesterday still looked rather droopy today, even after being watered with special solution. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, greeting Xiangbei and the others before exiting the courtyard. As he walked along the village path, he encountered several villagers who greeted him, to which he responded with a smile. It appeared that his recent display of strength at Xiaoshipa, where he had decisively bested Zhang Degu's brothers, had enhanced his reputation within the village. Little did Tian Xiangnan realize that his ferocious display had left a lasting impression on the onlookers, transforming his reputation into something more fearsome. Perhaps when parents soothed their children at night, they would invoke his name. Upon leaving the village, he headed straight for Xiaoshipa, traversing the various sites where he had set traps. However, his spirits sank as he found the surroundings in disarray, with mysterious footprints littered across the ground. The traps he had previously set were now reduced to a solitary iron stake, standing forlornly. Anxiety gripped Tian Xiangnan as he hurried to inspect the other traps. At the third location, he was finally met with a delightful surprise. The surrounding thickets were in disarray, with a few ropes still attached to the iron stake, one of which ensnared a colorful creature. Upon noticing this, Tian Xiangnan felt a surge of joy and hurried over to retrieve the wild chicken. However, as soon as he grasped it, his expression changed dramatically. The trap had initially captured a wild chicken, yet now only a small portion remained. The rest of the body gruesomely bloodied, with the feathers stained in dried blood. Feeling a ripple of anxiety, Tian Xiangnan glanced around nervously and, not daring to linger, abandoned the iron stake and turned to leave. He silently resolved that until he acquired a reliable weapon, he would refrain from using the essence of beasts indiscriminately. Quickening his pace, he made his way back to the village. As he passed the former muddy pit, he paused to reconsider and approached it again. The pit had since been filled in, and the villagers who had been working there had returned home. Tian Xiangnan circled the area, searching meticulously, and picked up several stones that had been flung out from the pit earlier. He used a handful of wild grass to wipe the mud off the stones, pocketing the one with the most yellow speckles while discarding the rest into a nearby excavation site. He stepped on them firmly and covered them with a few handfuls of soil to seal them securely. After completing this task, he hastened his return to the village. As he neared the courtyard, Tian Xiangnan sighed inwardly, reflecting on the day's labor. Aside from the considerable trouble he had caused for old Lin and having secured 2 stones, he had gained little else. Conversely, Xiangbei and lingzhi had managed to distribute their work efficiently, which was indeed good news. However, this was solely due to lingzhi's own capabilities and the advantage of being related to Lin Xiqing. He felt he had contributed nothing substantial. He had intended to procure some food for old Lin, but ended up returning empty-handed, which left him feeling quite vexed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Xiqing emerged, and the three were seated at the entrance of the main house, engaged in conversation. They were taken aback by his dejected demeanor. What happened? No gains? Lin Xiqing inquired with a hint of amusement upon seeing his forlorn expression. Tian Xiangnan had initially considered mentioning the half-chicken, but, noticing Xiangbei seated nearby, feared it might cause her concern. Thus, he shook his head and swiftly changed the subject. No significant findings. What about you? What are you discussing? We were talking about Gaoman. Today's events were largely thanks to her, and we were pondering how to express our gratitude, Lin Xiqing replied. At this mention, Tian Xiangnan perked up, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. How do you plan to thank her? With a pledge of devotion? Lin Xiqing shot him a glare, then glanced at his sister, lingzhi, who was smiling at him. This brought a slight flush of embarrassment to him. In the past, our families did entertain such thoughts. But after that incident, a marriage alliance is certainly out of the question. Nevertheless, she did save me this time, so I intend to offer assistance whenever needed. As a gesture of goodwill and in recognition of our family's long-standing ties, Tian Xiangnan remained silent, for he understood that old Lin's words were not directed at him. Beside him, lingzhi glanced at her brother, letting out a soft huff through her nose to express her stance, an indication that she was willing to assist but did not wish to be involved further. Lin Xiqing rubbed his nose, choosing not to elaborate. The night passed without conversation, and at the break of dawn the next day, a knock echoed at the door of their small courtyard. At that moment, the group had yet to rise. Tian Xiangnan responded, hastily donning his clothes before stepping outside to open the door. Upon his arrival, he found his uncle standing at the threshold, visibly impatient. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You need to take someone to the farm today. Why are you still in bed? Tian Xiangnan's mind momentarily faltered. What? How are we going? His uncle abruptly tossed a .56 rifle over his shoulder and handed him a leather envelope. Inside are your militia credentials and a letter for taking someone to the farm. You'll need to head to the brigade office with them shortly, go to the village entrance, and take the logging train to the county's armed forces department. There. Someone will assist you. Tian Xiangnan was taken aback. Is it really that simple? A letter can just get us through to the farm? Did the brigade leader possess such authority? This frail old man before him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry back and get ready. The logging train will be here soon. His uncle urged, casting a stern glance at him. Oh, Tian Xiangnan turned, unable to resist asking, what if those two try to escape along the way? The armed forces will certainly send someone with you. Where would they even run? Do you think you're armed with mere sticks? His uncle's words were reassuring enough. After the elder departed, Tian Xiangnan returned to the courtyard, gun in hand, and the sound stirred Xiangbei and the others from their slumber. Brother, are we leaving now? Tian Xiangnan nodded, instinctively glancing towards Lingzhi, who had already taken the initiative to speak. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things here. That's not what I meant. Tian Xiangnan shook his head. When we reach the county armed forces, if they send someone with us, we should be back by tomorrow. What I meant was, during these 2 days, you should take Xiangbei and Xia to visit that old man more often, so he can finalize the arrangements for the scoring clerk and the health clinic to prevent any unforeseen complications. Lingzhi found himself both amused and exasperated by his brother's concern. All right, I understand. Brother, just be careful on the road and watch out for those two, Xiangbei added. Still anxious. Got it, Tian Xiangnan replied, returning indoors to dress properly. He tucked the envelope given by his uncle into his coat, casually checked his rifle to ensure it was loaded, and, feeling reassured, slung it over his shoulder. He exited the courtyard, making his way directly to the brigade office, where he soon spotted his uncle along with Big Dog and Air Dog standing in the distance. Both Big Dog and Second Dog wore faces full of pleading, yet the elder remained unmoved, pointing towards Tian Xiangnan, who was striding over. Do you see? I have instructed this lad Tian to escort you both to the farm with a gun in hand. You are well aware of his fiery temper. If you dare to entertain any ill thoughts or cause trouble along the way, don't blame anyone when he takes you down with a shot. Immediately, Zhang Dage and Zhang Urge shrank their heads, their expressions resembling those who had just lost their father. Uncle, spare us the talk. The elder waved his hand impatiently. All right. Work diligently at the farm. I will call each month to inquire. If you truly perform well, I may consider bringing you back earlier. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Dage and Zhang Urge softened somewhat. Beside them stood Zhang Chui and another young man. As Tian Xiangnan approached, the young man glared at him with evident rage. What are you glaring at? The elder, noticing, delivered a swift kick, pointing an accusatory finger at the young man's nose. Send dog, let me tell you, if you follow the poor example of these two, I will send you to labor alongside them as well. Zhang Chui forcefully tugged at the young man, compelling him to turn away in anger. Casting a glance at Tian Xiangnan, she handed a large package to Zhang Urge. Brother, if you find yourselves in need over there, just write a letter or send a message back, and I will find a way to get it to you from the county. This display of fraternal affection left Tian Xiangnan feeling somewhat like a villain, standing uncomfortably to the side. All right, it's nearly time. Let us go, the elder called out, leading them towards the railway at the village entrance. After waiting a while alongside the tracks, the logging train arrived. This lengthy train, consisting of a locomotive and a carriage presumably for transporting supplies, was followed by a long line of flatbed cars piled high with logs. The train gradually came to a halt at the village entrance, seemingly having received prior notice. The elder approached the locomotive's crew and exchanged greetings, prompting them to open the door of the second carriage. Once Tian Xiangnan, Big Dog, and Second Dog climbed aboard, the train resumed its journey. The carriage was devoid of any supplies, leaving it empty without even a seat. The three could only sit cross-legged on the floor. Zhang Dage and Zhang Urge squatted opposite, occasionally stealing glances at Tian Xiangnan, their eyes filled with resentment, yet overshadowed by fear. Concerned that the two brothers might harbor ill intentions during the journey, Tian Xiangnan attempted to persuade and comfort them. There's nothing wrong with going to the farm. You are both accustomed to working the land. Labor there is no different from what you do here with the brigade. Upon hearing his words, the brothers looked up at him, their expressions akin to those observing a fool. Zhang Urge could not help but mutter, easier said than done. You're not the one going to the farm. Unfortunately, the clattering of the train drowned out his words, prompting Tian Xiangnan to glare. What did you say? Zhang Urge quickly lowered his head again. Tian Xiangnan's gaze once again fell upon Zhang Degu. Zhang Degu, do not take offense. Yesterday you nearly caused my brother's demise. If it weren't for Uncle's intervention, do you believe I would hesitate to ensnare you in a sack and cast you into the stone river under the cover of night? Zhang Degu lifted his head to glance at Tian Xiangnan, displaying an expression of suppressed anger before turning his face away. I must also inform you that sending you to the farm is not solely due to yesterday's incident. Both uncle and your sister have consented to this decision. Have you not contemplated this? It is all for your own good. Upon hearing Tian Xiangnan's words, Zhang Dagu's previously turned head returned to face him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Do you remember the educated youth who injured his foot with your tool last time? Tian Xiangnan continued, finding amusement in scaring him since the journey was dull. I tell you, that young man's foot will not heal properly. He is a local, and once he realizes he will be left with a disability, do you think he won't seek retribution against you? Zhang Dagu's expression shifted slightly, skepticism flickering in his eyes, and he could no longer restrain himself from speaking. You speak nonsense. Last time he was sent to the mountains, the doctor there said he would recover, albeit as a cripple or a limper. Tian Xiangnan's words were laden with certainty, for he could not fathom that such an injury would leave no repercussions. In a month or two, when that young man discovers his leg is lame, if you are still in the village, do you think he will let you off the hook? However, if you are laboring at the farm, even if he learns of it, perhaps the anger within him will have subsided. After 2 years, when he returns to the city, this matter will simply fade into the past. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dagu blinked, his expression shifting multiple times, yet he fell silent. The train rattled noisily, causing their heads to throb, but fortunately, they soon arrived at the county town. Upon reaching the county's armed forces department, Tian Xiangnan discovered that the vehicle prepared for transport was already awaiting them. After inquiring with a young man nearby, he learned that due to a large farm in a neighboring county, there were several occasions each month when vehicles were dispatched to transport laborers there. The individuals being sent included those from their own county, but predominantly, they were from other places, briefly staying there. Today, there were a total of over 10 prisoners being escorted, along with accompanying militiamen, divided among 3 trucks. After presenting his documentation to a deputy section chief at the Armed Forces Department, Tian Xiangnan was promptly assigned to the 3rd truck. He ushered his 2 brothers onto the vehicle first, and then a soldier clad in green military attire pulled him aboard. Within the spacious interior of the truck, 5 armed individuals, including Tian Xiangnan, occupied the left bench, while 6 others, including Zhang Dagu, sat on the right. At the farthest end of the cabin, a person was seated on a horizontal bench against the backrest. What is the purpose of sitting in the middle? Tian Xiangnan mumbled in surprise as he boarded. But upon lifting his gaze and clearly discerning the features of the individual in the center, his brow involuntarily twitched. Su Zhoning, what on earth is he doing here? Chapter 73. The formidable Huang Jiangwo. As Tian Xiangnan gazed at the individual seated in the innermost part of the truck, an overwhelming astonishment enveloped him. At that moment, Su Zhoning was clad in a somewhat faded gray Zhongshan suit, with matching gray trousers, engrossed in a newspaper he held in his hands. Beside him lay a bulging small package on the horizontal board. How could he possibly be here? Tian Xiangnan furtively stole glances at him. The leisurely demeanor of Su Zhoning hardly resembled that of a prisoner being transported. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, Su Zhoning lifted his gaze momentarily to scan the interior of the truck, prompting Tian Xiangnan to quickly feign disinterest. After a brief glance, Su Zhoning returned his attention to the newspaper. Since their last encounter, Tian Xiangnan was uncertain whether Su Zhoning would remember him, compounded by the multitude of people in the truck's cabin, which deterred him from continuing to observe. The truck swiftly roared to life, navigating along the county's main road, heading northeast. The road at this time was far from the smoothness of later years, characterized by a series of muddy paths and potholes, causing the 10 or so individuals seated in the green canopy truck bed to sway as though in a dance. Even Su Zhoning, nestled at the back, folded his newspaper and leaned against the cabin to rest his eyes. Where are you from? A robust man clad in a green military uniform, seated beside Tian Xiangnan, initiated a conversation, seemingly bored during the journey. Within the truck, 5 men bore firearms, 4 of whom were in military attire, suggesting they were from the county's armed department, leaving Tian Xiangnan feeling somewhat out of place. Upon hearing the man's inquiry, the other uniformed figures cast curious glances in his direction. Tian Xiangnan offered them a smile. I am a militiaman from Qingshan Brigade, here to escort 2 individuals from our village who have committed offenses. Upon hearing this, the sturdy man expressed further astonishment. Aren't the militiamen from your brigade just Daling and a few others? I don't recall having seen you before. While his tone conveyed surprise, there was no hint of suspicion on his face, as he understood that Tian Xiangnan must have undergone checks to board the vehicle. Thus, his words stemmed purely from curiosity. Tian Xiangnan retained his smile. I was assigned as a Jiqing not long ago and have settled in Qingshan Brigade. Brother Daling was injured, so I took over his position as a militiaman. Oh, I see. The robust man nodded, his gaze suddenly shifting to a small, elderly figure seated across from them, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Noticing this, Tian Xiangnan subtly followed his gaze. The old man was dressed in a gray, filthy cotton coat, with a small head and large ears, exhibiting a shifty-eyed demeanor. At that moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the rear of the truck, seemingly observing something through the crevice of the curtain at the back. The sturdy soldier exchanged glances with him, and Tian Xiangnan gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Just then, the truck took a sudden turn and appeared to hit a pothole, causing a jarring commotion that sent everyone swaying left and right. The elderly man, who had been seated, suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged towards the curtain at the rear of the carriage. Tian Xiangnan had already been watching him closely. Before the old man could leap, Tian discreetly tripped him, causing him to stumble and fall at the carriage door. The burly warrior beside him also rose, swiftly pivoting his weapon, and delivered 2 forceful blows with the solid wooden butt against the back of the old man's head. In an instant, the old man's head was drenched in crimson, and he let out a mournful cry before collapsing motionless. This scene left the nearby prisoners, including Zhang Dagu, utterly astonished. Even Tian Xiangnan was taken aback by the warrior's brutality, quickly stepping forward to grasp his arm. That was rather excessive. Be careful not to kill him, he cautioned. It's of no concern, the burly warrior replied with a nonchalant smile, turning away from the fallen old man and returning to his seat, pulling out a cloth to wipe the blood from his weapon. Do you know what that old fellow was up to? Tian shook his head in response. He was a con artist. Tian Xiangnan froze, glancing at his own hands, regretting why he had reached out moments before. The burly warrior chuckled at his reaction. His companions have all been dealt with. He was the only older one left, and they considered sparing him, sending him to the farm. In cases like this, escaping mid-journey warrants death. Tian nodded in agreement. Comrade, I still don't know your name. The burly warrior waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. I am Huang Jiangwo. We are from the same county. I belong to the armed forces, and you are a militia member from the Qingshan Brigade. We shall have many opportunities to meet again. Hello, I am Tian Xiangnan, he replied, stating his name loudly while stealing a glance at Su Zhongding within the carriage. That man had kept his eyes closed since the departure, and despite the earlier commotion, he merely cast a casual glance, appearing to be an enigmatic figure. Contemplating this, Tian intentionally looked towards Su Zhongding and quietly inquired of Huang Jiangwo, "What does that person do?" Huang Jiangwo did not even turn his head, merely shaking it. "I don't know. I've seen him only a few times." "Oh," Tian said, refraining from further questions. This implied that Su Zhongding was not visiting the farm for the first time. What could compel someone from the armaments factory in the mountains to undertake such a troublesome journey to a farm in a neighboring county? Was there family here? Or was there another reason? As they conversed about various topics, fatigue gradually set in due to the bumpy ride, and they all silently wished for a swift arrival. The truck continued to jolt until the afternoon, finally coming to a halt as the sun began to dip in the west. Upon leaping down from the truck, Tian Xiangnan realized they had arrived at a campsite occupied by a small contingent of troops. "Hurry up," he urged, when Zhang Dagu and his brother Zhang Ergu descended. Tian feigned seriousness and pulled Ergu close. "Did you see that person who sat at the back of the truck?" Zhang Ergu paused, taken aback, and instinctively nodded. As the escort team gradually approached the camp, Tian Xiangnan's speech quickened. "While you are working here, make sure to perform well. When you have some leisure time, engage in conversation with others. If you can ascertain why that person is here, coupled with your good behavior, I will have Uncle arrange for your early return." "Really?" Zhang Ergu's eyes widened in surprise. Tian Xiangnan looked at him earnestly. "However, do not mention this to your brother. You know how he is, possessive and small-minded. If he finds out, it might jeopardize everything. Neither of you will be able to return." Zhang Ergu paused, glancing at Zhang Dagu, who was walking ahead with the team. Then back at the serious-faced Tian Xiangnan. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded vacantly. "Oh, Chapter 74, Trouble of One's Own Making Following the Armed Soldiers." They handed over the offenders to the station troops, including the elderly man who had been carried off, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. With this step completed, Tian Xiangnan and his companions felt their mission was accomplished, and the ensuing matters no longer concerned them. That night, they were arranged to stay in the barracks of the armed forces, and the next morning, they boarded a truck to begin their return. As they boarded, Tian Xiangnan paid special attention and once again noticed Su Zhongding seated in the first vehicle. This man is rather elusive, Tian Xiangnan mused inwardly. The journey back was considerably quicker, perhaps due to the absence of prisoners on board, allowing the driver to relax a bit. Naturally, this made the ride even more uncomfortable for those on the truck. Upon their arrival in the county, the sun was just beginning its descent. Observing Su Zhongding exit the vehicle and head straight away, Tian Xiangnan exchanged greetings with Huang Zhangwo and hurried after him. Since Su Zhongding frequently traversed between the county and the mountains, he undoubtedly knew the fastest route back. Following closely, Tian Xiangnan matched Su Zhongding's brisk pace towards the county transport station. However, as he approached the vicinity of the transport station and turned a corner, Su Zhongding's figure suddenly vanished. Surprised, Tian Xiangnan instinctively quickened his steps. Just as he reached the alley's entrance, an arm seized him, pulling him into the alley, where two individuals restrained his arms against the wall. Even the firearm on his shoulder was deftly removed. Simultaneously, a hard object pressed against his back. "What are you doing?" Tian Xiangnan was startled but did not immediately resist. Instead, he cast a glance behind him. Three young men, dressed like ordinary farmers yet bearing serious expressions, stood before him. Two held his arms while one pointed a handgun at him. Su Zhongding stood aside, calmly observing the scene. Realizing that these individuals might have misunderstood the situation, Tian Xiangnan quickly raised his voice to clarify. "I am a militiaman from the Qingshan Brigade, and my name is Tian Xiangnan." Upon hearing his name, the three individuals behind him showed no sign of relaxation. The one holding the firearm barked a sharp command. "Do you have any identification?" At this, a young soldier to his left freed one hand and retrieved a cowhide envelope from his own clothing. Tian Xiangnan felt a twinge of regret, mentally chastising himself for his foolishness. How could someone like Su Zhongding, working in such an establishment, travel without an entourage? His reckless decision to follow had only invited unnecessary trouble. He could only blame the overly comfortable days of late, which had dulled his wits. At that moment, the young man behind him had finished examining Tian Xiangnan's identification, the gun in his hand lowered slightly, yet he still did not release Tian Xiangnan, instead gesturing for him to proceed. "Let's take him back." The two young soldiers beside him relaxed their grip somewhat, effectively sandwiching him between them as they made their way towards the station. "Su Gong, shall we go as well?" The group of five made their way directly to the station's transportation office, where Tian Xiangnan was led into a small room by the two young soldiers. The others departed, leaving only a solitary soldier, gun in hand, to guard the entrance. Cursing his misfortune internally, he resigned himself to wait in the room. He remained there until the sky outside had completely darkened, at which point he heard commotion in the corridor, accompanied by the sound of synchronized footsteps. A figure appeared at the door. The young soldier immediately saluted. Recognizing the newcomer, Tian Xiangnan quickly stood, surprised. "Deputy Director Li?" The man, taken aback by the address, was indeed the same individual Tian Xiangnan had encountered during his last expedition into the mountains. Upon entering and glancing at Tian Xiangnan, his expression mirrored surprise. "You are the one from the Qingshan Brigade?" "I am Tian Xiangnan, currently a militiaman of the Qingshan Brigade. I was sent on orders from the brigade leader to escort two individuals from our village who have committed offenses to the farm." "Oh," Deputy Director Li nodded, his gaze appraising Tian Xiangnan. "I hear from the soldiers that you have been following our Su Gong closely?" Tian Xiangnan chuckled wryly at this. "Well, I met Comrade Su during my last trip into the mountains. He even brought us food. Thus, I knew he was from the factory in the mountains. After returning from the Armed Forces Department, I thought I would accompany him to see if he was taking the train back, allowing me to return to the brigade as well." "Oh, I see," Deputy Director Li nodded, pulling out Tian Xiangnan's cowhide envelope from his pocket and placing it on the table. "It appears there has been a misunderstanding, likely a mix-up from below." "What do you mean, likely?" This was indeed a misunderstanding. Tian Xiangnan silently grumbled, though he nodded in agreement outwardly. Deputy Director Li paused, seemingly contemplating, before continuing. "In that case, please wait here. There will be a train returning tonight, and I will have someone notify you when the time comes." "Thank you, Deputy Director Li." The other party nodded slightly, without uttering further words, and rose to exit the room, followed closely by several soldiers. As they left the transport office, Deputy Director Li abruptly halted his steps and turned to a young soldier beside him. "I recall this individual has only recently appeared. He is likely a newly arrived youth from this year. Therefore, You shall proceed to the county youth office and fetch his records for me. Understood. The young soldier replied before departing. In the small room, Tian Xiangnan was unaware of how long he had been waiting. Outside, darkness had enveloped the landscape, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, while the temperature gradually dropped. As time passed, fatigue began to weigh heavily on his eyelids. When suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Two soldiers, armed with rifles, stood at the door and addressed Tian Xiangnan. Let us go. We are departing shortly. As they spoke, one of them called to the guard. Return his weapon to him. Tian Xiangnan exhaled in relief, accepting his rifle and slinging it over his shoulder. He followed the two soldiers, navigating through the inky darkness of the night, stepping cautiously until they reached the platform, where they directed him to board the last carriage of the train. Due to the obscurity of the night and the absence of any discernible reason, the entire platform was shrouded in darkness, leaving Tian Xiangnan unable to see the train in its entirety. He only knew he had boarded a freight car. After a brief wait, the train finally commenced its movement. Chapter 75. The Uncle's Dilemma. What sort of people are these? It's just a dilapidated train. In the fields outside the Qingshan Brigade, Tian Xiangnan limped forward, muttering under his breath with frustration. He felt a simmering resentment within him, particularly towards Su Zhongding. He had initially intended to hitch a ride with the latter, only to find himself apprehended as a spy and unjustly confined for several hours, an ordeal he could not entirely blame on others. Despite being detained for hours without a meal, he could excuse it, considering the limited conditions at the station. Even as he boarded the train, he was subjected to the scrutiny of two soldiers who treated him as a prisoner. Tian Xiangnan endured this, realizing it was a predicament of his own making. Yet, when the train reached Qingshan Brigade, the soldiers ordered him to jump down. Jump down. The command left him feeling quite displeased. Though the train had evidently slowed, it was still moving, and the darkness obscured everything. What if he were to leap down and sustain an injury? Who would he turn to for justice? The soldier's cold demeanor made him acutely aware that he should never have boarded this late-night train. Ultimately, under the soldier's insistence, he grit his teeth and leaped from the carriage. He rolled upon landing, grateful to find he had only bruised his leg. Rising, he limped toward the village entrance. Upon entering the village, Tian Xiangnan was taken aback to discover a bright light emanating from the intersection ahead, illuminating the crossroads beside it. This light was vivid, unlike the dim glow of a kerosene lamp. Tian Xiangnan was aware that within the entire village, only the brigade headquarters and the supply and marketing cooperative had electricity. The source of the light he observed must have emanated from the brigade headquarters. However, given the late hour, who could it be? Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the brigade headquarters, the light suddenly extinguished, and a stooped figure clad in a cotton coat emerged from within. As the elderly man looked up, he noticed a shadow standing nearby, and the dim beam of a flashlight swiftly turned in his direction. Who is it? Upon recognizing Tian Xiangnan's face, the old man's voice transformed into one of astonishment. Tian, is that you? What brings you back? Tian Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback by the old man's inquiry. He raised a hand to shield himself from the flashlight's glare and replied, equally astonished. Why can't I come back? I delivered the person, so of course, I returned. No, I mean, why are you back at this hour? How did you manage to return? At this juncture, the old man seemed to grasp something, turning to glance outside the village. Did you take the night train back? What is wrong with that? As Tian Xiangnan spoke, he took a couple of steps forward, allowing his uncle to observe his injured leg. The old man slapped his forehead in annoyance. This is my fault. I forgot to inform you about this before you left. What matter? Tian Xiangnan sensed something amiss. I neglected to mention that one should avoid taking the night train. The trains heading into the mountains during the day, whether for delivering supplies or transporting timber, we can board without concern. Even if they don't stop, you could manage to climb aboard. However, any train departing at night is typically for transporting goods, and unless necessary, it would be wise to refrain from taking such trains to avoid trouble. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan shot the old man a resentful glance. All right, I shall remember for next time. How could I forget? My knee still aches. The old man regarded him with a look of hesitation. Did you return directly by train from the farm? Tian Xiangnan, taken aback by the question, nodded. Did you encounter anyone? After a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiangnan recounted his experience of being with Su Zhongding, being restrained, and finally meeting Deputy Director Li, after which he was detained. It's nothing significant. We have no guilt in this matter." To his surprise, the old man merely waved his hand dismissively and inquired further, "Aside from Deputy Director Li, did you not encounter anyone else?" Tian Xiangnan sensed an unusual tone and cast a sidelong glance at his uncle. "You seem to have something on your mind. If there is something, just say it. How would I know if I've met anyone else? That shouldn't be the case." The old man muttered before turning back towards the brigade headquarters. "Well then, if there is nothing else, you may return home." "Hey, old man." Tian Xiangnan, feeling slightly displeased, hurried after him. Readers detest those who leave their words half-spoken. If there is something to be clarified, please do so. The two entered the main room of the brigade headquarters, where the old man reached out to turn on the electric light. He then approached the table, picked up the phone, and hesitated before dialing, glancing back at Tian Xiangnan, ultimately placing the phone down again. "Why haven't you returned?" The elder shot a stern glare at Tian Xiangnan. However, Tian Xiangnan feigned ignorance, removing his gun and setting it aside, then casually took a seat on a stool, crossing his legs and swaying them. The elder, upon witnessing this, was both amused and exasperated. He took down his copper pipe from his waist, pinched a bit of tobacco, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. "There are indeed matters to discuss, yet I am uncertain how to express them. If there is something to say, just say it," Tian Xiangnan replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he ceased to fidget. "Uncle, if you have something to share, please do." The elder took another puff, his brow slightly furrowed, appearing to ponder or perhaps reminisce. "As for this matter, I am unsure where to begin. Let us start with you. On the very day you arrived at the brigade, I encountered you and Guzi engaged in a scuffle at the entrance of the village. Upon returning, I received a phone call. Who was it?" Tian Xiangnan, initially reluctant to interrupt, could not suppress his curiosity. "It was your uncle." "My uncle? I have an uncle?" Tian Xiangnan pointed at himself, bewildered. "A blood relative?" The elder nodded, his tone uncertain. "It should be a close relation." Tian Xiangnan fell silent. In this life and the last, he had never heard such news before. His paternal uncle, which meant his father's brother. But when had their family established such a connection? Why had he never heard his father mention it? "In fact, this was all relayed to me by your uncle. It pertains to matters of the previous generation." Observing his silence, the elder inquired further, "Do you know who your grandfather is?" Tian Xiangnan instinctively shook his head. Not only did he know nothing of his grandfather, but he was also only aware that his grandmother was named Lingzhi, with the sole impression being two somewhat blurred black and white photographs at home. The elder exhaled a puff of smoke. "This dates back to before the founding of the nation. Your grandfather was once a defector." Chapter 76. Who cares? It was probably within the first 2 years after the founding. When the winds of liberation swept from the east southward, many leaders from that side prepared to flee across the sea, including your grandfather. Your uncle said that your grandmother was adamant about not leaving. Later, she even hid with your father. At this moment, the elder's expression was solemn, revealing no trace of emotion. Ultimately, the winds of liberation blew too swiftly, and your grandfather was unable to escape. Tian Xiangnan could not help but laugh at this point. Although it concerned his biological grandfather, he found the situation oddly humorous. The elder's cheek twitched, as if he too wished to laugh, yet he managed to restrain himself. "It's all right, uncle, please continue." Tian Xiangnan adjusted his mindset as if listening to a humorous tale. "Then, during a significant battle, your grandfather actively led a defection, thereby achieving great merit and becoming a general. And then?" Tian Xiangnan chuckled again, though the laughter did not quite reach his eyes. The tone bore a hint of mockery. It had been a full 25 years since the founding of the nation, and yet there had been no news? Was he still resentful towards my grandmother, believing her to have betrayed him, thus disregarding both her and my father? What did his intentions mean now? At that moment, Tian Xiangnan felt an unexpected calmness, as if the stories he had just heard belonged to someone else entirely. The truth was, throughout his 2 lifetimes, apart from Xiangbei, the notion of family had been a rather tenuous one in his world. Or rather, since Xiangbei's departure, he had effectively been without family. He had not anticipated that in this new life, these figures would resurface. What had they been doing in their previous existence? Had they simply failed to endure? If he contemplated it that way, it didn't seem entirely implausible. His so-called grandfather had once held a prominent position. In the current era, unless one chose a side, their circumstances would surely not be favorable. However, if one were to align themselves now, their future would likely be even worse, bound to face downfall. But what if, in their past life, They had managed to persevere? Why had these individuals never appeared in his world before? What had prompted their sudden emergence now? In his previous existence, had their family survived without seeking him out, or had they faltered? This pressing question gnawed at Tian Xiangnan's mind. Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly inquired of his uncle, "What was my grandfather's name?" His uncle did not hesitate and promptly revealed the name. It turned out to be that esteemed elder. Tian Xiangnan let out a soft sigh, relinquishing the last vestiges of hope within him. He had heard that name in his past life, a name that shone brightly even into the 1990s. Given that his previous family had endured and held a prestigious lineage, yet had never sought him out, it could only mean that he was deemed insignificant in their eyes. Thus, this life would likely mirror that sentiment. Each would remain well in their own way. Although he contemplated this notion of mutual well-being, an intense feeling of resentment surged within him. If it was so easy for them to find him in this life, what had it been like in the last? During their prior existence, when the siblings were sent to the countryside, he had intervened on behalf of Xiangbei, breaking someone's leg, which resulted in a 10-year imprisonment. At that time, those individuals must have been watching from the shadows, mocking them silently, hadn't they? Sometimes, Tian Xiangnan pondered that if he had not been imprisoned for so long, perhaps Xiangbei would not have succumbed to illness and passed away at such a young age. The thought of Xiangbei brought an inexplicable sense of absurdity to Tian Xiangnan's heart. Here he was, eagerly investigating his uncle's affairs, only for his so-called family to come knocking first. The capriciousness of fate seemed rather whimsical. Knock, knock. Observing the myriad of emotions flitting across Tian Xiangnan's face, one moment on the verge of tears, the next ready to laugh, his uncle could not help but tap the table with his smoking pipe. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Tian Xiangnan, jolted from his chaotic thoughts, shook his head in response. In a moment of disarray, I found myself at a loss for words. "Please, continue, uncle," I urged. The elder shrugged. "There isn't much more to say. This is all I know." A look of bewilderment crossed Tian Xiangnan's face. "What did my uncle say when he called you? And when you mentioned seeing someone in the county, who were you referring to?" "He didn't say much," the uncle replied, shaking his head. "Your uncle mentioned that he was passing through and wanted to meet you. Coincidentally, you and Lin were taking Zhang de Ge to the farm. So I suggested you make a trip to the county." "Oh," Tian Xiangnan said, suddenly enlightened, and mirrored the uncle's shrug. "Well, it can't be helped. I didn't encounter anyone in the county. Once I left the Armed Forces Department, I was detained by the locals until now. Perhaps it was just a missed opportunity. Let us see if he calls again next time," the uncle remarked as he put away his pipe. "It's best you return home and get some rest. You'll need to prepare for work tomorrow. It's also a good time to announce the matters concerning your two daughters." At this, the elder cast a sidelong glance at Tian Xiangnan. "During these past 2 days of idleness, Lin has been taking your sisters to the brigade headquarters multiple times a day, as if he were afraid I might forget about it. Surely, this is your doing?" Tian Xiangnan chuckled, quickly shouldering his rifle as the elder began to step outside. "You never go back on your word, uncle. I'll have a word with old Lin and remind him not to linger around you so much. It's quite bothersome." "Humph," the elder scoffed, casually switching off the light. "Among the educated youth from our brigade, none possess as much cunning as you. That Lin, living with you, is bound to pick up some bad habits over time. But look at my previous dealings. They've all been handled adeptly. In the future, I'm sure I'll manage to make something of myself in the brigade. Who knows, in a decade or two, when you retire, I might even rise to the position of brigade leader." As they bantered, they walked towards the doorway. Just as they reached the entrance, Tian Xiangnan's tone shifted abruptly. "Uncle, the one who called you, is he my uncle who used to be your superior?" "What superior?" the elder replied. "He was a high-ranking strategist during our skirmishes with the Americans across the way." Oh, Tian Xiangnan's eyes flickered in the darkness. "Do you know what he is doing now?" The elder, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head. "Who knows? However, anyone able to reach me directly by phone is certainly doing better than I am." "Uncle, you speak nothing but the unvarnished truth." Chapter 77. Spring plowing. The following day, the work bell rang as usual. Upon arriving at the crossroads, the elder first assigned tasks to each team. Once the villagers went to collect their tools, he called for Xiangbei and lingzhi. He entrusted Xiangbei to Zhang Chui, who was registering tools in the storeroom, and instructed the old cripple to take lingzhi to the health clinic behind the brigade headquarters. Although work had been assigned to the two, they still needed someone to guide them through the adaptation process. Starting today, the duties of Tian Xiangnan and their small team would be entirely transformed. The previous 4 teams were engaged in land reclamation, merely allowing the newly arrived educated youth to acclimatize to labor. By mid-April, the temperature had gradually risen, prompting many villagers to shed their cotton coats. As it was time to prepare for spring plowing, a significant portion of the vast land on the northern slope belonged to their 4 teams, originally part of lingzhi, and with spring plowing underway, they naturally had to attend to it. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams not only had to prepare for spring plowing, but also needed to allocate some manpower to continue the reclamation efforts on the southern slope. Additionally, the brigade had drawn around 10 able-bodied workers from each team to oversee the construction of the primary school. Thus, from this day forth, the entire Qingshan Brigade commenced its full operation, becoming a microcosm of the countless rural labor endeavors across China. The members of the 4th team and the educated youth, tools held high, marched confidently towards the northern slope, ready to embark on this year's agricultural pursuits. A few spirited educated youth could no longer contain their enthusiasm and began to sing popular struggle songs, inciting a chorus among the ranks. Spring plowing, of course, entailed more than merely digging a hole and planting seeds. The land, having been frozen all winter, had thawed under the early spring sun. But the moisture within the soil had also dissipated. The initial task was to turn the soil deeply across the fields, followed by creating furrows, before commencing sowing. Unlike later generations with large mechanical arms that could till dozens of acres in a single day, they could only rely on their handheld hoes and rakes. Upon reaching the fields, Tian Xiangnan and his group of male educated youth and able-bodied workers wielded rakes to turn the soil, while others followed behind, breaking the turned earth into finer pieces. Eventually, the women would use hoes to carve out deep furrows, ready for the corn to be tossed in and then covered with soil. Ideally, such work should be performed with machinery or oxen-drawn plows. Unfortunately, upon inquiring, Tian Xiangnan learned that their brigade had no oxen available, leaving them no choice but to proceed without. After a day's toil, Tian Xiangnan felt his arms aching profoundly. The calluses on his hands, which had begun to fade after a few days of rest, now raw and burning. Beside him, lingzhi fared even worse, panting as if he were blowing a bellows, needing to lean on his tool to walk. Yet, they considered themselves fortunate. The other male, educated youth exhibited even more fatigue, their earlier bravado now a distant memory. At this point, singing was out of the question. They could barely manage to keep their tongues from dragging on the ground. This scene epitomized the stark reality of rural labor in that era. The group, weary and unsteady, returned to the village, returned their tools, and sluggishly made their way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, the aroma of food wafted from the small courtyard. Tian Xiangnan cast a surprised glance at lingzhi. Earlier, while returning the tools, he had clearly seen Xiangbei and Zhang Chui registering in the storeroom. In other words, at this moment, only lingzhi remained at home. As the two entered the courtyard, they coincidentally encountered lingzhi emerging from the kitchen, who greeted them with a radiant smile. "Let us wash our hands and take a break. By the time Xiangbei returns, dinner will be nearly ready." "Xiaoya, why are you back so early?" lingzhi's voice resonated from the kitchen. "The old cripple led me to the clinic, and, after saying a few things, returned to the county town. I spent a dull day there with little to do, so I came back." "The old cripple has left?" Tian Xiangnan expressed surprise, whispering to lingzhi. "Can your sister manage on her own?" Lingzhi, seemingly understanding his implication, nodded with confidence. "Xiaoya has always been interested in these matters. Since childhood, she stayed by my grandfather's side, practically wearing out those medical books I found unappealing. After my grandfather closed the clinic, she followed my mother to the hospital daily, spending more time there than at home. Thus, she can certainly handle minor ailments." "Oh." Tian Xiangnan nodded, then inquired from the kitchen, "Does uncle know that the old cripple has left?" "What did he say?" "The village chief mentioned that if the clinic is short on supplies, we can report directly to the village. I said I would find a way to procure some medicine myself, and the village chief agreed, promising to allocate me 4 work points a day. I calculated it would amount to approximately 500 work points a year, although it's somewhat less than what the female team members earn. It is sufficient for my sustenance, so I won't need to work in the fields anymore." Tian Xiangnan exchanged a glance with lingzhi, both reflecting the profound bitterness in each other's eyes. See, regardless of the era, possessing a skill that others lack is a highly coveted asset. They toiled for 10 work points a day, while other young intellectuals like Lin Dahua only received 8 or 9, some even fewer than 7. Even Xiangbei, the scorekeeper, was busy all day, running between the southern and northern slopes, tallying the number of workers and coordinating with the village chief, hardly finding a moment to rest. Meanwhile, this young lady leisurely sat in the clinic, sipping tea and reading, effortlessly earning her 4 work points. As for gathering medicinal herbs and supplies, did the young lady need to lift a finger? Next time she spoke to Qingshan, wouldn't all kinds of medicinal materials automatically find their way into the clinic? Tian Xiangnan patted Lin Shicheng on the shoulder, casting him a sympathetic glance before shaking his head and entering the house, leaving behind a sullen Lin Shicheng in his seat. Time passed, day by day. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had elapsed. The fervent spring plowing activities reached a pause, and Tian Xiangnan and his companions, along with the other young intellectuals in the village, underwent a remarkable transformation. Aside from their small group, over 100 young intellectuals had noticeably slimmed down. The reason Tian Xiangnan and his companions managed to maintain their weight was that on several evenings, he stealthily set traps to catch wild chickens and went to the riverside to catch a few fish. However, while they hadn't lost much weight, the complexions of the 3 in the courtyard had distinctly darkened, particularly those of the 2 men. It is often said that the sun in spring does not scorch, yet the winds of spring undoubtedly bite. After a month of such winds, both Tian Xiangnan and Lin Sisi have taken to grinning widely at night, their gleaming white teeth glistening in the air. Over the past month, aside from adapting to the labor, Tian Xiangnan's most significant gain has been the few ginseng seedlings in his courtyard. Chapter 78. The first ginseng. Strictly speaking, they can no longer be referred to as mere seedlings. With only occasional watering using a special solution, those tiny green sprouts have burgeoned into several leaves, each the size of an infant's palm. Additionally, they have even blossomed once, producing a few diminutive red berries, which he has carefully gathered. As for the other medicinal herbs, after wilting for 2 days, they ultimately succumbed to decay. At present, spring plowing has reached a temporary halt, and the village has entered a period of respite. The elder uncle, recognizing the fatigue from the recent spring plowing frenzy, has granted everyone a few days of rest. One morning, Tian Xiangnan rose early and ventured to check the traps he had set the previous day in the woods on the south slope. Now that he possessed a firearm, he felt emboldened to wander near the edges of the forest. Recently, the community has been bustling, with people everywhere in the vicinity of the village. To prevent any unusual discoveries, he has deliberately modified his approach. No longer does he carry the medicinal paste. Instead, he has procured some corn kernels from Linqing, mixing the prepared medicinal solution with water and soaking the kernels within. The effectiveness of this method, while not as dramatic as the paste that would lure wild chickens into his courtyard, is certainly superior to merely scattering some grain. Most importantly, whether setting traps or fishing, he no longer needs to conceal his activities from others. As he repeated this process, his reputation gradually spread throughout the community. The villagers began to recognize that the newly arrived youth, Tian, was quite capable, able not only to set traps for wild chickens, but also to catch fish. Some even remarked that a partner should aspire to find someone like Tian, who excelled in fieldwork, ensuring a prosperous future. On this day, while returning from the south slope, he carried another wild chicken. There were originally 2 in the trap, but he released the smaller one, as it was still lively. Occasionally catching one is inconsequential. Should others witness him consistently bringing home several, envy may arise, and standing out too much is not always favorable. At the riverside, he dispatched the chicken, performed a simple cleaning, and returned home to boil a pot of water. As he sat in the courtyard plucking its feathers, his thoughts drifted back to the ginseng seedlings in the corner. He pondered whether adding a ginseng root to the pot alongside the wild chicken would enhance its restorative properties. After all, they had indeed exerted themselves recently and deserved some nourishment. Naturally, he was also eager to see how the ginseng had developed beneath the leaves. One would hope it bore roots and not merely foliage, as that would certainly be amusing. Upon a sudden impulse, he rose and approached the corner of the wall, selecting a somewhat distant ginseng seedling, which he proceeded to extract with his fingertips. As he unearthed it, he discovered a slender root beneath, no thicker than his pinky, resembling a tree root, adorned with several fine tendrils. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tian Xiangnan's face. He pondered whether he had awoken too early or if the plant simply could not thrive. Returning to the courtyard, he casually set it aside, intending to inquire with Lin Xicheng and the others upon their return. Just as he was cleaning a wild chicken, a knock resounded at the gate. Without lifting his head, Tian Xiangnan called out, "The door isn't bolted." With a rustle, the gate swung open, revealing a tall figure who limped in, leaning on a cane. Tian Xiangnan looked up and a smile illuminated his face as he beckoned. "Brother Daling, come sit." He hurriedly fetched a stool from inside. "Impressive," exclaimed the robust man, his tone tinged with astonishment as he spotted the wild chicken in the basin. "You've outdone me. I used to need a firearm to catch one of these, and it would take me 3 to 5 days. How do you manage to bring one back so often?" "Just luck, I suppose. Perhaps there are more wild chickens in the woods this year," Tian Xiangnan replied casually, gesturing towards the chicken. "So what do you say? Should I prepare half of it for you now, or wait until it's stewed and deliver it to your home?" No. Daling quickly waved his hand. "You've already sent over fish and meat these days. Our family has feasted well. Even I, the ailing one, have gained some weight. If I keep eating your bounty, I'll feel embarrassed to visit you again. Why be so polite among neighbors? Half a chicken is enough for us to enjoy 2 meals, and we wouldn't wanted to spoil. Besides, you've shared so many good spots in the mountains with me. What is this little offering worth? Let us wait until it's stewed and I'll take some over, allowing Doubao and Huzi to enjoy it as well. That child truly needs a good boost." "Fine. If I had known, I wouldn't have come over." Daling sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. As his gaze swept around, he suddenly noticed the ginseng seedling at Tian Xiangnan's feet and picked it up. "Is this ginseng?" He brought it closer to his nose for a sniff, then looked up at Tian Xiangnan. "Where did you find this?" Tian Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly improvised. "Didn't you mention the areas in the mountains where ginseng grows? I was wandering around this morning, and, although I couldn't find the spots you marked, I stumbled upon this. I wasn't certain if it was ginseng, so I thought I'd dig it up for you to examine." Daling couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. "This is merely a ginseng seedling. Why would you dig it up? If you're unfamiliar with it, I can take you into the mountains next time to properly identify it and help you find the locations. The patches I told you about are somewhat secluded. You might not be able to locate them on your own." He scrutinized the seedling closely, unable to suppress a murmur. "This ginseng is growing quite rapidly. It looks like it's about to flower." At this point, he shook his head in mild regret. Regrettably, this item possesses a rather appealing appearance, yet it is being squandered so carelessly. Tian Xiangnan rolled his eyes at the remark. "What is there to lament? When we prepare the chicken soup later, we can simply add it in." Upon hearing this, Daling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't be foolish. This thing already contains medicinal properties. If you toss the entire root into the pot, I may not even be able to withstand the resulting soup. If you're not afraid of a nosebleed, then by all means, proceed." Tian Xiangnan appeared somewhat skeptical. "Is it truly as you say? How could I possibly be mistaken?" Noticing his doubt, Daling's voice rose slightly. "If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoya. She is a doctor and will surely identify it. What do you need to ask me about?" Before Daling could finish, Lingzi's voice echoed from the doorway. The two turned to see the Lin siblings entering. Tian Xiangnan glanced back, but noticed no sign of Xiangbei. He had been called away on the way back, supposedly to attend a meeting at the brigade office. Lin Xiqing casually explained upon seeing Tian Xiangnan's confusion. Chapter 79, Breeding and Growth Promotion. Xiaoya, take a look at this. As the two conversed, Daling presented the ginseng seedling to Lin Xia. She took it, examined it closely, and inhaled its scent. A young ginseng seedling, perhaps 2 or 3 years old. What a pity. Her nonchalant tone left the others astonished. Upon hearing the term ginseng seedling, Lin Xiqing instinctively turned towards Tian Xiangnan. Tian Xiangnan smirked slightly. That fellow intends to use this for chicken soup, placing the whole root in. Daling chimed in immediately. Lin Xia chuckled softly. That would be rather wasteful. Cut a smaller portion. She gestured with her delicate fingers to indicate about 1/6 of the root. This amount will suffice. Any more wouldn't be advisable. Tian Xiangnan nodded. You should return to your room to study. I'll call you for dinner later. After cleaning the wild chicken, he headed directly to the kitchen, with Lin Xiqing following to assist. Seeing them busy at work, Daling bid them farewell and returned home. In the kitchen, Lin Xiqing was counting on his fingers. Those ginseng seedlings had been planted for less than a month, and if they truly possessed the age of 2 or 3 years, considering the growth-promoting effects of that potion, it might not be far from a 100-fold increase. As Tian Xiangnan busied himself adding water and ingredients to the pot, he pondered this matter as well. Old Tian, why do you think that essence of wood works so effectively only on a few common crops and ginseng seedlings? His tone was tinged with regret. If it were applicable to everything, we could truly eat whatever we desired in the future. It's not that simple. While attending to his tasks, Tian Xiangnan replied, "Although we are still in the preliminary experimental phase with these formulas, we can already discern their respective shortcomings. Just like that essence of beast, I no longer dare to use it. Who knows what it might summon? There exists a substance known as the essence of scales, which I currently utilize for soaking corn with satisfactory results. However, I perceive that this substance is more suited for the purpose of nurturing." At this moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Tian Xiangnan's mind. Yes, nurturing. He lifted his gaze to Lin Xiqing. "Old Lin, I recall you mentioning that this pertains to a certain technique referred to as Wuyou." Lin Xiqing interjected, "It is considered an eccentric tradition from remote regions, akin to witchcraft, merely a legend, with uncertain scientific validity. Do you think these peculiar formulas could serve the purpose of fostering growth?" Tian Xiangnan's eyes sparkled as he carefully organized his thoughts. The formulas for the essence of beasts, scales, and fowl appear to function as growth enhancers for nurturing wildlife, potentially accelerating their feeding and perhaps offering additional benefits. As for whether they induce reproduction, that remains to be seen. We could experiment by raising a wild chicken. The essence of wood, on the other hand, resembles fertilizers intended for medicinal herbs. While its effects may be somewhat miraculous, it is not entirely incomprehensible. After all, the world is filled with wondrous phenomena. For instance, fertilizers can indeed stimulate growth, albeit not as dramatically. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing nodded thoughtfully. "Your reasoning is quite sound. It is unfortunate, however, that we cannot decipher the inscriptions on that hide. Otherwise, we might glean further insights." Tian Xiangnan, unfazed, responded, "There is no rush. In the future, we can endeavor to learn more about obscure written cultures. After all, we cannot publicly present this material for study. We might attract undue scrutiny. Moreover, that old madman has possessed such items for quite some time. Judging by the timestamps in his journals, he has researched them for over a year, only to reach a dead end. Shall we ignite the fire?" Lin Xiqing inquired, grasping a handful of dried corn stalks to stoke the flames, before asking, "What do you mean?" Tian Xiangnan grimaced slightly. He was preoccupied with the desire to unveil his research findings, as if this substance could benefit humanity at large. Yet, he failed to consider the associated costs. Each time we concoct a potion, we require medicinal herbs. Although these were provided by Qingshan, they are not without expense. I recently inquired about the value of the herbs with Delin. The cost of producing a single batch of wood essence is approximately 2 yuan. That amount corresponds to the price of 10 kilograms of premium flour, raising questions about whether the seeds cultivated would yield such a quantity of refined grain. I suspect that the old madman sourced his herbs from the mountains, which explains his ignorance of their true value or perhaps a lack of consideration for it. If I were to pursue this further, I would also gather herbs from the mountains and prepare them myself. Isn't that overly complicated? Lin Xiqing furrowed his brow. Tian Xiangnan waved his hand to halt his words, grinning as he looked at him. "I understand, young Master Lin, that your family possesses great wealth and is unconcerned by such trifles. However, this household belongs to all of us. We cannot always rely on you to bear the costs alone. Moreover, I have considered another point. If Qingshan continues to handle these medicinal materials over time, it may attract unwanted attention, which could lead to complications." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing ceased to insist and nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall accompany you into the mountains from now on. It is safer for both of us." "All right," replied Tian Xiangnan, seemingly struck by a sudden thought. And he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I initially thought that if this concoction could cultivate medicinal herbs, we could use it to grow the varieties we require. Eventually, it could become a self-perpetuating cycle, but it appears those herbs have withered away. No matter," he continued, with more time for research. "Perhaps we simply have not discovered the right method. Brother, I have returned." Just as they were conversing, a voice echoed from the courtyard. It was Xiangbei, who had already reached the kitchen door by the time she finished speaking. "Take a moment to rest. We will be having dinner shortly." Tian Xiangnan greeted her with a smile. "By the way, what meeting were you summoned to attend at the brigade?" "A significant meeting regarding major matters," Xiangbei replied, her expression shrouded in mystery. "What important matters?" Both men turned to face her. "Our brigade is undergoing a reorganization in a few days. The leadership and management team will be formally established." Chapter 80. Brigade Reorganization Leadership Team Reorganization? Tian Xiangnan's interest was piqued immediately. "Do elaborate." Clearing her throat, Xiangbei began. "Isn't our brigade newly formed? Over the past 2 years, we've been preoccupied with the integration of 4 teams. So the affairs of the village have largely been managed by Secretary Lin and Uncle. With the recent influx of youth, the county has decided to officially establish a leadership team for our brigade. Traditionally, a brigade's management team should consist of a secretary who also serves as the political team leader, a brigade leader who doubles as the deputy secretary, an accountant who also acts as a scorekeeper, a women's team leader who serves as the director, a youth team leader who also heads the assault team, along with the small team leaders from various production teams. From the meeting, it seems Secretary Lin indicated that the county intends to dispatch a political team leader and an accountant to us. Previously, the roles of accountant and political team leader were held by Secretary Lin, while Uncle, the brigade leader, managed production and various trivial matters. The directive from above aims to streamline production and management by delineating responsibilities among each managerial individual. Will this affect your work? Tian Xiangnan furrowed his brow, concerned that Xiangbei's newly acquired position might be jeopardized. Not at all, Xiangbei smiled reassuringly. Secretary Lin has endorsed my continuation as scorekeeper, stating that we will reassess my role once I have acclimated. That is quite reasonable, Tian Xiangnan nodded. It is essential to maintain control over the financial and food resources. And what about the arrangements for other aspects of work? Xiangbei began to enumerate on her fingers. Secretary Lin will continue as both secretary and accountant. Uncle will remain the production brigade leader, and the county may assign a political team leader, while the leaders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd production teams will remain unchanged. The leader of your 4th squad, Lin Dahua, has been reassigned as the head of the women's team and director, with Lin Xiangzi taking over as captain. The youth captain has yet to be appointed, and it may require a selection process at that time. Additionally, Zhao Dahu and Sun Milan will continue to serve as the respective male and female leaders of the educated youth. Speaking of which, Xiangbei raised his head again. Brother, when I returned, Uncle asked me to inquire if you are interested in running for youth captain. If so, you should discuss it with him in advance. Tian Xiangnan shook his head upon hearing this. I hold little hope. Perhaps someone in the village or the 4th squad might cast a vote for me. But if it comes to the educated youth, I certainly have no chance. As he spoke, Tian Xiangnan gestured toward the southern wall. If Daling were to run, he would undoubtedly be elected. Xiangbei chuckled at this. Brother, I've noticed that your thoughts align perfectly with Uncle's. He mentioned that since you just arrived and have yet to familiarize yourself with the villagers, it would indeed be challenging to run. Uncle's suggestion was to postpone the selection for about a month, to then directly elect Daling, allowing you to consider it again in a couple of years. Tian Xiangnan nodded, suppressing a flicker of aspiration that had briefly surfaced in his heart. The youth captain, also known as the charge captain, is aptly named for its purpose. To charge forth means to take the lead in times of difficulty, akin to the tip of a spear. In terms of labor, it signifies those who spearhead harvesting, planting, and set an example through hard work. Of course, the youth captain not only leads in work, but also wields considerable authority. In certain respects, the powers of the youth captain can rival those of the brigade leader, as the youth captain represents all the young labor force in the village, regardless of gender. Unfortunately, Tian Xiangnan sighed, acknowledging that his grassroots support was still shaky, and he would have to wait for future opportunities. Initially, they thought their discussion would suffice. However, to their surprise, the following day, a learning team leader dispatch from the county arrived in their village. Consequently, Uncle rang the bell at noon to gather everyone at the intersection and announced this news, along with the appointments of Lin Dahua and Lin Xiangzi. The only position remaining vacant was that of the youth captain. The sudden arrival of the learning team leader caught both Uncle and Secretary Lin off guard. Uncle had intended to wait until Daling's recovery to conduct the election, but it now seemed there was little time left. Although the spring plowing had concluded, there were still tasks ahead such as land reclamation and the construction of the elementary school, as well as preparations for the kiln at Qingshan Brick Factory to fire bricks for school construction, along with various developments in the village. Without someone to guide and coordinate these efforts, it would indeed be challenging. Moreover, while Daling was well liked in the village and recognized for his capabilities, it would be impractical to leave the youth captain position unfilled indefinitely. Ultimately, this role is meant to serve the community, and it cannot simply be reserved in anticipation of his return. Thus, the elder uncle announced at the assembly that everyone could deliberate over the next few days, and a public election would take place shortly. Anyone under the age of 35 in the village, including the educated youth, would be eligible to vote. When the time came, The candidate with the most votes would prevail. Upon hearing this declaration, many in the crowd, including the educated youth, felt a surge of excitement. Even Tian Xiangnan, who had been suppressing his thoughts, found his spirits rekindled. Seizing the moment, he took a moment to observe the newly appointed team leader. This individual, named Wei Zhongfu, stood at a modest height of about 1.7 meters, making him somewhat conspicuous among the robust men from northeast China. His physique was rather plump, and he donned a crisp, light blue work uniform. With a round face, a slightly red nose, and small eyes, he possessed an amusing appearance. Standing there with his hands clasped behind him, his face bore a cheerful expression, reminiscent of a former tea-house proprietor rather than a leader. What astonished Tian Xiangnan the most was that this man was only 31 years old. After a brief appraisal, they dispersed, and Tian Xiangnan called over Delin and Linqing to the courtyard. Delin, since you cannot run for youth team leader now, I wish to stand for election, Tian Xiangnan stated. Delin nodded in agreement, a wry smile crossing his face. I actually wanted to encourage you to run. I have been rather lackadaisical in the village and not very sociable. Even if my injury were to heal, the votes from the other teams might not come my way. Linqing chimed in with a smile. Yes, you should go for it without hesitation. Both Delin and I support you. Tian Xiangnan nodded, but soon fell into contemplation. The pressing question was how to win the votes of the majority. For now, he set aside thoughts of the educated youth and focused on strategies to garner support from the villagers. Brother, if you truly decide to run for youth team leader, you should at least discuss it with the team leader, elder uncle, Xiangbei reminded him. Tian Xiangnan nodded in agreement. That's only right. I shall speak with elder uncle shortly. But first, I need your ideas on how to ensure the villagers vote for me. Perhaps I could talk to a few familiar families, and they can spread the word. Plus, since you are already part of the 4th squad, if no one else from there runs, it should help secure the support of most of the 4th squad, Linqing suggested. However, Delin shook his head. There will certainly be others from the 4th squad who wish to run. Becoming the youth team leader would grant them a significant voice in the village. So everyone aspires to that position. Though Delin's words dismissed Linqing's earlier suggestion, they served as a reminder to everyone. Lin Xiqing's eyes lit up. If many candidates emerge, the votes will likely be diluted. Perhaps securing 100 or 80 votes could suffice to win the youth team leader position. At this, Tian Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully, though he soon furrowed his brow in concern. If that were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. What do you mean? Lin Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. Tian Xiangnan quietly elucidated. If a dozen or 20 individuals emerge to vie for the position, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos, with each person rallying behind their own candidate and no one willing to concede. Even if the one with the most votes manages to be elected as the youth leader, their authority would be utterly diminished. If no one respects you, what good is it to hold the title of youth leader? Tian Xiangnan added. We must also discuss this with Uncle in advance to regulate the number of candidates, ensuring it doesn't devolve into such disarray. After a prolonged discussion, the group still had no viable solutions, and they eventually dispersed. Subsequently, Tian Xiangnan and Xiangbei proceeded to the brigade office. Brother, why not wait until evening to invite Uncle over and discuss this matter properly? He is likely preoccupied with receiving the new leader at the moment. Xiangbei couldn't help but inquire. Uncle certainly won't come to our home now. He's busy with the youth leader selection. If we bring him home for a meal, how would the villagers perceive that? Given that the study leader and Secretary Lin are present, I can formally address the standards for selecting a leader, which is a serious matter, ensuring they all take it seriously. Otherwise, if I were to discuss this with Uncle in private, it would imply that he has the final say, which would put him in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Xiangbei finally comprehended and slapped his forehead. Ah, brother, you indeed think ahead. Since we are to have a selection, it must be above board, and we cannot afford to leave any room for speculation. Upon their arrival at the brigade office, they coincidentally encountered someone hastily exiting, who, upon seeing Xiangbei, broke into a smile. Xiangbei, you've come at just the right time. I was about to call you for a meeting. Excellent, I'll head over immediately. The two entered the spacious main room of the brigade office, where Secretary Lin, both brigade leaders, the newly appointed women's leader Lin Dahua, and 4 small team leaders were gathered. The presence of Tian Xiangnan surprised everyone in the room. The first to speak was his former team leader, Lin Dahua. Xiangnan, what brings you here? Tian Xiangnan nodded. I wish to discuss matters concerning the youth leader election with the brigade leaders. Aware that a meeting was underway, Tian Xiangnan got straight to the point. voicing his previous concerns and ultimately revealing another purpose for his visit. This time, I will also step forward to run for the position of youth leader. At that moment, Tian Xiangnan exuded confidence. His declaration left the room in astonishment, leading to a flurry of exchanged glances. You, a newcomer among the educated youth. On what grounds do you intend to run? The first to voice skepticism was Sun Guoxi, the production team leader of Team 1. He did not harbor any animosity towards Tian Xiangnan. Rather, he found it somewhat distasteful that Tian would brazenly declare his intention to run for team leader in front of the production team's leaders. Although he acknowledged that Tian had some valid points regarding the election's considerations, it did not prevent him from perceiving Tian as somewhat audacious. Upon noticing that Sun Guoxi had spoken, the other leaders turned their attention to Tian Xiangnan. Surprisingly, Tian's expression remained unchanged as he responded loudly. First and foremost, I am not a youth registered under the Qingshan Brigade. I am a formal member of the Qingshan production team. I am indeed one of you. Secondly, the brigade leader stated that anyone under the age of 35 could run for the position of youth team leader, including registered youth. Thirdly, I have been recognized as a model worker in the spring plowing efforts by the 4th Squad. My contributions are evident to the entire production team. Why should I not be eligible to run for youth team leader? As his words echoed, Lin Xiangzi, the newly appointed leader of the 4th Squad, timely added, Comrade Tian Xiangnan is indeed commendable. Since his first day of work, he has never claimed more than 9 work points, and his performance is on par with that of the veteran team members. With this statement, the leader's expressions shifted from mere tranquility to one of appreciation. Even Sun Guoxi retracted his disdainful demeanor, nodding in agreement and falling silent. At that moment, the usually reticent old uncle also spoke up. Since Comrade Tian has mentioned the model worker, why don't we simply select the youth team leader from last month's model workers? Lin's secretary nodded in agreement. This approach is commendable. Selecting from the model workers lends credence to our decision. The other squad leaders nodded in unison, offering no objections. In this era, attaining such honors was a matter of pride, eliciting admiration and respect. To be recognized as a model worker signified relentless dedication, a feat that set one apart from the rest. After all, there were no hidden agendas. Each honor represented one's toil and sacrifice. What does Brigade Leader Wei think? Lin's secretary then turned to the ever-smiling Wei Zhongfu. The learning team leader nodded thoughtfully, his gaze assessing Tian Xiangnan. I find this method quite agreeable, he concurred, but then shifted his tone. However, Comrade Tian Xiangnan, may I inquire, as a newly settled youth in the Qingshan Brigade, what gives you the conviction that you can be elected as the youth team leader? Furthermore, should you indeed be elected, what contributions could you possibly make for the villagers of Qingshan? Wei Zhongfu's inquiries prompted Lin's secretary, an old uncle, to raise their eyebrows in intrigue. Tian was momentarily taken aback by the question, yet his mind raced swiftly. Brigade Leader Wei, my aspiration to become the youth team leader stems from my confidence in leading everyone towards enhanced productivity and development. As for what I can do for the villagers of Qingshan Brigade after my election, I shall personally convey this to everyone in the brigade on the day of the selection. Chapter 82. A meal for the entire village. After making such a bold statement, Tian Xiangnan subsequently departed from the brigade's office. As he walked home along the village path, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the matter at hand. Since the youth leader was to be chosen from among the exemplary members of each production team, it was essential to consider the circumstances of a few others as well. The term exemplary member refers to those selected by the team leaders based on the member's performance and attitude towards work, taking into account interpersonal relationships and the spirit of unity. Typically, 1 or 2 exemplary members are chosen from the 100 or so production team members in each small team to serve as role models. Of course, the selection of exemplary members does not occur every month. It is usually reserved for more urgent and complex labor tasks, such as planting and harvesting, when such honors are bestowed. Moreover, it appeared that perhaps in consideration of the newcomers, there were indeed a few new individuals among the 8 exemplary members from the 4 teams. This included Zhao Dahua, the male educated youth leader from the first team, Zhang Hai, an educated youth from another province in the second team, and Tian Xiangnan himself from the 4th team. Aside from these 3, the remaining members were primarily villagers from the community. The 2 exemplary members from the 4th team were Tian Xiangnan and Lin Xiangzi. As for Lin Xiangzi, there was no need for further consideration, as he was already the leader of their 4th team and did not meet the age criteria. Moreover, to Tian Xiangnan's knowledge, The other exemplary member from the first team was also past the eligible age, and among the exemplary members selected from the third team, one was a woman, which further diminished her chances. This is not to disparage female comrades, but the role of youth leader carries significant authority and responsibilities, necessitating a position where one must lead by example. It is likely that even if a woman were to be selected as an exemplary member, gaining the trust of others would prove to be a formidable challenge. By this calculation, 3 candidates had already been eliminated from the 8 exemplary members. The remaining contenders for the youth leader position included Tian Xiangnan, Zhao Dahua, Jiang Hai, and 2 villagers from the second and third teams, leaving a total of 5 individuals. Just by organizing his thoughts in this manner, Tian Xiangnan felt a sense of clarity. Zhao Dahua, being the male educated youth leader, would likely garner some votes from the educated youth community, and with the other exemplary member from the first team being ineligible due to age, he might also receive additional support. As for Jiang Hai from the second team, there was another exemplary member in his team. If that villager decided to run, it could significantly diminish Tian Xiangnan's prospects. The same could be said for the villager from the third team. In simple terms, among those competing for the position of youth leader, the most formidable rival appeared to be Zhao Dahua. "Old Tian, how did it go?" Upon returning to the courtyard, Lingzhi eagerly inquired. Tian Xiangnan nodded and shared the decisions made by the secretary along with his analyses from the journey home. Lingzhi listened with an expression of complete agreement. "Indeed, as you mentioned, Zhao Dahua is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent. Unfortunately, we lack connections among the educated youth. Although I get along well with a few in the team, I doubt they can garner many votes. What shall we do now?" Tian Xiangnan pondered for a moment. "It seems we need not consider the educated youth. In this era, everyone possesses a sense of competition and a strong sense of honor. If those educated youths were to realize that the position of youth leader could potentially be filled by one of their own, they would undoubtedly rally behind Zhao Dahua. After all, for these educated youths, having someone from their ranks ascend to the position of youth leader in Qingshan Brigade would be a significant source of collective pride. I believe if Zhao Dahua is not foolish, he will certainly leverage this sentiment to persuade the educated youths to cast their votes for him, thus securing an additional 70 or 80 votes effortlessly. If Tian Xiangnan wishes to contend, he can only rely on the substantial number of votes from the original villagers of Qingshan Brigade to overshadow his opponent. Nonetheless, despite the large base of over 1,000 villagers, why would they support him? Why indeed? Lingzhi, beside him, was also troubled, muttering under his breath. If this were back home, we could simply host a week-long banquet. Would we then have to worry about attracting people? Upon hearing this, Tian Xiangnan's eyes suddenly sparkled. A realization dawned upon him. Right. He turned to Lingzhi, his face illuminating with a smile of enlightenment. I truly didn't think of that. Our ancestors have always said, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. If I invite everyone in the village to a feast, I'm certain I could garner quite a few votes. Lingzhi's lips twitched. Invite the whole village for a meal? Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Tian Xiangnan shot him a sidelong glance. Don't get any ideas about Qingshan. That's not my intention. Lingzhi, momentarily bewildered, stammered. Then, how do we invite them? We don't have enough grain. Ignoring him, Tian Xiangnan began to silently calculate in his mind. Although there are over 1,000 people in the village, when counted by household, there are fewer than 260 families. If each family contributes 2 jin, that would total 520 jin, and with the educated youths included, 550 jin would suffice. 550 jin, which equates to approximately 2 or 3 larger wild boars. Contemplating this, Tian Xiangnan stepped outside, conversing with Daling in the neighboring yard for a while before returning to grab his gun and call for Lingzhi. The two then borrowed a couple of shovels and some ropes from the tool shed and headed directly towards the southern Qingshan. Throughout the journey, Lingzhi remained silent, following closely behind. Once they had exited the village, he finally comprehended Tian Xiangnan's intention. Old Tian, just the 2 of us with 1 gun. Might that be a tad too perilous? Moreover, we have not prepared anything. Tian Xiangnan, aware of what Lingzhi meant, shook his head. This time, we shall venture into the forest, but it is imperative that we do not bring that item along. Noticing his persistent look of concern, Tian Xiangnan further elucidated. A couple of days ago, while setting traps, I stumbled upon some signs of wild boars on the southern slope of the forest. I consulted with Dalin, and during the spring plowing season, the forest's bounty has yet to emerge. However, wild boars occasionally wander out. Rest assured, We won't delve too deep today. We merely aim to scout the area. If we indeed uncover traces of wild boars, we can devise a plan afterward. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing nodded in agreement. The duo circumvented the previously cleared area and arrived at the edge of the forest at the foot of Qingshan, precisely where Tian Xiangnan had discovered the signs. Upon their arrival, Tian Xiangnan was pleasantly surprised to find fresh wild vegetable plants on the ground, showing signs of being gnawed and uprooted, with the soil beneath still quite fresh. This indicated that wild boars had indeed been present recently. To be cautious, he removed his firearm, loaded it, and together they stealthily followed the traces into the woods. Chapter 83. 2 boars and a bear with his gun at the ready. Tian Xiangnan led the way while Lin Xiqing hoisted 2 shovels over his shoulder, and they ventured deeper into the forest. Fortunately, it was spring, and the moist earth rendered the boar prints distinctly visible. As they advanced further, the trees grew increasingly lush, and the forest became enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional call of a bird or the chirp of an insect, heightening their sense of tension. Lin Xiqing proceeded with cautious steps, his gaze darting around nervously while he occasionally marked the tree trunks with his shovel. Seeing this, Tian Xiangnan smiled quietly but refrained from commenting. As they pressed on, the terrain began to ascend, indicating they had officially entered the realm of Qingshan. However, upon reaching this point, Tian Xiangnan halted. "Old Tian," Lin Xiqing queried. Puzzled by the sudden stop, Tian Xiangnan gestured around them. It was then that Lin Xiqing noticed the ground and tree trunks were marked with signs of wild boar activity, both fresh and old. Clearly, this was a frequented haunt for the boars. The thought intensified Lin Xiqing's anxiety. What should we do now? After meticulously surveying their surroundings and confirming the absence of any movement, Tian Xiangnan reached for one of the shovels from Lin Xiqing. With a calm demeanor, he uttered 2 words, "Dig a pit." Understanding immediately, Lin Xiqing inquired, "You intend to dig a trap here?" "Indeed," Tian Xiangnan replied as he scanned the area before approaching a small clearing nestled among 4 trees, approximately 3 meters in diameter, with a nearby depression. After some contemplation, he used the shovel to sketch out a rectangle about 1.5 meters on each side, then addressed Lin Xiqing, "Let us excavate here," and cast the excavated soil into the adjacent depression. Initially, he had considered the depression for digging, but the dense trees and low shrubs rendered it impractical. Without further question, Lin Xiqing rolled up his sleeves and energetically joined Tian Xiangnan in the digging endeavor. Fortunately, after over a month of rigorous training, this amount of labor was no longer a challenge for him. The 2 men faced each other, wielding their shovels, while remaining vigilant to the sounds around them. Even Tian Xiangnan kept his gun strapped to his back. They toiled without returning for lunch, digging from morning until dusk, ultimately creating a pit approximately 1.8 meters deep and nearly 2 meters deep. The reason for such depth was their lack of experience in trapping wild boars and uncertainty as to whether the creatures could leap out of the pit with their short legs. To be on the safe side, they decided to excavate it to nearly 2 meters. Once completed, Tian Xiangnan climbed up, tugging on the rope tied to a tree, and meticulously cleared the surrounding soil. He then cut down numerous low shrubs from the nearby forest and scattered them over the disturbed earth at the bottom of the pit, serving as a rudimentary camouflage. Although wild boars were somewhat foolish, a sudden alteration in their habitual surroundings would inevitably heighten their instincts. However, should something enticing draw their attention, they would likely abandon their caution. Tian Xiangnan glanced at the fading light, stretched his sore arms, and called out to Lin Xiqing, "Let us head back for now. We'll return tomorrow to cover it and set up some disguises." Lin Xiqing wiped the sweat from his brow, nodded in agreement, and took the shovel from Tian Xiangnan, resting it on his shoulder. Just as they prepared to turn away, a piercing and high-pitched squeal erupted from deep within the forest behind them. The sound was far more distressing than the usual grunts, unmistakably indicative of a struggle or fury. Both men froze in surprise, turning back to see 3 dark forms rolling and swiftly approaching from deeper within the woods. "Hurry, run!" Lin Xiqing's face drained of color as he exclaimed, instinctively wanting to flee, but was abruptly pulled back by Tian Xiangnan. Tian Xiangnan's expression mirrored the urgency, glancing toward the approaching beasts before speaking rapidly. "We want to escape. Quickly, climb a tree." With that, he scanned the vicinity and spotted a snow pine with a trunk thick enough to embrace. He sprinted toward it, pulling Lin Xiqing along. "Hurry up." "What?" Lin Xiqing stood frozen, clutching 2 shovels, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I can't climb trees." Tian Xiangnan turned back, astonished, and pushed him aside, exclaiming in exasperation, "At your age, how can you not know how to climb a tree?" With that, he shouldered his gun and nimbly ascended several meters high in no time. There are no rules stating one must learn everything, Lin Xiqing thought, feeling his face flush with shame as he mumbled under his breath. Yet, upon turning to see the creatures now only 20 or 30 meters away, his complexion began to pale, prompting him to urge Tian Xiangnan once more. "Old Tian, hurry up." At this moment, Tian Xiangnan had already climbed up a thick branch about 6 or 7 meters high and tossed down the rope from his waist. "Quick, grab it. Throw down the shovel first." Lin Xiqing hastily dropped the shovel and caught the rope. Thus, Tian Xiangnan pulled on the rope with all his might, while Lin Xiqing dangled from it, gradually inching upward, occasionally ducking his head to avoid the branches of the snow pine. Just as he nearly got knocked down by a large branch, Tian Xiangnan almost burst into laughter, unable to suppress a low growl. "You fool, can't you push against the tree to climb up?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing finally became aware, quickly extending his legs to push against the trunk to stabilize himself, and then using his feet to clear away the smaller branches, soon reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters. Following Tian Xiangnan's guidance, he embraced a nearby thick tree fork and straddled it. Only when he was securely seated did Tian Xiangnan let out a sigh of relief. It was only then that the two of them had the presence of mind to observe the situation below. However, as they peered through the dense pine needles, their breaths caught in their throats. Tian Xiangnan's brow furrowed, his expression turning tense. Below, in the thicket, a bear of modest size was scurrying through the underbrush, rolling and scrambling. Hot on its heels were 2 stout wild boars, grunting and relentlessly pursuing the bear, occasionally charging at it and causing it to tumble. After a pained cry, the bear managed to rise, issuing a defiant roar and adopting an aggressive stance to intimidate the 2 boars before continuing its flight. Chapter 84. The yellow bird on the branch witnessing the bear, which was being bullied and fleeing in a pitiful manner, Lin Xiqing was left questioning life itself. He gazed up at Tian Xiangnan, who was above him, and softly asked, "Old Tian, isn't this bear utterly useless? How can it be so easily bullied by 2 wild boars?" Tian Xiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied in a low voice, "My dear young Master Lin, there's an old saying here in the Northeast, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, which refers to the food chain in these forests. While this adage may not be entirely accurate, it certainly holds some truth. Under normal circumstances, a male adult black bear should possess greater fighting capability than a wild boar. However, the key point is..." As he spoke, Tian Xiangnan gestured below. "Look at that bear. It's so small that it likely weighs less than 200 pounds. Now observe those 2 wild boars, each weighing at least over 200 pounds, and they are ganging up on it. This is clearly a case of 2 big piglets bullying a little bear in the absence of its parents." Hearing this, Lin Xiqing found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "If the bear's parents come back, those wild boars will be in for a rough time." However, upon hearing his words, Tian Xiangnan's face bore no trace of amusement as he calmly stated, "I cannot ascertain the plight of the wild boar. Yet I fear that we might find ourselves in dire straits." Lin Xiqing, taken aback, lifted his gaze to see Tian Xiangnan already pulling back the bolt of his firearm, meticulously inspecting the chamber and weapon. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiqing's anxiety resurfaced. "Old Tian, what is going on?" he inquired. "For precautionary measures," Tian Xiangnan replied, pushing the bolt back into place, his eyes fixed on the 3 beasts below, still engaged in a furious struggle. "Precaution for what?" Lin Xiqing questioned, perplexed by Tian Xiangnan's readiness. "We are merely hiding here. Let them battle it out. Once the wild boar and bear depart, we can return safely." With a resigned sigh, Tian Xiangnan observed Lin Xiqing's bewilderment and patiently elucidated. Both bears and wild boars possess keen olfactory senses, surpassing even those of dogs. They are currently blinded by rage. Even if they sense something amiss, they will not concern themselves with us. As you mentioned, should the wild boar emerge victorious, it matters not whether they seek us out, for we have firearms at our disposal and can retaliate from the trees. However, should your ominous prediction come true, and the bear's guardian chase off the wild boar, we would find ourselves in peril today." At these words, Lin Xiqing's expression turned grave, and he swallowed hard, softly echoing, "I recall reading in a book that bears can climb trees. Is that not so?" Tian Xiangnan simply nodded slightly. Lin Xiqing's gaze shifted downward, muttering under his breath, almost as if in prayer, "Please, let these two wild boars drive the bear cub away to another location. Depart swiftly." Whether by the power of his plea or the bear cub's own exhaustion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the nearby thicket, the black bear, previously engaged in a furious roar and tussle, suddenly veered towards their direction. Lin Xiqing's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly glanced at Tian Xiangnan, who exhaled deeply and slowly raised his weapon. Just then, a comical spectacle ensued. As the black bear approached the vicinity of the pit they had previously dug, it seemed to sense something was amiss and slightly altered its course to circumvent it. However, in the next moment, a wild boar charged from behind, bellowing, and collided with the bear, sending it tumbling down. Moreover, propelled by momentum, the wild boar let out a cry before plunging into the pit itself. Tian Xiangnan, Lin Xiqing, perched high atop a snow-laden cedar, the two observed the unfolding scene below with clarity. As the wild boar and bear abruptly vanished from sight, the trailing wild boar paused momentarily before cautiously approaching the edge of the pit. Within the depths of that pit, both the bear and boar, having tumbled, regained their footing. The little bear, evidently stripped of its fighting spirit, flailed its limbs in an attempt to climb the pit's walls. Before he could even begin his ascent, the wild boar that had fallen delivered a forceful jab to his rear, leaving a bloody mark from its formidable tusks on the black bear's behind. The bear let out a pained howl and attempted to climb higher, only to be met with a vicious thrust from the boar's tusks. After sustaining several wounds, the bear's ferocity seemed to awaken. With eyes ablaze, it roared and lunged, sinking its teeth into the boar's neck. Caught off guard, the boar struggled to shake off the bear, but the confined space of the pit offered no room for retreat, leaving it helplessly squealing. Drawn by the cries of its companion, another boar circled above before plunging into the pit, landing directly atop the bear. The scene erupted into chaos. As within the cramped confines, a primal battle of claw and tusk ensued, marked by brutality and bloodshed. Ultimately, the bear, despite having killed the first boar, succumbed to the second, which bit into its neck. After a brief struggle, the bear fell silent. The second boar, having bitten a few more times, circled around the now motionless bear. After a few laps, it seemed to regain its senses, using its short legs to ascend the bear's lifeless body. Attempting to leap up the pit's wall, fortune favored it, as its front legs managed to grasp the edge, while its hind legs flailed in a desperate bid for escape. Just then, a gleaming shovel, slicing through the air with a whoosh, descended upon the boar's head. With a pained squeal, the boar was knocked back down. Lying on its back at the bottom of the pit, its legs twitching helplessly, Tian Xiangnan shook off the numbness in his hands and called to Lin Xiqing, who had slid down from the tree. "I'll keep watch here. Old Lin, go gather some sturdy branches nearby and fashion a simple sled with rope." With that, Tian Xiangnan raised his arm, the shiny blade of the shovel poised to strike the boar's neck.